Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 491. What secrets does Bright Falls hide? Before Bright Falls was founded, these lands were home to Native American tribes who believed that an unknown entity lurked at the bottom of Cauldron Lake, a being capable of influencing both people and reality itself. They avoided the lake whenever possible, approaching it only when absolutely necessary. Bright Falls is not just a small town on the map of Washington state. It is a place where light and darkness intertwine like thin threads of fate, where the line between reality and imagination becomes fragile, like the pages of a manuscript beneath the fingers of a mad writer. Here, among the evergreen pines and misty waterfalls, past and future merge into a loop woven from the words of Alan Wake. A writer is not merely a person typing words on a machine or tracing lines with a pen. A writer is a creator of worlds, destinies, and realities, where laws bend to imagination. Bright Falls is precisely the place where the power of the written word becomes real. If a writer can create a world filled with joy, love, and light, then he can also create one brimming with pain and despair. But what happens when such a writer finds himself in a place where everything he writes can become reality? Many critics compare a writer to a puppeteer, pulling the strings of his characters. But what if someone else starts pulling the strings, someone who controls the writer himself, forcing him to write a story that ends not in light, but in eternal darkness? No one truly knows how long this place has existed, where the power of creation can shape reality itself. Neither the native tribes who lived here for generations, nor the miners who came later. Only a few know the true story of how Bright Falls was founded. In 1878, a small mining camp appeared here, near the shores of Lake Cauldron. The miners extracted coal in the Cascade Mountains, unaware of the secrets buried within these lands. The Salish people warned them, Cauldron Lake was not an ordinary lake. It was a gateway to the dark place, a realm beneath a dormant volcano, where water served as a portal to another, terrifying world. According to legend, the Dark Presence, a formless entity born from shadow, whispered to miners in their sleep, luring them into the depths of the mines, where their footsteps echoed like the cries of the drowned. But the miners dismissed these stories as old superstition, tales of spirits and gods long forgotten. Over time, the camp grew. Bright Falls transformed into a cozy tourist town, famous for Elderwood National Park and its annual Deerfest celebration. Masks, bonfires, songs, everything looked like simple folk merriment, but few realized that behind the festivities hid the first rituals awakening an ancient power. And the more the town grew, the stronger the darkness beneath the lake became. People saw strange lights over the water in the 1920s, disappearances in the 1940s, bodies found with faces twisted in horror, as if their souls had glimpsed something beyond human understanding. Then, in 1950, everything changed. A famous poet and writer named Thomas Zane arrived in Bright Falls. Haunted by visions and nightmares, he came with his beloved, Barbara Jagger. The couple settled on a small island in the middle of Cauldron Lake. Zane was captivated by the beauty of the place, and by the power of the lake itself. His poetry began to manifest a strange property, his words came alive. His verses could influence reality, summon shadows, alter perception. But that was the beginning of the first nightmare. The Dark Presence saw in Thomas the key, a path to freedom. It possessed Barbara, driving her to drown in the lake, awakening an ancient evil. After his wife's death, Thomas fell into despair. The world lost its color, and his poetry grew darker. The words of love turned into verses steeped in sorrow and madness. He didn't realize that by pouring his anguish into his writing, he was opening the door to the darkness itself. The deeper he sank into grief, the stronger the dark entity became. For words are power, and the more despair Zane poured into them, the closer the darkness crept to the real world. And one night, under a moonless sky, the Dark Presence took form. But even if darkness was an ancient entity that brought only despair and shadow, it wasn't a mindless monster. The Dark Presence, as the locals called it, was merely a fragment, a tiny shard of the true essence known as the darkness. For centuries, philosophers had tried to answer the question of what came first, the chicken or the egg, but they could never grasp the truth. Some things will forever remain beyond human understanding. The being now known as Amara was one such mystery. She had not always been darkness. Amara was meant to become the one and only goddess of this universe, the embodiment of harmony and the source of all creation. But when the universe was still young, something invaded it from beyond, a being that came from the farthest reaches of existence. It was an avatar of Nyarlathotep, who took on the form of a man and called himself Chuck, a poor writer who toyed with the fates of mortals as if they were rough drafts for his perfect story. It was Chuck who stole Amara's light, leaving her with nothing but shadow. He did not destroy her completely, for he knew that if Amara were entirely consumed, the universe would collapse before it could ever truly exist. Instead, he chose to play the role of a brother. He would embody light, while Amara would embody darkness. He was meant to create, and she was meant to watch. But Chuck never intended to be a savior. Amara was merely part of his design, a tool necessary to write a story in which he would be both author and God. He deliberately ensured that Amara would come to despise creation and seek to destroy all that he had made. Thus, Chuck penned his grand drama, a tale of light and shadow, of eternal opposition, where the villainess was none other than the goddess of harmony herself. When Amara was sealed away, her power did not vanish completely. A small fragment of her essence seeped into our world, settling at the bottom of Cauldron Lake, a place where the fabric of reality was thinnest. That fragment became what people would later call the Dark Presence. Like her creator, the Dark Presence harbored hatred for everything Chuck had made. It longed to unravel his world and plunge everything into eternal night. When the writer Thomas Zane arrived in Bright Falls, the Dark Presence saw in him a vessel, a key to its freedom. The deeper Zane sank into sorrow, the stronger the darkness grew. It began to manifest not only in dreams but also in reality, taking on the familiar and deceptively comforting form of Zane's drowned wife, Barbara Jagger. The darkness whispered to him, guided his hand, urging him to write stories where the line between life and death vanished. Thomas believed that through his writing, he could bring his beloved back, never realizing that each word he penned only tightened the darkness's hold on him. Only when it was far too late did he understand, the woman emerging from the shadows was not Barbara. It was something else, an ancient, nameless evil awakened in the shape of his love. Realizing what he had done, Zane tried in desperation to undo it. But the path back was gone. So he wrote one final story, one in which he himself never existed, and, carrying his camera and a burden of lead, stepped into the cold depths of the lake to seal the darkness with his own end. Since then, the Dark Presence had fallen back into slumber, waiting for a new creator whose words would awaken it once again. And now, after many years, the darkness had found one who could grant it power. Though the dark entity still lacked the strength to act freely in the physical world, its awakening was only a matter of time. This time, everything would be decided, either it would rise again or vanish forever. A man had arrived in Bright Falls, one whose work was to destroy beings like it. This man, or rather the Demon King himself, was temporarily playing the role of a secret agency agent. He pretended to be a simple human, working alongside his partner, a vampire named Emmett. Alex and Emmett were now in the morgue of the Bright Falls police station. With them were two FBI agents, Saga Anderson and Alex Casey, and a single patrol officer. All of them stood, frozen to the core, staring at a single point. The city sheriff, Tim Breaker, had just vanished before their eyes, leaving behind only a torn page from a book. The light flickered for a brief moment, and Breaker seemed to dissolve into thin air. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Only Alex knew the truth and saw the real reason for the sheriff's disappearance. "Sheriff," Saga said, confused, looking at the spot where Tim Breaker had been just a second ago. "What the hell?" Casey muttered, unable to understand the nightmare unfolding before him. The lights in the room began flickering more violently, signaling impending danger. Alex already had an inkling of what would happen next. The body of FBI agent Robert Nightingale, missing for 13 years, had recently been found in the forest near Cauldron Lake and brought here to the morgue. But no one else knew the whole truth. The tree cult, long dismissed as fanatics, were actually protecting the town from the darkness. They destroyed those emerging from the lake, for these were no longer human but bodies infected with the dark entity. These, returned, served as conduits for the darkness into our world. However, the ritual meant to stop Nightingale had been interrupted. And now all of Bright Falls was feeling the consequences. The light flickered again. On the table, where the dead agent had just lain, Nightingale was now sitting upright. "Show me." Clicker. He croaked in a twisted, darkness-infused voice. Everyone turned at once, horrified, watching the corpse move. Nightingale instantly grabbed the nearest officer by the head, and with a sickening crunch, crushed it with one hand. Another flicker of the light, and he was already on his feet, the headless body lying behind him. The light flashed again, and now Nightingale stood directly in front of Casey. With a single blow, he slammed the agent against the wall. Casey's back hit hard, and he collapsed, unconscious. Emmett reacted instantly, his fist, strengthened by vampire power, shot straight toward the reanimated corpse's head. But as soon as the light flickered, Nightingale was already behind him. Emmett spun, ready to strike again, but the darkness was faster. Nightingale's powerful fist slammed into the vampire's face, sending him flying across the room. Emmett crashed into a metal medical cabinet, and the glass shattered into hundreds of shards. Saga already had her gun raised, but she couldn't shoot. Emmett was in the way. When the light flickered again, Nightingale was already next to Saga, gripping her by the throat and lifting her off the floor. Alex realized it was time to intervene. He felt that this Nightingale was far stronger than the one who should have existed in the original timeline. One strike from this corpse had just sent Emmett flying. He hadn't taken a step when Nightingale hurled Saga straight at him. Alex managed to catch her, set her on her feet, and drew his gun, firing almost blindly, but at that same moment, the light went out, and the dark shadow vanished. Screams and gunshots echoed through the morgue. The reanimated agent had attacked the other officers. "Are you okay, Agent Anderson?" Alex asked, lowering Saga to the floor. "I'm fine, thanks." "You caught me perfectly," she replied, breathing heavily. "Emmett, you alive?" Alex asked, glancing around. "Yeah, fine. That fat bastard almost broke my nose." "Where's that thing?" Emmett responded, getting up from the floor and brushing off shards of glass from his clothes. "We need to stay closer to the light," Saga said, quickly moving under the dim beam of the single lamp. "The record said Nightingale can't see me in the light." With those words, Saga practically dragged Alex into the beam of light, just as written on the page they had found. Emmett lifted Casey and pulled him into the illuminated area as well. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire in the morgue abruptly stopped, as if someone had cut the noise with a knife. Saga opened her mouth to speak, but Alex quickly covered it with his hand, gesturing from mouth to ears. His look clearly said, "He can't see us, but he can hear." Saga nodded, fully understanding the hint. Her analytical mind quickly realized that Alex and Emmett knew far more than they were showing. Yet, despite all her instincts, she couldn't read them. Their faces, manners, even voices, everything about them seemed to slip past analysis. It unnerved her. But Alex wasn't ready to explain anything yet. The time for that had not come. From the dark corridor, Nightingale emerged. His movements were jerky, unnatural. He acted like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. The dead agent looked around, repeating over and over, like a broken record. "Saga, show me the clicker." The voice sounded muffled, twisted with the notes of someone else's will. Nightingale approached the edge of the light and stopped, like a beast sensing an invisible barrier. He began slowly circling the illuminated area, growling and repeating the same words. Alex glanced at Emmett and gave a short signal, "I grab, you strike." Emmett nodded. A predatory fire gleamed in his eyes. He was ready to retaliate for the previous blow. Alex raised 3 fingers and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, he sharply grabbed Nightingale's arm and pulled him into the light. Emmett, wasting no time, threw all his strength into a punch. His fist slammed into Nightingale's face. A dull crack echoed, and the dark body was thrown backward. But Emmett wasn't done. He lunged forward, ready to finish the creature. Then the light flickered again. For a fraction of a second, the morgue plunged into darkness, and when it returned, Nightingale was gone. In that brief moment of darkness, something flashed before Alex, Emmett, and Saga. The silhouette of a man, screaming hysterically, covered in blood, twisted in rage. Alex recognized him instantly, Mr. Scratch, the sinister reflection of Alan Wake. What was that? Where did he go? Saga asked as the lamps came back on. "Who knows?" Alex replied, straightening up. "But I'm sure the answer is in the pages you found." Casey, lying on the floor, groaned and slowly came to his senses. Saga helped her partner to his feet. Emmett cursed under his breath and clicked his tongue. He was frustrated that he had missed the chance to finish off the enemy. Alex walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. You'll get another chance," he said. He knew where Nightingale had gone. The agent had returned to the fold, a pocket dimension connected to the dark abode. If one were to make an analogy, the fold was like the red door leading to the red world. Both were reflections of the places where they were opened. Only the red door connected to the world of chaos, while the fold was an intermediate space between reality and the dark abode. "Where's Nightingale?" Casey asked, holding his head. "He's gone. He had no heart, and yet he came back to life." It was already described on that page of the book. That page helped find his weakness, Saga explained, helping Casey steady himself. "How does someone just disappear? Is that even possible?" Casey muttered irritably, feeling pain all over his body after hitting the wall. "I'm more interested in where Sheriff Brecker went," Emmett said, crossing his arms. "First he disappears, now the dead rise. Something's off here." "Maybe the sheriff knew more than he was letting on," Casey said thoughtfully, leaning on an overturned table. "It seemed to me he was afraid of something too," Saga added. "Like he sensed something terrible was coming." Another Bright Falls mystery. Alex smirked, continuing to search through the debris for another page of the book. "Everything we just witnessed, Agent Anderson, can't be explained logically. Sure, you could blame it on mass hallucinations, like we inhaled some fumes or chemicals. But we both know, people don't just vanish, and the dead don't rise without reason." "You're saying, something supernatural is happening?" Casey asked skeptically. Alex, lifting a cabinet and peeking underneath, replied calmly. "That was your statement, not mine." But let's assume something truly supernatural is happening. Casey was about to respond sarcastically, but Saga gently grabbed his sleeve and shook her head, signaling that now was not the time for arguments. They were on the same side. Casey just nodded, realizing that what was happening defied any rational explanation. Everything occurring around them could only be described as something supernatural. Emmett, wasting no time, began helping search for the page of the book, while Saga and Casey tried to understand exactly what Alex and Emmett were doing. Saga kept pondering, trying to make sense of the logic behind it all. Everything seemed far too strange. The pages of the book described events with terrifying accuracy, everything repeated down to the smallest detail, except for one thing. On the pages, there were only Saga and Casey. There was no mention of Alex or Emmett. This unsettled Saga, as if she were losing track of something important, something that should shed light on what was happening. The victim of a ritual murder turned into a monster. Could there be a connection? Saga said aloud, thoughtfully. Maybe the tree cult performed rituals to create monsters, Casey replied, hearing her words. I don't think so, Emmett said, carefully lowering the overturned cabinet to the floor. What makes you say that, Agent Cullen? Saga asked, turning to him. Before we met, we talked with Sheriff Brecker. Back then, bodies had already been found, killed during rituals. But none of them came back to life. So why did Nightingale return? Am I the only one who thinks something doesn't add up here? Emmett said, frowning and crossing his arms. Emmett's words made everyone pause. He was right. If the previous victims hadn't risen, what made Nightingale special? Alex glanced at Emmett and smirked slightly. He silently praised Rosalie. She hadn't been wrong to make Emmett watch detective shows and read books with her. Judging by his reasoning, the guy was starting to think like a real investigator. Of course, Alex didn't share the whole truth with Emmett. The future had to remain the future, and now was not the time to lay all the cards on the table. But even the information he had given Emmett was enough for him to draw the right conclusions. Now it really does look suspicious, Saga said, frowning. Maybe the tree cult performed the rituals not to create monsters, but to prevent people from becoming them. Interesting theory, Agent Anderson, Alex said, brushing glass shards and dust off the page he had found. When I questioned the Bookers, they said they accidentally interrupted the cult during a ritual. Maybe the ritual was stopped and never completed, Saga said, looking at Alex. Let it be so. But the question remains, where did Nightingale go? Alex said, nodding slightly with a thoughtful smile. Just what we needed, to hunt a dead man who suddenly came back to life and is now wandering somewhere, Casey muttered, sighing irritably. Not all is lost, Alex replied, holding the page. We do have a clue. Or did you forget? The pages of the book. They have all the answers. Saga and Casey exchanged glances. Alex was right. He unfolded the page and began reading. Everything matched the original version, except for one thing. The page mentioned that Saga had returned to Cauldron Lake to pursue Nightingale in the fold. This detail particularly intrigued Alex. He knew what the fold was and how to get there, but he felt that it wouldn't be so simple. The words on the page hinted at a ritual necessary to open the path. This was unsettling. Saga walked up to him, and Alex handed her the page, letting her read it herself. She quickly skimmed the text, pausing on the key phrases. It looks like we need to go back to Cauldron Lake, she said, folding the page and slipping it into her pocket. What's written there? Casey and Emmett asked at the same time. If the page is to be believed, Nightingale is there now. They call him a taken. We have to get to the lake before anyone else gets hurt, Saga replied, clenching the page in her hand. All right then, Alex said, clapping his hands. Route's set. But first we need to explain what happened here. The sheriff vanished, officers are dead in the morgue, and Nightingale's body is gone. We should prepare for a trip to Cauldron Lake. Hearing Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey nodded in silence. Everyone understood that explaining the sheriff's disappearance, the officers' deaths, and the missing body would be nearly impossible. Alex, however, knew the truth. Thornton and Mulligan had long been part of the tree cult. That's why investigations into the cult never progressed. But, as often happens, everything went to hell because of a handful of outsiders who poked too much into the legends. Their meddling was the snowball that soon turned into an avalanche capable of destroying everything in its path. When the discussion ended, Alex, Emmett, Saga and Casey headed for the exit, toward where Mulligan and Thornton's voices could be heard. Once in the corridor, Saga immediately took the initiative. She calmly and clearly laid out what had happened, how Tim Brecker suddenly disappeared and how Nightingale became a monster that attacked everyone. Alex watched Thornton and Mulligan's reactions closely. Their faces remained unreadable, as if what they'd just heard didn't surprise them at all. That only confirmed his suspicions. Those two had been members of the tree cult that night when things went wrong. Alex and Emmett stepped outside so as not to interrupt the conversation. He needed a bit of air, and a cigarette. He had to keep playing the part of an ordinary man who supposedly knew nothing and was just helping the other agents make sense of things. Outside the station, Alex lit up, took a drag, and exhaled a plume of smoke into the cool air. Emmett stood nearby with his hands in his pockets. "So what now?" he asked, looking at Alex. "The ritual went off the rails." "That's why the Taken appeared in Forks," Alex replied, staring ahead. "One mistake, and it triggered a chain reaction. The 3 from yesterday in Forks and Nightingale today, that's only the beginning. So it's time to stock up on flashlight batteries and flares?" Emmett asked dryly, raising an eyebrow. "Fortunately, Becca once made bullets with ultraviolet light. I have a few of those in reserve, they'll come in handy. Hope I don't need to remind you how to deal with them," Alex said, flicking ash from his cigarette. "Shine a light on them, break the darkness, then finish them off. And don't go where it's too dark without a light source. Always carry a flashlight and a flare for safety," Emmett replied confidently. "You talked about this all evening yesterday. And you kept repeating it on the drive over." Alex nodded briefly. He wasn't reminding Emmett for nothing, even a vampire wasn't exempt from darkness. Anyone under its influence could become a Taken. And if a vampire turned, the consequences would be catastrophic. Once Alex finished his cigarette, Saga and Casey emerged from the building. Their expressions made it clear they had finished explaining everything. "Ready?" Alex asked, turning to them. "Yes," Saga replied. "But the situation could get worse. We need to be prepared. Maybe we should call for backup." With that, she started walking ahead, and Casey was already pulling out his phone to make a call when Alex caught up to him and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "I don't think that's a good idea," he said calmly. "Backup will only increase the body count. We don't even understand what we're dealing with. So it's just the 4 of us against some unknown crap." "Great, just perfect," Casey muttered, frowning. "At least it's not just 2, Emmett smirked, shrugging. "All right, fine," Casey grumbled, putting the phone away. "But are you sure we'll actually find Nightingale at Cauldron Lake?" "As long as the pages haven't lied," Saga interjected, walking beside the men. "And yet I can't shake the feeling that we're being led around by the nose," Casey said, shaking his head. "Maybe," Alex replied, looking ahead. "But we don't have many options. Either wander through dark forests chasing a ghost, or head to Cauldron Lake, where at least we have a chance." He dropped his spent cigarette to the ground and crushed it under his shoe. "The choice is yours, but the path still leads there." Seeing no other clues or reasons that could lead them elsewhere, Casey nodded silently. Soon, Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey reached the hotel where their transport was parked. Before heading to Cauldron Lake, Alex asked everyone to wait and went to his room. He pulled out his bag and started gathering ultraviolet bullets for the pistol, flares, and other useful items, everything that could help ordinary people fight Taken. Packing everything into the bag, Alex left the hotel and placed it on the back seat of the Impala. "What's in the bag?" Saga asked, giving him a careful look. "Judging by what was written on the found pages, these Taken, or whatever they're called, are afraid of light," Alex replied calmly. "So I figured we should take as many flashlights and flares as possible. Nightingale didn't see us while we stood under the lamp's light. Who knows, there could be other creatures there too, not just him." Saga nodded briefly, understanding that Alex was simply preparing for the worst. He waved as he got into the Impala, signaling that it was time to go before nightfall. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, and the prospect of walking through a dark forest made everyone slightly uneasy. Once behind the wheel, Alex took out the magazines of ultraviolet bullets and handed them to Emmett to keep at hand. Saga and Casey's service vehicle left first, followed by the Impala. The road stretched ahead in silence. Alex focused on driving while Emmett texted Rosalie, who was monitoring the live feed and couldn't sit still from worry. She had seen Nightingale strike her husband and throw him aside, and now she was even more anxious. Alex noticed the messages on Emmett's phone out of the corner of his eye but quickly looked away, not wanting to interfere. The closer they got to Cauldron Lake, the faster the weather changed. The sky thickened with heavy clouds, and soon a light, drizzling rain began. Alex clicked his tongue in displeasure, as if nature itself had decided to snuff out the last rays of sunlight before the sun finally disappeared behind the mountains. He understood that he could only use his abilities if absolutely necessary, when they were inside the fold. He didn't want to raise any suspicion from Saga, especially someone with her intellect and experience. On the roadside, a faded sign appeared, "Welcome to Cauldron Lake," with a crookedly nailed, closed sign hanging above it. Passing by, the black Impala and the FBI Chevrolet reached a small parking lot near the lake. The cars stopped, and everyone got out. Alex grabbed the bag from the back seat. Inside were flares, flashlights, and everything else that might be needed. "The pages say that Nightingale is somewhere called the Fold," Saga said, addressing everyone. "First, we need to figure out what that even is. Maybe the Fold is where he came from. Emmett suggested, thoughtfully scratching the back of his head. If Nightingale disappeared 13 years ago, he's been somewhere all that time. Maybe it was there. And then somehow he got out, and into the hands of the tree cult members. Good thing I don't have to deal with all this crap alone, Casey muttered, heading down the path. Perhaps we'll find answers where Nightingale's body was discovered, Alex said, adjusting the strap of his bag on his shoulder. If he came from the fold, maybe we can get in there too. Better to see for ourselves what else might crawl out of that place. He stepped after Casey, feeling the heavy, ominous silence thickening over the lake. Saga nodded and followed. Emmett glanced back for a moment, peering into the darkening forest. A strange feeling pricked at him, as if someone was watching. But hearing no sound, he shrugged and caught up with the others. Once they disappeared from view, a figure emerged from the very tree Emmett had looked at a second ago. It was shrouded in thick, oozing darkness. It was Nightingale. His empty, lifeless gaze was fixed on the ground, and his lips moved silently, repeating the same words, about Saga and the clicker. A moment later, he dissolved into the black mist, as if he had never existed at all. Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey moved along the narrow path leading to the place where Nightingale's body had been found. The area looked abandoned, no one had been here for a long time. After the zone around the lake was closed off, no one maintained order, the trail was overgrown with moss, and the ground beneath their feet crumbled with each misstep. Passing through a rusty gate in the old fence, they descended a steep slope. Alex glanced around, the clouds had nearly completely covered the sun, and only dim rays pierced through the gray veil of clouds. Here's what I'm thinking, Saga said, breaking the silence. What kind of normal cult would openly call itself a cult? The one that wants to scare the locals, Alex replied, jumping down from the ledge after Casey. Why do you say that? Casey asked, glancing over his shoulder at him. Logically speaking, Alex began, no cult would call itself that. It's a label given to them by others. People already have a negative reaction to the word cult, it immediately evokes fear, distrust, and disgust. So if somewhere a tree cult announces itself, and ritual killings start happening right after, the effect is obvious. People get scared and stop venturing into the woods at night. An easy way to keep everyone under control. Saga and Casey exchanged looks and nodded. Their law enforcement experience suggested there was sense in Alex's words. Any rumor reinforced by fear quickly becomes a tool for control. As they continued down the path, the group heard a voice. Around a bend appeared two men, busy with something near an old shed that looked like a transformer hut. Alex immediately recognized one of them, Ilmo Koskalu. He was part of the tree cult, one of those involved in the killing of the taken Nightingale. Alex didn't intervene in the conversation, letting Saga approach and speak to Ilmo first. He simply stood nearby, observing. He already knew she would be surprised that Ilmo recognized her. After all, Saga was certain she had never lived in Bright Falls and that her daughter Logan was still alive. The world seemed to hold its breath. Somewhere in the distance, crows cawed back and forth, and a thick fog hovered over the lake, hiding whatever awaited them ahead. To be continued. As I said in the last chapter, I'll be describing Alan Wake's plot a bit for those unfamiliar with its events. At the same time, I'll be adding my own twist to the main plot so it fits into my fanfic. I think you'll understand this without me. But honestly, I like Alan Wake's plot. Chapter 492, What is the Fold, and How do you get there? After Thomas Zane sacrificed himself to seal the dark presence once more at the bottom of Cauldron Lake, the darkness did not vanish. It did not fall asleep, it merely waited. It waited for someone to open the way to freedom again. Decades passed. And only on August 31, 2010, a reporter named Jake Fisher arrived in Bright Falls to interview Dr. Emil Hartman. But even then, the town was already under the shadow of the dark presence. At night, Bright Falls was swallowed by impenetrable darkness, sudden mass power outages, whispers in the walls of the majestic motel where Fisher was staying. From his very first night, Jake was tormented by nightmares, fragmented, disturbing, filled with distorted shapes and shadows. But one night, among the endless dreamlike visions, he saw something clear, a path. Following it, Jake came to the shore of Cauldron Lake and found there a page of a manuscript titled Harbinger of the Storm. At that very moment, the town was plunged into darkness again. The lights went out, and the shadows closed in around Jake. The dark presence seized him and dragged him into the depths of the lake. It intended to use Jake as its instrument, to make him write words that would grant it power. But soon, its attention shifted to another man, a writer whose imagination could reshape reality itself. His name was Alan Wake. Alan arrived in Bright Falls with his wife, Alice, hoping to overcome his writer's block. Alice believed that peace and quiet would help her husband return to his craft. But their choice of destination was no coincidence, the dark presence had lured them there. Because of Jake Fisher, who had already become one of the taken, Bright Falls had become a place where the boundary between light and darkness had weakened. Why Alan? Because his books were stories of fear, shadows, killers, and victims. His pen was nourished by darkness. To the dark presence, he was the perfect tool. Even before Alan's arrival, it had already woven its plan. The cabin on the small island in the middle of the lake where they were to stay was no random discovery, it was a trap. The dark presence once again took the form of Barbara Jagger, the deceased lover of Thomas Zane, and handed Alan the key to the cabin. But it didn't need a writer in crisis. It needed a creator capable of writing stories devoid of light and hope, filled only with darkness and despair. With Zane, that trick had failed, he resisted, despite his grief. So with Alan, the dark presence chose another path. Instead of killing, it took Alice. Her screams echoed through the cabin when Alan was not around. Hearing them, he rushed back, bursting into the house in panic, only to see his wife fall into the black abyss of the lake. Without hesitation, he jumped after her. But the darkness did not simply swallow him, it distorted time itself. If normal time is a river flowing forward, then the dark place was a whirlpool where past, present, and future twisted into a maddening loop. When Alan regained consciousness, he found himself inside a wrecked car deep in the forest. He remembered nothing, only flashes, Alice, the lake, the fall. He didn't know that he had already fulfilled the will of the dark presence. He had written the manuscript Departure, becoming its author, not its master. With the manuscript in hand, he somehow escaped the dark place. But his memory remained fractured. He searched desperately for his wife, while the locals looked at him in confusion. No one had ever heard of her, and the island where the cabin supposedly stood didn't exist. Thus began his nightmare, a search for truth in a world where darkness and reality intertwine, and the pages of his own book become prophecy. Gradually, Alan began to realize that everything written in Departure was coming true. The dark entities he called the Taken started appearing in Bright Falls, terrorizing the townsfolk. Alan came to understand that what had happened was his fault, his own creation. As a writer, he knew the power of words. That's why he desperately sought a way to set things right and rescue his wife, Alice, from the grasp of the dark presence. And one day, he met Thomas Zane, the man who had seemingly erased himself from existence through the power of words. How was he alive again? It turned out that it was Alan's doing. Without realizing it, Alan had not only written Departure but something much greater, a whole story of Thomas Zane, his wife, and their tragic fate. If time is a river flowing steadily forward until it runs dry, then time in the dark place is a whirlpool, pulling everything into its depths, past, present, and future alike. And at the very center of that whirlpool stood Alan, the one who had set a chain of interconnected events in motion. Even in delirium, imprisoned by the dark presence, he remained a writer. He created a spiral, an endless circle of repetition. From the founding of Bright Falls to the appearance of Thomas Zane, and later, to Alan Wake himself. All of it was his creation. Imprisoned within the dark place, he rewrote history again and again, trying to break free from his nightmare, but the presence always found a way to interfere. That was how Mr. Scratch came to be, a dark reflection of Alan's soul, his opposite. If Alan wrote of light and struggle, Scratch wrote of death and despair. Thus, the spiral was born, an eternal loop that Wake keeps trying to destroy, only to find himself back where he began. Because Alan Wake is both the author and the prisoner of his own nightmare, unable to escape it. Now, locked away in the dark place, Alan wrote another story. Its pages somehow found their way into Bright Falls, where they were discovered by Saga Anderson, the heroine of his new tale, his last hope for salvation. But Alan didn't know that another player had entered the town, the Demon King, one capable of truly breaking the spiral. Disguised as an agent investigating the case, he wasn't part of Alan's story and thus stood outside its laws. Alex, Emmett, and Casey stood a short distance behind Saga, watching her talk to Ilmo Kaskila, a man who clearly knew far more about Bright Falls than he let on. Alex calmly observed the exchange, occasionally glancing toward the technician fiddling with an old power cabin nearby. According to them, it monitored seismic activity. After all, beneath Cauldron Lake slept an ancient, dormant volcano. Listening closely, Alex caught a familiar name, FBC. That surprised him. He knew the Federal Bureau of Control dealt with phenomena beyond logical understanding. But he was certain Chuck hadn't intended to mix Alan Wake's timeline with these events. The FBC fought anomalies but had long since become one itself, just another element in the grand structure, like the spiral hidden deep beneath Cauldron Lake, brushing against time and space across alternate realities. Alex wanted nothing to do with them. No matter how brave or intelligent they seemed, they were still humans, weak and defenseless before beings that existed beyond human comprehension. He knew that after the events in Bright Falls, the FBC would inevitably take interest in him, and he'd have to act with even greater caution. But what if Chuck knew exactly what he was doing when he opened the way into this universe? Perhaps all of this was part of his design. For beings like Chuck, the avatar of Nyan Nyan, time, souls, emotions, and entire worlds were nothing more than sustenance. And if he truly intended to weave the roots of countless worlds into one great tree, then he was preparing something vast, an interdimensional theater on a cosmic scale. Alex clicked his tongue softly, thinking that the new director of the FBC, Jessie Faden, probably had no idea what her organization had really become entangled with. What's wrong? Something off again? Emmett asked, noticing Alex's furrowed brow. FBC, Alex exhaled, releasing a thin trail of smoke. Those guys are walking disasters. You know something about that organization? Casey asked, turning toward him. Something like that, Alex replied with a faint smirk. Let's just say, the men of letters and the FBC do the same kind of work. The difference is, they try to control the problem, while we eliminate it at the root. And what exactly are they trying to control? Casey asked, clearly intrigued. Alex chuckled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Some things you have to see to understand. All you need to know is, we're on the same side. The world isn't always what it seems, Casey. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the setting sun painted the clouds in a bloody golden hue, and added quietly. The more you see, the harder it is to sleep at night. Casey frowned at Alex's words, a dozen troubling thoughts swirling in his mind. Alex understood this, which was why he shared information in doses, just enough to keep everyone focused without overwhelming them or revealing too much at once. Emmett placed a hand on Alex's shoulder and gave him a meaningful look, as if silently asking what else he was keeping to himself. Alex took his phone from his pocket and, after glancing briefly at the screen, showed Emmett a message. There was no doubt, the women from his family were already digging into the Federal Bureau of Control. It wouldn't take long. Brunhild could easily extract the necessary information straight from his memory and relay it to the others. Emmett simply nodded, understanding that the answers would come later. By that time, Saga had already finished her conversation with Ilmo and the FBC agent. Holding the phone, Alex quickly hacked into the agent's device, connecting to their internal network. He knew the FBC would definitely be watching him, and he wanted to be ready for it. Even if their main server existed in another reality, within the anomaly itself, between worlds and timelines, he still intended to break through. I'm done. Time to head to the crime scene, said Saga as she approached Alex, Emmett, and Casey. Did you get anything useful out of that pair? Alex asked, flicking away his cigarette. Nothing worth mentioning, Saga replied, frowning slightly. Alex only nodded. He understood, this was just the beginning of the story, and the influence of Return, the book written by Alan Wake, was only starting to gain momentum. The four of them, Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey, followed the fence trail leading to the crime scene, where the body of Agent Nightingale had been found. Saga walked ahead, but her thoughts were far away. Everything happening around her seemed too strange, too tangled to make sense. There weren't enough clues to piece together the full picture. What's wrong, Saga? Casey asked, noticing her tense expression. There's a lot about this case that bothers me. But one thing especially, the disappearance of Sheriff Breaker, she said, glancing at him. What if Sheriff Breaker ended up inside the fold? Alex suggested, making an obvious hint. What makes you think that? Saga asked, turning to him. If you think about it logically, Alex began calmly, the manuscript describes a ritual. And what is a ritual, really? It's just a sequence of actions, from beginning to end. For example, you walk up to a door, take out a key, insert it into the lock, turn it, and open the door. Simple. So maybe Sheriff Breaker unknowingly performed all the necessary steps to open that door. So you're saying, Saga clarified, studying him carefully, that he opened the door without realizing it, and that's why he vanished. But then, what exactly is this fold that can be opened through a ritual? Alex paused for a moment, his tone thoughtful. I think the fold isn't just a place. It's a space beyond normal reality. Like a room inside another room, one you can enter if you turn the key the wrong way. Normally, you turn clockwise to open and counterclockwise to lock. But what if, to reach another space, you had to do the opposite, lock clockwise, open counterclockwise? And that's how you end up somewhere else entirely. Casey stroked his chin, staring ahead in thought. Or maybe, he said slowly, Sheriff Breaker disappeared because he knew too much. Maybe he had pages he wanted to give us, but someone, or something, stopped him. Maybe someone tried to protect him from Nightingale. Or maybe, like you said, he just turned the key the right way and opened the door. I don't know what the truth is. But every case involving missing people always feels off somehow. Saga nodded thoughtfully, realizing there were far more questions than answers. And finding those answers at this hour seemed impossible. As they continued down the narrow path, Alex and Emmett scanned their surroundings, alert to every sound. But the forest was unnervingly silent, no chirping insects, no singing birds. Only the occasional whisper of wind rustled through the branches, muffling the oppressive quiet. Alex and Emmett exchanged brief glances but said nothing, they simply kept walking, following Saga and Casey, who seemed to know exactly where they needed to go. Descending further, they passed once again through the old gate, hidden in the half-collapsed fence, and came out near the cabin. Once, perhaps, people had lived here, but now the walls had rotted, and moss and ivy had overtaken the roof. Only a few dozen meters remained to reach the crime scene, just one turn. Suddenly, Emmett spun around sharply. His gaze darted toward the nearest tree. Alex, catching the movement, also stopped and, narrowing his eyes, activated his magical sight. But even with it, he saw nothing, only a faint trembling in the air. They exchanged glances, fully aware of who was watching them. Nightingale. He wasn't pursuing them, his target was Saga. The one who was supposed to find the clicker. Alex and Emmett quickened their pace and soon caught up with Saga and Casey, already standing at the crime scene. The rain had washed the ground, flooding the area. It was now impossible to discern any tracks, neither Nightingale's nor anyone from the tree cult. Where to next? Emmett asked, scanning the table to which Nightingale had once been tied. The book says he's at Cauldron Lake, in the fold, Saga replied, leaning toward the muddy water. We need to check if any traces remain. That is, if the rain hasn't washed them away. Alex already knew where to go. He swung his bag off his shoulder, placed it on the table, and called Casey over. The men approached, a little unsure. Alex pulled signal flares and a powerful flashlight from the bag and handed them to Casey. Just in case Nightingale shows up, he explained briefly. Casey nodded and tucked the flares into his jacket pocket. I found footprints, Saga said, straightening up. It's definitely him. The tracks lead further. I'll go with you, Alex said, stepping closer. Casey and Emmett will stay here. It's better not to walk alone right now. Saga glanced at Casey. He gave a confident nod, showing he could handle it. Then she turned to Alex and gave a slight nod in return, accepting his assistance. In a short time, Saga began to realize she could trust him. Alex gave the impression of someone capable of piecing together a complete picture from mere fragments of information. Even his reasoning about the fold sounded convincing, too convincing to be a coincidence. So she didn't refuse his help. Maybe he would notice something that would slip past her eyes. They followed Nightingale's tracks. Alex carefully examined the ground and shook his head. To Saga, the tracks seemed ordinary, but he saw something else. Each footprint oozed a dark, sticky shadow. The trail grew darker and overgrown. Bushes reached toward them, as if trying to stop them. The sun had nearly set, and they had to pull out their flashlights. Beams of light cut through the dense gloom, revealing wet branches and roots in the darkness. The tracks led them to a small depression, where the rain had formed a shallow pond. And the last footprints led straight into the water. Alex exhaled irritably. The prospect of soaking his feet didn't please him. While he hesitated, Saga had already stepped into the icy water, shivering from the cold. I don't like wet boots, Alex muttered, but he followed nonetheless. Carefully stepping through the water, they moved forward when suddenly a splash sounded nearby. Saga instantly drew her pistol, aiming it along with her flashlight toward the noise. It's just a branch, Alex said calmly, pointing to a log floating nearby. Fell from a tree. But despite the calmness in his voice, his gaze still roamed over the dark surface of the water. It rippled in a way that made him uneasy. Saga lowered her pistol and nodded, agreeing with Alex. She moved ahead, and he followed, trying not to fall behind. The terrain grew increasingly tangled. Fallen trees and intertwined branches littered the ground, turning the forest into a true labyrinth. Soon their path led them to a place known as the Witch's Ladle. According to Saga, Nightingale had emerged from here. Before she could approach, Alex had already activated his magical sight to view the world from a different perspective. And as he suspected, the entrance to the fold was no different from the Red Door, except for one thing: the conditions for crossing into these dimensions were completely different. However, what caught Alex's attention wasn't the passage itself, but an informational stand nearby. The stand depicted a woman dressed in black and included the legend of a witch, and she looked like Barbara Jagger, Thomas Zane's wife. Beneath the image was an inscription. Offer the witch your heart, and she will show you the way. Alex smirked. Everything fell into place. Activating his magical sight again, he noticed a thin stream of darkness stretching from a hole in the center of the image. This hole wasn't just a flaw, it served as a keyhole. To open it, a key was needed. And, as Alex remembered, that key was meant to be Nightingale's heart. He could have forced the passage open with sheer power, bypassing any ritual, but his intuition told him it was better to follow the rules of this story. Heart, hole, door. Simple. And safer. While Alex pondered the details, Saga had already reached the Witch's Ladle. The beam of her flashlight swept across the dense mass of darkness filling the passage. In that instant, something shifted. The darkness trembled as if startled and dispersed, scattering in clouds of smoke. A white page from the manuscript softly fell to the ground. Saga, what is it? Alex called, peeking out from behind the stand. Seems you were right, she replied, picking up the page. Light really does drive back the darkness. This page fell out of it. Alex stepped closer to confirm that the page was real. On it were lines written in a familiar hand, Alan Wake's handwriting. He knew that both Saga and Casey were characters woven into the story. As long as they remained part of the narrative, their actions followed the logic of the manuscript. Even his own presence with Emmett had only slightly altered the course of events, but it hadn't changed the direction. The story still moved according to the script written by Wake and his shadow, Mr. Scratch. The only way to break the spiral was to stop following the rules, but that was nearly impossible without external intervention. Alex intended to play his role to the end, wait for the moment when he could enter the fold, and then, the dark place, to destroy the dark entity and Mr. Scratch. Only then could Alan Wake be freed and the cycle stopped. Saga illuminated the page with her flashlight and stole glances at Alex, who was thoughtfully rubbing his chin. She wanted to understand what he was thinking, whether he had seen something there that had eluded her own eyes. "Found any clues?" she asked. "Besides the obvious one that we need to find the witch's cabin." Alex looked up and gave a slight smile. "Found some," he replied. "Want to know?" Saga nodded. Alex gestured for her to come closer to the stand with the legend. She approached and read the text again, frowning. She didn't see anything unusual. "What am I supposed to be looking at?" she asked, turning to him. Alex pointed to a line. "Here. Offer the witch your heart, and she will show you the way." Saga paused for a moment, repeating the words to herself. "Heart, witch. Ritual." She whispered, piecing together the meaning, and slowly, realization spread across her face. Alex just smirked. It seemed she was finally beginning to understand how literal the darkness in this story could be. In Saga's mind, a chain of events that Alex had hinted at quickly formed. Nightingale's footprints leading through the locked passage, not like before. The manuscript pages describing the ritual at Cauldron Lake. The legend of the witch that Alex had shown her. Nightingale's disappearance and his heart. All of it came together into a clear picture. Saga quickly realized, Nightingale's heart was the key, the hole on the legend stand was the keyhole, and the witch's ladle was the door into the fold. "I understand," she said confidently. Nightingale's heart, the key. The hole, the keyhole. And the witch's ladle, the door into the fold. "That's right," Alex nodded, lighting a cigarette. "Now we just need to find Nightingale's heart. And the answer is most likely waiting for us in the witch's cabin. If the page points there, then there might be another one, the one showing where to find the heart. So, we need to find the witch's cabin," Saga said, taking out her radio. "Casey, do you copy? Are you on?" "Copy, Saga. I'm with Emmett. Heard something in the forest, coming to check it out." "You got anything?" Casey replied. "We found another page and a clue on how to get into the fold. We found the door itself, and the keyhole," Saga explained. "Perfect. We'll check out that noise for now. Keep me updated. Over." Casey ended the transmission. "Roger that. We're moving forward," she said, putting the radio away. Saga looked at Alex. He gave a brief nod. He already knew where the witch's cabin was, they just needed to return along the previous route and take a different turn. Alex quickened his pace. He wasn't going to waste any more time, his target lay ahead. They reached the partially ruined wooden steps, climbed the ledge, and before them appeared the witch's cabin, shrouded in darkness. The manuscript pages had said there should be light inside. That meant it needed to be turned on. Alex didn't waste time searching for the fuse, he discreetly pulled a spare from his pocket and connected it to the panel. Instantly, the cabin was flooded with blinding light that dispersed the darkness. Saga entered first. Her eyes immediately fell on a white page, neatly lying on a shelf inside the cabinet. She picked it up and read it. The text was written in a veiled manner, but the meaning was clear. To open the path into the darkness, one must offer the witch a heart. Saga closed her eyes, focused, and activated her realm of mind. A flow of images swirled through her consciousness, and she clearly saw the answer. Nightingale's heart was in the abandoned store, not far from where they had found his body. "We need to go back," Saga said, opening her eyes. "Nightingale's heart is in the store." "Quite a useful ability you have," Alex remarked with a slight smirk, leaning on the table. "Getting answers straight from the dead. Even if they now walk in the form of monsters. Aren't you the same?" Saga asked, raising an eyebrow. Alex smiled. "Oh, no. I just build the chain of events. I notice details, connect them, and get the answer. Even if something goes beyond logic, like these manuscript pages, it doesn't mean it can't be real. Sometimes you just have to ask yourself, what if? And then the answer comes on its own. The main thing, don't believe everything you're told. Don't believe what you're told." Saga repeated, frowning. "You'll understand soon enough," Alex said, passing by her. "For now, let's find Nightingale's heart." He opened the cabin door, letting out plumes of diffused light, and stepped into the night, into the darkness that was already waiting for them. Saga watched Alex's back as he left the witch's cabin. Once again, she realized, he said far more than he showed. Using her realm of mind, Saga tried to analyze every word, every movement, every little detail connected to him. His mysterious organization men of letters, his odd phrases, habits, behavior, it all built the sense that Alex had long known what would happen in Bright Falls. But all the answers she received led to one conclusion: Alex knew the truth, the whole truth, but deliberately revealed it in pieces, in hints and clues. And yet she didn't understand, why. Why didn't he act directly if he knew what was happening? Saga followed, lost in thought. No matter how hard she tried to unravel this puzzle, the threads slipped through her fingers again and again, never forming a complete picture. Everything about Alex seemed shrouded in a dense fog. Only one thing remained: to wait. Wait until more clues appeared to understand what he was after. She realized that Alex was an ally, but she couldn't shake the thought, for how long? And had he really come here just to help Bright Falls? Casey, do you copy? We found a lead and are heading to the store. Looks like we have a way into the fold. How are things on your end? Saga said into the radio. Emmett found ATV tracks, we followed them, and apparently got a little lost, Casey's voice replied, with Emmett muttering in the background, trying to get oriented. So you two got lost? Saga smirked, imagining Casey's expression. I only got lost once, when I married my ex-wife, Casey replied with a sour tone. Looks like Emmett found the way. We'll be there soon. Over. Saga smirked, while Alex, listening to the conversation, just shook his head. Casey was increasingly starting to resemble his book counterpart, the detective from Alan Wake's story, living in a grim world full of murders and despair. The rain began to drizzle again, turning into a steady downpour. The wind picked up, howling between the trees. Alex lifted his head to the sky and frowned. Deep down, he felt that opening the fold would not be just another step in the investigation. If one followed the events from Alan Wake's manuscript, then everything, the disrupted ritual, Nightingale's return, and the darkness descending on the town, was part of a story meant to open a path for Alan himself from the dark abode. And the key in this story was Nightingale. He and Saga walked in silence. Each was lost in their own thoughts. The difference was that Alex knew the answers, while Saga did not. Reaching the old store, they stepped inside. The place was abandoned, the air thick with damp and mold. Alex already knew what awaited them. Nightingale's heart was guarded by one of the Taken, a former member of the tree cult, consumed by darkness. They had barely taken a few steps when a wooden wall beside them splintered into pieces. From the darkness, the Taken lunged with an axe. Saga jumped back, raising her gun. Alex, however, didn't hesitate. He pulled a flare from his pocket and charged forward. The axe swung past, slicing the air. Alex intercepted the enemy, grabbed him by the torso, and using momentum, threw him over his shoulder. The Taken crashed headfirst into the wooden floor with a thud. Alex immediately ignited the flare and shoved it into the Taken's mouth. A distorted scream rang out, then the enemy's body disintegrated into black smoke. Saga stood stunned, weapon raised, shining her flashlight on Alex. What was that? She breathed. Killing a Taken, Alex replied calmly. The manuscript says they're no longer human. Light disperses darkness, which means light kills them. The flare is light. Simple logic. It's hard to argue with your logic, Saga said, lowering her gun. Alex just shrugged. He lifted the still-burning flare and entered the room the Taken had emerged from. Inside stood an old refrigerator, shrouded in swirling darkness. Bringing the light closer, Alex watched as the shadow dissipated, and soon he saw Nightingale's heart inside. Alex didn't want to carry Nightingale's heart in his pocket like an idiot, so he needed something to safely hold a human heart. He quickly found a suitable bag and carefully placed the heart inside, then handed the bag to Saga. She glanced at him with mild confusion, to which Alex responded with an indifferent shrug. Saga shook her head and turned on the radio. Casey, do you copy? We found Nightingale's heart. Move to the witch's ladle. We'll open the path into the fold there. Copy, Casey replied. We're approaching now. Saga put the radio away. Alex stood beside her, looking out the window at the raging rain. They both understood, ahead awaited something far darker than just a story written by Alan Wake. Their journey into the fold was only beginning. To be continued. Yahoo, greed here. I think I should explain a few things related to Alan Wake that are difficult to understand without the right clues. First, Saga and Casey must, or rather are obligated to, follow the so-called canon of events that Alan Wake wrote in his book. Even with Alex and Emmett nearby, events will unfold as they do because Alan Wake is literally the creator of the entire story, as I described at the beginning of this chapter. This will be a spoiler, but even if Alan Wake leaves the dark place in the future, he will still remain there. As I said, time in the dark place is a vortex that has affected many events in the past, present, and future. And to escape this canon, Alex must find a way into the very depths of the dark place without destroying it, lest he cause a collapse of space and time. Essentially, Alex must pull the original Alan Wake from the center of the vortex to disrupt the spiral. I think this explanation is enough for you, but if not, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Chapter 493, Chapter 493, Inside the Fold, Inside the Whirlpool of Darkness. Deep in the dark forest, a faint beam of light broke through the intertwined branches of the trees, two flashlights held by two men. It was Emmett and Casey. Having heard a strange noise coming from the thicket, they decided to check its source, but instead, they got lost in the endless undergrowth. While Alex and Saga were searching for a way to open the fold, Emmett and Casey wandered through the gloomy forest, trying in vain to find their way back to the crime scene and then reach the witch's ladle. No matter how many paths they took, it seemed the forest itself refused to let them go. Even Emmett, a vampire with heightened senses, couldn't find his bearings. Around them hung an oppressive silence, no rustle, no breath of wind. Everything was frozen still. Irritation grew between them. We're walking the same damn path we came from. Why are we back at this cursed tree again? Casey snapped, flashing his light around angrily. Why are you asking me, Casey? Emmett grumbled. I'm just as annoyed. First time in my life I've ever been lost in a forest. I grew up in a family of hunters, spent my childhood wandering the mountains. But to actually get lost? That's a first. I'm not asking you, I'm asking the damn universe. Casey barked. Maybe call your mysterious partner and ask him what the hell is going on. We walked the exact same trail. Emmett thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone to call Alex. But before he could dial, the screen blinked, a message appeared. Sender, Rosalie, message, turn on the light, idiot. Emmett frowned. He already had a flashlight in his hand, but a second later it hit him. Of course. This forest was under the influence of the darkness, part of Alan Wake's story. To escape, they needed real light. He pocketed his phone, took out a flare from his jacket, and struck the igniter. Flames burst to life with a bright red glow, casting flickering reflections across the tree trunks. Casey stepped back, unsure what Emmett was doing. And what's that supposed to mean? Casey asked, squinting. Just follow me while the flare burns, Emmett replied calmly. The darkness won't let us leave this forest. So we go toward the light. Casey snorted skeptically but followed anyway. Under the reddish glow of the flare, the forest felt less hostile. They walked along the familiar trail, but this time, something had changed. Step by step, the trees began to part, and soon they emerged into an open space. Before them lay the path leading back to the crime scene. Casey stopped and exhaled heavily. Damn mysticism. This forest is driving me insane. Everything just keeps getting crazier and crazier. At least we didn't vanish like Sheriff Breaker, Emmett chuckled, moving ahead. If I vanished, my wife would definitely kill me. You're married? Casey asked, surprised. For long. Feels like 100 years, Emmett replied with a faint smile. We met on a hunt. When I first saw her, I thought an angel was standing in front of me. Good for you, Casey muttered darkly. My ex took everything, the house, the car, even the dog. At least she left me my name, though honestly, I'd have given that up too. Emmett smirked. Oh right, your name, same as the character from Alan Wake's books. Alex Casey, the detective. You're Alex Casey, the FBI agent. Maybe you should give me an autograph. Don't start, Casey groaned, rolling his eyes. I'm sick of everyone comparing me to that fictional character. Last thing I need is fans. I'm not a fan, Emmett said with a grin. My wife is. She's got a whole shelf of Wake's books. Sometimes she makes me read them with her, says it's quality time together. Though I'll admit, a few of them weren't half bad. They continued walking, the fading light of the flare illuminating their way. Though darkness began to thicken again behind them, this time the forest let them go. Hearing Emmett's words, Casey couldn't help but grin, picturing a tough guy like Emmett sitting next to his wife, reading books just to spend time with her. They kept walking down the trail leading to the crime scene. Thanks to the flare, the darkness around them receded, and the path ahead was clear. Emmett and Casey talked the whole way, getting to know each other a little better. A few minutes later, they emerged from the forest and found themselves near an abandoned store, the very same one where Alex and Saga had recently retrieved Nightingale's heart for the ritual. Casey contacted Saga to report that they had made it out of the woods. In response, she told them to head to the witch's ladle. She and Alex were already there, waiting. When the call ended, Casey turned to Emmett, who was cautiously scanning the surroundings. Seeing his partner's tense expression, Casey immediately sensed that something was wrong. When Emmett drew his gun from its holster, Casey instinctively did the same. A sharp crack of a branch echoed behind them. The sound came from the direction they had just left. Both men turned, and there they saw two taken figures emerging from the shadows, each wielding a weapon, one with an axe, the other with a sickle. Casey aimed his gun and shone his flashlight on them. As soon as the beam touched their bodies, sparks began to fly off them like burning ash. Casey hesitated and fired a warning shot into the air, hoping to scare them off. After all, to him, they still looked like ordinary people trying to attack. He was still struggling to accept the supernatural side of everything, trying to rationalize even their escape from the darkness as something that could be explained, perhaps just the light of a flare. Emmett, however, remembered Alex's words, "Shine the light, then shoot." He acted by the book. As the darkness around the taken faded under Casey's beam, Emmett fired. The first ultraviolet round struck one of them straight in the head. The taken staggered backward but didn't fall. A moment later, a burst of bright light flared from his eyes, and the body went limp, collapsing onto the wet ground. Casey was just about to demand what the hell Emmett was doing when the second taken, the one with the sickle, lunged at him. Casey dodged the strike and returned fire, shooting as he had been trained at the academy, center mass. 3 rounds hit perfectly, but the creature kept moving. Casey's eyes widened when he saw a pulsing orb of red light glowing in the creature's chest. Frowning, he took aim and fired again, right into the center. The bullet pierced the orb, and the taken instantly dropped dead. Casey exhaled heavily, staring down at the lifeless body sprawled on the rain-soaked ground. "So, do you believe what's happening now?" Emmett asked, holstering his gun beneath his black jacket. "What happened to them? It's the same as with Nightingale, right? But why? Wasn't the ritual supposed to have failed only for him? Or am I missing something?" Casey asked, frowning. "Maybe Nightingale was a carrier," Emmett suggested. "You mean he somehow became a spreader of this infection?" Casey asked, crouching beside one of the bodies. "Or maybe these two turned for a different reason. Looks like they were forest rangers." "They weren't listed as missing," Emmett noted, pointing at the corpse. "Perfect, just perfect, as if we didn't have enough problems already. Now we've got light-fearing freaks with glowing chests, and no one knows if they can spread it or if Nightingale's the only one," Casey muttered irritably, holstering his weapon. He stood over the dead taken with a grim expression. The questions kept piling up, but there were still no answers. The only thing they truly knew was how to kill these things. And even that, only because it was written on one of the manuscript pages. Casey's gaze caught on a corner of white paper peeking out from beneath one of the bodies. He bent down, tugged it free, another page from the manuscript. It described how to fight the taken. Emmett stepped closer to take a look. Casey frowned even deeper. The text described him. It detailed how he had fought 2 taken and only at the end realized their weakness to light. His jaw tightened as he reread the lines, irritation flashing in his eyes. He wanted to tear the page apart but restrained himself. It was evidence, something that needed to be handed over to Saga. Carefully folding the page, he slipped it into his pocket. Casey and Emmett exchanged glances and headed toward the witch's ladle, where Alex and Saga were already waiting. As they descended the path, they came across a flooded area. Suppressing their irritation, they pressed on until, in the distance, they spotted the glow of a burning flare, a marker pointing them in the right direction. Thanks to that light, they quickly caught up with Alex and Saga. "Were there any problems?" Saga asked, turning to Casey. "Other than the fact that without light we couldn't get out of the forest, and that those taken attacked us, no problems. But we did find another manuscript page," Casey replied, pulling a white sheet from his pocket. Saga took the manuscript page and carefully scanned the lines. Alex stepped closer and shone his flashlight on the text. His eyebrows furrowed slightly at what he saw, but almost immediately he relaxed. Logic suggested that in the original Alan Wake game, not all the story pages were shown. If the creators had included them all, they would have had to write an entire book. Here, however, this was reality, which meant there would be many more pages. Saga frowned as she finished reading. The text again mentioned only her and Casey, not a word about Alex or Emmett, even though they were standing right there. It irritated her that her actions were becoming part of a pre-written scenario, down to the smallest detail. Yet she still didn't have all the clues needed to piece together the full picture and understand how everything was connected. Pressing her lips together, Saga carefully folded the page and slipped it into her pocket. "All right. It's time to open this fold, just like it says in the manuscript," she said, pulling the Nightingale's heart wrapped in plastic from the bag. "Before you do that, I want to remind everyone of one thing," Alex said, looking at each of them. "We don't know what's waiting for us inside. Southwest, stay close. Everything in there is a potential enemy." "What makes you say that?" Saga asked, turning to him. "Not a single page we've found mentions what exactly is in the fold," Alex replied calmly. "But Nightingale came out of there. So nothing good is in there." Alex's words sounded convincing. Everyone understood he was right. The encounter with the Taken was proof. If such creatures were already outside, there could be even more inside the fold. Alex opened his bag again and began distributing flares and ultraviolet bullets. Casey and Saga exchanged puzzled looks, and Alex explained. These are special signal rounds. They produce a strong flash of light, could come in handy. Of course, he didn't reveal all the details, limiting his explanation to saying that it was just an experimental development. When everyone was ready, Alex glanced at Saga and gave a short nod. She understood without words, it was time. Saga approached the informational stand with the legend of the Witch in Black, took out Nightingale's heart, and took a deep breath. The ripples distorted the crooked mirror. A wave crashed over it. Here's the heart, witch. Show me the nightmare, she recited, repeating the words of the ritual. Then Saga slid the heart into the hole at the center of the stand, right where the witch's chest was drawn. Alex immediately noticed distortions in the space. Right before their eyes, the heart that served as the key dissolved, as if melting into the air. The space trembled and spun like a whirlpool. The surrounding area was illuminated by a bright, ominous red light, and a strong wind rose. Emmett, Casey, and Saga turned toward the witch's ladle. The path that had previously been blocked by stones was now clear, the stones scattered aside, opening the way. Looks like it worked, Saga said, watching the pulsating red glow pouring from the open passage. Before we go in, Alex said, don't believe anything you see or hear. The fold is the other side of the room. There's nothing good in there. So stay together. Emmett, Saga, and Casey nodded. Emmett fully understood what might happen inside the fold, while Saga and Casey were only beginning to get acquainted with this world, and had no idea what awaited them. When everyone was ready, Saga went first, followed by Casey and Emmett, with Alex bringing up the rear, making sure to cover the others in case something unexpected happened. Saga approached the open passage, from which strange, distorted sounds emanated, whispers of many voices mixed with static noise. She turned back to make sure the others were ready. Emmett and Casey gave a brief nod, holding their pistols at the ready. Alex peered into the passage, activating his magical sight. As he suspected, the fold was a warped space, a twisted, stretched room, resembling the world beyond the red door. However, due to the instability of the space, he could only see part of the picture. To understand the structure of the fold, they would have to step inside. Saga was the first to cross the threshold, followed by Emmett and Casey. Alex entered last, and immediately felt an unpleasant sensation, as if he were being pulled down into a murky whirlpool. A ringing filled his ears, followed by whispers, screams, snippets of other people's phrases. Everything around him began to darken. He blinked, and found himself in the middle of a dark forest. So dark that his eyes couldn't make out a single detail. Alex frowned. He immediately realized he was not where the others should have been. And what irritated him most was that someone had apparently decided to make him special, sending him to a different place. Perfect, he muttered through clenched teeth, pulling out a flare. He lit it and tossed it at his feet. The reddish light instantly tore through the darkness, pushing back the gloom. In its glow, the silhouettes of the Taken became visible, dozens of figures hiding among the trees. They didn't approach, retreating from the light, emitting dull, distorted sounds, as if caught between words. Alex smirked and looked up at the sky. Hey! What the hell? Why am I here alone? He shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. Fuck you, Barbara. Fuck you, Taken. Fuck you, Alan. All of you, fuck you. Having shouted everything he had bottled up, he calmed down slightly. Then, with a grim smile, Alex pulled another 10 flares from his pocket, lit them, and scattered them in different directions. The bright flashes lit up the forest, forcing the Taken to retreat further, their distorted cries growing louder, breaking into shrieks. Quiet down, you bastards, he muttered, pulling out a cigarette. Taking a drag, Alex looked up. The sky here was not a sky, more like a viscous stream of darkness, resembling a boiling whirlpool that flowed endlessly, changing shape. To the ordinary eye, it was just a starless night, but his magical sight revealed the true nature, chaos, formed from dark matter. Turning off his magical sight, Alex began spreading mana in all directions, probing every inch of the space. He felt the viscous ground beneath his feet, like the bottom of a swamp, and the suffocating energy, a consequence of the dark place's presence, woven from fragments of Amara's power. He confirmed the first fact, the fold was cyclical. No matter which way you walked, you would eventually return to the starting point. The second, the Taken were not mere creatures, but souls consumed by darkness, steeped in fear, rage, and despair. And the third, each fold was a room within a room, connected to others through a chaotic spatial whirlpool. To escape it, one had to either destroy the core or find a door leading to another fragment or the real world. And how am I supposed to take you out without destroying the whole fold? Alex muttered, looking at the Taken, without ending up in this damn whirlpool. He took a deep drag, exhaling smoke toward the nearest shadows, and smirked. All right, let's play. From the darkness came only another wave of incoherent muttering, distorted voices of the taken stretched out as if from the depths of water. Only a few words were discernible. Alan Wake is guilty. We are drowning. The rest was lost in the eerie whispering. Alex tapped his finger on his chin, thinking about how to deal with the taken without destroying the fold. Leaving wasn't an option. On the contrary, he wanted to learn to navigate the dark place, to reach its very bottom and pull Alan Wake out, breaking the spiral cycle that endlessly reset, affecting different timelines. He couldn't help but mutter a quiet curse, remembering Chuck, that idiot who fancied himself a god creator. According to Alex, he was the one who brought the anomaly of Alan Wake into this universe and this cursed whirlpool, which had grown stronger after Amara's darkness seeped into its depths. But Alex quickly found a solution. He could get rid of the taken without destroying the fold. The Beowulf bracelet on his wrist flared, an artifact whose runes glowed softly with white light. All right, Alex smirked, raising his hand above his head. First, I deal with you, then I move on. Just need to create a burst of light. How was it again? Ah, yes. In brightest day, in darkest night. With every word, the bracelet shone brighter, but suddenly the light around him intensified unnaturally fast. Alex frowned, feeling the heat, and suddenly the entire area was ablaze. He lifted his eyes to the sky, and froze. A blazing meteor was falling from the heavens. What the hell? Alex muttered, realizing his spell clearly wasn't meant for this. It was supposed to create just a bright source of light capable of dispelling the darkness, not call down a meteor. The meteor gained speed rapidly, the air around it ignited from the heat, and the trees of darkness caught fire like torches. When the fiery mass slammed into the ground near Alex, there was a dry, sharp crack, and a blinding shockwave rippled through the entire space, incinerating the taken and tearing the darkness to shreds. In the center of the flames, amidst the swirling heat, stood a woman with bright red, almost burning hair. The fire wrapped around her figure gently, as if alive. Lilith, Alex said, barely hiding a smile. Well, hello there, handsome, she replied, shaking off the ashes and stepping closer. I heard you needed a bright source of light. No need to thank me, though I wouldn't say no to a date. She wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. Hello, darling, Alex replied, holding her by the waist. Who told you that? Well, never mind. Quite the entrance. I'd even say, fiery. My girls and I just got back from a mission, Lilith said, pressing closer. And Brunhilde mentioned that you might accidentally break something you don't want to. I thought I'd have your back. And it's a good thing you did. Without you, I might have overdone it, Alex said, leaning toward her lips. They kissed, and Lilith laughed softly. What is this place? It's gross. Even with all this fire, it's still dark. This is a fold. One of the fragments of the dark place. All the details are in the family chat if you want to know what I've gotten myself into again, Alex said, touching her cheek. I don't think I need to read anything, Lilith smirked. In the week I've been living in your house, the girls have already told me everything. You're like a magnet for trouble, so nothing new there. Then maybe a date in the dark place. A little romance, find a writer, kill a couple of taken, walk under the black sky. Alex suggested with a sly grin. Tempting, but no, Lilith smiled. I just got back. I want a hot bath, some beer, and no one bothering me. The mission was exhausting. So the date with my husband will have to wait. Luckily, I can come anytime. She kissed him quickly and stepped back. Behind her, a fiery portal opened, erupting in bright tongues of flame. Don't be bored, handsome, Lilith winked, blowing him a kiss before disappearing into the portal. Alex just smirked, watching the passage close, and shook his head. He liked that his women didn't sit idle and always did things their own way. Looking around, he activated his magical sight again and noticed a faint stream of energy, the outline of a door leading to another fold. Found it, he muttered, and without wasting time, rushed forward. He dove into the rift, like into thick swampy water, and instantly found himself in a different place. The space had changed. Instead of a dark forest, there was a room lit with soft, warm light. Alex looked around. A hotel. He muttered, running a hand along his chin. So, now we play this game. Alex began scanning the room for anything useful. The first thing that caught his attention was a book in a dark cover. Approaching it, he carefully picked it up and looked at the cover. In large letters was written Alan Wake, and just below, the title Departure. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting to find something like this here, and opened the book, flipping through the first pages. Within seconds, he realized he was holding the beginning of a story describing Alan Wake's arrival in Bright Falls. Quickly flipping through the pages, Alex hoped to find at least some clue, something that could help him figure out how to reach the bottom of the whirlpool, where, according to his information, the original Alan Wake was located. The very same one who continued writing the story in a place resembling the attic of an old house, hoping to reverse the spiral. But the further he read, the clearer it became, there was nothing useful in the book. Only the beginning of the events. No hints, no slightest clue. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Alex closed Departure and shoved it into the bag slung over his shoulder. Alan probably won't get out of the dark place until Nightingale dies. That means I'll be able to ask him directly, he muttered, putting the book away and talking to himself. After that, Alex began searching again, hoping to find a passage to the next fold. Approaching the only door, he peeked into the corridor. The corridor was long, too long. It seemed to stretch into infinity. After a moment's thought, Alex took a gold coin from his pocket and threw it with such force that the air shivered from the sonic impact. The coin vanished into the distance, but a second later, the same coin whistled past his face on a gust of wind, and it didn't seem like it was going to stop. Alex managed to catch it mid-air. The coin had already made a dozen spins. For heaven's sake, why does every one of these places look like a nightmare? He muttered irritably, staring down the endless corridor. Red carpet, infinite walls, doors all the same color. And this place itself is clearly woven not from reality, but from a dream. What irritated Alex the most wasn't even that. It was the fact that he was here alone. And with every passing moment, he wanted nothing more than to talk to someone. He was beginning to understand that the space of the dark place wasn't just an anomaly. It was a dimension of dreams. A place where anything could happen. Where a dream wasn't just a state of the body, but something far deeper, beyond human understanding. The dream world was a space where the impossible came to life. Where up could become down, and down could become up. Where logic itself lost all meaning. A dream stood beyond reality, at the very threshold where mortals were better off not venturing. Dream is a dimension through which seekers of truth travel, approaching the threshold of chaos, Alex whispered, closing the door behind him. He, darling, you're wrong, a familiar voice echoed in his head. This place isn't a dream dimension. It's close, but still too far. Although you are indeed close to the answer. Alex scratched his ear with a finger. Nyan's voice sounded strange, not like it usually did when she spoke to him face to face. But her words were a clue. The dark place wasn't a dream dimension, but it neighbored one. Close enough for a person to make their dreams real, just as Alan Wake did. Nodding to himself, Alex realized the solution was nearby. But none of this changed his main goal, to destroy or close this fragment of space, created from fears, thoughts, and words of Alan himself. To do that, he needed to reach the center of the whirlpool, into the very depths of the spiral. He took out his phone to check how much time he had spent in the fold. Only 20 minutes had passed. Putting the device away, Alex bent down and peered under the bed. Every crack or gap could be a portal to another fold. Sure enough, a faint glimmer of light shone from beneath the bed. Aha, knew it, he sighed, and with the expression of someone who really didn't want to do this, he began crawling under the bed. The moment he was fully underneath, his body felt that familiar sensation again, as if he were sinking into a thick, murky swamp. In the next instant, Alex found himself in a narrow space. A dim light filtered through a slim crack in front of him. He reached out and pushed the flap. A cabinet door opened before him. Forest, hotel room, now a cabinet. What's next? The roof of a skyscraper. Alex grumbled, climbing out of the cramped cabinet. Stepping out, Alex found himself in a small room that clearly belonged to a child. Toys were scattered across the floor, and slightly crooked children's drawings hung on the walls, everything unmistakably showing that a little girl had once lived here. Alex bent down and picked up one of the drawings. It depicted a family, mom, dad, and a small child. A typical child's drawing. But one detail immediately caught his eye: the woman in the picture wore a jacket with an FBI emblem. This is Saga's daughter's room. I think her name's Logan. But why does it exist here, in the dark place? Alex muttered, glancing around. He fully understood that he wouldn't get an answer. Yet the question nagged at him. The only explanation that came to mind was that Saga, upon entering the dark place, had involuntarily projected memories of her daughter here, and with them, this room had been born, conjured from her memory. Frowning, Alex carefully folded the drawing and put it in his bag, then headed toward the exit. Once in the corridor, he looked around and opened the nearest door. Behind it was a bathroom. Closing it, he moved on and slightly opened the next door, a bedroom. It seemed that Saga and her husband, David, had once slept here. Nothing useful. He continued walking, but with every step, the feeling grew stronger: the apartment was wrong. Too empty. Too cold. And the photographs on the walls looked distorted, as if the faces were being pulled into a whirlpool. Reaching the window, Alex looked outside. Beyond the glass stretched absolute, bottomless darkness. Activating his magical vision, he saw only a frenzied stream of black energy racing through space, like a storm in the void. And where to next? He muttered softly, pulling out a cigarette. Clicking his lighter, Alex took a deep drag. The bitter smoke filled his lungs, and for a moment, everything around him seemed slightly less alien. The dark abode was playing with him again. A labyrinth of doors and passages leading anywhere but where he needed to go. Even magical vision didn't help. Hundreds, thousands of intertwining paths flashed before his eyes, forming a chaotic web in which finding the right way was impossible. He tried to follow one of the energy streams, but it simply led him back to the beginning. There were tens of thousands of such cycles here, each leading into a new, alien space within the dark place. Exhaling smoke, Alex stepped to the window and flung it open. Beyond the glass, nothing but impenetrable darkness. But when the cold air touched his face, he noticed something strange. He had forgotten the most important detail. In places like this, everything depends on the angle of perception. The view through the glass and the view without it are two completely different worlds. And the moment he removed the barrier, the blackness outside shivered, and a bright rift opened in it, a new passage, another fold. Alex smiled. Found it. He adjusted the strap of his bag, clenched the cigarette more firmly between his teeth, took a couple of steps back, and with a shadow of a grin said, "I'm starting to like this place more and more. It's truly interesting here." Alex really was curious to be in this place, despite how irritatingly convoluted it was. There was something compelling about it, like an old book whose pages you can't close until you learn the ending. Pushing off the wall with his back, Alex ran forward, picked up speed, and dove through the open window. A moment of flight, and the familiar sensation of viscous, murky substance again, as if his body were breaking through a liquid dream. He blinked and realized he was falling. He flipped in the air and landed softly on wet asphalt. The smell of dampness, filth, and blood hung in the air. The lone street lamp above flickered, casting dim light and stretching long, trembling shadows. He looked around. The scene was familiar, a back alley, yellow tape, drops of blood, a faded newspaper fluttering in the wind. A typical crime scene. Alex immediately knew where he was. This was a scene from Alan Wake's book where the protagonist was the fictional detective Alex Casey. A lighter clicked behind him. Alex turned. In the half-light stood Casey, in a long coat, a cigarette between his teeth, the flame illuminating his face, his eyes glinting coldly. "Who the hell are you, and what did you forget at a crime scene?" he asked, blowing out a stream of smoke. "I was just passing by." "Pay me no mind, Detective Casey," Alex answered calmly, preparing to leave. He put on the most harmless expression he could and walked past. But Casey didn't let him go. Like a noir cliché, the detective suddenly drew a revolver and pointed the barrel straight at Alex's head. "Maybe you're the criminal who came back to the scene of the crime," he said in that practiced noir tone. "Yep, exactly that," Alex replied without emotion. "I'm such a clumsy murderer that I decided to return to the place where I just committed the crime." "Congratulations, Detective Casey, you've caught me. Put the cuffs on and take me to the station." He said it in an exaggeratedly robotic voice, stretching his hands forward. Casey remained silent, keeping him in the sights, tense like a drawn bowstring. Alex looked at him calmly. He had already figured out who he was dealing with, not a living person, but a character come to life from the book, a puppet following the scripted scenario. Seeing no reaction from the detective, Alex shrugged and turned to move on. But at that exact moment, a shot rang out. Alex instinctively froze. The air smelled of gunpowder. He slowly turned his head, and saw Detective Casey collapse onto the wet asphalt, a neat bullet hole blackening his forehead. A white page stuck out from under the coat. Alex stepped closer, pulled out the sheet, and scanned the lines with his eyes. "Looks like this is part of the manuscript Alan was rewriting." Apparently, he didn't manage to erase everything. Alex muttered, then added with a slight smirk, "Poor Detective Casey. Hope you don't mind if I take a souvenir to remember our meeting." He pulled the police badge from Casey's inner coat pocket and tucked it into his bag. Hands behind his head, whistling a tune, Alex moved deeper into the alley. With every new door, the dark place became more and more intriguing. Somewhere deep inside, he even hoped the next door would lead him to the Warlandor studio, where he could discuss all this madness live. The thought made him grin, and he disappeared into the darkness of the long alley. To be continued. Chapter 494, Alan Wake and Mr. Scratch. One man, two extremes of personality. Inside the alternate space known as the dark place, there exist areas called folds. A fold is a looping zone that reflects a fragment of the real world, but distorted, as if seen through a mirror of nightmares. Sometimes it recreates something fictional, for instance, scenes from Alan Wake's books. Since a fold is a room within a room, containing countless doors leading to other spaces, it often houses the taken, beings enslaved by the dark presence. These can be humans or even animals who have lost their will and become part of the darkness. At that moment, Alex was inside another fold he had entered after passing through a dark alley, the same one where he had just witnessed a scene from Alan Wake's book, where the detective character, Alex Casey, was killed by an unknown shooter. Now, before him stretched a gloomy grocery store filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Alex stood at the entrance. Behind him, old automatic doors twitching spasmodically, as if alive, before him, long, empty shelves. The lights flickered and hissed, whispering softly in the darkness. Lighting another cigarette, Alex glanced back, considering whether to return to the previous fold, the noir alley where it all began. But as soon as he took a step, the doors behind him shuddered violently and slammed shut with a loud clang, clearly signaling that there was no way back. He just rolled his eyes and kicked the doors. The impact sent them flying off their hinges and vanishing into the darkness. "Don't tell me where to go. I'm a grown man, I'll decide when and where to walk," said Alex, lowering his foot. The only answer was silence. Alex had long since realized that the dark place was alive, a conscious yet senseless entity. Here, even thoughts could take form and become reality. Looking away, he began searching for the next door. But a sudden gust of wind made him turn. From the shadows flew the very same doors he had just kicked out. Alex leapt and spun midair. The two doors whizzed past, toppling shelves and scattering decayed packages across the floor. One door embedded itself into the wall, while the other crashed through everything in its path before finally slowing down. "Missed," Alex said lazily, resting his hands behind his head. No sooner had he spoken than both doors began to tremble, shrouded in thick smoke from which black mist oozed. Scratching his cheek, Alex muttered, "Maybe I should stop being sarcastic." The door lodged in the wall suddenly tore free and shot toward him like a spinning saw blade. Alex reached out, caught it midair, and instantly sliced it into pieces. The second one darted after him. He turned and with a powerful kick sent it soaring upward, smashing through the ceiling. A gaping hole yawned overhead, revealing a sky drenched in darkness. Shrugging, Alex walked deeper into the store. Activating his magic sight, he followed a thin thread of energy leading to a door marked janitor's closet. Raising an eyebrow, he pulled the handle. From within came a man's voice, someone softly humming a tune. Curious, Alex opened the door wider and saw a man in a janitor's uniform. He was holding a mop like a microphone, enthusiastically performing a song by old gods of Asgard. Alex recognized him instantly, Adi, the mysterious janitor, as enigmatic as Warlindor himself. While Adi, eyes closed, played a solo on his mop, Alex activated his magical sight again. The result stunned him. Adi existed everywhere and nowhere at once. He was a phenomenon, a paradox like Schrödinger's cat, both present and absent simultaneously. Unlike Warlindor, who used the Door of Worlds, Adi was the door, a being existing across all worlds and times at once. In short, Adi was the most unique anomaly Alex had ever encountered. When Adi finally finished his song, he took off his headphones and turned to the visitor. "Ho ho ho. Didn't expect to have an audience. How can I help you?" he asked with a grin. "Nice mop solo. You must have been a member of Old Gods of Asgard once." Alex replied with a smile. "Ah, those were the days. We still play now and then. But tell me, my friend, what brings you to this place?" "I'm looking for a passage. Can you tell me where to go next?" Alex asked calmly. "If you need an exit, it's behind you," said Adi, pointing to a door marked emergency exit. "No, I'm not looking for an exit. I need a way forward," Alex replied, pointing to the door that had appeared behind Adi. Adi studied him carefully. So you choose to dive deeper instead of resurfacing. That's unusual. Most people try to swim upward when they're drowning, not down." "Who said I'm drowning?" Alex said, meeting his gaze. "I dove in on purpose. Only by reaching the bottom can you understand where it all began, and where it all ends." Hearing Alex's words, a faint yet noticeable smile appeared on Adi's face. His gaze held more than mere curiosity, it was genuine interest in the men standing before him. Alex returned the same kind of smile. For a few moments, they simply looked at each other in silence, as if words were unnecessary. Then Adi stepped aside, opening the way forward. He said nothing. After all, why stop a man who already knows where he's going, and what awaits him ahead? Adjusting the strap of his bag, Alex calmly walked past Adi. When he reached the door, he grasped the cold handle. "I hope you find what you're looking for at the bottom, stranger," Adi said from behind him. "Trust me, Adi, I always find what I'm looking for. And before I go, tell Jessie hello for me. Let her know we need to meet." "I think she'll figure out how to find me," Alex replied, slightly turning his head. Adi's eyes widened for a brief moment before his usual friendly smile returned. He nodded. Alex opened the door, behind it yawned only darkness. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, and the door slammed shut behind him. Adi simply went back to work, picked up his mop and resumed cleaning, as if nothing had happened. The passage through the darkness once again felt to Alex like sinking into thick, viscous mud. When he blinked, he was already standing in a spacious hall of a luxurious hotel. He slowly looked around. The ceiling was adorned with a massive chandelier, the floor covered in soft carpet, and the furniture gleamed as if freshly polished. Everything was pristine, like in a five-star resort. Alex spun Audie's name badge on his finger, quietly smirking. He wondered how long it would take the janitor to notice it was missing. But Alex wasn't about to leave the dark place without a souvenir, and the badge made for a pleasant trophy. Deciding not to rush in finding the next passage, he walked up to the reception desk and hopped over it. Settling onto a spinning chair, he tried to turn on the computer. As he suspected, it was just a prop, meant to sustain the illusion of reality. However, when Alex pressed the power button, the monitor flickered to life. Suddenly, the screen filled with a bloodied face of a man twisted in a mad scream. The jump scare hit his nerves like a whip, and Alex, reacting instantly, punched the monitor. The screen exploded, the reception desk shattered into splinters, cracks crawled across the floor and walls. The hall trembled, as if the hotel itself had been frightened. Alex stayed seated, his arm extended forward, face expressionless. "I hate it when they do that," he muttered, rolling his eyes and lowering his fist. He rubbed his face with a hand. The screaming man had been none other than Alan Wake, or rather, his dark counterpart, Mr. Scratch. Alex lifted his gaze. The lights flickered, and everything instantly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Even the desk looked intact again. Alex snorted. "Convenient. A self-repairing fold," he said under his breath. The monitor now showed another recording. On screen, Alan Wake in an attic. The image flickered, sometimes clear, sometimes blurred. In one scene, Alan paced around muttering that he had to fix everything. In another, furiously typed on a typewriter, then simply sat still, staring out the window into the darkness beyond the glass. Alex watched in silence. He didn't yet understand why the dark place was showing him this. But gradually, the meaning became clear. Wake was slowly losing his mind. And that meant he was sinking deeper into the whirlpool of darkness. "So, the deeper he goes insane, the closer I am to the point I need," Alex murmured. He placed his hand on the screen, closed his eyes, and tried to catch the energy trace, a thin thread leading deeper inside. But it suddenly snapped, pulling him back to the start. Alex clicked his tongue. "Damn it, Alan, you've turned this place into a mess, now I have to clean it up," he exhaled, leaning back in the chair and rubbing his temples in weary irritation. Swaying lightly on the chair, Alex thought about his next move. Should he continue searching for other doors leading to new folds, or go back? While his thoughts wandered, he pulled out his phone to check how Emmett was doing. Turning on the feed from the drone watching Emmett, Saga, and Casey, Alex saw something that made him laugh. On the screen, the trio was fending off the taken Nightingale, and not just fending off, but barely dodging a massive log that he swung like a giant club. The reason for Alex's laughter was simple: Nightingale was completely naked. Emmett, possessing the strength to crush an opponent with his bare hands, didn't even try to strike. It was far too disgusting to touch a fat, dead man possessed by the dark entity. Looks like Nightingale's gotten a lot stronger than he should be. Casey and Saga have already unloaded a full clip of ultraviolet rounds at him, and he doesn't even flinch, Alex said, spinning in his chair as he watched. He smirked as Emmett leapt to the side, loudly cursing and accusing Nightingale of cheating. Alex decided to help a little, without revealing himself. Connecting directly to the fairy drone, he created a tiny green magical circle, and in an instant, a thin wind blade shot out from it. With a whistle, the blade sliced Nightingale's leg at the knee. Nightingale collapsed, dropping the log, and Emmett instantly seized the opportunity to retaliate for the hit to his nose he had received at the morgue of the police station. Satisfied that the trio could handle themselves, Alex pocketed his phone and went back to thinking about his next move. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a noise. Jumping over the reception desk, Alex approached the hotel door and peeked outside. The world beyond the threshold had changed. Instead of impenetrable darkness, there were now the dark streets of New York. From somewhere outside came footsteps and cries. Looking closer, Alex saw a man running in panic from the black fog. It was Alan Wake. Seeing him barreling straight toward the hotel, Alex flung the doors open and, waiting until the rider reached the threshold, pulled him sharply inside, slamming the doors shut just in front of the encroaching fog. Then, with a rumble, he dropped the iron shutters, which closed with a creak. Alan, breathing heavily, sat on the lobby floor. Sweat and fear glistened on his face. He was sure he wouldn't make it in time. And yet, for some reason, it felt familiar, as if he had lived through this moment again and again, and each time he hadn't made it. Looking up, Alan saw a man in a sharp black suit, a travel bag slung over his shoulder. His face remained calm, but his gaze was attentive and serious. "Thank you. I didn't think there was anyone alive here," Alan exhaled, rising to his feet. "No need to thank me, Alan. I was actually looking for you," Alex replied with a slight smile. "And, do we know each other?" Wake asked warily, taking a step back. "No, we don't. But you can call me Alex." "I know you, but you don't know me, and it seems you've forgotten a lot of what you've done," Alex said calmly, lighting a cigarette. "What do you mean?" What I've done. Are you the voice from the payphone? Alan asked, skeptical. No, this is our first meeting. We haven't talked or met before. Believe me, you've done a lot, but we'll get to that later, Alex said, rolling his eyes and exhaling smoke. Then who are you? And what are you even doing in the dark place? Alan asked, relaxing slightly. I'm exploring this place, Alex replied, watching the fog uselessly slam against the doors. But now, since I've met you, it seems it's time to leave. Alan wanted to ask 100 more questions. Despite everything he'd already been through, the situation seemed almost absurd. The men before him looked like the perfect prototype of a detective, cold-blooded, confident, and knowing far too much. If Alan hadn't known what his character Alex Casey looked like, he would have thought he was standing right in front of him. But his thoughts were interrupted by another heavy, echoing strike against the wall. The black fog thrashed against the doors again. All right. It's time to go. The exit is nearby, Alex said and headed toward the elevator. Alan looked at the dark entity, furiously pounding against the hotel doors. Within the swirling black fog, he made out a silhouette, the twisted, rage-filled face of Mr. Scratch. Its silent scream of fury seemed to vibrate in the air. Alan understood, if he had been even a couple of seconds later, Scratch would have grabbed him. When he turned to Alex, he was already at the elevator, methodically pressing the call button with a precise rhythm, as if keeping time with a metronome. Why are you doing that? Alan asked, watching him. You wrote yourself that to open a fold, you need to perform a ritual, Alex replied calmly, not stopping his precise button presses. Each fold is a separate subspace with its own rules. To enter another, you need to perform the correct sequence of actions. Sometimes opening a door is enough, sometimes you have to follow a specific order to make it react. You've learned to navigate this place? Alan asked, astonished, eyes wide. It's not that complicated, Alex shrugged. A door is always a door. You just sometimes need to find the key, or at least figure out where the keyhole is. And then, bam, the doors open. As if on cue, the elevator doors slid open with a soft chime. Alan stepped closer and peered into the shaft. Above and below, there was nothing but bottomless darkness. Shining a flashlight, he saw nothing but thick blackness swallowing the light. He glanced silently at Alex, unsure where to go next. But there was no time to think, the hotel doors flew off their hinges with a crash, and a swirling fog, wrapping around Mr. Scratch, burst inside. All right, Alan. Forward and down. Clench your teeth and don't scream, Alex said, grabbing him by the jacket collar. Wah. Alan began, but didn't get to finish, the floor beneath them vanished. Alex jumped first, pulling him along into the dark shaft. The last thing he did before the leap was flip off Scratch. In response, Scratch howled, and the wall of darkness surged toward them with furious rage, but it was too late, they were already falling. The sensation was vile, as if their bodies were sliding through a viscous, sticky substance. Alan screamed the entire time, unable to stop. And then, light. They were standing on the roof of the same hotel. Alex looked calmly at Alan, who was still yelling, eyes shut tight. Alan, for heaven's sake, stop screaming. My ears are already ringing, Alex said, grabbing him by the shoulders and giving a slight shake. Alan opened his eyes and looked around, bewildered. They were indeed on the roof. The darkness around them seemed dense, as if the air itself had thickened. Everything felt unreal, he clearly remembered the fall, the sensation of sinking. That sticky, terrifying feeling was all too familiar. Alan had fought the dark entity, the Taken, and Mr. Scratch himself, yet the years spent in the dark place had worn down his mind. He had long lived on the edge, holding on to sanity only by the remnants of his will. Every page he wrote, every attempt to break free only expanded the dark place, making it stronger and more complex. It grew from his words, from his fears. Where are we? He finally asked, coming slightly to himself. On the hotel roof, Alex replied, scanning the horizon where sky and darkness blended together. We need to find the next passage before your dark self catches up to us. Mr. Scratch will catch us anyway. He always catches up, Alan said wearily, shaking his head. Why did you even create this? Alex rolled his eyes. You could have made some slow villain. No, you had to create your own evil self to hunt you down. How much do you even know? Alan asked in surprise, staring at him intently. Enough to know you really screwed things up, Alan, Alex yawned lazily. And by the way, you'll forget all this once we leave this place. Alan shook his head, again confronting the enigmatic men who clearly knew far too much, and yet had no intention of explaining anything. Meanwhile, Alex wandered the roof, scanning for the next passage, a door leading to another fold. He had already realized that the man before him was the real Alan Wake, the original, but he also understood that Alan was still down below, in the heart of the dark place vortex. His mind had become part of this anomaly, an integral component of its existence. For Wake to escape, the link between him and the dark place needed to be severed, or he had to write himself out, declaring that he was leaving it forever. But Alan had gotten tangled in his own story. He could have escaped long ago if he hadn't twisted his plot into absurdity, like a writer who lost the thread of his narrative. Alex shook his head, smirking. People, as always, create their own problems, and the solutions are usually far simpler than they imagine. Seeing Alex searching for a way out, Alan decided to help. But their search was interrupted by a deep rumble. The hotel roof trembled beneath their feet. "He's coming." "Scratch is close," Alan whispered, looking at the black veil crawling along the edge of the roof. "I know," Alex replied calmly, waving him over. "Come here. I found the exit." Alan didn't hesitate, he ran to him. At that same moment, the doors leading to the roof were blown off by a wave of darkness. Scratch appeared on the threshold, his eyes burning with fury, lips twisted into a malicious grin. Alex smirked and, without changing his expression, raised his hand, giving him the middle finger. That gesture was the last straw. Scratch roared, and the black torrent surged toward them. Alex merely stomped his foot. Cracks ran across the floor beneath them, and the roof split open, swallowing them both. The last thing they saw was the wave of darkness rushing over their heads before the void engulfed them. The sensation was vile, as if they were moving through a sticky, viscous swamp. Alan screamed again, feeling his body pulled downward, until he suddenly felt solid ground beneath his feet. They were in an elevator. Bright, clean, with mirrored walls and soft music, it ascended smoothly. The numbers on the panel changed leisurely, as if this were just an ordinary ride. After a few minutes, the elevator emitted a pleasant chime, and the doors slowly opened. In front of them, an empty apartment. A bright flash blinded both of them. Alan squinted, rubbing his eyes, while Alex merely raised an eyebrow, unsure what it was. When the light faded, Alan blinked and stepped out of the elevator. He looked around, and his heart skipped a beat. Everything here felt painfully familiar. "Alex," he said, gazing around, "I know this place. This is the apartment where I lived with Alice. It feels like I've been here, hundreds of times." "You really lived here, before moving to Bright Falls," Alex replied, rolling his eyes. "No, not that," Alan shook his head. "I was here in the dark place. But something's wrong. Like, something's missing." Alex understood what he meant. Alan's memories were distorted, suppressed. The man was subconsciously blocking the most painful ones, those connected to Alice. Alex sighed deeply and placed a hand on his shoulder. He knew the truth, Alice wasn't dead. She had staged her own death, deceiving not only the dark entity and Mr. Scratch but also Alan himself. All of this, with the help of the FBC, who helped her disappear to protect her husband. Alice understood, if Alan discovered she was alive, the dark place would know as well. And then the hunt would resume. So she left, to save him, even at the cost of her own life, on paper. Alex was impressed. A simple woman, without powers or weapons, yet with incredible determination, she had managed to deceive the dark place itself. As he examined the empty apartment where Alice had once left clues for her husband, Alan stood in the middle of the room, bewildered and hollow. Once again, yet another time, he remembered that his wife was dead. And each time, that realization shattered him all over again. Alex stepped into the living room, where Alan sat in a chair with a blank expression, staring at the screen playing the recording Alice had left. In it, she explained to her husband that Scratch had been appearing more frequently in her life in Alan's form, trying to reach her. That's why she had installed cameras with bright flashes, to scare him away whenever the darkness attempted to enter the house again. But Alan, as if hearing nothing, stared at a single point. All he absorbed from the message was that his wife was dead. Something inside him snapped. Everything he had been fighting for, everything he had struggled to escape from the dark place for, was crumbling right before his eyes. "Don't despair, Alan. Or have you forgotten where you are?" Alex said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "What do you mean?" Alan asked quietly, lifting his gaze. "We're in the dark place. Everything here is designed to break you. You know that. How many times has it tried already? The dark entity and Scratch know exactly what holds your will together, your hope to return to Alice. By showing you her death, they want to knock away your last support. If you believe it, that's it, you're their puppet again. So don't you dare lose hope. No matter how hard it gets, don't lose it." There was a subtle implication in Alex's words. Alan understood what he meant. Not everything shown here can be trusted. He nodded, trying to grasp that thought, that thin thread of sanity, before despair could drag him under again. But Alex knew, this had happened countless times before. The cycle repeated. Each time, Alan forgot, fell, and Scratch dragged him back, into the abyss where they both were meant to be. After all, Alan and Scratch were one. Two halves of a single soul, torn apart. Giving Alan a moment to collect himself, Alex suggested they look for the next passage. He could feel it, somewhere nearby was the exit to the real world. Instinct told him they were close. After all, Alan and Alice's apartment itself was a clear sign that they were heading in the right direction. Alan agreed, and they began inspecting the rooms. Yet the longer he walked through the apartment, the more he realized this wasn't his home. Everything here felt artificial, foreign, as if someone had tried to recreate his memories but failed to capture the essence itself. They found the passage quickly, the bedroom window where Alan and Alice had once slept. But just as they approached, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. Alex and Alan tensed, turning toward the door. In the next second, Scratch appeared in the doorway. His eyes blazed with insane fury. "Don't think you can escape, Alan," he roared. "You are me, and I am you. While I'm here, you're here too. Even if you leave, you'll still remain in this place you created. We created. You created me. We created us. All of this was created by us, Alan. You can't escape the world we created together." "You're wrong," Alex smirked. Spear mode, Dragon Claw of Mount Tai. He appeared in front of Scratch in a fraction of a second. Straightening his fingers as if turning them into sharp claws, Alex struck straight into the enemy's chest. His fingers sank into Scratch's body, throwing him against the wall. The impact sent a deep reverberation through the room, and Scratch's body slammed into the concrete, leaving a massive crack. Scratch slumped to the floor, lowering his head. From the hole in his chest flowed a thick black substance, smoky in appearance. "Did you kill him?" Alan asked cautiously, stepping closer. "No, not killed," came the hoarse, distorted voice. Scratch lifted his gaze, rage pulsed in his eyes. Despite the hole in his chest, he was alive. He didn't need a heart, his entire essence was made of darkness. Alex didn't give him a moment to recover. He lunged forward, grabbed Scratch by the face, and slammed the back of his head into the wall with such force that it pierced through. Then he dragged the body along the wall, leaving a long trail of destruction. Alan stood frozen, unable to speak, just watching. Alex knew these events were just another turn in the cycle, and Alan's memory would be vague once they got out. He allowed himself a little venting. According to the story written by Alan himself, Scratch would eventually break into the real world anyway. And that was inevitable. Alex used Scratch's body as a battering ram, driving him into wall after wall, testing how much the creature could withstand. With each strike, the walls cracked and crumbled, yet not a drop of blood leaked from Scratch's body, only puffs of black smoke erupted and were sucked back, as if the darkness itself refused to let go of its creation. Alex understood, Scratch exists as long as the dark place itself lives. He could have destroyed him if he wanted, but there was no point, the dark presence would resurrect Scratch anyway. The story would continue as Alan Wake's narrative demanded. It had all been written already. Exhaling, Alex grabbed Scratch by the back of his head, lifted him above his head, and without hesitation, threw him through a window. Beyond the glass stretched bottomless darkness, and Scratch's body vanished into it, dissolving into the whirling shadows. The last thing Alan and Alex heard was a desperate, rage-filled scream. "I'll be back, as always." Alex smirked. "Yeah, Alan. You've got quite the evil doppelganger. But as a punching bag." "Perfect," he said, giving a thumbs up. Alan just shook his head. "I don't even know how to comment on that." "But, how did you do it?" "Do what?" Alex asked, tilting his head slightly. "Defeat Scratch." Alan nodded toward the shattered window. "I didn't defeat him," Alex replied calmly. "Any human in his place would have died after the first strike. But Scratch isn't human. He's part of this place. As long as the dark place exists, he will come back. Always." Alan frowned. "How do you even know Southwest much about this place?" "Simple. The pages of your book, scattered everywhere, explain everything perfectly. You just have to know how to notice the details," Alex said with a slight grin. "All right, let's go before your evil twin decides to come back. I think he's a little angry after the last round." Alan gave a brief nod, understanding that Alex was right. They returned to the bedroom where Alan and Alice had once slept. Alex approached the window and opened the sash. Beyond the glass swirled an endless darkness, but he immediately felt that this passage led outward, into the real world. Alan stood beside him, staring thoughtfully into the void. "So, this is the end?" he asked quietly. "No, Alan. This is only the beginning of another nightmare you created yourself," Alex replied, placing a hand on his back. "When you reach the other side, you'll understand. If, of course, you remember everything that happened here. Now, see you on the other side. And remember, even if you forget my words, sometimes, for a nightmare to end, you just have to wake up." "Alex, wait, what are you talking about?" Alan managed to ask, turning around. But instead of answering, Alex gently pushed him from behind. Alan plummeted into the abyss, and the last thing he saw was Alex's face, lit by the pale light from the window. As the darkness swallowed Alan, Alex turned, and saw her. An elderly woman in a black dress, a gaping hole where her heart should have been. Darkness swirled around her, devouring even the light from the lamps. Barbara Jagger, the embodiment of the dark presence, stood before him, like death itself in human form. "You will change nothing," she said in a distorted, hoarse voice, like radio static. "Everything that is written will happen. The world will plunge into darkness again. There is no place for light in this story." Alex smiled faintly and calmly raised his finger. "Let's see. But you shouldn't have shown yourself to me, Barbara. Because I am not the being you can afford to touch." Red. At the tip of Alex's finger appeared a spinning scarlet sphere, pulsating like a living heart. Squinting, Alex aimed his finger at Barbara. In the next second, the sphere shot forward, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. When it struck, a blinding flash erupted, and the fold, the reflection of Alan and Alice's apartment, began to collapse. Walls cracked, furniture dissolved like ash in the wind, and the space itself folded and groaned. The last words the dark presence uttered before vanishing into the whirlwind of chaos were ominous. "You will change nothing. Fate has already been written by the hands of Alan Wake." Alex merely exhaled heavily and shook his head. He burst out, leaping through the window before the fold fully collapsed. At the same moment, a powerful jolt hit him in the back, as if reality itself was pushing him out. Space warped, and the next second, Alex shot straight onto the shore of Cauldron Lake. He slid across the wet sand and, standing up, glanced back. Behind him were Saga, Emmett, and Casey, all three staring at him in bewilderment. Slightly off to the side lay Alan Wake, unconscious. "Where have you been?" Emmett asked, raising an eyebrow. "Too long a story to tell on a cold lake shore," Alex replied, looking around. "By the way, what time is it?" "It's already dawn," Casey said, pointing to the sun rising over the lake. "Why do you ask?" Alex looked at his phone screen, where the active timer was still running. "I spent an hour inside the fold. And here, it's already dawn. When Saga opened the passage, it was 11 at night. You see where I'm going with this?" "Time flowed differently there and here," Saga said, frowning. "Bingo." Alex nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Now lift Alan up. We're heading to Bright Falls. I need coffee, breakfast, and a little peace. Then I'll explain where I ended up." Saga squinted skeptically but nodded anyway. He promised to explain everything, that was enough. Emmett just shook his head. He wasn't worried about Alex, but he knew that if anything happened to him, Alice wouldn't let him go without her thanks in the form of a kick in the back or a heavy hit to the head. Casey knelt beside Alan, trying to bring him around. But as soon as he touched his shoulder, Alan suddenly jumped up, eyes wide, frantically looking around as if he had just escaped a nightmare. Alex watched him calmly, unsurprised. Everything was unfolding as it should, some events simply couldn't be rewritten. To be continued. I'm wondering how long this whole Alan Wake plot will last. After all, as I said, I can only devote about 5 chapters to Alan Wake lore. But I'll probably miss out on some of the main plot. While I'll touch on the most important ones, including Alan's rescue from the dark place. Basically, I'm in no mood to think about it right now after visiting the hospital. So, hey, Boogie Bam Bam. Chapter 495, Chapter 495, everyone wanted a piece of the anomaly. Dawn was breaking outside. The sun slowly rose over the horizon, bathing the shore of Cauldron Lake in a soft golden light. On the damp sand stood Alex, Saga, Emmett, Casey, and the men who had once created a nightmare with his own hands. Alan Wake. Awakening outside the dark place, Alan looked lost and terrified. His breathing was uneven, and his eyes darted around as if expecting the darkness to close in again. Saga tried to calm him down, gently explaining that 13 years had passed since his disappearance. Upon hearing this, Alan turned pale, his gaze went blank, and shock froze on his face. While Saga was introducing everyone, Alan kept staring at Casey, too intently. It was as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The thought that he might still be trapped inside the fold only deepened his unease. Alex watched him silently, exhaling a stream of cigarette smoke. He already knew Alan would have memory gaps, but not what caused them. Narrowing his eyes, he activated his magical vision. In that instant, everything became clear. The Alan standing before them was both Alan Wake and not. Alex covered his mouth with his hand to hide a faint, involuntary smile. The truth was far more interesting than he had expected. The man in front of him was Alan Wake from the book, a character brought to life from his own creator's pen. The one known as Mr. Scratch was his shadow, a twisted reflection, the embodiment of a distorted self. And the real writer was still trapped at the bottom of the dark place. 3 Alan Wakes. The hero, the villain, and the author. And Alex understood, to break the endless spiral, all three sides had to become one, only then could Alan truly be free. He clicked his tongue in mild irritation at himself. So much effort to save a hero, and in the end, he had rescued a paper copy. Are you ready to go? Or do you want to look around a bit more? Alex asked, turning his gaze away from the lake. Yes, let's go, Saga replied, giving him a piercing look. Alan has a lot to explain. So do you. Alex just smirked and shrugged. Alan hadn't taken his eyes off him the entire time. At one point, he frowned slightly and said quietly, "Your voice, it sounds familiar. Like I've heard it before." Alex raised an eyebrow and tilted his head a little. "You have," he replied calmly. "I'm the one who pulled you out of the dark place. No need to thank me." Alan's eyes widened. He grabbed his head, barely keeping his balance as memories tried to force their way through, but something inside him stubbornly blocked them. Saga shot Alex a suspicious look. The questions tormented her. Where had he been while they were fighting Taken Nightingale? Why had he appeared only when Alan emerged? And why did he speak as if he knew more about the dark place than anyone else? Alex caught her stare and smiled slightly, calm, mocking, with that same expression that irritated her the most. Her analytical tricks didn't work on him. He turned to Emmett and gave a brief nod. Emmett tensed his muscles and gestured that he was ready. Despite the dirt and exhaustion, he looked satisfied. He had finally avenged the Taken Nightingale. "Ready?" Alex asked, flicking away his spent cigarette. They all nodded. Casey was helping Alan walk, peppering him with questions, too personal, given that the writer had once used his image in a novel. Saga kept her eyes fixed on Alex, searching for even a hint of truth. Emmett walked beside them, asking questions of his own, though his motive was far simpler. He wanted an autograph for Rosalie. Otherwise, he was doomed when he got home. As they climbed the trail away from Cauldron Lake, Alex remained silent, lost in thought. He already knew that Mr. Scratch would escape the dark place eventually. It had been written in return. Which meant the next step was clear. He needed to reach a new fold, the one located on the outskirts of the small town of Watery. There, according to the plot, the clicker should be the key to saving Alan Wake and, possibly, the entire fractured world. As they continued up the old trail from Cauldron Lake, the group noticed a monitoring station nearby, belonging to the FBC. A piercing alarm sounded from the building, breaking the morning silence. Alex raised his hand, signaling the others to continue up to the parking lot while he checked what was happening inside the station. Casey and Emmett nodded, supporting Alan, who was still unsteady after leaving the dark place. Saga lingered for a moment. Her gaze slid to Alex, who had already reached the station door and disappeared inside. Curiosity and professional intuition outweighed caution. She followed. Inside, the air smelled of metal and dust. Monitors flickered on the walls, displaying alarming red messages. Warning. Activity detected. Alternate world event. Meanwhile, Alex was taking control of the monitoring station to synchronize it with his phone, allowing him to track everything happening at Cauldron Lake. He pulled up a graph of the anomaly on one screen, showing its gradual growth, while another monitor displayed the radius of the anomaly, centered on Cauldron Lake. Studying the data, Alex realized that opening the fold link to Nightingale was a key part of the plot in the book written by Alan Wake. Saga hadn't just opened the doors, she had literally thrown them wide open, and the door hadn't closed after Nightingale's death. That's how Alex understood how Scratch could escape the dark place. If the doors weren't closed, nothing could stop him from leaving. Alex sat at the control panel, pressing keys with cold focus, when Saga entered the monitoring station. "What are you doing?" Saga asked, approaching him. "And what does that abbreviation, AWE, mean?" Alex lazily spun in his chair. "Do you really want to know? Or would you rather figure it out for yourself?" "Answer me," Saga said firmly. "In the fold, I heard my daughter's voice. She was calling me for help. And the waitress at the diner said she knew me, and that my daughter drowned in Cauldron Lake." Alex looked up, a faint glimmer of sympathy flickering in his eyes. "Remember what I told you before we entered the fold? Don't believe what you hear, or what they tell you," Saga murmured quietly. "Exactly," Alex nodded. "In this town, everything works by one rule: if you believe in something, it becomes real. The moment you let doubt in, they'll find a way to get inside and use it against you. Everything you see and hear is part of the story. Logan's death, a desperate mother returning to her hometown to uncover the truth, it's all part of the book's plot. If you let them turn you into a character, your story will end, just like hers." He looked Saga straight in the eyes and calmly added, "So don't doubt it. Logan is alive. And she will remain alive as long as you believe in it." Saga went pale. "I never said my daughter's name." "How do you know it?" Alex smirked, pulling a folded sheet of paper from his bag. "Oh, this. Hey, here's a little souvenir from the dark place." He handed her a child's drawing. Saga carefully took the sheet of paper and froze. On it was a drawing painfully familiar, uneven lines, a sunny house, and two figures, a mother and daughter holding hands. It was the very drawing Logan had given her after Saga became an FBI agent. It had still been lying in the drawer of her desk at home. She felt a tightness in her chest. Thoughts swirled like a storm. How could the drawing have ended up here? The pieces began to fall into place, the manuscript pages, the repeating events, the hints about her past, the strange coincidences. Everything pointed to one thing: Bright Falls had become part of the book, and the town itself now lived by its rules. The graphs displayed on the monitor showed how quickly these changes were occurring. The dark place wasn't just affecting consciousness. It was looking for a weak spot. And Saga's weak spot was Logan. Alex noticed how quickly she began connecting the facts and quietly smirked. He wasn't surprised, but he didn't like people who thought too fast. And how do we stop all this? Saga asked, still staring at the drawing. I don't know yet. Maybe Alan knows, Alex replied, shaking his head. After all, he wrote all of this, or the one who thinks he is Alan. Saga frowned. You mean Alan has an evil double? Alex snapped his fingers. Exactly. Every story has a hero and a villain. The hero, that's you, Saga. You have to fix everything and end the nightmare. The villain, Mr. Scratch, the one I met in the dark place. And Alan himself, he became a character in his own book. Like a narrator, giving hints, but unable to change the plot. Saga frowned even deeper. Alan Wake became a character in his own book, she murmured, unsure whether to consider it madness or prophecy. Alex just smiled and turned back to the monitors. Welcome to the story, Saga. A story where the author is a prisoner, and the plot lives its own life. Alex smiled, pulled the book Departure from his bag, and handed it to Saga. Saga looked at the offered book with curiosity and carefully took it in her hands. The moment she opened the first page, her expression changed instantly. Now she understood what Alex had meant. In Departure, Alan Wake himself had become a character in his own book. As Saga flipped through the pages, trying to comprehend what she saw, Alex's phone rang softly. He glanced at the screen. The synchronization with the monitoring station had finished. Now his phone would receive notifications about any anomaly changes at Cauldron Lake. Alex understood, the FBC was already heading to Bright Falls to deal with the situation. But something else worried him. They weren't the only ones who had noticed the increased activity. Crowley would undoubtedly feel the surge as well and send his demons. The thought caused a dull ache in Alex's temples. The last thing he wanted was for such an unstable anomaly as Alan Wake to fall into Crowley's hands, or, worse, the Angels. Alan was no longer just a man. He had become part of the dark place, which meant he himself had turned into an anomaly, capable of influencing reality with words. A writer who shapes the world around him. Alex clicked his tongue quietly, stood up from the chair, and stretched. At that moment, Saga, having finished the first pages of Departure, looked up at him and handed the book back. Now she knew more than she wanted to. She was beginning to understand, if she continued to believe everything happening around her, she would become part of the story written by Alan Wake. And if that happened, her fate would already be predetermined on the pages of the book. Then Logan would truly die. Let's go, Alex said, putting the book back in his bag. We need to return to Bright Falls. You've got a conversation ahead with Alan. He has to explain what comes next. You need to move the plot forward, Saga. He smirked. Wouldn't it be easier to just ignore the plot and go your own way? Saga asked, following him out of the monitoring booth. Easier, Alex shrugged. But not always right. Some things have to happen the way they're written. You'll have to walk this path anyway. The key is not letting the book turn you into a character. The ending already exists, but you have to reach it as a person, not as a line on a page. And I'll help you with that. Saga looked at his back and nodded. For the first time in a long while, she felt confidence. There was something in his words worth believing. When they reached the parking lot, they saw Casey and Emmett questioning Alan. Casey, as usual, couldn't calm down, demanding explanations about why he looked so much like the detective character Alex Casey. Emmett held his phone, still receiving messages from Rosalie with questions for the writer. Alex watched the scene with a smirk. It seemed Alan was already starting to regain his bearings. Once everyone got into the cars, Alex started the engine of his Impala and followed the black Chevrolet. He knew that as soon as Saga got a signal, she would call home to make sure Logan was safe. It was necessary. As long as she believed her daughter was alive, the story couldn't kill her. The drive back to Bright Falls was surprisingly calm. Except for the fact that Rosalie kept sending Emmett short videos of him fighting the Nightingale. Alex, noticing this, glanced at the phone screen and laughed out loud. Rosalie had clearly decided to tease her husband. Emmett just grimaced, remembering the fight. No, he wasn't scared of a reanimated corpse possessed by darkness. What annoyed him was something else. While Nightingale was taken, he had been completely naked. Deciding to cheer his friend up a bit, Alex pulled a Detective Casey badge from his bag and handed it to Emmett. The moment he saw it, Emmett snapped a photo and sent it to Rosalie with the caption, "If you don't stop spamming videos, no souvenir for you." A minute later, he sent a selfie with the badge, beaming a victorious smile. Alex just shook his head. Arriving in Bright Falls, they parked near the motel. Alex's first stop was the nearest diner to grab breakfast and coffee for everyone. "Anyone hungry? Want me to get something for you?" he asked, looking at Saga, Casey, and Alan. "I could use some coffee," Casey groaned, rubbing his face. "My head is splitting from all this madness." "And you, Saga?" Alex turned to her. "Coffee, and something to eat," she replied, nodding with a tired smile. "Got it," Alex said, heading to the diner with his hands in the pockets of his coat. Alex didn't ask Alan anything, he already understood that the men needed food. Even if this Alan Wake was merely a character from a book written by another Alan, he was still human, and that meant he needed nourishment. After finding out where breakfast and coffee were served, Alex took Emmett along as an assistant. They entered the small diner and placed their order. While the cook prepared the food, Alex leaned on the counter and waited calmly. He remembered that their next destination had to be the town of Watery, the place where the coveted clicker was located, along with another fold. In addition, Saga was meant to learn more about herself there and meet her supposed relatives, Thor and Odin Anderson. To the locals, they were just two perpetually drunk old men, but Alex knew the brothers possessed the same gift of insight as Saga and were far wiser than they appeared. Moreover, like him, they had not succumbed to the influence of the book Return. "So, where did you end up?" Emmett whispered, making sure only Alex could hear. "I moved from one fold to another, trying to understand how the dark place works." "It was quite enlightening," Alex replied in the same quiet tone. Emmett wasn't even surprised. He already knew that Alex was capable of much. While Alex briefly explained the folds he had visited, their breakfast was ready and neatly packed. Emmett grabbed the coffee, and Alex took the paper bags with the food. Exiting the diner, Alex opened one of the bags to check that everything was there. Inside was a simple but hearty meal, a toast with egg and meat, some fried potatoes, and a salad, everything needed for a solid breakfast. They walked down the road, watching Bright Falls residents prepare for the upcoming Deer Day festival. As they approached the motel, Alex received a message. The anomaly from Cauldron Lake had begun to expand and was now reaching Watery. This didn't surprise him, everything was unfolding according to the book's scenario. Saga's next step was clear, she had to go there. Alex and Emmett entered the conference room and laid out the food and coffee on the table. Saga and Casey thanked Alex, took their portions, and sat opposite Alan, who was gradually regaining his composure, piecing together fragments of memory. Alex sat by the window, opened it, and lit a cigarette. He listened as Alan recounted his experiences in the dark place, the endless cycles in which he repeatedly tried to escape, only to end up back in Scratch's grasp each time. The writer rewrote these events over and over, trying to give his hero a chance at salvation, but Scratch, controlling the dark presence, constantly altered the plot. Everything turned into an exhausting struggle between the three sides of Alan Wake, the writer, the hero, and his dark reflection. When Alan finished his story, he let out a tired sigh, staring into the paper cup with cold coffee. "So, you've spent the last 13 years in a nightmarish place called the Dark Place. Did I understand that correctly?" Saga asked, jotting down notes. "Yes. That's right," Alan nodded. "You said that in the Dark Place there are so-called folds, distorted spaces where perception of reality changes. And the only way to reach them is from the bottom of Cauldron Lake, but it's not underwater, right?" Saga continued. "Not exactly," Alex interjected, exhaling smoke out the open window. "The dark place isn't beneath the bottom, it exists between the lake and its foundation. It's like a thin layer, a kind of mirror world. Remember that feeling of being pulled into quicksand when you entered it? That's it. Simply put, the dark place is like a huge house with many apartments, and each one is its own fold." "Since you brought it up," Saga said, turning to him, "maybe you could explain in more detail what you've learned and where you've been." "No problem," Alex replied calmly, flicking the ash off his cigarette. "I'll just need a board. I want to show it visually." He stubbed out the cigarette, closed the window, and stood, looking at them with a faint smile. Alex got up from the chair and left the conference room. A few minutes later, he returned, rolling a board in front of him and carrying several markers. He placed it where everyone could see, removed a cap from a marker, and began drawing, circle after circle, one inside another, forming something that looked like a whirlpool. Once the outlines were complete, Alex added details, and the drawing started to resemble Cauldron Lake. Gradually, he expanded the diagram, explaining everything he had discovered without overwhelming Saga, Casey, and Emmett with too much information. Alan sat motionless, a mixture of surprise and confusion on his face. Before him was a man who seemed to have truly understood how the dark place worked. Alex calmly answered questions, mostly the ones Saga asked. She needed to understand what was happening to prevent her daughter's fate from repeating. With each answer, Alex added new lines and symbols to the board, clarifying details and connections. Occasionally, Alan himself interjected, adding his observations and mentioning Mr. Scratch, the part of himself that had distorted the plot of Return for his own purposes. "Why did you even add me to the story?" Saga asked, her tension clear. "Why make me a character in the book?" Alan exhaled heavily. "When I wrote Return, you just appeared to me. I thought it was a sign that you were meant to be part of the plot. But Scratch ruined everything." Casey leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of coffee. "All I understand from what you've explained is this: if we don't stop it, our world will become just like the dark place." "Right," he said, looking at Alex. "Correct," Alex replied. "Fiction that touches the dark place starts to change reality. The story comes alive. It seeps everywhere, like water filling every crack. Last time." Alan added hoarsely, "Last time it developed gradually, like a virus slowly infecting the body. Events from the book came to life, turning people into characters. The dark entity remained connected to the lake, and the story became its path to freedom. I managed to stop it then, preventing it from breaking out. And until the story reaches its end, we still have time." He picked up the book Departure and opened it, showing Saga fragments of the text where all of this had already been written. Saga nodded, jotting down a few notes, then looked up. "All right, now about your magical switch that Nightingale was looking for. That disappeared 13 years ago too, right? About the clicker." Alan frowned. "I'm not sure magical is the right word here. But as long as the clicker remains part of your story, it has power," Alex interjected, leaning on the table. "So why does your double need it?" "With the clicker, Scratch wants to finish the story his way," Alan replied, a note of worry in his voice. "If he succeeds, the whole world will drown in darkness. Then we need to find the clicker before he does," Alex said seriously. "Where is it?" "You wrote this, right?" Alan frowned, clutching his head. "I don't remember. There are too many gaps in my mind. I'm not sure I can trust my own memories. But if I get the clicker, I can send Scratch back." He groaned in pain, a headache hit him with renewed force. The world blurred before his eyes, and he nearly toppled from the chair. Alex managed to catch him. He glanced at Saga, and she instantly understood the hint. Gathering everything she had heard, Saga began analyzing the data: the dark place, Scratch, the story, the clicker. Gradually, a complete picture started forming in her mind. "Alan," she said after a moment, "your clicker could be with the tree cult. Does that ring a bell?" "Cult, yes," Alan nodded, wincing. "But not the tree. The word cult. They worship Scratch." "Wait," Emmett interjected, raising an eyebrow. "So, it's the word cult or the tree cult?" "If the clicker were with the word cult, it would already be over," Alex explained calmly. "The tree cult, on the other hand, protects the clicker. The only question is, for how long?" He leaned toward Alan, tapping a finger on the table. "And now, Alan, hand over the page you hid. Don't make me take it by force. You remember what I'm capable of." Alan gritted his teeth, staring at the table. "You don't understand, these pages show me what must happen next. Without them, I'll lose the thread." "You're not the only one trying to figure things out," Saga said firmly, looking him straight in the eyes. "We're all in this story. And now it's our job." Alex rolled his eyes at Alan, clearly signaling that if he didn't give up the hidden page willingly, Alex would take it by force. Even though Alan's memories hadn't fully returned, he still vaguely remembered their encounter with Alex in the dark place. Weighing the pros and cons, Alan reluctantly pulled a folded white sheet from the inner pocket of his shirt and placed it on the table. Saga immediately took the page and began to read. Alex stepped closer, leaning over her shoulder. Just as he had suspected from the start, the clicker was in watery. Moreover, the text mentioned a trailer in which Saga had seen the legendary clicker in the hands of one of the cultists. But the name of that cultist wasn't written on the page. "Everything's written here. The clicker is in watery. I'll go there, find the trailer, and the clicker," Saga said, carefully folding the page and slipping it into her pocket. "I'm going with you. Emmett and Casey will stay with Alan. I've got a feeling someone might come for him," Alex said, putting on his black coat. "Why would anyone attack Alan?" Casey asked, frowning. "To the tree cult, he's the source of all evil. They believe that killing him will end everything. They don't know that Scratch is the real culprit, not Alan. That's why you and Emmett need to stay alert," Alex explained calmly. Emmett and Casey nodded, understanding what he was implying. Once Alex was sure they grasped the danger, he turned his gaze to Saga and gave her a short nod. Saga put on her coat and took her service weapon. They left the motel. Alex offered to take his car, just in case Casey, Emmett, and Alan needed to leave quickly. Seeing no reason to refuse, Saga got into the Impala. Alex started the engine, and the car smoothly rolled onto the road, heading toward the small town of Watery. Didn't think agents drove cars like this, Saga remarked, glancing around the Impala's interior. It's not a service vehicle, it's personal. They called me straight from home, so I had to drive here immediately, Alex replied, slightly lowering the window. You live near here? Saga asked, deciding to keep the conversation going. You could say that. About 150 kilometers from Bright Falls, there's a town called Forks. I live there with my wife. Emmett does too, with his. In short, Forks is the kind of town where nothing ever happens, Alex said with a faint smile. Do you have kids? Though you barely look older than 20. But if you're married, maybe you've already got a family. Saga asked, throwing him a brief glance. Yeah. I've got 4 little princesses. Though, more often than not, they act like 4 gremlins, chaos can erupt at any moment. Recently, they even took apart the fridge, Alex said with a smirk. Haha. I can imagine. I've only got 1 daughter, but even she sometimes makes such a mess that my husband and I can't figure out how it happened so fast, Saga replied, chuckling. Speaking of your daughter, Logan, right? Did you call home? Alex asked, glancing toward her. Yeah. Luckily, nothing serious. Logan slipped in the bathroom and hit her head. A mild concussion, but David says she's fine. Still. I can't help but worry, Saga said softly. Yeah. Don't doubt it, Saga. Doubt opens the door for darkness. The more you doubt, the easier it can control you. Keep telling yourself, Logan is alive. No matter what others say, hold on to that thought. Close your heart to doubt. Remember, if you give in to fear, it will affect her, Alex said seriously but gently. I remember. You've told me more than once not to believe everything I hear. Since you understand what's going on here, just tell me what's true and what's not. I'm used to dealing with criminals, not all this mystical stuff, Saga said, smiling faintly. Deal. From now on, we're partners. And partners have each other's backs, Alex said, raising a thumbs up. After the conversation, Saga felt noticeably lighter. On the way, they talked about various things, life, family, small everyday matters that distracted them from grim thoughts. Saga shared stories about her daughter's childhood, more for herself than for Alex. It helped her remember that Logan was okay, alive, and safe. Alex listened with a faint smile on his face and didn't interrupt. He liked the warmth and care in Saga's voice when she spoke of her daughter. In return, he shared funny stories about his 4 gremlins, as he called his daughters, keeping the conversation going and maintaining a light, friendly atmosphere in the car. When Saga recounted how her husband David once panicked because little Logan had spit up on his favorite shirt, Alex laughed heartily. Saga couldn't help laughing too, shaking her head at the memory. But the cheerful mood abruptly ended when Alex noticed in the side mirror a car that had been following them for several minutes. He squinted. In the reflection, a distorted face flickered, eyes burning with a dim, hellish light. A demon. Alex's eyes flashed for a moment. He didn't show it, so as not to alarm Saga, who kept talking, unaware of the threat. Alex stuck his hand out the window and snapped his fingers. The car following them burst into silent flames and, within a second, turned to ash. Not a trace of the demon remained. Alex frowned. They had arrived sooner than he expected. But what worried him more was that the demon had moved in a normal Toyota, like a tourist, instead of teleporting as usual. The only explanation was the influence of the dark presence, it was preventing demons from using their powers. Tapping his finger on the steering wheel, Alex wondered how many had already infiltrated Bright Falls and how many might be waiting in Watery. He hoped no more than 1 or 2, enough to eliminate quickly, without drawing attention and causing chaos. When the Impala arrived in Watery, Alex parked by the roadside next to a small brick building and stepped out. The town was tiny, much smaller than Bright Falls. The streets were nearly empty, only occasional passers-by and the sound of wind rustling between the buildings. Saga looked around, then at Alex. We need to question the locals and find out where the trailer park is, she said confidently. All right. Let's split up to save time. Meet back at the car, Alex replied, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Saga nodded. Even though Watery was small, finding the right information here wouldn't be easy, too few people, and everyone kept their distance from strangers. Their first stop was Suomi Hall, an old building where locals usually gathered to drink coffee, play billiards, and discuss the news. Alex and Saga approached the entrance. At that moment, a man in a light suit stepped out the door, slightly brushing against Saga's shoulder. Excuse me, he said with a polite smile, then immediately disappeared into an alley. Alex watched him leave. Something about this man felt off. Alex frowned as he watched the men in the light suit walk away. There was something subtly alien about him, not in his gait, but in his very aura, which radiated coldness and something celestial, yet distorted. Saga, paying no mind to the brief encounter, simply shrugged and entered Suomi Hall, where the locals gathered. Alex, on the other hand, felt a pang of instinctive revulsion toward the men in the suit. Without saying a word to Saga, he followed the stranger. The men headed toward the outskirts of town, then toward the forest. Alex kept his distance, moving quietly. When the men stopped at the edge of the woods and pulled out his phone, Alex hid behind a tree trunk and activated his magical sight. The flow of energy emanating from the stranger was pure, cold, and familiar, an angelic essence. One of those created by Chuck. Alex frowned. The angel spoke into the phone in a muffled voice. Yes, I feel the presence of darkness. But it's different. Not like anything we've known before. Alex stepped out from behind the tree. The angel immediately turned, a silver blade slipping from his sleeve, glinting in the light. Who are you? He demanded sharply, pointing the blade directly at Alex. None of your business, Feathered One, Alex replied calmly, meeting him with an icy gaze. Leave Bright Falls and tell the others with plucked wings not to show their faces here again. You don't tell us what to do, demon, the angel retorted, his eyes flashing blue. Alex smirked. Yes, I'm a demon. But a different one. Far worse than Lucifer, and even your self-proclaimed God. I hope your death serves as a warning to the rest. Barely had the words left his lips when Alex vanished and reappeared behind the angel. The angel didn't have time to turn. Alex's hand passed through the angel's back, a crack, a flash of light, and scarlet blood burst from his chest. The angel's eyes flared with blinding brilliance and then went out a second later. Alex pulled his hand back, shook off the drops of blood, and looked indifferently at the lifeless body. To him, this was no angel, just a pale copy, an empty shell created by Chuck. A pitiful parody of a celestial being. He snapped his fingers, and the body turned to ash, scattered by the wind. Only the phone remained. Alex picked it up and couldn't help smirking. Even in this universe, smartphones. What, angelic radios are out of style now, he muttered, scrolling through the contacts. Unlocking the device, he quickly hacked the system and pinpointed the location of the second angel. Then he snapped his fingers, summoning his clone. It emerged from the swirling fog like a reflection in a warped mirror. You know what to do, Alex said. Eliminate all angels and demons lurking around Bright Falls and the neighboring towns. But be careful. The clone twisted his lips into a grin. Don't get on my nerves, original. I know how to deal with scraps without you. Go ahead, keep playing agent, he said, stepping aside. His silhouette dissipated like smoke. Alex shook his head, exhaled deeply, and headed back to Watery. It was time to meet with Audie again, and find out what Saga had managed to uncover while he tracked the celestial messenger. To be continued. This fucking headache is driving me crazy. I barely wrote this chapter, and by the middle of it, my head was hurting so much I was ready to bang it against the wall to drown it out. And yes, you haven't forgotten what kind of universe this is. Yes, it's supernatural. How could demons and angels not stick their noses into a place like Bright Falls? Why didn't they come here sooner? You know, it was the end of the world and all that. And they just couldn't care less about Bright Falls. Chapter 496, Another Fold and a Strange Family. After killing the angel, Alex sent one of his clones to clear out Bright Falls and the nearby towns that had fallen under the influence of the anomaly connected to Cauldron Lake and the Dark Presence. During the process, Alex realized why the angel and demon he had killed didn't teleport away like they usually did and instead behaved like ordinary humans, using smartphones, driving cars, eating human food. The reason was that around Cauldron Lake, reality itself was distorted, obeying the story written by Alan Wake and Scratch. Angels and demons didn't fit into that script, so their powers didn't function here. They had to play the roles of regular mortals. That was why the angel couldn't use his heavenly radio to contact his kin, and the demon had been forced to drive a simple Toyota. The area surrounding Cauldron Lake now lived by different laws, the laws of a fictional story, dictated by the writer's pen. Alex understood that he didn't have much time. Sooner or later, Crowley, as well as those currently ruling the heavens, would send new followers to claim the shard of Amara's power. Crowley intended to use the fragment to accelerate Amara's growth and then enslave her will. The angels, on the other hand, wanted to use its power to destroy her forever. Everyone had their own goals, but for ordinary people, it all meant nothing but disaster. After some thought, Alex decided not to waste energy on unnecessary worries. He had already sent a clone. It would deal with any angels or demons foolish enough to approach Cauldron Lake. The more came, the more would die. So Alex simply brushed off his concerns and chose to keep following the plot written by Alan Wake. After all, his goal wasn't to kill Scratch, it was to catch him. Leaving the forest near the small town of Watery, Alex received a notification on his phone. He stopped and looked at the screen. The anomaly from Cauldron Lake had expanded again, further distorting reality. Alex shook his head. For the first time, he was facing something that literally rewrote existence itself. But it was a valuable experience. Someday, he would face another enemy or entity capable of altering the laws of the world, and as he knew, there were plenty of those across the endless multiverse. Leaving the forest, Alex stepped into an alley behind Suomi Hall. Around him stood old boats awaiting repair, and by the wall, sitting on a folding chair, was a man in a black biker jacket calmly smoking. Deciding to play the role of an agent, Alex approached him and struck up a conversation, asking about the trailer park that was supposed to be nearby. From the short talk, he learned only what he already knew. The park belonged to the Kaskila brothers, and all matters had to be discussed directly with them. Thanking the men, Alex headed off to find Saga. As he exited the alley, he noticed a parked bus with the logo of the Valhalla retirement home. Alex expected to see Saga nearby, but she wasn't there, so he decided to check inside Suomi Hall, guessing she might have returned there. Upon entering, Alex once again saw Adi standing on the stage, singing for a group of elderly people. Their eyes met, and Alex nodded politely. Adi smiled back and gave a slight nod. Alex decided to listen for a bit. He had always admired how this man, despite his immense power, managed to remain kind and humble, helping others and enjoying life. Adi was singing the song Yo Tanyo, Nightless Night. Listening, Alex couldn't help but smile slightly. The song's meaning was that you can never truly escape the darkness that follows you. At that moment, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Alex turned and saw Saga. "Find out anything?" he asked, looking at her. "Other than the fact that I apparently have some relatives and that the bus driver from the retirement home recognized me, not much. I also found out that the trailer park belongs to the Kaskila brothers, like half this town. And you, it seems, decided to enjoy some local music with the elderly." Saga replied with a faint grin. "Ah, Thor and Odin Anderson," Alex said, nodding. "This meeting will do you good, Saga. They know a lot. They once helped Alan." "Wait, are you saying they're actually my relatives? Or is this just another part of the crazy script we've landed in?" Saga frowned, pressing her hand to her forehead. "Let's talk outside so we don't disturb anyone," Alex suggested, motioning for her to follow him out. Saga once again gave Alex a suspicious look but still followed him. After leaving Suomi Hall, they moved a bit away from prying ears. Alex lit a cigarette and began explaining what was happening, speaking as if he had drawn his own conclusions from the information in the book Departure. In reality, he knew the full truth, but he spoke carefully, as though he were merely guessing. Saga listened attentively. Gradually, everything began to form a coherent picture: why people recognized her in Bright Falls and even in Watery, why all the hints pointed to her connection with this place. She had simply forgotten her childhood, forgotten that she grew up here. The moment she crossed the border of Bright Falls, she had fallen under the influence of the book Return and lost part of her memories. Alex's words sounded absurd, yet the longer Saga thought about them, the clearer it became. Everything made sense. She was like a heroine in a story who had lost her past and now had to uncover the truth on her own. Rubbing her forehead, Saga took a deep breath and began to analyze what she had heard. In any case, she needed to meet Thor and Odin, her supposed relatives, who might know more. "Alright, so we've figured out my possible past. But I'll still take your advice. I won't believe everything people say about the time I supposedly lived here," she said, mentally piecing together all the clues. "They say you left because of Logan's death." "That's something you definitely shouldn't believe," Alex replied, flicking away the ash and putting out his cigarette. "Got it. Now we need to find the Kaskila brothers. They might tell us exactly where the trailer park is, the one where I supposedly lived." "I repeat, supposedly," Saga added, looking at him with determination. She moved forward, knowing where to find the brothers, near the bridge that had been flooded after the storm. Alex followed her, though he understood that the flood was just a precursor, a sign of a new fold opening. When they reached the bridge, their attention was drawn to two massive biker motorcycles. Alex stopped involuntarily, admiring them. Like many men, he had a fondness for machines like these. Seeing his gaze, Saga rolled her eyes. Both Alex, her husband, and Casey shared the same obsession with bikes. Not sharing that enthusiasm, Saga walked toward the Kaskila brothers to talk. Alex decided not to interfere and instead look around. Passing by Saga, Ilmo, and Jocko, he gave them a friendly nod and approached the flooded part of the bridge. Crouching down, he touched the water. Instantly, a thick, viscous sensation enveloped his hand, and from the depths came the muffled voice of the dark presence, the same one, repeating that he could change nothing. Alex rolled his eyes and withdrew his hand. Quite the opposite, he thought. I'm already changing the story. Saga's learning the truth much earlier than she's supposed to. While he half listened to Saga's conversation with the brothers, another thought was running through his mind: how to prevent what was meant to happen, the attack on the motel and the attempt to kill Alan Wake. In the original timeline, Scratch escaped the dark place by taking over Wake's body. But this time, he would appear in his true form. Alex reached into the inner pocket of his coat, pulled out a small notebook, and quickly wrote a short message for Ilmo and Jocko, a warning to stop them from making a fatal mistake. He knew the brothers were cheerful and carefree, but he didn't want either of them to die due to their recklessness. When he finished, Saga was wrapping up her conversation. Alex folded the piece of paper and stepped closer. "Thanks for the help, Ilmo, Jocko. If I ever end up around here off duty, I'll definitely take you up on your offer as guides," he said with a friendly smile, extending his hand. "Ha ha ha. Thanks for the compliment, Agent. We'll give your family the best trip of their lives." Ilmo laughed heartily, shaking his hand firmly. Alex smiled in return and discreetly passed the note. Then he shook Jocko's hand and followed Saga. When they disappeared into the woods, Ilmo unfolded the note. His brother looked over his shoulder, and both silently read what was written. Ilmo paused for a moment, staring after the departing pair. "What do you think, brother?" Jocko asked, nodding at the note. "Seems like there's someone out there who understands what we're really dealing with," Ilmo replied quietly, tucking the paper into his pocket. "Should we gather the guys?" Jocko frowned. "Yeah. Call them in. But not to capture Wake. If this note isn't lying, someone else will come for him. And he's the real cause of everything that's happening in our town," Ilmo said, his face growing serious, a hint of unease in his voice. Jocko nodded, pulled out his phone, and quickly sent a message to the others, telling everyone to be on alert. Meanwhile, Ilmo looked once more in the direction Alex and Saga had gone. A faint smile appeared on his face, not only because he had finally seen Saga again, but also because someone out there knew what they were doing, and still chose to stay silent. At that moment, Alex and Saga were walking along a narrow, muddy path leading to the Coffee World Park, managed by Ilmo Kaskila. The deeper they went into the forest, the thicker the darkness grew, as if someone were slowly dimming the light around them. Alex squinted, glancing around carefully. Suddenly, the dry crack of a branch echoed nearby. Saga instantly pulled out her gun and flashlight, aiming the beam toward the sound. "What was that?" she asked warily, scanning the area. "Looks like we've got company. Stay sharp." "In case you haven't noticed, it's getting darker," Alex replied, drawing ivory from its holster. "You're saying the dark presence has reached this place too?" Saga asked, throwing him a quick look. "The bridge didn't flood for nothing. Even if you're the main character in this story, that doesn't mean your path will be easy. In stories like these, there are always obstacles. And don't forget, this isn't a heroic saga. It's a thriller. Here, heroes usually die, or fall to the darkness," Alex said calmly, continuing forward. Saga frowned at his words. She regretted never reading anything like this, maybe then she would have understood better what to expect. But with Alex beside her, she felt more confident. If anyone knew how to avoid the traps of a story, it was him. They moved on, cautiously scanning the forest. Any moment now, the Taken could appear. As they turned another corner, Saga suddenly felt Alex grab her by the collar and yank her back. The next instant, an axe whistled past her face and buried itself into a tree trunk. From behind a boulder, a Taken leapt out, its body wrapped in thick black smoke. Alex fired, the bullet tore through both its legs, and the creature tumbled backward, crashing into a tree with a dull thud. Alex rushed forward and delivered a finishing shot to its head. Saga caught up and shone her flashlight into the darkness. More Taken were already approaching. Alex sighed heavily. Too bad he hadn't brought any flares. But he still had ebony and ivory, that would be enough. He drew his second pistol. These Taken were faster than usual, darting in and out of the shadows. But once the flashlight's beam touched them, the darkness around their bodies melted away, and they became vulnerable. Taking cover behind trees, Alex and Saga dodged the flying axes and sickles. Where do they even get all these weapons? Saga asked while quickly reloading her pistol. No idea. Maybe they conjure them from the darkness itself. But at least it's not the worst thing I've had thrown at me, Alex replied, peeking out and firing a few precise shots. I don't even want to know what that means, Saga muttered, pulling a flare from her pocket. Alex noticed her movement and frowned. You had that the whole time. Why didn't you say so? I left my bag in the Impala. You didn't ask, she replied with a sly grin. And yes, I took it from your bag. Just in case. Alex gave her a blank, mildly reproachful look. Saga made a quick hand signal, I throw, you shoot. He nodded. Saga darted from behind the tree and hurled the flare straight at the Taken's feet. A blinding flash erupted, and the creature screamed as fragments of burning darkness scattered through the air. Alex leapt from cover, opening fire with both guns. Every shot hit its mark, bullet after bullet, the Taken fell one by one, until the flare's light faded and silence returned. Saga stepped out from behind the tree, watching as Alex calmly lowered his pistols. Nice shooting, she said, impressed. My girls never let me down, Alex replied, kissing both Ebony and Ivory. Never seen models like those before, Saga said, stepping closer to examine the guns. A gift from my father, he replied with a faint smile. Custom made, tailored just for me. There's nothing else like them. You even gave them names. Saga raised an eyebrow. Alex shrugged with the same relaxed smile. When you've spent half your life with someone, they deserve a name. Alex only smirked and carelessly shrugged before continuing forward. After a few minutes, they reached a fork in the path. Alex glanced at Saga, silently asking whether they should keep going or look around first. Saga chose the second option, maybe they could find some kind of clue nearby. Alex didn't object and turned onto the side trail. The narrow path led them to a small house that looked like an old forest ranger's cabin. Alex and Saga began to search the area, and Alex's gaze fell on an old generator beside the wall. He grabbed the pull cord, and after a few rough coughs, the machine sputtered to life. A few seconds later, Saga appeared from behind the cabin. The noise had caught her attention. She stared at Alex in confusion, silently asking what the hell he was doing. Alex just shrugged again and, without answering, stepped inside the cabin. The place was a mess, furniture overturned, drawers pulled out, papers scattered all over the floor. It looks like someone was searching for something, Saga said, pointing to the boot prints in the dust. I think I know what, Alex replied, pulling a white sheet of paper from behind the wall. Another manuscript page? Saga asked, walking closer. Something like that. From the looks of it, this one hints at where your trailer key might be, Alex said, handing her the page. There's no guarantee it's even my trailer, Saga noted as she examined the text. Maybe this thing created it. What did Wake call it again? The Dark Presence. Alex just shrugged and watched her read. The page described her conversation with the Casquila brothers, their trek through the forest, and even how they headed toward Coffee World. The writing stopped abruptly right at that moment. Saga was growing increasingly uneasy. These pages only retold what had already happened, offering no hints about the future. She folded the paper and slipped it into her pocket before suggesting they keep moving, toward the park, where the key might be waiting. Alex agreed, and they set off. The road ahead was eerily quiet, yet something about it put them on edge. The Taken didn't attack, they merely watched from a distance, hiding behind the trees. Whenever Alex or Saga turned toward them, the shadows instantly dissolved into the darkness. As they neared the park, a faint carnival tune began to play in the distance, and the flashing lights of active rides shimmered through the gloom. Alex took out his phone and checked the time, 1 p.m. But the sky was covered in a suffocating black haze, as if night had already fallen. Looks like we're close, Saga said, shining her flashlight toward the source of the lights. Yeah, Alex muttered, glancing around. Something wrong, she asked, turning to him. Our tails are still behind us. Watching, not attacking, Alex said, nodding toward the dark tree line. Ignore them. We should just keep moving. We're almost there, Saga replied, shaking her head. Alex narrowed his eyes toward the watchers. The Taken vanished instantly. He gave a slight nod and followed Saga. But he had no intention of letting their pursuers slip away unpunished. The shadow beneath his feet rippled, forming the silhouette of a girl with long, flowing hair that seemed alive. Her strands stirred, stretched, and crawled across the ground toward the Taken. Moments later, thin black tendrils burst from the darkness, grabbing the lurking watchers and dragging them into the void below. When everything went silent again, the shadow returned to its ordinary shape, as if nothing had happened. Alex caught up with Saga just as she reached the entrance to Coffee World. As they stepped into the park, they began to look around. The first thing Alex noticed was how eerily unsettling the place felt. The flickering rides, blinking lights, empty benches. All it needed now was a couple of bloodthirsty clowns, and it would have been a full-blown horror park. Alex pulled out his phone, checked the anomaly map, and saw that the highest concentration of readings was indeed right here. No surprise, another fold was located somewhere in the park. Saga shone her flashlight around and called out, "Is anyone here?" "Of course there is." "Me," Alex replied with a smug grin, pointing both thumbs at himself. "Does your wife ever tell you how stupid your jokes are?" Saga asked, giving him a tired look and accidentally flashing the light right into his face. "She likes them," Alex said with a smirk. "Sometimes she even laughs." "What about your husband? Doesn't he joke around?" "Oh, he does." And just as stupidly, Saga admitted with a faint smile. "But sometimes, it helps to stay sane." Alex chuckled and walked ahead confidently. He already knew where the key to Saga's trailer was hidden. It was locked inside a safe in the nearby souvenir shop. When they reached it, the shop door was secured with a massive padlock. "Looks like Imlo never managed to reach the staff. So where are we supposed to find the key now?" Saga said, shining her flashlight on the lock. "Here, hold my cigarette." But don't smoke it, Alex said, pulling out a small lockpicking kit. Saga eyed the cigarette doubtfully, then looked at Alex, who was already kneeling and pulling out a neat leather pouch of tools. Within seconds, he was deftly working the lock. There was a soft click, and the padlock opened, as if reluctantly giving in. Done, Alex said, tucking the tools back into his pocket. Saga handed him back the cigarette. She didn't like how often he smoked, but decided not to comment. It wasn't her business, after all. Inside, Saga found a light switch and flipped it, but the bulbs didn't even flicker. Darkness filled the room. Alex ignored it and headed straight for the counter, where he remembered a safe being kept. Crouching down, he noticed a note taped to the front and, without thinking, waved it off, literally, tossing the paper aside. He doesn't need hints, Saga muttered under her breath, picking up the note and reading it carefully. A minute later, she had already figured out the combination, but before she could say anything, there was a soft metallic click. Alex had already opened the safe and pulled out the key. What's that, Saga? He asked, holding the key in his hand. I was going to tell you the code, but I guess you didn't need it. Where did you even learn to crack locks and safes? Or is that part of your agency training? She asked with a teasing smile. Sometimes I get bored, Alex said casually, placing the key into her palm. So I learn things. I can forge metal too. Among other things. Forge? Really? Saga raised an eyebrow. And what do you even need that for? It looked cool, Alex said with complete seriousness. So I thought, what the hell, I want to learn that. And I did. Saga gave him a long, almost blank stare. She was no longer surprised by his oddities and decided not to comment. As they exited the souvenir shop, Alex casually grabbed a couple of keepsakes for memory, and a plastic knife. The very same knife he knew would come in handy for opening the next fold. Saga noticed him discreetly pocketing the items but didn't say a word. Her intuition told her he had a good reason. Just as they were about to leave Coffee World, Alex suddenly turned and walked off in another direction without saying a word. Hey, where are you going? Saga called out, turning around. He didn't answer. He just kept walking, purposeful and silent, as if he'd sensed something. Intrigued, Saga followed him. Soon they reached a decorative well standing in the middle of an empty square. Alex leaned over, peering into the darkness below as if trying to spot something. Saga came closer and did the same. What are you looking for? She asked, glancing at him. Do you still have any signal flares left? Or did you only take one? Alex asked, holding out his hand. I've got one more. But why? Saga asked warily, pulling it out of her pocket. You'll see, he said with a mysterious grin. Just step back. If it blows, you'll want some distance. He stepped closer to the well, turned the flare over in his hands, and squinted, gauging its depth. Saga frowned but took a step back. Alex lit the signal flare and dropped it into the dark well. He knew perfectly well that it served as an entrance to another fold, but he was curious to see how the darkness would react to a burst of pure light. The flare hissed as it fell, disappearing into the blackness. Alex took a few steps back, pulling the frowning Saga with him, who still didn't understand what he was trying to do. But the answer came seconds later. The flare suddenly shot back out of the well with a deafening whistle, streaking into the sky and leaving behind a blinding trail of light. Saga stood frozen, staring as it faded high above them, then slowly looked back down at the well. Heh. Looks like someone didn't appreciate my gift. Shame, Alex said, pulling a mock disappointed face. What was that even? Why did the flare fly back out? Saga asked, not taking her eyes off the well. I was just testing a theory, Alex replied, pulling out his phone and showing her data from the FBC monitoring system. See this? Here's the entrance to the fold. So that's why it's so dark here, even though it's daytime, Saga murmured, instantly understanding what he meant. Exactly. But we'll come back later. For now, it's best not to open that door, Alex said calmly, shoving his hands into his coat pockets. We still don't know how to open a fold. Do you think the clue's in my trailer? Saga asked, frowning. Of course. We're following the story, Saga. Which means we'll soon meet whoever guards this fold, Alex said, raising a finger. That story again. I'm liking this less and less, Saga muttered, shaking her head. Alex just shrugged. It wasn't his fault someone had written such a script. Even with all his power, he had to play by the world's rules, because Chuck was watching everything unfold, still writing his grand masterpiece. In the real world, Alex was restrained. His full freedom only existed in the dark place, beyond Chuck's sight, where Amara made the rules. Leaving Coffee World behind, Alex and Saga followed the muddy road toward the trailer park to finally retrieve the key that would move the story forward. The dirt road stretched ahead, slick and heavy after the rain, while the wind rustled the wet branches of the trees. As they reached the trailer park gates, they heard loud voices, drunken, hoarse, and tinged with a hint of madness. Saga took out the key and opened the gate, letting Alex go first. Inside stood several old trailers, and between them, two men were swaying unsteadily on their feet. They were having a lively argument, loudly insisting that water is poison and that a real man bathes only in moonshine. Saga couldn't help but smile faintly, while Alex struggled not to burst out laughing. "Go on, say hello to the grandpas," he said, barely containing himself. "You mean?" Saga began, eyeing him skeptically. "Yup. Thor and Odin Anderson. Local philosophers and drunks. They talk absolute nonsense, but there's always a hint of truth in it," Alex replied, still trying to keep a straight face, while one of the brothers ranted that fish are a conspiracy by water spirits. "And you think that's funny?" Saga asked, half smiling. "More than funny," Alex nodded, listening as the old men kept bickering. While they were talking, Thor gave up first. He leaned against a trailer, muttered a curse under his breath, and vomited onto the ground. The stench of moonshine immediately filled the air. Meanwhile, Odin staggered to an old pickup truck, bracing himself against it, breathing heavily. Saga sighed, hardly believing these were actually her relatives. She stepped closer and asked, "Excuse me, I'm looking for the Anderson trailer." Thor and Odin exchanged a glance, blinking their cloudy eyes, then both stared at Saga. After just a second, warm, drunken smiles appeared on their faces, the kind grandfathers have when they see their favorite granddaughter. "Sweet pie. You came just in time," Odin exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms for a hug. "Don't listen to them, sweetheart. Everything they tell you is a lie. They want to make you helpless, to control your mind," Thor declared, swaying from side to side and wagging a finger in the air. His voice carried the manic conviction of an old man who truly believed in his prophecies. Others believe because deep down, they want their thoughts to be controlled. But we're not like them, no. We're rebels. We have to stop the story before it becomes reality. "You're not a book character, Saga, you're the mistress of your own story," Odin said, placing both hands on her shoulders and staring at her with his one cloudy eye. "Yes, I've heard that before, and I understand what you mean," Saga replied softly, a warm smile crossing her lips. "But how did you even learn about this story?" Odin threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I knew our little girl hadn't forgotten her roots. You're just like us, sweet pie. We're family. We're the Andersons. Vikings. Gods," he shouted, spreading his arms wide. "And how glad I am to see you again, Saga. I'm your great-uncle Odin, and this is your grandfather Thor. It's been far too long, my dear. Kara Saga. I'm so sorry." Thor mumbled, his voice suddenly heavy with sorrow. That was all he managed to say before he lowered his head wearily. "Now, go on, talk with your family," Alex said quietly, placing a hand on Saga's shoulder. "I'll check your trailer in the meantime. They'll help you figure things out." "And the key?" Saga asked, surprised as she turned toward him. "Already with me," Alex replied with a grin, spinning the key around his finger. "You're an FBI agent, but getting something out of your pocket was easier than I expected." Saga quickly checked her pockets and realized the key was indeed gone. Odin turned his bleary gaze toward Alex, who gave a polite bow, showing he had no intention of interfering in their family reunion, and headed toward the trailer. Odin, squinting with effort, returned the gesture with a faint nod. Unlike Saga, he could see far more. He could feel that behind Alex's words and actions lay something far greater than mere courtesy. Saga watched Alex walk away, his steps confident, as though he already knew exactly where to go. He hummed a tune under his breath and smirked. If only Brunhild's world had an Odin like this one, he thought, Ragnarok would never have happened. But what had already come to pass could not be changed. Alex reached the Anderson family trailer and opened the door. His destination was the child's room, that was where he needed to go, and he intended to go alone. Saga didn't need to see what was inside, Logan's room, filled with subtle reminders of her death in the waters of Cauldron Lake. If she didn't see it, the dark presence wouldn't be able to affect her. The moment Alex crossed the threshold, a sharp stench of alcohol hit his face. Empty bottles, wrappers, and dirty dishes were scattered everywhere. He grimaced and covered his nose with his hand. "These old men clearly aren't too picky," he muttered with a smirk. "Feels like they'd drink pure ethanol if someone told them it was allowed." Glancing around, Alex headed straight toward Logan's room, ignoring everything else. He knew why he was here, to find something that could move the story forward without causing Saga unnecessary pain. Opening the door, he stepped into a small but cozy children's room. Everything looked frozen in time, toys, books neatly arranged on a shelf, and a bed with a faded blanket. His eyes immediately caught sight of a white sheet of paper lying on the pillow. Alex picked it up and turned it over. It was a manuscript page, fresh, as if someone had just left it there for Saga to find. Scanning the lines, he frowned. It was exactly as he expected. The text was written to wound Saga again, to make her doubt the reality around her and believe that Logan had truly drowned in Cauldron Lake. The page described how Saga returned to her daughter's room, memories flooding back with unbearable force. How the pain of loss pierced her heart again, forcing her to relive that terrible day once more. Nice move, but it's useless if Saga doesn't see it, Alex murmured, shaking his head. He carefully folded the page and slipped it into his pocket, deciding Saga must never see it. Approaching the desk, he noticed an old photograph. In it were Thor and Odin, smiling, in their better years. Next to them stood a man dressed in black, wearing the symbol of the cult of the tree on his chest. In his hands was a familiar object, the clicker. Beneath the photo lay a faded newspaper clipping about a girl who drowned in the lake. Alex clenched his jaw and sighed. He knew this was all part of the script, meticulously arranged by Scratch and the Dark Presence to keep everyone bound to their roles. But he wasn't about to let that script break Saga. He gathered every page, photo, and clipping that could remind her of the tragedy and tucked them into his bag. After scanning the room one last time to make sure nothing was left, he finally turned toward the exit. Time to head back, he muttered, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. The clicker's still in Coffee World. And I need to get into the fold, start preparing the ground. Alex took a drag, watching the gray smoke fade into the air. He had to lay the foundation to destroy the spiral, save Alan Wake, and capture the Dark Presence hiding behind the persona of Barbara Jagger. He exhaled, dropped the cigarette to the floor, and made his way back, to Saga and her grandfather's. To be continued. Chapter 497, Chapter 497, Crazy plans are the way to solve all problems. Leaving the Anderson family trailer, Alex decided to finish his cigarette before returning to Saga and her two grandfathers. He hoped that her conversation with Odin and Tor would help her better understand what was really going on, where the truth ended and where the lies, woven from someone else's words, began. Even if Tor and Odin were considered the local crazy drunks, they had lived by Cauldron Lake longer than anyone else. And if anyone understood what was truly happening in these lands, it was them. Taking a deep drag, Alex sank once more into thoughts of the dark place. Dozens of ideas swirled in his mind, from relatively harmless to completely insane. For example, creating an artificial sun within the dark place to disperse the darkness. Or, conversely, releasing a tiny fraction of the power of destruction, just enough to annihilate the entire space. But the second option carried a serious risk. If Chuck sensed even a flicker of the power of destruction, he might change his tactics. Either flee, become more cautious, or, on the contrary, ignore it entirely, remaining as arrogant as ever. Alex knew one thing: before bringing any other plans to life, he needed to deal with the dark place first. To destroy it completely, he had to sever the connection between Alan Wake and the place itself. That meant uniting the writer, the character, and the villain into one whole, bringing everything back to the beginning, where reality and fiction merged together. Trying to break through layers of darkness in search of Alan would be a waste of time. But then, a mad idea formed in Alex's head. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it could actually work. If it did, everything could be solved at once: break the spiral, save Alan Wake, destroy the dark place, capture the Dark Presence hiding under the guise of Barbara Jagger, and through her, reach Amara. While Alex was busy shaping his plan, Saga was still talking with Odin and Tor. Despite their drunken rambling and seeming nonsense, there was meaning in their words, deep, though hidden beneath madness. Saga listened carefully, trying to catch even the smallest clue that could help her restore fragments of her past. Their conversation, however, was interrupted by a driver named Vladimir, who came to take the old men back to the retirement home, Valhalla. When Tor and Odin left, Saga made up her mind: she would have to visit them again later. There were definitely answers hidden within their insanity. When the old men's figures disappeared around the corner, Saga walked toward the trailer where Alex had stayed. She saw him standing on the porch, gazing into the distance, slowly exhaling smoke. "Did you find any clues?" Saga asked as she approached. "Something like that," Alex said, pulling a photograph from his pocket. "A few hints designed to make you doubt your memories again. And something about the clicker." Saga took the photo and looked at it. It showed Tor, Odin, and another man standing in front of a sign that read, Crankshaft Knights Motorcycle Club. She immediately realized the photo was fabricated, meant to make her believe her relatives were connected to the cult of the tree. But thanks to Alex, she already knew the truth: the cult of the tree hadn't worshipped the darkness, they protected the town from the Taken emerging from the lake. Still, the mention of the motorcycle club was an important lead. Perhaps that was where the clicker was hidden. Saga took a step toward the trailer door, but Alex gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She looked up, and he just shook his head slightly. That was enough. She understood she shouldn't go inside. Even if Alex had removed all traces, seeing the child's room again would only reopen old wounds and doubts. "All right, I won't," she said softly, stepping back. But where do we look for this motorcycle club? Remember the locked gates near the well? Alex asked, stroking his chin. There was also a barn and a stage for the Deerfest celebration. The gates that were padlocked. Saga asked for clarification. Yeah. I think that's where the club is. Though. Alex smirked. I could be wrong. But it's worth checking. Saga nodded. They had almost no other leads on where to find the clicker. The only reasonable guess left was the motorcycle club, the old barn behind those locked gates. Stepping out from behind the trailer, Alex and Saga froze simultaneously. At the gates leading into the trailer park stood a figure in a police uniform, wearing a deer mask. Black darkness swirled around him, like the very breath of the abyss. Saga narrowed her eyes cautiously, trying to make out the figure through the light mist. Within a second, Alex understood who it was too. Mulligan. He whispered. Looks like he really got unlucky. The man in the mask slowly turned his head toward them, and in that instant, vanished into a swirl of black smoke. Mulligan. But what is he doing here? Saga asked, her eyes fixed on the spot where he had just stood. The same as us, Alex replied calmly. The dark presence is after the clicker. With it, Scratch will be able to bring his version of the story to life. And then the darkness will leave the dark place. Then we need to hurry before he beats us to it. Saga dashed forward. Alex nodded and followed her. Passing through the gates, they left the trailer park and saw Mulligan again. He stood at the end of the road, right in the middle of the asphalt. But as soon as Saga took a step forward, he disappeared once more into clouds of black fog. Alex suddenly noticed movement on a hill. Behind the trees, another person was hiding, Thornton. Look, Alex said, pointing. Saga frowned. Now it was clear, not only Mulligan, but Thornton had become taken as well. And both wore deer masks, identical to those worn by members of the Cult of the Tree. That's why the investigation into the cult stalled, Saga muttered. Even the police are involved. Unfortunately, Alex sighed. The fate of secondary characters is predetermined. If they don't die, they become the villain's pawns. Saga just pressed her lips together. She was beginning to understand how the rules of the book written by Alan Wake and his dark double, Scratch, worked. But she still couldn't accept that ordinary, innocent people were turned into monsters simply because that's how it was written. They ran onto the asphalt road and began to look around. There, Alex said, pointing in the direction opposite the entrance to the coffee world. Saga noticed how the gray mist gradually merged with thick, nearly black swirls. They ran toward it. The road led them to a fork, where an old sign stood, Motorcycle Club, Crankshaft Nights. Trails of fog stretched straight to the barn. They're leading us, Saga said, feeling her heart tighten. Looks like it, Alex replied, reloading his ebony pistol. They ran along the muddy path, leaving footprints that emitted black steam. Soon, Thornton appeared ahead, entering the barn. Saga immediately drew her gun and turned on the flashlight. Alex drew his ebony. Approaching the building, they positioned themselves on either side of the wide-open doors. A quick nod, and both peered inside. There was nothing remarkable inside, an old workshop, piles of crates, half-disassembled motorcycles, a weak lamp hanging from the ceiling. But neither Thornton nor Mulligan could be seen. Alex stepped in first, scanning slowly. Saga followed, shining her light into the corners. Where did they go? She asked. No idea, Alex replied, squinting. But the clicker has to be here somewhere. Maybe there's a secret passage. I don't think the Cult of the Tree members were here just for beer and chatter, talking about capturing the Taken and saving their town. Saga nodded and began searching the workshop alongside Alex, trying to find any clues that might help locate the clicker. Alex, of course, already knew where to go, but to avoid raising suspicion, he continued playing his part. Finding nothing useful, they approached the only door, secured with a combination lock. As an FBI agent, Saga immediately started searching for possible hints to open it. But Alex had a different approach to such obstacles. Why bother if the doors just would, he muttered, and with a single kick, he knocked it off along with the lock. Saga, sitting at the computer searching for the code, flinched at the loud noise and turned around. Why am I even trying, she said wearily, rising from the desk. Why look for a code when you can just kick the door in? We're in a hurry, Alex replied calmly, shrugging. If needed, I'll cover the Kaskila brothers' repair costs. Saga let out a heavy sigh and nodded, deciding not to waste her nerves. After all, he was right, time was passing. On the other side of the door, a bright room opened up, filled with crates and tools, belts, crossbow bolts, deer masks, and rain cloaks. So this is their lair, Saga said, stepping across the threshold. Hide something. Hide it in plain sight, Alex smirked. It's a motorcycle club. Nobody would think the Cult of the Tree, ritually killing people, would hide here among the locals. You can't argue with that, Saga replied, continuing to look around. I remember a case, one serial killer even helped search for himself. He gave tips, assisted the police, the perfect citizen. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. He actually helped them look for himself. How messed up do you have to be to pull that off? Exactly, Saga nodded. They caught him only because the last victim survived and could identify him. Otherwise, he would have roamed free for much longer. Alex froze, trying to process what he'd heard. He'd met idiots before, but that level of, shaking his head, he tossed aside a rug and spotted a hatch leading to the basement. Saga turned as she heard Alex fiddling with the lock. The door creaked open, and she shone her flashlight downward. Alex glanced at her, nodded, and was the first to start down the steps. Saga followed. Below stood rows of shelves filled with crates. Behind them, another door glowed faintly, and voices could be heard. Hearing the familiar tones of Mulligan and Thornton, Alex and Saga exchanged glances and silently moved closer. Taking positions on either side, Alex counted on his fingers and kicked the door open with force. Stop. Everyone freeze. Saga shouted, holding her gun and flashlight. At the pedestal stood Mulligan and Thornton. Their voices warped, as if a radio were picking up interference. But instead of resisting, they stepped into the shadows and vanished. Saga lunged forward, but they were already gone. Alex simply watched calmly. He understood, if they took the clicker from the Taken now, the door to the fold would close. And he needed to get in to test his insane plan. Damn. They took the clicker. Where do we even look now? Saga exclaimed irritably. Well, probably in the well, Alex drawled lazily. Now we just have to figure out how to open it, Saga said, looking around thoughtfully. We know the well is the door to the fold. But where's the keyhole? Here's a hint, Alex smirked, picking up a dirty sheet of manuscript. Looks like Thornton and Mulligan decided to leave us a trail after all. How kind of them. Saga looked at Alex with a gaze that clearly said, Are you serious right now? Alex just smiled in response and handed her the manuscript page. With a heavy sigh, she took the sheet and began to read. The page explained that in Watery there was another passage to the fold, the key and keyhole for it was a carnival chariot, which could be used to open the path. It also mentioned that Thornton and Mulligan had already disappeared inside, and a Taken had been sent specifically to hold Saga back. Saga frowned, but now the path to the fold was clear. There should be a Taken upstairs. We need to be careful, she said, putting the page into her pocket. Alex nodded. Together, they headed back to the stairs to climb out of the basement. Alex went up first, weapon ready, followed by Saga. As she stepped onto the last flight, the lights began to flicker, confirming her suspicion, the dark entity had already manifested nearby. When the lamps briefly went out, a dull thud echoed along the wall, and a deep crack appeared in the concrete. Time to get out, Alex whispered. They cautiously entered the dark workshop. Saga could feel the tension rising, she had never faced anything like this before. Alex, on the other hand, seemed curious, intrigued by which Taken awaited them. Leaving the room, Saga instinctively tried to reach the exit, but the dark entity had already seized part of the workshop's objects. Tables and tools shifted, blocking the usual path. The only option was a detour through the other end of the room. With a flashlight in one hand and her pistol in the other, Saga followed Alex quietly. Alex stopped in front of a wooden wall and aimed. Why are we stopping? Saga asked softly, peeking from behind him. In response, Alex fired. The bullet hit the center of the board perfectly. The next second, the wall exploded into splinters, a massive Taken with a sledgehammer burst through, more like a monstrous lumberjack than anything else. Despite its massive body, it moved quickly. Alex shoved Saga aside and dodged at the last moment. The heavy sledgehammer crashed into the floor, sending a web of cracks across the concrete. Alex stepped on the handle, preventing the Taken from raising its weapon. What's the matter? Did your sledgehammer suddenly get too heavy? He smirked. Saga had already gotten up and, without wasting a second, aimed her flashlight beam directly at the Taken. It roared in pain, the darkness on its body began to smoke, and it instinctively covered its eyes while retreating. Alex kicked the sledgehammer into the air and caught it with his hand. Gripping the handle, he smirked and closed the distance in one swift move. One powerful strike hit the enemy's legs, a disgusting crunch of bones echoed. The Taken collapsed to the floor. Tone down that face, Alex said, raising the sledgehammer above his head. You're just a minion here anyway. Moments later, the blow fell. The sledgehammer smashed the Taken's skull with a monstrous crack, blood mixed with black smoke, splattering across the floor. Saga turned away, closing her eyes. Even after everything she had seen in the FBI, this sight crossed every line of acceptability. Alex straightened, released the handle, and wiped blood from his face. Then he reached out, helping Saga to her feet. Let's go. It's not over yet, he said shortly. Saga took Alex by the hand and helped him up from the floor. Then they headed toward the workshop exit. Saga still avoided looking at the fallen Taken, the way it had been killed, and the sight of its body with the sledgehammer protruding from its head filled her with unease. Outside, the carnival chariot was already waiting for them. There it is, Saga whispered. They began examining it, trying to understand exactly how it was connected to the fold. At the bottom of the fake well, Saga noticed another manuscript page. Taking it out, she quickly skimmed the text. It explained that watery Stark Past had become the foundation for the fold, and the chariot itself was part of a ritual that opened the way into it. Find anything? Alex asked, jumping down from the chariot. Yes. To open the fold, we need to complete the carnival chariot, Saga replied, putting the page into her pocket. Then we just need to figure out what it's missing, Alex said thoughtfully, running his fingers along his chin. Saga nodded and began scanning the area. Her gaze fell on an old table piled with tools. Approaching it, she noticed a sheet of paper, a list of items needed to restore the carnival chariot. Glancing over the lines, Saga immediately understood what was missing. But something puzzled her. Next to all the items, the list indicated where to find them, except for one, the ritual mask, which had to be placed on a mannequin. I found the list, she said, holding the sheet in front of her. We're missing 3 things. You've already got one, the plastic knife. That leaves the circuit board, the audio recording, and the ritual mask. All of it should be somewhere in the park, except the mask. It doesn't say where to get it. Then let's split up, Alex suggested. You look for the circuit board, and I'll take care of the recording and the mask. Meet back here. Saga nodded without objection. She told Alex where to find the audio recording and headed toward the Espresso World attraction, where the circuit board should be. Alex handed her the plastic knife, and they returned to the park. At the edge of the well, Alex noticed something strange, a deer skull mask, seemingly left there just for them. He nudged Saga with his elbow and pointed at the find. Looks like we got lucky, he said with a slight grin. Saga checked the list and nodded in agreement, no longer surprised by what was happening. In Watery, miracles had long ceased to be unusual. Alex picked up the skull, and at that moment, felt an irresistible urge to put it on. He didn't resist. Pulling the mask over his head, Alex felt the skin beneath it grow cold. So, do I look like a maniac? He asked, turning to Saga. Better find the recording and try not to break the mask, it's needed for the ritual, she replied, shining her flashlight on the map of Coffee World. Alex just shrugged. He had no intention of removing the mask. In fact, he thought about keeping it after the ritual. In his personal museum of cursed artifacts, which Zhangya had built for him in the Red City, this piece would definitely have an honored place. All right, I'm off then. Be careful, he said, waving his hand. With that, Alex set off in search of the recording. At a fork in the path, he realized he'd forgotten to take the park map. Sighing, he stopped under a lamp, and noticed a Taken prowling nearby, like a predator sensing its prey. From beneath the mask, Alex's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. He touched the horns and cast a strengthening spell on the mask. Then he charged forward, and with a running start, impaled the Taken with his horns, driving it into the wall. The horns pierced the body completely and got stuck in the stone. Alex stepped back, yanked his head out with effort, and the lifeless body slid down the wall. Blood dripped from the horns, splattering on the ground. Interesting experience, but awkward, he muttered, shaking his head to flick off the drops. Meanwhile, the girls watching the live stream sighed heavily. They had sincerely hoped that at least this time Alex would behave calmly, without his bouts of madness. But, as always, their hopes collided with reality. Each of them thought their own thoughts as they watched their husband in a bloody deer mask comment on the kill with the same expression someone might have while tasting a new kind of coffee. Alex, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. And if he had known, he would have worn the most innocent expression in the world, pretending to understand nothing. Continuing his search, he realized that he was lost. The park was small, but Alex, being himself, still managed to get turned around. Beneath the mask, irritation simmered. In one hand, he held the Taken by the neck, keeping it from breaking free. Suddenly, a muffled voice reached his ears. Squinting slightly, Alex snapped the Taken's neck and moved toward the sound. The voice led him to the food court area, empty stalls where food was sold. From there came a creepy recorded laugh. Alex approached and saw the source, a cardboard mannequin shaped like a smiling coffee cup, waving its hand in greeting. Rolling his eyes, he looked behind it, and discovered a tape recorder taped to the mannequin's back. The same recording played endlessly on the tape. Seriously? Alex muttered, shaking his head. He pulled the cassette out and shoved it into his pocket. Hope Saga has already found the circuit board, he said, glancing at the darkening park. At that moment, Alex heard the sound of gunfire and, without hesitation, ran toward the noise. He arrived just in time. Saga had just shot a taken and was breathing heavily, trying to regain her composure. Earlier, she had managed to find the circuit board to power the carnival chariot and had returned. But waiting for Alex, who hadn't appeared, she began to worry, thinking something might have happened to him. So she went searching. However, as soon as she ventured a little deeper into Coffee World Park, Taken sprang from the darkness. Fighting them off with difficulty, Saga survived only thanks to the flare she had accidentally found in the storage room and wisely brought with her. She stood there, breathing heavily, gripping her pistol, when she felt someone touch her shoulder. Reflexively, Saga turned, aiming her flashlight and the gun's barrel at whoever had dared approach her. Her heart skipped a beat. Standing before her was a figure wearing a bloody deer skull mask. "Yo, I see you managed just fine without me," Alex said calmly, noticing the flicker of fear in Saga's eyes. "Damn it, I almost shot you," Saga exclaimed, lowering her pistol. "I told you to be careful with that mask. Why's it all bloody? And where the hell have you been? I found everything, and you were nowhere to be seen." "Ah, that." Alex scratched the back of his head, trying to sound as innocent as possible, though his appearance suggested otherwise. "I got a little lost. Then one of the Taken attacked me. Well, and I accidentally impaled him with my horns. It was an accident, I swear." Saga shook her head wearily. Her life over the past few days had become a carnival of madness. She, the heroine of a book who had lost her memory, was fighting darkness that tried to convince her daughter had drowned. Everything felt like a waking nightmare. Taking a deep breath, Saga decided to focus on the main goal, find the clicker, retrieve it from Mulligan and Thornton's Taken, and finally put an end to this nightmare. They returned to the carnival chariot and arranged the found items in their proper places. Alex, clearly reluctant, removed the skull mask but decided he would take it for his collection later. Once all the pieces were in place, the area suddenly lit up with a blood-red glow, and a strong wind swept through the air. It worked. "Time to enter the fold," Saga said, looking at the well from which distorted voices echoed. "Then let's go. Hopefully this time it won't toss me somewhere else," Alex muttered, heading toward the well. Saga nodded silently. She knew that if Alex disappeared again, she'd have to fight the Taken alone, something she wanted to avoid at all costs. At the well, Alex's phone vibrated, sending a series of short notifications. He pulled it out of his pocket. The screen was flooded with dozens of messages about an alternate world event related to the opening of the fold. Saga glanced at the screen briefly and felt they needed to hurry before something worse happened. Alex set a timer to track how long they would spend in the fold and began descending first. Saga followed him. The sensation was the same as before, a viscous, suffocating plunge, as if they were sinking in a sticky swamp, and an angry scream echoed from the darkness. A moment later, they were standing in a narrow, dark tunnel. Saga turned on her flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. "Looks like this time it didn't throw you anywhere," she said, trying to joke. "And I was starting to think the dark entity doesn't like me," Alex smirked. "All right, let's go. There's a door over there, I think." Walking through the dark tunnel, they emerged at an old wooden door. Alex pushed it open, revealing a landscape, a quiet lake and a house on the shore, warm light spilling from its windows. Saga frowned. The light in the house within the fold looked wrong. "Let's check it out," she said quietly, heading toward the house. Alex activated his magical sight, spreading mana across the area and sensing every distortion. This fold was truly different from the others. The world seemed torn, cyclical, yet with an unusually large number of doors leading to other pockets of reality. "Now this is interesting," he muttered to himself. "I think this is exactly where I can test my crazy plan." Meanwhile, Saga was inspecting the cabin. Her attention was immediately drawn to a white sheet of manuscript lying on the table. What she read on the yellowed page made her frown. The page described a conversation between Mulligan and Thornton, rough, filled with malice and twisted rage. Saga immediately understood what the dark place wanted, to make her believe that Mulligan and Thornton had been monsters from the start. Shaking her head, she folded the page and tucked it into her coat pocket. Stepping out of the cabin, Saga froze. Right in front of her, on the ground, was a complex circle filled with inscriptions and symbols. In the very center sat Alex, intently drawing lines with a stick, resembling a mathematical formula so convoluted it was impossible to comprehend. "Don't step in. Stay at the threshold and don't move," he said without raising his head. "What are you doing? What are these symbols?" Saga asked, trying to get a closer look. "It's a formula," Alex replied calmly, continuing to draw. "A formula? What for?" she pressed. "Remember when I said the dark place is like a whirlpool? A spiral. Everything here is twisted, tangled, like a ball of threads. Well, this formula should help unravel them. At least, that's the hope," he said thoughtfully, adding the final strokes. "And you really think these scribbles will help? Some kind of math magic?" Saga remarked with irony, crouching at the entrance. Everything depends on how you look at the world, Alex said calmly, not taking his eyes off the circle. Reality obeys the laws of physics. But this world obeys what's written and what you believe. This formula is a way to create a chain. To untangle the chaos and turn it into a single straight thread leading to the very bottom of the whirlpool. Where the real Alan Wake is. He looked up, lost in thought for a moment. The Alan who stayed in the motel with Casey and Emmett, that's a character in the book. The real one is still trapped at the bottom. If I do everything right, then... He faltered. Then what? Saga asked, frowning. You'll go to the very bottom to pull out Alan Wake. Or are you planning to lock up the dark place itself? If I'm lucky, I can close all the doors at once. Leave only one, the one right at the bottom of Cauldron Lake. Once they align in a straight line, I can descend. Then the spiral will be broken. All these folds will disappear. Everyone will get a chance to live, theoretically, Alex said, finishing the formula and straightening up. He paused, then added with a slight smirk. Although life is relative. No one knows if tomorrow will come. Because tomorrow never comes. Saga squinted. Philosophizing now. Maybe you should have chosen another profession, like a psychotherapist. Nah, Alex smirked. I'm way too lazy to listen to couples whining endlessly about how their love doesn't burn as bright anymore. That's beyond my strength. He stretched, looking at his drawings. Alright, that should be everything. If my calculations are correct, once I record the solution, everything should start moving. Hopefully. Saga crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe. And what are we supposed to expect? Will something change? Effects, flashes, thunder, lightning, signs in the sky. Who knows? Alex replied, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. Theoretically, the circle should stretch into a straight line. And if it starts glowing, well, then my years in math and physics classes weren't wasted after all. Saga regarded Alex's words with skepticism. His plan seemed insane to her, almost absurd. She already knew from his stories what the dark place looked like and could not believe that a single formula drawn on the ground could actually alter the space itself. Nevertheless, she decided not to interfere, let him try. After all, they had nothing to lose, except time. Alex finished drawing, tossed the branch aside, and straightened up. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Saga sighed, it seemed Alex had miscalculated. But suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled. Light subterranean shocks rippled beneath the cabin, the air quivered, and the space around them began to warp, like an old television screen flickering with static. When Saga blinked, the circle Alex had drawn on the ground stretched into a long line, disappearing into the forest. Another tremor, and the space warped again. Saga blinked a second time, and the formula vanished. Did it work? Or not, she asked, turning to Alex. Everything went as planned, he replied calmly, brushing dust off his hands. Now, once we close this fold after dealing with Thornton and Mulligan, the only entrance will be in Cauldron Lake. Phew, didn't think I'd have to strain my brain like that again. I really should quit, thinking's bad for your health. Do you even realize what you just did? Saga asked, stunned, staring at him. Well, I just made a space that didn't obey the laws of physics start obeying them, Alex said lazily, rolling his eyes. You just need to know how. I wasn't born smart for nothing. Saga was speechless. She tried to process his words, but the more she thought, the less she understood how his logic worked. Sometimes Alex seemed carefree, sometimes wise, and at other moments, a mad genius playing with reality like a toy. Alex merely smirked. What he had drawn on the ground was far from an ordinary mathematical formula. It was a magical construct, a formula of space, designed to stabilize the very fabric of reality. He knew the power of words. After all, if the anti-life equation and the life equation exist, then they too are made of words, words capable of creation and destruction. To be continued. Today was a really weird day for me. More accurately, it almost drove me crazy. I needed to go outside to pick up a package from the courier, and it was pouring rain. And guess what happened? Correct answer, some asshole in a car doused me from head to toe with dirty water from a puddle. And when he heard what I thought of him, he decided to pretend to be an alpha male in front of his chick. But in reality, he turned out to be a clown who almost cried when he heard what I really thought of him. He just didn't know that my experience of insulting people is so colorful that not everyone can listen to it to the end. Muhahaha. Chapter 498, Chapter 498, the situation escalated in an instant. While Saga and Alex were busy searching for clues, where to find the clicker and how to end the nightly nightmare created by the writer Alan Wake, everything in Bright Falls remained relatively calm. But it was only the calm before the storm. The story hadn't yet reached its critical point, and it was only a matter of time before the town was once again swallowed by darkness. Meanwhile, Alan Wake himself, along with Casey and Emmett, were at the Elderwood Palace Motel, waiting for Saga and Alex to return. Casey and Emmett stayed alert. Before leaving, Alex had warned them that members of the Cult of the Tree might come after Alan, believing that his death would put an end to the nightmare looming over Bright Falls. The three of them were in the conference room, which Saga and Casey had turned into a temporary base of operations. Emmett stood by the window, leaning his shoulder against the wooden frame, watching the street. Thanks to his vampiric nature, he could sense even the slightest movement around. He heard footsteps, breathing, even the heartbeat of those unseen. Casey sat at the table across from Alan, his fingers interlocked. His questions, as usual, revolved around the books written by Wake, where Detective Alex Casey served as a literary reflection of himself. "Every time I introduce myself, people don't think of me, they think of you and your books," Casey said in his raspy, calm voice, looking directly into the writer's eyes. "I've read them, you know. Feels like someone was spying on my life and decided to write a series of novels based on it. And tell me, Alan Wake, how am I supposed to react to that? Be happy? Or flattered that my life became your inspiration? For example, you could ask for money," Emmett said lazily without taking his eyes off the window, arms crossed over his chest. Casey turned his gaze toward him. His face showed no emotion, no irritation, just an empty, evaluating look. Emmett, on the other hand, looked completely serious. In his opinion, if Casey had become the prototype for a character, then why not demand royalties? The books were already written, nothing could be changed, so it was easier to accept it and get something out of it. Casey shook his head and looked back at Alan, who remained silent, as if he didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected that his novels could affect someone's life so profoundly, or that the real FBI agent Alex Casey would turn out to be an exact copy of his fictional counterpart. The silence was broken only by the quiet hum of the air conditioner. Seeing that the writer stubbornly refused to speak, Casey sighed heavily, got up from the table, and went to the coffee machine. While he poured the coffee, the room was filled with a tense stillness, mixed with the smell of roasted beans and exhaustion. When he returned, Casey set one cup down in front of Alan. "Thanks," Alan said quietly, rubbing his temples as if trying to ease the headache that kept returning. "Don't mention it," Casey replied, taking a sip. "Since you don't want to talk about the books, let's get to business. How sure are you that your legendary clicker can actually end all of this?" "It should work," Alan said slowly, staring into his cup. "Last time, I managed to seal the dark presence. The main thing is to keep the clicker out of Scratch's hands. If that happens, there'll be no turning back." "And what then?" Emmett asked, raising an eyebrow with interest. "You said he could rewrite your book. But how can a simple trinket give him that kind of power?" "I don't know how to explain it properly," Alan said, shaking his head as anxiety grew inside him. "Then explain however you can," Casey said, leaning back in his chair. "According to Agent Voldegode, the one who pulled you out, you and Scratch faced each other in the dark place. Before leaving, he said Scratch would still find a way out because it was written that way. Do you remember anything? We need to know when exactly your double will break free." As soon as Casey finished his question, Alan was hit by another wave of pain. He grabbed his head, barely managing to catch the edge of the table to keep from falling. Emmett immediately rushed over to help him sit back down, holding him so he wouldn't collapse to the floor. Alan sat clutching his temples, feeling as if the throbbing pain was splitting his skull apart. At that moment, memories began to flood back one after another, as if someone had torn down a dam in his mind. He remembered the final moments in the dark place, the distorted streets of New York, the hum of neon signs, the frantic running through empty alleys, and how Scratch pursued him relentlessly, always drawing closer. Alan remembered rushing toward the hotel, the only safe place left. Just as Scratch was about to catch him, someone suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him inside. That someone was Alex. As the memories grew clearer, Alan began recounting everything he saw to Emmett and Casey, how Alex had opened passages to other folds, saving them from Scratch, how they ended up in the apartment where Alan once lived with his wife, and how Scratch appeared again. When Wake reached that part of the story, Casey, who had been taking notes, suddenly stopped. His hand trembled, and his gaze turned wary. Emmett, on the other hand, smirked as he listened. Alan told them how Alex fought Scratch, and eventually threw him out the window. When the writer finished, Casey slowly put down his pen and looked at Alan with a calm but skeptical stare. Emmett was already struggling not to laugh, regretting that he hadn't seen it himself. "So, according to you, Agent Voldegode basically smeared your evil twin across the wall," Casey said coldly. "The same twin who serves the dark presence and can control the darkness itself. And Agent Voldegode just beat him up and tossed him out a window. Did I get that right? Or are your memories still a mess?" "That's right," Alan nodded, finally feeling the pain begin to fade. "Ha ha ha. I'm not even surprised he did that," Emmett burst out laughing, unable to hold it in anymore. "What do you mean, you're not surprised? Is that normal for your partner?" Casey asked, turning toward him. "How should I put it?" Emmett said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Alex's motto is simple: if a fight starts, hit first. The guy's got a freakish talent for combat. Once, he used an ordinary brick to take on an armed gang. And guess what? He took them all down. With just that damn brick. You've got to be joking. He's human. How could he take on an armed gang with a brick? Casey frowned, clearly doubting his words. I wouldn't call him human, Emmett replied calmly. He's a damn monster. Usually, he's kind, carefree, even gives good advice sometimes. But when he snaps, I wouldn't want to be on the other side. When I was young, I was nearly killed by a bear. But even then, I wasn't as terrified as the day I saw Alex in action. He shook his head, pausing for a moment as if recalling that memory. Casey frowned deeper. Emmett's words only raised more suspicion. He didn't understand who exactly Alex and Emmett worked for, or what kind of organization they belonged to. They acted like people who knew exactly what they were doing, as if they had already dealt with things far beyond human comprehension. And no matter how hard Casey tried to accept what he heard, it was difficult to believe that the easygoing guy Alex appeared to be could actually be a monster. He was about to ask another question when Alan suddenly screamed again. A new wave of pain hit him so hard that he fell from his chair to the floor. Grabbing his head with both hands, Alan writhed in agony, groaning and repeating the same words over and over. He's coming. Wake. Damn it, wake up. Who's coming? Who are you talking about? Casey shouted, trying to snap him out of it. Scratch, he's coming, he's close. I can feel him, he's coming for me, he wants me. Alan rasped before losing consciousness. Casey and Emmett exchanged glances. For the first time, Casey felt genuine fear. He had no idea how to fight something like Scratch, a herald of the dark presence itself. Emmett understood it too. His vampiric strength wouldn't help here. This wasn't a man or a monster. It was darkness itself. Before they could discuss anything, screams and gunfire erupted outside. Through the quiet of the evening came a distorted, furious voice. We need to run, Emmett said sharply, throwing Alan's body over his shoulder. There's nothing we can do against Scratch. Grab whatever you can use, flashlights, flares, everything. Where are we going? You think we can escape? Casey asked, getting up from the floor and hurriedly stuffing things into his bag. I don't know, Emmett replied shortly, moving to the window. But I'm not sticking around to deal with whatever's happening out there. From the sound of it, the tree cult members have clashed with Scratch. I don't want to sound like a heartless bastard, but we need to get out. Now. Casey, as an FBI agent, was torn, help people or save himself, knowing they stood no chance against Scratch anyway. But the screams and gunfire outside were fading fast, meaning their time was almost up. Casey quickly packed whatever could come in handy. Emmett threw the window open, slung Alan more securely over his shoulder, and jumped out. Casey followed, glancing back only for a split second. At that very moment, Scratch entered the conference room, drenched in blood from head to toe, surrounded by a thick, swirling black fog. Without hesitation, Casey lit a flare and hurled it toward Scratch, hoping it would at least slow him down. Thankfully, it did, if only briefly. Scratch staggered, just for a moment. Casey turned and sprinted after Emmett, who had already disappeared into the depths of the forest. Emmett ran with astonishing speed, not letting Casey fall behind, silently cursing Alex for not leaving behind anything useful to stop Scratch. Thus began the chase, Emmett carrying Alan on his shoulder, and Casey running beside him, while Scratch pursued them, sending a horde of Taken after them, the mutilated, reanimated members of the tree cult. Meanwhile, Alex and Saga were still inside the fold. Alex had no idea that his insane plan, to seal all the doors between the folds except one, had allowed Scratch to escape prematurely. Now Scratch was already on a rampage, hunting Alan Wake. Alex and Saga were preoccupied with their own battle, fighting off a pack of Taken wolves that had lunged at them all at once. Illuminated by the red glow of a flare, they took down the attackers one by one. After a long firefight, Saga was breathing heavily as she reloaded her pistol, while Alex holstered Ebony and Ivory and crouched beside one of the dead wolves. He was curious whether their bodies had changed from the inside after being consumed by darkness. Not to distract you, Saga said, straightening up and glancing at Alex, but I've got a question. Yeah. What is it, Saga? He replied calmly, turning to her. Could it be that this huge pack of Taken wolves attacked us because of what you did to the dark place? She asked, raising the burning flare. Theoretically, yes. The doors connecting the folds are closed and yet, not quite, Alex said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. And what's that supposed to mean? You said you sealed all the doors except one, the one at the bottom of Cauldron Lake. Or am I wrong? Saga asked, staring at him intently. No, you're not wrong. It's just, every door has a crack. And it seems the wolves managed to slip through those cracks. I think that answer will have to do, Alex said, rising to his feet. Saga nodded, accepting the explanation. They moved forward along the only path available, there were no others. Saga carried the flare in her hand, lighting the way through the distorted, nightmarish forest. From time to time, the warped voices of Mulligan and Thornton echoed from the trees, but Alex and Saga ignored them. They had to reach the end of the fold and retrieve the clicker that Thornton and Mulligan had taken. Soon, from somewhere in the distance, they heard a child's voice crying for help. Saga tensed instantly, she recognized her daughter's voice. Her hand trembled, and her maternal instinct took over. She wanted to run toward the sound, but Alex stopped her just in time, reminding her where they were. Logan couldn't be here. Saga took a deep breath and clenched her teeth, repeating in her mind like a mantra, "Don't believe what you hear. Don't believe what you see." With every passing minute, Logan's cries grew more desperate, stirring pity and doubt within Saga. The dark presence went further, it began to use Logan's very image to finally break her will. And it almost succeeded, if not for Alex, who once again stopped Saga from making the reckless decision to rush into the forest to save a daughter who wasn't really there. "Mom. Why didn't you save me when I was drowning? Why did you leave me, Mom?" the voice cried from all directions. "Shut up." Saga snapped. "You're not my daughter. My daughter is at home, with my husband." "Ah. Mom, help me. They've got me," the child's voice screamed, filled with even greater despair. At that moment, along with Logan's cry, came the distorted laughter of Mulligan and Thornton. They mocked Saga cruelly, reminding her that she hadn't saved her daughter, that they would take her away again. That was the final straw. Saga's emotions overpowered her reason. She clenched her fists, threw the burning flare aside, and, without thinking, dashed toward her daughter's voice. Alex rolled his eyes in irritation and hurried after her. Saga ran tirelessly, driven by the voice, ignoring every warning bell ringing in her mind telling her, it's not Logan. But a mother's heart doesn't listen to logic. When the voice sounded close, Saga saw a horrifying sight before her. Mulligan and Thornton, their faces twisted with grotesque grins, were throwing Logan into a well. For a moment, her heart stopped, her mind drowned in despair. The darkness, sensing her weakness, began to close in from all sides. But Alex reacted just in time, he lit a flare right at Saga's feet, and the light pushed back the black shroud. Thornton and Mulligan smirked wickedly before dissolving into the thick darkness. "She'll be ours anyway. She'll become one of us," they said in unison, their voices sounding like distorted radio static, before vanishing completely into the void. Alex only rolled his eyes at the cliché lines of these second-rate villains and turned his gaze to Saga. She was still standing there, staring at the well with a hollow, broken look. Alex sighed heavily, stepped closer, and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, casting a spell of mental calm. As the magic took effect, Saga's breathing slowed. Her thoughts began to clear. Even though she knew what she saw wasn't real, the vision of Logan being thrown into the well tore at her heart. That was exactly what the dark presence wanted. Gradually, as her mind returned to her, Saga wiped the tears from her cheeks and rose from the cold ground. "Thank you. She whispered, guilt heavy in her voice for nearly losing control. "No need to apologize," Alex said calmly. "I understand how you feel. Even if that wasn't your daughter, a mother's heart can't stand by and watch a child being thrown into the abyss. But if you'd given in, the darkness would have consumed you completely. That would have been game over." He looked her straight in the eyes, his voice firm. "Those creatures know how to break human hearts. If they have to, they'll show you Logan's death again and again, until your mind shatters. But remember this, where there's darkness, there's always light to drive it away. That light is called hope." Alex smiled. "Hope always lives in the hearts of the living. And as long as it does, nothing is ever truly over. No matter how dark the day gets, there's always a chance to see a brighter tomorrow. Now, let me show you that light." "What do you mean?" Saga asked, lifting her gaze to him. "Watch closely. And don't blink," Alex replied with a wide grin. "You only get to see this kind of thing once in a lifetime." He raised his hands to chest level. His palms were parallel, one facing up, the other down. A faint, soft light began to gather between them. A satisfied smile appeared on Alex's face. A small orb of light grew brighter and brighter, but it didn't blind, on the contrary, it radiated warmth and calm. Saga watched, mesmerized, as the glow intensified. The ground under their feet trembled, cracks spidered across the earth, and thin beams of light burst out from them. "Wanna play dirty?" Alex said, a hint of challenge in his voice. "Fine. I'll play by your rules too." He threw his head back and shouted. "Let light of hope descend into this world of darkness and despair. Let the fairy law be fulfilled." He clapped his hands. The sky flared. A huge golden magic circle, inscribed with ancient runes, opened above them, and in its center shone the symbol of the fairy. Light poured over everything, driving away the darkness. Saga looked up and froze. What was happening felt so unreal that she thought she might be under the dark presence's influence again. Then, along with the circle's appearance, a powerful explosion of light rang out. All the darkness dispersed, and the fold itself began to collapse. The dark presence shrieked, a piercing, almost inhuman scream of pain, the light searing its domain. All the taken, including Thornton and Mulligan, turned to ash, unable to withstand the power of the light. Meanwhile, the girls from Alex's family watching the stream hurriedly put on sunglasses. The light was so bright it dazzled even through screens. Saga covered her face with her hands, feeling a warm stream of light wash over her body, pushing the remnants of darkness out of her heart. When the glow faded, she lowered her hand and looked around. Now she was sitting by the well, the very one through which she and Alex had entered the fold. The clicker lay in her hand, the thing for which all this had started. Saga was in such a state of shock she couldn't comprehend what had happened. Chaos reigned in her head, thoughts tangled, refusing to obey logic. Everything she had just seen seemed absurd, beyond normal reality. She could accept the existence of the dark presence, an entity capable of turning fictional stories into reality. She could accept much of what had happened in Bright Falls these past 2 days. But what she had just witnessed didn't fit into her mind. Sitting on the wet ground, Saga stared blankly at the clicker in her palm. The image of the huge golden magic circle and the blinding light ripping out of the depths of darkness still burned behind her eyes. A lighter clicked. Saga turned her head and saw Alex, standing calmly, drawing on a cigarette, with that same carefree expression as if he'd just returned from a walk. Dusk was falling in the real world, the day was ending, even though only about an hour had passed inside the fold. Hearing movement beside her, Alex looked at Saga and gave a slight smile. Who are you? And what was that just now? She asked, her voice trembling with confusion. Does it matter who I am, Saga? Alex answered calmly. What you saw was the light of hope. A light that burns even in the darkest night. Even when it seems that all is lost. Looks like you're not going to tell me who you really are, Saga said quietly, rising and brushing the dirt off her clothes. There's no need. I am who I am, and no one else, Alex said with a faint smile. We've got the clicker, so it's time to head back. I've got a bad feeling, like we missed something. And I don't like that at all. You think that while we were finding the clicker, Scratch might have reached Alan? Saga asked warily, catching his hint. He should have, Alex said, frowning. Wake wrote it himself. When I meet the real Alan Wake, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Add me in too, Saga said, nodding with irritation. I still can't get over the fact that he turned me into a character in his book. Alex smirked and nodded approvingly. They left the World of Coffee Park and looked around. The fog that had once thickly blanketed the area had completely vanished. The presence of the dark entity was gone, at least within Watery. Moving quickly, they followed the paved road toward the bridge that had previously been destroyed and submerged. Looks like they've already fixed it, Saga noted. Perfect, Alex replied. I don't want to go through the forest again. Even if the Taken disappeared after the fold was destroyed, it would still take forever. Saga nodded in agreement, and together they crossed the bridge. Upon reaching Watery, they looked around carefully. The town seemed calm, the residents going about their business as if nothing had happened. Everything felt too normal. Alex and Saga approached the Impala and got inside. Alex started the engine and pulled out his phone. On the screen was a message from Alice. Emmett was attacked. Scratch is already in Bright Falls. Alex's expression darkened immediately. He shoved the phone into his pocket, slammed his foot on the gas, and jerked the wheel sharply. The car roared and shot forward at full speed. He could only hope that Emmett was still alive. Saga understood why Alex was in such a hurry. A growing anxiety for Casey gnawed at her chest as well. The Impala sped along the wet road, headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating the slick asphalt and road signs ahead. Alex didn't slow down even on sharp turns. When they reached Bright Falls, the town looked unnervingly quiet. Saga and Alex exchanged a tense look, and Alex steered the car straight toward the Elderwood Palace Motel. But as they turned toward it, they suddenly braked hard. In front of the entrance lay a pile of bodies, members of the tree cult. The scene was horrific. The corpses were torn apart, and some were impaled on deer antlers, as if some unknown force had turned the forest animals into executioners. Alex and Saga stepped out of the car. Saga crouched beside one of the less mutilated bodies and checked for a pulse. Nothing. They were all dead. Alex looked around, noticing discrepancies, blood trails, scattered footprints, gaps where bodies should have been. Saga, he said, pointing to the ground. The number of corpses doesn't match. Here, and here, there should be bodies. They're gone. That means they became taken. We need to get inside, Saga said, drawing her pistol. We have to find out what happened to Casey and Emmett, and whether they managed to pull Wake out. Alex nodded and followed her into the motel. The sight inside was no less horrifying than outside. Blood and viscera were everywhere, body parts scattered around. Even the ceiling was splattered with red, and someone's intestines were wrapped around the antlers of a stuffed deer by the entrance. Saga froze for a moment. Even after years of service, she had never seen anything like this. Step by step, they moved through the hall, careful not to step on the blood-soaked remains. The air was heavy, thick with the stench of iron and decay. Alex stopped beside Phil's body, the same guy he'd met on his first visit to town. Folding his hands silently, he offered a brief prayer for the man's soul, then continued after Saga. The conference room was just as chaotic, overturned furniture, blood-spattered walls, and bodies strewn about haphazardly. Where could they have gone? Saga muttered anxiously, glancing around. Judging by the tracks, there's only one exit, through the window, Alex said, crouching to examine the floor. These marks, the darkness is literally seeping out of them. Scratch was here. And he left through that window. Saga ran up to the open window. Outside, footprints mixed with blood and mud were visible, leading toward the forest. Without hesitation, she climbed out the window. Alex followed close behind. They sprinted after the bloody trail, which led deeper into the woods. Soon, the footprints vanished, but up ahead, strange sounds echoed through the darkness. It sounded like a struggle, or something heavy crashing to the ground. Exchanging a glance, Alex and Saga quickened their pace. They ran a little further and came upon another cluster of bodies, this time taken. Their bodies were mangled, as if burned away by light. That meant one thing, they were going in the right direction. The closer they got, the louder the noise became. At last, a clearing appeared between the trees. Emmett lay unconscious near a tree, and a little further on, Casey and Alan. Standing over Wake's body was a man in a raincoat and a deer mask, holding a knife. Without wasting a second, Saga raised her pistol and fired. The bullet struck the knife, knocking it from his hand. The mask fell to the ground, revealing a face. It was Ilmo Kaskila. Ilmo. What the hell are you doing? Saga shouted, training her weapon on him. Saga. You don't understand. Ilmo yelled, struggling to rise. That thing possessed Wake. We have to kill him before it's too late. Damn, Ilmo. Alex said irritably as he stepped forward. I told you clearly, don't get involved. Just stay away. And what happened? Chaos and a pile of corpses. Is your brother Jocko still alive at least? Ilmo opened his mouth but didn't get a chance to answer. Suddenly bright floodlights lit up the whole clearing. Alex looked up, a helicopter circled above them. The searchlights blinded them. Saga and Ilmo shielded their eyes with their hands. Alex frowned, clenching his lips in annoyance. Armed men began to emerge from the trees. Assault rifles, body armor, black uniforms. Fantastic, Alex muttered through his teeth. More idiots. The agents closed in, weapons raised. Two of them ran to Wake and started laying him onto a stretcher. A woman in a dark suit and a jacket bearing the Federal Bureau of Control emblem stepped out from the tree line. I am Agent Kieran Estevez, Federal Bureau of Control, she said in a confident, cold tone. From this moment we are taking control of the situation. Nope, Alex replied calmly, drawing ivory from his holster. And why do you assume you are in charge now? Do you even understand what you're getting into? Kieran raised an eyebrow, masking nothing of her composure. This is beyond ordinary agents. How do you call yourselves? Alexander Voldigode, Alex said evenly, looking her straight in the eyes. Organization, Men of Letters. And listen, Kieran, if you bureaucratic freeloader types had done anything instead of sitting on your hands, the Bright Falls problem could have been solved 13 years ago. Looks like your director wastes money on you. He stepped forward and leveled the pistol at her head. Now, move your dogs away from Alan Wake, Alex said coldly. Or this conversation ends very quickly. Kieran's expression shifted when she heard the name Men of Letters. Her face went serious instantly. She knew of that ancient organization and couldn't fathom why one of its representatives had suddenly appeared here in Bright Falls. Officially, all Men of Letters members in America had vanished decades ago. As Alex raised the gun and pointed it at her, the FBC agents reflexively leveled their weapons at him. Tension hung in the air. Kieran and Alex stared at each other silently. It was clear without words that this was not someone you could reason with through ordinary negotiations. She understood, if he truly was a member of the Men of Letters, the situation was far more dangerous than it seemed. These two organizations never got along. Even if they hadn't crossed paths in America, conflicts between them had flared in Europe, and especially in England. The roar of the helicopter and the chaos around finally brought Emmett back to his senses. His gaze quickly focused on the scene, agents, drawn guns, tense faces. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the FBC agents by the neck and pulled him close, using him as a hostage. Kieran immediately noticed and realized the situation had reached a breaking point. And to make matters worse, there was still a man from the Men of Letters pointing a gun at her head. Saga stood nearby, confused and unsure what to do or even what was happening anymore. I think we can cooperate. Just ask your partner to release my agent, Kieran said, trying to keep her tone calm despite the tension boiling inside. Emmett, you okay? Alex shouted, not taking his eyes off Kieran. I'll live, Emmett rasped. That bastard cracked a couple of my ribs, but I'll live. What's the plan? Alex narrowed his eyes, quickly analyzing the situation. Handing Alan Wake over to the FBC meant only one thing, more bodies. Scratch had already possessed him, and no one knew when he would seize full control. But Alex also knew he had to play smart. Showing weakness or defiance now would ruin everything. He decided to compromise. If cooperation with the FBC went smoothly, it might give him a chance to reach Jesse Faden, the Bureau's current director. After weighing the pros and cons, Alex clicked his tongue and slowly lowered his weapon, holstering Ivory. Emmett, taking the cue, released his hostage. The FBC agent stumbled back, coughing and clutching his throat as if he'd just been squeezed by a bear instead of a man. All right. Alex muttered irritably. I hate working with clumsy idiots who ruin everything, but work is work. We've got a common goal, to deal with whatever's happening in Bright Falls. I'll count on your cooperation, Agent Voldegode, Kieran replied coolly. Then she turned her gaze to Saga. As for you, Agent Anderson, the FBI is no longer handling this case. It's been transferred to us. She handed Saga a folder with a document. This is nonsense, Saga muttered, flipping through the pages. If you say so, Agent Anderson, Kieran said calmly. We're transferring the evidence and documents from your station to ours, the sheriff's office. Do you have anything related to the case in your possession? Kieran's tone was even and professional, but her eyes still held a wary glint. Saga frowned deeper at her words and threw a questioning look at Alex, silently asking what they should do. Alex caught her reaction but merely shrugged, pulling a pack of cigarettes and his phone from his coat pocket, making a show of having nothing else on him. Saga understood the unspoken message. She realized Alex would never let the clicker fall into the Bureau's hands, especially now, when they were taking Wake, possessed by Scratch. If that artifact ended up with Scratch, it would be catastrophic. No, nothing. Everything you could take, you already did, Saga said calmly, meeting Kieran's gaze. Good. Then your work here is done, Kieran said, taking a step back. Agent Voldegode, once you're finished here, I expect you at the sheriff's office. We need to talk. Before you go, take my partner and Agent Casey with you. Casey needs treatment, and my partner will go along, just in case, Alex said evenly. Understood. We'll take care of him, don't worry, Kieran nodded and gestured for her agents to prepare for transport. Alex glanced at Emmett and gave a slight nod. Emmett understood immediately. Alex wanted him to go with the FBC agents and keep him informed about whatever was happening at the sheriff's office. Helping carry the unconscious Casey, Emmett followed the agents and disappeared into the trees. Alex and Saga were left alone in the middle of the quiet, fog-covered forest. When the last sounds of footsteps faded, Alex lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling smoke through his teeth. Irritation was written across his face. He had counted on the FBC arriving in Bright Falls tomorrow, but they had shown up a day early, shattering all his plans. Saga stood beside him, still frowning and lost in thought. Her mind was a storm. What should they do next? Where should they go? And most importantly, how do they stop what's already begun? To be continued. Anyway, I've been thinking about it and I've decided I need a beer. As for the plot, I've been thinking about it. Since no one's saying anything, I think everyone's happy with it. So, have a nice day or evening, or whatever you're having at the moment, reading this chapter. The main thing is that you spend your day with a smile on your face. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, The Creepy Old Lady from the Retirement Home. Alex and Emmett had been in Bright Falls for the second day already. Since it was a weekday, they happily skipped school. Lucina and Rosalie had convincingly covered for them, saying they left for family matters. Once again, the Cullen family gathered at Alex's place. Lucina, Alice, Samantha, Rosalie, Jasper, and Jane were present. Esme and Carlisle were absent. Bella had been there only briefly, and now the sound coming from the second floor made it clear she was sick after watching the live broadcast from the Elderwood Palace Motel. All those mutilated, torn corpses had been the last straw for her. She still wasn't used to the brutal side of the supernatural world. Edward was helping Bella recover. Samantha turned away so she wouldn't have to look at the screen. She already understood what was happening in Bright Falls was part of their new reality. Rosalie, who had been tense before, finally relaxed. Alex and Emmett were being followed by fairy drones, streaming everything to the living room screen. When Rosalie saw Emmett running from Scratch with Alan Wake slung over his shoulder, she trembled with anxiety. She knew how dangerous Scratch was and that Emmett couldn't handle him alone. But when it turned out that Emmett got away with only a couple of broken ribs, Rosalie sighed with relief. Why did Alex decide to cooperate with those agents? What are they called, that bureau? Jane asked, frowning slightly. I think he has his reasons, Lucina replied, stirring her coffee. The FBC isn't much different from the Men of Letters. It's a secret organization that studies, tracks, and controls supernatural phenomena. From what Alex said, he's interested in the FBC's director, Jessie. So, he decided to flirt with another woman. Jasper smirked. No, I don't think so. More likely he wants to steal something from them, and maybe get their support in the process, Alice suggested cheerfully. So, Alex just decided to rob them. Well, that's better, Samantha remarked dryly, shaking her head. Lucina nodded. She knew Alex well. If he liked something, he'd definitely try to get it. She opened the family chat to ask the others' opinions, but Brunhild and Gyrolol were silent. Either Alex hadn't planned anything at all or was preparing something big. At that moment, footsteps were heard from upstairs. Edward and a very pale Bella came down. She looked as if the life had been drained out of her. Seeing the corpses and torn bodies on the stream had been too much of a shock for her. How are you, Bella? Feeling better? Maybe you should lie down instead of coming downstairs. Alice asked, worried. No, I'm fine. I just didn't expect that. Even seeing it on screen, it's still awful and disturbing, Bella whispered. Alex told you our world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. There aren't any unicorns prancing around. Usually, it's death and piles of corpses, Rosalie noted flatly. Rosalie. Edward exclaimed, frowning. What? I'm just telling the truth. And don't yell at me, Edward. You can't protect her forever. Sooner or later Bella will have to see what the world is really like. She needs to grow up, otherwise, it'll cause problems for her and for all of us, Rosalie shot back, baring her teeth slightly. The tension in the living room grew. Edward and Rosalie started arguing, and everyone else reacted differently to her words. Samantha believed Bella needed to get used to reality early. She herself had learned that lesson the hard way. If not for Alex, some of her friends wouldn't have survived that night on Blackwood Mountain. Now, Samantha had firmly decided never to be weak and helpless again. Bella tugged on Edward's hand, trying to calm him down, but she couldn't. She was still too fragile and gentle to immediately accept the cruelty of the world around her. Rosie, Edward, both of you, stop it. Don't start a fight in my house, Alice said sharply, clapping her hands. If you want to fight, do it somewhere else. Humph, tell that to Edward. He's still acting like an overprotective guy. My husband, for example, got beaten up by a dark entity, and I'm not falling apart, rushing off to save him like a maniac, Rosalie snorted, crossing her arms. Edward, calm down. I understand your concern, but Rosalie's right. Bella has to learn to stand up for herself. Not about corpses, but about not blindly trusting everyone she meets, Alice said, her tone firmer than usual. I decided to stay here myself. I appreciate that you protect me, but you can't be with me 24/7. I want to learn how to stand up for myself, Bella said firmly. Edward looked at Bella closely, his gaze full of worry and care. The girl tried to appear confident, as much as she could with her pale face and tired eyes. In the end, Edward gave in, sighing heavily, and promised he would protect her anyway. Unsure of what to do with her hands, Bella suddenly gave in to impulse and hugged him tightly, as if afraid to let go. Samantha, watching the scene, smiled softly and suggested that Bella train with her. She had only recently begun to dive into the supernatural world herself and knew exactly how frightening it could be at first. Bella turned to Samantha upon hearing that and met her kind, encouraging gaze. A moment later, she nodded decisively. If she was going to live among all this, she would learn and grow stronger. Even if Edward later disagreed, she had no intention of backing down. When the tension faded, everyone turned to the TV screen. The broadcast showed Emmett arriving at the sheriff's station with agents from the FBC and their supervisor, Kieran Estevez. Alex, meanwhile, stayed in the woods with Saga, and now the two were trying to decide what to do next. Still shaken by what she had seen in the watery warehouse, Saga decided to call her husband, just to make sure her daughter was safe. But no matter how many times she dialed, the call wouldn't go through. Either there was no signal, or the voicemail kicked in. The more she tried, the tighter her chest felt. She already knew the book Return was merging deeper with reality, and Bright Falls was slowly tearing itself away from the ordinary world. Even if Alex had managed to pull off his insane plan and close all the folds, it wasn't enough. To change everything, the spiral had to be broken, as he kept saying. Can't get through? Alex asked, watching Saga dial her husband's number for the 10th time. Yeah. Either the number's out of range or it goes straight to voicemail, she replied with frustration, slipping the phone into her pocket. Use mine. Unlike you, I'm not a character in a book. Maybe it'll work, Alex smirked, handing her his phone. Saga gave him a doubtful look but decided to try. Taking the phone, she dialed again, and to her surprise, after a couple of rings, she heard her husband's voice. In the background, her daughter's laughter echoed. Saga's heart trembled with relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her soul. She quickly explained that she'd be home later and told him not to worry. When the call ended, Saga stood still for a moment, eyes closed, feeling warmth return to her chest. Logan was still recovering from his head injury, but that didn't matter, they were safe, and that was all that counted. I can see you feel better now, Alex noted, taking his phone back. You heard their voices, and the fear's gone, right? Yeah, much better, Saga said with a relieved smile. After everything I saw in Watery, I just needed to know they were okay. Glad to hear it. Just remember, all of this is happening near Cauldron Lake. And your home's pretty far from here, Alex reminded, raising an eyebrow. Don't remind me. You weren't the one told your daughter had drowned, Saga replied irritably, then sighed and softened a bit. But you're right. All right. What now? What's our next move? I think I closed all the folds, but there's a chance the Taken are still out there somewhere, Alex said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Even if I was taken off the case, that doesn't stop me from visiting some relatives, Saga smirked. Maybe they'll give us an idea of what to do next. You mean you want to visit Thor and Odin? Alex grinned. Yeah, I like the way you think. They're part of this story too, and they've meddled with the dark presence more than once. So there might be a fold there too. Even if it's already closed, the darkness could have seeped through the cracks. Or maybe it already has, Saga said with a faint smile. I guess that's a good reason to visit the grandpas. They exchanged glances, like two co-conspirators. Even if Alex wasn't officially part of the investigation, he still intended to see it through. Posing as a man of letters agent worked for now, no one really knew who he truly was anyway. Just as they were about to get into the car and head for the Valhalla nursing home, Saga's phone suddenly rang. The screen showed an unknown number. They exchanged a quick glance. Hello. Saga said cautiously. Saga. It's Thor. Your grandpa. Sweet bun, you finally decided to visit us, came Thor's hoarse but energetic voice. How did you know I was planning to come see you? Saga asked, surprised. That's not important right now, sweetheart. We've got, bigger problems, damn it. Go to hell, old hag. Can't you see I'm talking to my granddaughter? Thor shouted to someone off-screen, and then the call abruptly disconnected. Saga blinked, staring at the dark phone screen in shock. Well, Alex smirked, looks like they're really expecting us. Alex listened to the whole conversation carefully, and as he suspected, not all the Taken had disappeared after he closed all the folds at once. He remembered that in the Valhalla nursing home there lived an elderly Taken woman, once either in love with Thor or Odin, or actually having had a relationship with one of them. All he could recall was that the woman had been consumed by the darkness to get to the two restless old men who constantly thwarted the dark presence's plans. Saga frowned, feeling unease. Looks like we'll have to hurry to the nursing home after all. I don't know what Thor was babbling about, but we should get moving, she said, slipping her phone into her pocket. I bet your grandpa just got attacked by an overzealous elderly fan and couldn't fight her off, Alex quipped with a smirk. Don't start. I don't want to know what my relatives were or are up to, Saga grumbled, rolling her eyes. The main thing is that they're alive. Alex shrugged and moved forward. They had to cross the woods to reach Valhalla on the far side. They stepped onto an old wooden bridge when Saga suddenly noticed a white corner of paper peeking between the planks. She bent down, pulled out a page of the manuscript, and began to read. Alex came closer and glanced over her shoulder. The page described the founding of the Valhalla nursing home and a few episodes from Thor and Odin's youth, back when they were reckless rock and roll types. Nothing crucial, but Saga carefully folded the page and tucked it into her pocket. Experience told her every little detail might be useful later. The walk through the woods took longer than they expected. Twilight deepened and the air grew colder. Alex walked in silence, focused on how to get into the fold beneath Cauldron Lake. He couldn't quite remember the exact method. Saga's mind was elsewhere, determined to find Thor and Odin at any cost. When they finally reached the nursing home, a surprisingly well-kept, cozy mansion stood before them. Only one thing marred the scene, a black plume of smoke rose above the third-floor roof. Alex frowned. He already knew the Taken crone hid up there, but couldn't understand how she could have activated if the folds were closed. The only hope was that Thor and Odin were still alive. Exchanging a look, Alex and Saga approached the door. Saga pressed the doorbell, and soon footsteps sounded. The door opened to a young woman in a green nurse's uniform, with short curly hair and an unnaturally fixed smile. Alex recognized her at once, it was Rose. She had become Taken during the events of departure, but now looked alive and well. Yet there was something disturbing in her eyes, as if she still lived inside the book and didn't want to leave it. Saga. What a joy to see you. It's been a while. How are you? Rose said with a smile that felt more like a puppet's grimace. Hello, Rose. I just stopped by to visit some relatives. Hope it's okay that I'm late. Saga answered politely, trying to sound civil. Oh no, of course. I was just tidying up. Rose faltered for a second. I'm glad you came, Saga. But Thor and Odin aren't seeing visitors today. Alex could hardly hide his eye roll. Rose's theatrics were unbearable. She was clearly hiding something, and badly. Sorry, Rose, I literally spoke to Thor on the phone a minute ago. He invited me himself, Saga said calmly but insistently. Sorry. Thor and Odin got a bit overstimulated during their recent trip to Watery, and they need to rest right now, Rose stammered, her smile growing even more unnatural. Alex sighed and stepped closer, looming over her. I'm sick of this performance, he said coldly. If you want to play your book role, go perform somewhere else. Clear the way before I break your nose. Rose went pale and took a step back. I don't think. I understand what you're talking about. She mumbled. Repeat that. Alex cracked his knuckles. You can fangirl over Wake as much as you like, but because of you people can die. This isn't a damn book, and you're not a heroine. So pull the manuscript page out of your pocket and get out of the way before I change my mind. Saga wanted to stop Alex when she heard him threatening Rose, but after listening to everything, she understood the reason for his outburst. Rose's behavior and her strange attempt to keep them away from Thor and Odin looked far too suspicious. Even Saga felt irritation rising within her. Part of her also wanted to punch Rose in the face for playing the heroine of the book, and keeping up that ridiculous act. Alex was still standing over Rose, holding out his hand and demanding the manuscript page she was clearly hiding. His patience was wearing thin, and he was already ready to take it by force. At that moment, Saga decided to act differently, to use her ability to look into Rose's mind and understand what was really going on. After a few seconds of probing into her thoughts, Saga frowned as the truth became clear. Rose. Alan Wake has returned, she said calmly, cutting Alex off before he could hit Rose. Oh my God. Rose exclaimed with fanatical excitement, her eyes widening. You are the heroine, Saga. You have to save Alan Wake. Oh, I'm such a fool, why did I even try to stop you from going inside? Thor and Odin went completely mad, so I locked them in the infirmary before they could say too much. Ah, right. Almost forgot. Rose smacked herself on the forehead and pulled a manuscript page and a key from her pocket. Alan asked me to give you this. The key will help you find what you're meant to find. I believe in you, Saga. You'll succeed. Because that's how it's written. Her voice was filled with fervent devotion, and her eyes gleamed with a nearly insane light. Alex raised an eyebrow, frozen in disbelief, and then smacked his forehead. Right. I forgot she's just a fan, he muttered, exhaling in frustration. And all it took was one sentence, no need to turn it into a whole damn circus. Saga took the key and the manuscript page, glancing at Rose, who was practically glowing with joy, as if this were the best day of her life. With a sigh, Saga brushed aside her thoughts and headed toward the entrance. Rose didn't try to stop them, on the contrary, she cheerfully waved goodbye and skipped away down the corridor. Alex and Saga exchanged glances. You really were going to hit her? Or was that just to scare her? Saga asked, giving him a sidelong look. I was, Alex replied calmly. Something's seriously wrong in this building, and she's busy acting out her little performance. I can't stand zealots. Screaming at conventions is one thing, but when someone loses touch with reality and endangers others because that's how it's written, that's a diagnosis. On that, I agree with you, Saga said, shaking her head. I almost hit her myself. From the start, I could tell something was off about her. Turns out, she just wanted to play her part. Alex smirked and nodded toward the page Saga was still holding. Let's see what it says. Saga unfolded the manuscript and began reading aloud. The page described how to open the fold hidden within the nursing home. To do so, one needed a vinyl record to be placed back into an old jukebox, only then would the gate open. But there was no mention of the fold beneath Cauldron Lake. So there is a fold in the nursing home, Saga said thoughtfully, rereading the text. But you said you closed all of them. Can this one still be opened through a ritual? No, Alex shook his head. The ritual will only play the music. The doors to the folds are sealed, their locks removed, and the keys are useless. Then we just need to talk to Thor and Odin, and then head back, Saga said, slipping the page into her pocket. Or we search the place, Alex added. We might find more pages. Any clue is worth its weight in gold right now. He pulled a candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, a clear substitute for the cigarette he wanted. "So," he said with a smirk, "shall we go find the old rockers?" Saga nodded in agreement and decided to look around too, now that Rose was no longer standing in their way. Alex immediately noticed a closed room to his right and opened the door. The moment he did, his eye twitched. In the corner stood a life-sized cardboard cutout of Alan Wake holding a book. Stepping inside, both Alex and Saga instantly realized who had been living here. The room practically breathed fanaticism, posters everywhere, a whole collection of books, clippings, drawings, photographs, even a shrine dedicated to Alan. On the desk sat a typewriter, and beside it lay a neatly stacked pile of old manuscripts. Alex tried to ignore it all, pretending it was just an illusion. Saga, however, could only shake her head, realizing just how deep Rose's obsession ran. Then something caught her attention, a manuscript page sticking out between the books. She pulled it free and began to read. The text described a scene where she herself was speaking with Odin, the very one who was supposed to be unconscious. He was telling her that Thor had been pulled into the fold, something that should have been completely impossible. Saga and Alex exchanged glances and decided to head to the infirmary to check on the old men. Alex, however, planned to stop by the third floor as well, to visit old Cynthia, about whom he had already heard some unpleasant stories. As they reached the second floor, Alex spotted a fire extinguisher hanging on the wall and, without hesitation, took it down. Saga, watching him, raised an eyebrow. "What are you planning to do?" she asked, crossing her arms. "While you're busy chatting with your relatives and figuring out the details, I'll go have a talk with Cynthia. From what I understand, your grandpa locked her up on the third floor. Better deal with her before she starts acting up," Alex replied, slinging the extinguisher over his shoulder. "And you decided to use a fire extinguisher?" Saga asked in disbelief. "You don't get it, Saga. Every horror story has a creepy old lady who suddenly turns into a monster. I'm just being proactive. Anyway, go on, I'll be right back." Alex grinned and headed up the stairs. Saga just shook her head and went toward the locked infirmary, while Alex, still in good spirits, climbed to the third floor. At the top, he ran into Audie, who was just leaving his room. When he saw Alex, the janitor nodded politely. Alex returned the gesture and continued down the hall. Stopping in front of Cynthia's door, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Audie lingered nearby, watching him with mild curiosity. "Well then," Alex muttered. "Politeness doesn't work in places like this." He kicked the door open and stepped into the darkness. A chill and an oppressive aura of dark energy seeped out. The air was thick with the presence of the dark entity. "Cynthia, come on out. No point hiding, I know you're here." "I promise it won't hurt, probably," he said with lazy amusement as he stepped further inside. He looked around carefully, then up at the ceiling, nothing. Under the bed, no one there either. That left only the wardrobe and the bathroom. Alex opened the wardrobe and gave the clothes inside a good whack with the extinguisher, just in case the old woman had decided to play hide and seek. The metal hit the wooden panel with a dull thud. "All right then, the bathroom it is," he muttered with a crooked grin. "Really don't want to go in there, might see something I'll regret." Suppressing his disgust, Alex approached the bathroom door. Feeling moisture under his feet, he looked down. Water was seeping out from underneath. He grabbed the handle and pulled. The door creaked open. A wave of cold air and thick darkness spilled out. Water kept flowing, filling the hallway, and from the bathtub, filled to the brim, came sinister, almost living shadows. "She's hiding under the water." "Yeah, I don't want to see this," Alex muttered, grimacing as he tightened his grip on the extinguisher, bracing for the worst. But Alex had no choice, he had to deal with Cynthia. Compared to other Taken, she was something different. The dark entity had used this old woman to get to Thor, turning her into something that could no longer be called human. Approaching the bathtub, Alex carefully pulled the curtain aside, just in time to dodge as a pale, emaciated old woman in a nightgown lunged at him with an inhuman shriek. It was Cynthia. Her movements were jerky and spasmodic, her eyes glowing with a ghostly, lifeless light. Cynthia vaulted over Alex and, wheezing and growling, scurried on all fours toward the window. Alex turned slowly, tracking her movements, one eyebrow raised and a faint smirk tugging at his lips. A moment later, that smirk widened into a broad, almost insane grin. He lifted the fire extinguisher. "Don't run, Cynthia. You won't get far anyway," he said, stepping forward. The old woman hissed something in a distorted, static-laced voice, and with a desperate motion, hurled herself through the window. Alex rushed to the sill and saw Cynthia, moving unnaturally fast, almost spider-like, as she crawled toward the forest. "Damn acrobat," he muttered, tightening his grip on the extinguisher. He aimed and threw it with all his strength. The metal cylinder cut through the air and struck Cynthia squarely in the head with a heavy thud. The old woman was thrown back into the darkness of the woods. Without hesitation, Alex jumped out of the third-floor window and landed softly on the ground. Lighting a cigarette, he started walking toward where Cynthia had fallen. When he reached the spot, he found only the dented fire extinguisher. The old woman herself was gone. But footprints marked the ground, leading deeper into the forest. "Perfect," he said with a crooked grin. "Let's play chase." He followed the tracks, but they soon vanished. At that moment, the darkness around him seemed to thicken, and from within it came a warped, elderly voice, like a broken radio. "We must deal with that fool Anderson. His mind is shattered. His heart is dead. He cannot be saved, the darkness awaits him." "Yeah, sure," Alex replied calmly, smiling. "But enough with the hide and seek. I know you're right here." He turned, and saw Cynthia clinging to a tree like some nightmarish creature. Her face was twisted in hatred, her lips muttering fragmented, incoherent phrases. Yet the voice echoing around him didn't belong to her, it was the dark presence speaking through her. Alex smirked, and vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared right in front of Cynthia. Twisting midair, he delivered a spinning kick. Cynthia barely managed to leap away, jumping onto another tree. Alex's strike sliced through the trunk of the first tree as if it were made of paper. Landing lightly, Alex straightened and looked at her. "You will pay for what you've done. The story is over." The final act begins, the distorted voice screeched all around him. Yeah, I've heard that one before," Alex yawned lazily. "I've got to save Wake. He's been stuck with you long enough." "My writer," hissed the dark presence. "You won't have him. He created his nightmare, and in it, he will die. Just like you." "You all say the same thing," Alex laughed. "But you can't leave either, can you? Alan Wake wrote your rules, you're trapped here without his words. You caught the writer, but he imprisoned you. Ironic, isn't it?" Silence answered him. Alex shrugged and glanced at Cynthia, still clinging to the tree. "All right then, curtain call," he said, and hurled the extinguisher. The old woman tried to dodge, but Alex was already there. He leapt, loomed over her, and stomped down with full force. A sickening crack followed, and Cynthia's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Alex straightened, stretched, and glanced around, expecting a trick. But the forest was silent, the dark presence had seemingly withdrawn. He sighed, pulled out his phone, and lit another cigarette, staring at the screen. It was time to warn Emmett, the attack on the sheriff's station would happen as soon as the sun went down. He sent a message and soon received a reply, a thumbs-up emoji. Emmett would handle it. "Good," Alex muttered. As for the FBC agents, well, they chose this line of work. He pocketed the phone, shoved his hands into his coat, and without looking back, walked toward the retirement home. To be continued. This could be your ad, or whatever else is usually written here. Oh yeah, I have to say something about the plot again. But I don't have much time, so have a nice day, and I'm going to go drink some soju and watch Brassic with a friend. Yahoo. Chapter 500, everything moves toward the grand finale in Bright Falls. After killing the taken old woman named Cynthia, Alex warned Emmett to be ready. Once the sun set, the dark presence would organize an attack on the sheriff's station. He didn't know who would lead it, the presence itself or Scratch, but one thing was certain, the attack was inevitable. With his hands in the pockets of his coat, Alex lazily walked out of the forest and found himself once again on the grounds of Valhalla, the retirement home. After scanning the area carefully, he headed toward the spot where, according to his memory, the fold was located, the very place where Cynthia was supposed to lure Tor Anderson to kill him. From memory, Alex knew the fold was in the center of an artificial lake in the facility's courtyard. Reaching the fence, he didn't bother to look for a way in, he simply became intangible and walked straight through the metal bars without slowing his pace. The courtyard looked surprisingly peaceful. Everything seemed calm and cozy, except for a faint trace of dark mist slowly seeping from the cracks of the fold. It wasn't enough to cause harm, but its very presence was unsettling. Alex approached the edge of the artificial lake, crouched down, and touched the water with his fingers. He wanted to make sure the leak of darkness from the fold posed no immediate danger, at least not until he shattered the spiral. Once he was certain everything was fine, he stood up, flicked the water from his fingers, and exhaled heavily. Lighting a cigarette, Alex sank into thought. He tried to recall how to reach the final fold, the one hidden in Cauldron Lake. With each drag, the memories slowly returned. He remembered that creativity had always been the key to opening the folds. To open the gateway to the dark place itself, one needed the clicker, an amplifier, a conduit between worlds. Realizing this, Alex smirked and chuckled quietly, amused by his own forgetfulness. All this time, he'd been overthinking something that had been right in front of him. But along with that memory came a new, insane idea, bold, yet tempting. Alex thought, if the dark place was a separate dimension, then why destroy it? Why not simply absorb it? The thought made him laugh, softly at first, but the laughter grew increasingly manic. The more he thought about the plan, the more appealing it became. Meanwhile, Saga sat in the infirmary, between two beds where Tor and Odin Anderson lay. At first, she didn't know what to do. Tor was rambling nonsense, while Odin desperately tried to bring his brother back to his senses. After some time, Tor finally opened his eyes, and immediately began cursing furiously in Norwegian, damning Cynthia with every word he could think of. When he finally calmed down, his eyes fell on Saga. She looked at him with a mix of surprise and concern, but Tor, long used to such looks, simply cleared his throat and, unexpectedly, hugged her. At first, Saga was startled and tried to pull away, but eventually, she allowed the old man to hold her. Once the family was finally reunited, Saga asked them to tell her about the past. As expected, Tor and Odin didn't hold back. They smiled as they spoke about her childhood, how she had been their little sweet pastry, always poking her nose everywhere, eager to learn everything and ask endless questions. The old men weren't surprised she'd become an FBI agent, on the contrary, they were proud of her. The longer Saga listened, the harder it became for her to suppress her smile. Despite their age and eccentricity, they truly cared for her. "Ah, Saga," said Odin softly, taking her hand. "We're old men now. Darkness has long lurked in the waters, but we still have a few tricks up our sleeves. Just like you, our dear granddaughter. We're proud of you. And it's good that you came back, just in time, before things got worse. We're not what we used to be, but we believe you'll handle it. You're an Anderson, after all." "Thank you," Saga said quietly, squeezing his hand. "But all the folds are already closed." "What do you mean, closed?" Tor asked in surprise. "Did we miss something while we were sleeping off our hangover?" Agent Voldegode closed all the doors except one. "The one at the bottom of Cauldron Lake," Saga explained, trying to keep her voice steady. But the memory of the shattered fold in Watery still echoed in her mind. She couldn't forget that blinding light, the magic circle, and the overwhelming sense of unreality. It all felt like something beyond human comprehension. Hearing her words, Tor and Odin exchanged glances, and then burst out laughing like two old men who'd just heard the best news of their lives. "Ah, I told you," Tor said between laughs. "That guy's no ordinary man. Even my eye can't see him." "What do you mean, can't see?" Saga asked warily. "You're saying he's hidden from you?" "Ah, my sweet granddaughter," said Tor, gently patting her hand. "This world is full of secrets, good and bad. But your companion isn't just part of one of them. He is one himself. Any secret can be unraveled if you find the right key, but that man, he's different. Unless he chooses to reveal himself, you'll never truly understand him." "Don't drag her into this world," came a familiar voice from behind the door. "Unlike you old men, she still has something to lose." Saga, Tor, and Odin turned their heads toward the voice. Alex was standing in the doorway, leaning casually against the frame. In one hand, he held a bottle with no label, and on his face was that same tired yet faintly mocking smirk. Hearing his words, Tor and Odin exchanged a heavy glance and sighed. They knew Alex was right. In their burst of joy, they had almost pulled their granddaughter into a world they themselves had long tried to escape. For the two of them, it was already too late to change anything, but Saga still had a chance. A chance for a normal life, even if she was still an FBI agent. Alex walked into the infirmary, set the bottle down on the table, and pulled a chair closer to the beds where Tor and Odin lay. "Saga," he began in a calm, even voice, "I'll tell you the same thing I'd tell anyone else. Once things in Bright Falls settle down, you're going home. Back to your family. To a normal life. A house, a job, ordinary days. If you keep diving into this mess, you'll endanger not just yourself, but everyone you care about." Saga wanted to argue, but Tor gently raised his hand, silencing her. "He's right, sweetheart," the old man said, letting out a weary sigh. "We were so happy to see you again that we forgot. Even if you're an Anderson, you're a mother first. Your mom, Freya, may Odin bless her soul, was just like you when she was young. Stubborn, brave, hungry for secrets. But when you were born, she changed. She realized this world wasn't for her. She wanted to protect you." Tor's voice trembled. "We were angry when she took you away. But later, we understood, she just wanted you to have a normal life. Away from all this darkness." Tears rolled down his cheeks. "Then why didn't she tell me?" Saga asked, frowning. "Why didn't she say I had grandfathers?" Tor gave a bitter chuckle. "You were part of our crazy family long before this nightmare began. I was a terrible father, Saga. Your mother didn't deserve that. I said awful things to her, and I still regret it. And your father, he added his own share of chaos." Tor fell silent for a moment, then squeezed her hand. "I know Freya's gone. But I still want to ask for forgiveness, even if it's too late. Forgive me, if you can. I was a horrible father, and an even worse grandfather. I'm so sorry I never saw my daughter one last time." I wish I could take back what I said. But the past can't be changed, all I can do is ask for forgiveness. Saga silently squeezed his hand, feeling warm tears stream down her cheeks. She could see it, Tor was truly remorseful. All those years, he had carried a crushing burden of guilt, and now, at last, he allowed himself to let it go. I know, Saga said softly. Mom already forgave you. I saw it in her eyes, that last day. She wanted to see you. Tor closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Thank you, sweetheart. I needed to hear that. He wiped his tears with a trembling hand and tried to smile. Alex stood a little apart, watching them. He didn't interfere, he just sighed and looked away. He understood what Tor had gone through. Years of self-hatred, regret, and finally, forgiveness. Simple, but real. The conversation smoothly shifted into memories. Saga listened as Thor and Odin spoke about the youth of Freya Anderson, what she was like, how she constantly got into trouble, and how she once nearly burned down a barn while trying to summon inspiration. There was warmth in their stories, and for the first time in a long while, Saga felt truly at home. Alex sat quietly aside, not interfering. Evening had quietly settled over the town. Through the window, he saw the sun finally disappear beyond the horizon. Pulling out his phone, Alex connected to the ferry drone monitoring Emmett. The screen showed a calm scene, the sheriff's office building, no signs of danger. He slipped the phone back into his pocket and turned his attention to the conversation again. When Thor finished talking about Freya, Saga carefully asked, "Who was my father?" This time, both old men fell silent. Thor and Odin exchanged glances but said nothing, they only shook their heads. He disappeared, Odin said quietly. On the day a great storm struck the town. No one ever saw him again after that. Saga frowned, but Thor simply looked away. Alex, sitting to the side, observed their reactions. He could tell from their faces, they were lying. They knew who Saga's father was, knew what had happened to him, but hid the truth to protect her. He didn't say a word. But deep down, Alex already knew the truth. Saga's father was Mr. Door, the man who could open gateways to any universe at will. Meanwhile, Saga couldn't help but wonder about the identity of her father, who had vanished without a trace. Part of her longed for the truth, but another part sensed the subtle hints from her two grandfathers, they clearly weren't ready to share that secret. Their silence wasn't accidental. With a sigh, Saga decided to postpone the topic for another time. Soon, the conversation turned to Alex, more precisely, to how he managed to close all doors except one. Alex tried to explain it in simple words, but judging by the expressions on Thor's and Odin's faces, it was clear they didn't understand a single thing. Their faces practically said, "What the hell is this guy even talking about?" Alex let out a heavy sigh, preparing to explain everything again, but just then his phone emitted a short beep. He took it out and read a message from Lucina, "The sheriff's office is under attack by the Taken. Looks like it's time to go, Saga." "The sheriff's office is under attack by the Taken," Alex said, standing up from his chair. Saga immediately rose to her feet and quickly said goodbye to Thor and Odin. There was a flicker of worry in her eyes, she was anxious about her partner, Casey. Before leaving, Alex set the bottle of alcohol he had brought in front of the two old men and nodded to them. "Take care of our granddaughter, King," Odin said, looking at him with a faint smile. "Heh. Don't worry, old man. She won't repeat her original fate." "By morning, this will all be over," Alex replied, waving his hand and stepping out of the retirement home, not even surprised that the old man knew. They ran outside and sprinted back the same route toward Bright Falls. The forest was drowned in darkness, and only the lights on Saga's belt carved thin lines through the night. Alex ran ahead, glancing back now and then to make sure Saga wasn't falling behind. She noticed and tried to keep up. But the darkness distorted the forest, it felt as though the trail stretched endlessly into nowhere. Suddenly, a Taken jumped out from behind a tree, an axe in hand. "Watch out, ahead!" Saga shouted. Alex instantly turned his head and saw the attacker. Without slowing down, he rammed into the Taken, intercepted the swinging axe, and swept the creature's legs out from under it. The enemy fell, losing its weapon. With a single motion, Alex picked up the axe and drove the blade straight into the Taken's head. "Don't stop. If more show up, ignore them. If they block the path, I'll handle it," he said, wiping the blade on the ground before breaking into a run again. Saga silently nodded, drawing her pistol and flashlight. The darkness thickened, heavy and alien. Alex realized then, the dark presence was behind all of this. The forest twisted and stretched around them, looping endlessly like a dream. A shadow flickered from behind a tree ahead, another Taken. It lingered in the darkness, waiting. As Alex approached, the creature hurled its axe at neck level. Alex ducked low, sliding across the ground beneath the swing, then twisted sharply and kicked the Taken in the head with full force. There was a crack of bone, and the body slumped sideways. Alex grabbed the fallen axe, but then a gunshot rang out. A bullet whizzed past his shoulder. He spun around and saw another taken collapsing behind him, a perfect shot straight between the eyes. Saga stood further back, pistol raised, smoke curling from the barrel. "Don't thank me," she said calmly, keeping the gun aimed past Alex's shoulder. Alex smirked, hefted the axe, and sprinted forward. Saga didn't waste a second, she dashed after him, keeping pace as best she could. With each step, the forest grew thicker, the air heavier. The Taken were appearing more and more frequently, as if the dark presence itself was determined to stop them at any cost. Alex understood it all too well. He had interfered with the story's flow so much that he was now disrupting the dark presence's own plans. His influence on the narrative had warped Saga's destiny, erasing the path she had originally been meant to follow. Another group of Taken emerged ahead. Without slowing down, Alex spun on the run and hurled the axe he had taken earlier. It spun through the air and buried itself in the central Taken's head. The creature dropped wordlessly to the ground. Saga stopped just long enough to lift her flashlight and shine it on the left one. The beam tore away the veil of darkness, and she fired 3 quick shots, 1 to the head, 2 to the chest. Alex was already in front of the last Taken. Grabbing it by the throat, he lifted it with ease and slammed it into the ground. Then he yanked the axe from the previous enemy's skull and brought it down hard, splitting the fallen creature's head open. "How many groups was that already?" Saga asked, stepping closer. "No idea. Maybe the 5th. These bastards keep popping up like rats from under the floorboards." "What worries me more is this, they're not letting us out," Alex replied, pulling the axe free again. "We took this same path to the retirement home and got there quickly. Now we're running, and it feels like we're going in circles. You think the dark presence is keeping us here?" Saga frowned. "Maybe we're caught in a fold. Or reality has merged so much with the book that it's gained more control." Possible," Alex murmured thoughtfully. "When I chased that old woman, Cynthia, the dark presence said the final act had begun. That means the book has almost completely merged with this place." He touched his chin and activated his magical sight. The world around him immediately distorted. The forest seemed to tremble, spatial lines bent, and the air itself warped. Looking up, Alex saw a massive distortion above Bright Falls, stretching over the town and the lake. The source was obvious, Scratch, who had taken over Alan Wake's body. Alex tapped his chin, thinking about how to reach the town. Time was running short. He believed Emmett and Casey could handle themselves, but standing idle wasn't an option. "Can't you use that same trick you pulled in Watery?" Saga asked, breaking his train of thought. "It's not that simple," Alex replied, then suddenly his eyes lit up. "But I think I know what to do. Run after me and don't fall behind. Looks like we took the wrong path." He turned sharply, and without asking questions, Saga followed him. This wasn't the time for discussion. They ran back along the same route they'd taken before. Soon they reached an old wooden bridge. Just as Alex suspected, it was simple, they had been trapped in a loop. Beyond the bridge stood an old cabin. Alex turned immediately, taking a narrow trail along the lakeshore, and Saga followed close behind without hesitation. This time, the path was clear, not a single Taken in sight. Everything went smoothly, until they reached Billy's boatyard. The new Taken emerged from between the boats, this time dressed like boatmen. Alex charged forward while Saga covered him with fire. A few quick strikes, a couple of shots, and silence fell. They reached a tall wooden fence. Alex kicked the gate down with force, and in that instant everything around them changed. A familiar motel spread out before them, the Elderwood Palace. "Something's wrong," Saga murmured, looking around. "There are no people, and it's too quiet. There should be chaos here. And heaps of bodies." "The story has almost become reality," Alex answered calmly. "Those who didn't resist have already been drawn into the book. Look, even the cultists' corpses have vanished. It's as if everything returned to normal." "You mean these people have already become part of the story for good?" Saga asked, pointing at passers-by moving about impassively. "Yes. Watch their movements. See how they repeat the same thing." Alex pointed to a woman sweeping a path. "There are no leaves, and she still sweeps. Like a puppet stuck in someone else's script." Saga did as Alex said and looked more closely at the woman he indicated. As he said, her motions were monotonous and mechanical. The woman swept invisible leaves with the same movement, without the slightest deviation, like a puppet robbed of its own will. Saga frowned. The thought that if they failed today nothing could be changed pierced her heart. Alex had said the final act of the story had begun, and that could only mean one thing: the end was near. They moved toward the sheriff's office, trying to walk calmly so as not to attract attention. Alex activated his magical sight, and immediately saw thin black threads stretching from the townspeople, controlling their bodies. Each of those people was just a shell, an empty vessel through which the darkness made reality play by its rules. Saga walked beside him, glancing warily around. Her hand kept drifting toward her holster. She didn't know how those people might behave if they detected intruders. They reached the police station relatively quietly, if you didn't count the lifeless stares watching them from windows and shadows. Alex clicked his tongue when he saw the building plunged in darkness. Not a single light. He knew Emmett was alive. He wore the amulet Alex had given him earlier. They exchanged short looks and approached the entrance. Saga grabbed the handle, pulled, and the door opened with a drawn-out creak. "Is anyone alive?" she called loudly, shining her flashlight inside. "I'm here," in the closet, came a woman's voice from deep within the room. They moved toward the sound. A long bloody trail stretched across the floor and led to the left. Alex elbowed Saga and nodded at the stains. Saga immediately understood. Agent Kieran Estevez was wounded. Alex approached the door and knocked. "It's not locked in here," came a weak voice from behind the door. He cautiously opened the closet and found Kieran sitting on the floor, clutching a bloodied leg. Saga quickly knelt beside her and pulled out a first aid kit. "Agent Anderson," Kieran exhaled, trying to keep her composure. "I did ask you clearly not to interfere in this matter." Alex scoffed and squatted across from her, folding his arms. "Judging by your condition, Kieran, Agent Anderson did a far better job than you and your clueless team." She closed two folds and cut down a bunch of taken, and you, as always, managed to screw things up. "How helpless you lot are," he said, not hiding his irritation. "Agent Voldegode, you're crossing a line," Kieran spat through clenched teeth while Saga carefully bandaged her wound. "And what's wrong with that?" Alex replied calmly, propping his cheek on his hand. "If you'd come a day later, I'd have finished it all. With you or without you. You only added bodies in this town. Isn't the Bureau supposed to deal with anomalies? So why do you mess it up every time?" Kieran pressed her lips together, holding herself back. "Now is not the time for lectures," she said tiredly. "One of my people, he was taken by the shadow. He's somewhere here. We need to find him. Don't worry. I'll take care of it," Alex said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "How many FBC agents are still alive? And where are Emmett and Casey? When the shadows attacked us, Colin and Casey went to turn on the power. How many survived?" "I don't know," Kieran answered bitterly. Alex exhaled smoke and muttered softly, again I have to wipe your asses." He stood, slung the axe over his shoulder, and looked at Saga. "Watch over her. I'll find the others and turn the lights back on." "Be careful," Saga nodded. "Take the keys," Kieran said, handing him a ring. After the power went out, the doors locked. Alex caught the keys, took off his coat, and hung it on the hook by the door. Then, without wasting time, he closed the storage room behind him, leaving Saga and Kieran inside. Stretching slightly, he slung the axe over his shoulder and set off in search of the taken FBC agent. He found him rather quickly. The man stood over a colleague's body, gripping a rusty metal pipe in his hands. Alex lowered the axe and quietly knocked his knuckles against the wooden doorframe to draw attention. The taken slowly turned, and the next moment, his head was already flying off to the side. The body collapsed to the floor, and the head rolled, stopping right at Alex's feet. He flicked the blood off the axe's blade and headed down to the basement, where the morgue was located. Alex could feel it. Emmett, Casey, and a few other survivors were down there. Descending the stairs, he immediately noticed the signs of a massacre. FBC agents and police officers were lying everywhere. Some had gunshot wounds, others looked like they had been torn apart. Alex grimaced. Those who had been shot were probably already taken. The rest just didn't make it in time. He lowered the axe and tapped the wall, and a dull echo stretched through the basement corridor. Within seconds, footsteps came from all directions. From the dark doorways, one by one, the taken began to emerge, staggering and clutching whatever they could find: pipes, knives, pieces of broken furniture. Alex pulled out a cigarette, flicked the lighter, and took a short drag. "Well then, let's do this," he smirked, tossing the cigarette butt aside. He lunged forward, and the first taken was cleaved in two. Alex didn't stop. He moved like a whirlwind, cutting down everything in his path. The axe struck with deadly precision, each blow sending sprays of blood and scraps of fabric flying. Among the taken were former agents, police officers, rangers, and even fanatics from the tree cult. By the time Alex reached the end of the corridor, a heap of mutilated bodies lay behind him. His once white shirt was now soaked in blood. He shook the blood off the blade and looked at the door at the far end. Faint light seeped through it, and muffled voices could be heard from the other side. Alex knocked on the door with the axe. "Open up, Emmett. Don't make me yell, here's Johnny." A familiar laugh came from the other side. Emmett opened the door, and the light from the lamp hanging in the center of the room hit Alex's face. As expected, besides Emmett and Casey, there were a few other surviving FBC agents, all wounded to varying degrees. Emmett looked Alex up and down and snorted. You look like an axe murderer right now. If I didn't know who you were, I'd have pissed myself. Judging by the mess behind you, you handled it all. Nice work. I have a question, Alex said dryly. Why didn't you handle it yourself? Well, you know, things happened too fast, Emmett shrugged. We didn't even manage to turn the lights on before the Taken jumped us. So we got trapped here. See, Casey. I told you he'd manage. Yeah, Casey exhaled, holding his bandaged arm. Now I get why you spoke so highly of him. It's kinda creepy, honestly. And what exactly did you say about me? Alex narrowed his eyes. Nothing much, just little things, Emmett said with an innocent smile. Whatever. Give me the fuse, I'll go turn on the power, and then we can head upstairs. Here, take it. We're counting on you. Good luck, said Emmett, placing the fuse in Alex's palm and immediately slamming the door shut. Alex blinked, his eye twitching slightly. Yeah. Perfect, he muttered under his breath. Shaking his head, he mentally promised to settle things with Emmett later and went off to look for the electrical panel. He found it quickly, replaced the blown fuse and flipped the switch. The light flickered and came on, bringing the building back to life. When Alex returned, the surviving agents were already helping each other up. Emmett was supporting Casey, who was limping. As they climbed the stairs, Emmett explained that at some point the lights had simply gone out, and then one of the agents suddenly became taken and started a slaughter. The dead turned into the same monsters, and everything became a real nightmare. Emmett, Casey, and the remnants of the group managed to barricade themselves in a room, and they were saved only by the weak light of a lamp Casey had found in the storage room. Alex, Emmett, and Casey went upstairs. As the light came on, the Taken began to slowly dissipate, as if dissolving into the air, leaving no trace. The only reminder of the massacre was the bodies of FBC agents and police officers who had no chance to become Taken. Entering the main hall, the three saw Saga talking with Kieran Estevez. The remaining survivors were bandaging wounds and whispering to each other, trying not to look at the pile of empty casings and the blood on the walls. The toll was horrific. Out of more than 20 FBC agents and 10 police officers, only 3 agents and their leader, Kieran Estevez, survived. Not a single police officer lived until the lights were turned back on. Alex only sighed heavily and shook his head. He knew death was a common companion on missions like this. Especially when what you face are not people. Will the FBC send reinforcements? Saga asked as Alex, Emmett, and Casey came closer. We were the reinforcement, Kieran replied, wearily running a hand over her face. Well, and the Lake House team, but they have their own assignment. So, that's everyone left. Yeah, not exactly a crowd, Alex said calmly, sitting on the edge of a table opposite Kieran. For some reason I expected the FBC to be at least a little more competent. I see you don't spare words, Agent Voldegode. What were you doing while all this happened? Kieran asked coldly, trying to preserve the remains of her authority. For starters, I closed all the folds. Then I stopped the old woman who the dark entity had possessed. After that I started working out a plan to tear the spiral apart and seal Cauldron Lake for good. Oh, by the way, Alex smirked, that Alan Wake you have locked up in the next room, he's not the real one. The real Wake is right at the bottom of the whirlpool. Kieran opened her mouth but quickly shut it. Every word from Alex felt like a slap. She didn't feel like the mission leader, she felt like a schoolgirl being taught basic arithmetic. Alex watched her reaction, happily swinging his leg. A plan was already forming in his head, but he understood the risk was enormous. To reach the real Wake, he'd have to throw open all the whirlpool doors at once. But if he did, the dark entity would instantly spill legions of the Taken onto the shores of Cauldron Lake. And then holding them back would become nearly impossible. All right, Kieran, he finally said, sighing. I won't tease you anymore. But I have a question, can you recall the Lake House team? Or is that beyond your authority? Unfortunately, no. They have orders to stop the Taken that escaped from the lake. They operate independently, she shook her head. Alex, why do you need people? Emmett asked, crossing his arms. Because for my insane plan, 4 people are clearly not enough, Alex said, drumming his fingers on the table. And what plan is that, Agent Voldegode? Kieran frowned. I closed all the doors except one, the one that leads to the lake bottom. I want to open them all at once and go down for Wake. If I pull him out, it's over. The cycle will be broken, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. But why do you need help? Casey asked, leaning on the table. Because, if the doors are opened simultaneously, Kieran replied calmly, cutting Alex off, a wave of the Taken will pour ashore. He wants to go down, but while he's down there, someone has to hold them here. Am I right, Agent Voldegode? Alex nodded. Exactly. Can't you call support from your organization? Saga asked, tilting her head slightly. Alex raised an eyebrow. The idea wasn't bad, but he wasn't sure how many people were available right now. He pulled out his phone and quickly opened the family chat. In other words, he texted Brunhild, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya, who were currently coordinating the guild's operations. The reply came almost instantly. Brunhild reported that there was one free group. Alex was about to agree, until he saw who exactly it was. He exhaled heavily and closed his eyes, as if trying to come to terms with reality. The available team turned out to be a group of former Cosa Nostra Mafia members whom Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had, after long re-education sessions and lectures about the light of the Emperor, turned into fanatical yet extremely reliable warriors, the Black Templars. Alex had nothing against them personally. It was just that their zeal sometimes went far beyond the bounds of common sense. The reports he had read about their missions occasionally made his eye twitch. But right now, people like them were exactly what he needed, fearless fanatics. He quickly typed a message telling them to deploy and promised to meet them near the sheriff's station. Emmett, Saga, Casey, and Kieran watched as Alex's expression shifted from focused to resigned, and they exchanged glances, hesitant to ask what exactly he had found out. Judging by your face, it's not that simple, is it? Emmett asked cautiously. Oh, yeah, Alex muttered, taking out a new cigarette and exhaling smoke. It's only just beginning. To be continued. Oh yeah. This is the 500th chapter. Yes, I know, we made it this far. And since you're still reading this, know that I love you and appreciate your support. You truly warm my heart by reading my fanfic. I'm so happy. And I hope you'll continue to stay with me. Chapter 501, Scratch, the true villain who isn't afraid to run. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Alex let out a heavy sigh and took a deep drag from his cigarette. Exhaling the smoke upward, he felt the eyes of Emmett, Saga, Casey, and Kieran on him, all waiting for an answer, whether reinforcements were coming or not. Alex knew exactly what they were expecting, but he couldn't just say outright that the ones coming to help were fanatics known as the Black Templars. Those people were particular, loyal, but excessively zealous. After being enlightened by Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, they had become true followers of the Emperor, ready to march into hell itself if the order was given as a blessing. Alex knew what to expect. It would be loud, chaotic, and very effective. Emmett, watching Alex's expression, immediately guessed that he had reached out to his guild. He knew those people and could describe them with one word: eccentric. Saga, after 2 days spent around Alex, had already learned to read him by his face. Right now, his expression said it all: resignation. She understood, reinforcements were indeed coming, but something about them was definitely off. Kieran, unwilling to speculate any further, decided to cut to the point. So, Agent Voldegode, will there be reinforcements from your organization? Or are you, like us, left without support? She asked coldly. On the contrary, Alex replied calmly, releasing a thin stream of smoke. Reinforcements are on their way. It's just, how should I put it? He scratched his chin, looking for the right words. Your organization couldn't spare many people? Casey asked, frowning. Oh no, plenty of people. A squad of 30 is already en route. It's just that these guys, well, they're a bit unique. The kind who live by the principle do or die, Alex said, smirking unbotheredly. In our current situation, that's exactly the kind we need, Kieran remarked, nodding. And 30 fighters, that's excellent news. They'll be here in an hour, Alex nodded. And you'll understand everything once they arrive. For now, Kieran, give me the keys to the holding cells where you're keeping the Kaskila brothers and Wake. I need to talk to them. Kieran narrowed her eyes. You do realize the Kaskila brothers are the leaders of the tree cult, she said, pulling the keys from her pocket. Alex sighed, took the keys, and replied evenly, for heaven's sake, Kieran. Those men have been protecting Bright Falls from the Taken for over 13 years. You're starting to sound like someone who's fallen under the influence of Wake's story. Try to stay focused before you become part of it yourself. Kieran froze. His words hit dead center. She herself had noticed inconsistencies in her memories, subtle but unsettling. The realization came swiftly: the story really was starting to influence her. A chill ran down her spine. She stood up, leaning on her injured leg, and went to check on her people, to see if their memories had started changing too. Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey exchanged glances. Alex just shook his head, taking another deep drag from his cigarette. Honestly, I expected more from the FBC, he muttered. Fighting anomalies, you say? He pushed off the table and headed toward the exit. On his way, he grabbed a chair and dragged it behind him. It screeched across the floor, a grating sound that perfectly matched Alex's irritation. Why do you need a chair? Emmett asked, watching him. Just in case, Alex replied casually. And you three slackers, look around the sheriff's office. Maybe you'll find something useful. With that, he disappeared slowly down the corridor, leaving behind a sharp smell of cigarette smoke, and the uneasy sense that something truly big was coming. Emmett flinched at Alex's words, feeling a sting of resentment. After all, unlike Alex, it was Emmett who had nearly gotten his nose broken, and 2 of his ribs had been cracked. They'd already healed thanks to his regeneration, but the memory of the pain was still fresh. He'd also been knocked out more than once, which didn't help his mood. He wanted to protest but held himself back. He knew all too well how that could end. Judging by the way Alex was dragging that chair, that piece of furniture could very well become a weapon at the first careless remark. Saga understood why Alex had insisted on taking this task himself. It was because of what, or rather, who, was inside Alan Wake. Scratch. And after what they'd seen at the Elderwood Palace Motel, that mountain of corpses, forgetting what he was capable of was impossible. Casey didn't argue either. Without a word, he followed Saga into the sheriff's office. Alex pulled out a keycard and pressed it to the electronic lock. The lock beeped softly, and the door clicked open. Inside, everything looked calm, deceptively ordinary. Dim lights, concrete walls, security cameras. In the neighboring cells, Alex immediately spotted Ilmo and Jocko. And in the farthest one, deep in the room, sat Alan Wake, or rather, what was left of him. The moment Ilmo saw Alex, he lunged at the bars, baring his teeth like a beast trapped in a cage. You're from that damned bureau, he shouted, his voice trembling with rage. Government bastards. You ruined everything. Let us out, you freaks. We didn't do anything. We were only trying to protect the town the best we could. Alex exhaled wearily, set the chair down, and leaned back against it. Ilmo, I told you to stay out of this. And what did you do? How many of your people died because of your stubbornness? Whatever, that's not important right now. Wake's going to ruin everything. Jocko roared, slamming his fist against the bars. He has to be stopped before it gets worse. How many more people have to die because of you bureaucratic bastards? Not a single one, Alex replied calmly. Now, both of you, out. I'm letting you go. But if you try to run or pull anything stupid, he gave a short glance at the chair, I'll turn you into a piece of modern art. He unlocked Ilmo's cell. You people come into our town acting like you know everything. Ilmo barked as he stepped out. But you don't know a damn thing. Alex slowly turned his head and spoke lazily, shut up, Ilmo. Or I'll test how thick your skull really is. His voice was flat, not a hint of sarcasm. Now you, Jocko. I'll say this once, both of you shut up and go to the sheriff's office. Sit there quietly and don't breathe louder than the wind. Am I clear? He gripped one of the iron bars. Metal groaned under his hand, bending slightly. Ilmo and Jocko froze, their faces paling. Even after years of fighting the Taken, they understood one thing, this was not a man to argue with. Good boys, Alex said with a faint smile. The warmth in it looked southwest out of place that the brothers nearly flinched. He opened the second cell, letting Jocko out. The men stepped back cautiously, never turning his back to Alex. Only when both were out did Alex nod in satisfaction and drag the chair toward the last cell. Inside, in the half-light, sat Alan Wake, eyes sharp, gaze wary, almost analytical. Alex sat down, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Thick smoke curled through the dim air. Alan's eyes didn't leave him. They lingered briefly on the bloodstains on Alex's coat, even his pants weren't clean. Alex, is he inside you? Wake finally asked hoarsely, breaking the silence. Alex exhaled slowly, eyes locked on him. Let's just talk first, Alan. Tell me, why write that kind of story? You could have ended it differently, sealed the darkness for good. Why make both endings so grim? Do you enjoy playing with people's lives, turning them into your characters? Or maybe you just like torturing them, because to you, they're not real, right? He spoke evenly, without anger, yet every word landed like a weight. It's not as simple as you think, Alan said, gripping the bars. A story needs material. You can't create something from nothing. Even in the dark place, where imagination shapes reality, there are still rules. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly. Looks like you've forgotten quite a bit, Alan. Fine then, answer me this, why did you weave Saga's daughter, Logan, into the story? Although, I think I already know the answer. I just want to hear your version. Alan lowered his gaze. I had dreams, they told me of the present and the future. I used them in the book. But then. He fell silent, fingers tightening around the bars. Then I realized that careful planning meant nothing. Every word I wrote carried danger. I stopped writing. And that's when he started writing instead. He rewrote everything, twisting my story. Alex chuckled quietly, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and said slowly. Ha ha ha, there you go, Scratch. His eyes gleamed coldly. I was wondering how long you'd keep pretending to be Alan Wake. Maybe you fooled the others, but I can see your real face. The one covered in darkness, blood, and rage. He took one last drag and exhaled, the smoke thick and heavy, as dark as the shadows inside the cell. And immediately after that, Alan clutched his head, staggered, and stepped back. The lights around the room began to flicker, as if the space itself were resisting what was happening. Distorted voices filled the air, muffled, ragged, like they were being broadcast through an old, broken radio. With every passing second the chaos intensified, and finally the lights went out. When the lamps flared again, Alan Wake no longer stood before Alex. The body now belonged to Scratch. A thick black mist swirled around Scratch, as if darkness itself welcomed the return of its master. His face twisted into a mad grin, full of rage and malicious triumph. Alex, however, remained utterly calm. He sat on the chair, leisurely took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled smoke through his nose. Then he stood, flicked the ash off, and tossed the butt aside. A tense silence settled between them. They stared at each other without blinking. This is my story. Scratch growled in a distorted, doubled voice, as if several copies of him were speaking at once. I'd agree with you, Scratch. Alex replied calmly, stepping forward. But it seems you've forgotten how our last meeting ended. Allow me to remind you. He grabbed Scratch by the collar through the cell bars and yanked him with all his strength. Scratch's face slammed against the cold metal with a ringing impact. The blow was so strong the bars buckled. Voices from beyond the door sounded alarmed, but Kieran acted fast. She locked the doors and wouldn't let anyone in. She didn't know exactly what Alex was capable of, but the fact that he had single-handedly cleared the compound of the Taken spoke for itself. Alex methodically continued smashing Scratch's face into the bars until dents began to appear in the metal. Each hit reverberated through the room. Finally Scratch, hissing with fury, dissolved into coils of black smoke and slipped from Alex's grip. In that instant a powerful surge of fog burst from his body and with a crash blew the iron cell doors open. Alex managed to become intangible at the last moment. The bars passed through him without harm. What's wrong, Scratch? He smirked, watching him materialize a few meters away. Couldn't script yourself better skills? Your darkness tricks only work on simple folk. In response Scratch snarled and tore a piece of the iron grill free, crushing the metal as if it were foil. Alex raised an eyebrow, pulled a folding baton from his inner pocket and, flicking his wrist, snapped it open. All right, let's keep it fair, he said with a grin. Want a weapon fight? You'll get one. Scratch bared his teeth maliciously and vanished from the spot. Only a whirlwind of black smoke remained. In the next moment he reappeared right in front of Alex, swinging a metal pipe. The metal met the baton with a clang, sparks flew into the air. Alex parried the blow and counterattacked instantly, lunging forward. His baton struck Scratch in the face with a dry crack of bone. Scratch recoiled but did not fall. He only laughed in a staccato, inhuman way and dissolved back into smoke. He reappeared behind Alex and struck hard with the iron pipe. Alex raised his arm to block the blow without turning, then spun and kicked the assailant in the chest. The hit sent Scratch hurtling toward the emergency exit doors. He slammed his back into the metal, but as he barely tried to rise he took another blow, this time a direct kick to the chest. The emergency exit doors were ripped off their hinges with a crash, and Scratch flew out into the rear yard of the compound, slamming into the crates the FBC agents had left there. Alex followed, calmly gripping his metal baton. Agent Voldigode, do you copy? Kieran's voice crackled over the speakers. Yes. What is it? Alex answered without taking his eyes off Scratch. I have 2 pieces of news, Kieran said. Bad, the containment block for Scratch is not ready yet. Good, I can turn on bright light. There's equipment in the backyard, FBC floodlights. We brought them specifically to fight these creatures. Hold him off a little, and I'll start the generators. The line went dead. Alex gave a crooked smile and took a step forward, spinning the baton in his hand. All right then, Scratch, he said, shall we play another round? Hearing Kieran Estevez's words, Alex just shrugged. He didn't need any help, he could handle this perfectly well on his own. But if Kieran wanted to earn herself a few extra points for good deeds, who was he to stop a woman from showing initiative? Scratch, meanwhile, wasn't wasting a second. The darkness around him thickened to the point that the very air began to distort. Alex clicked his tongue in irritation, noting that he always seemed to end up fighting opponents who stubbornly refused to die. He tightened his grip on the metal folding baton and lunged forward. In a blink, he was in front of Scratch, raising his weapon overhead before bringing it down in a crushing arc. Scratch managed to block, but the ground beneath him cracked from the force of the impact. Alex twisted the baton sharply, hooking it around Scratch's arm, and wrenched it hard. The iron pipe slipped from Scratch's hand as he dropped to his knees. Alex swung his leg over the man's neck, caught his arm again, and yanked it back with brutal strength. A sickening crunch followed, bone snapping through flesh. Gritting his teeth, Scratch grabbed the fallen pipe with his other hand and swung. Alex released the hold and leapt back. A second later, Scratch was already on his feet, black mist swirling around his arm, the fracture healing instantly. "I hate it when you guys do that," Alex muttered irritably, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and clenching it between his teeth. "Why do you all have to start regenerating? Give me the clicker, Agent Voltigode." Scratch snarled, crushing the pipe in his now healed hand. "Hey, that's my clicker." "Don't ask for the impossible," Alex said with a smirk, cigarette still between his lips. Scratch lunged at him again, this time faster and stronger. Alex dodged effortlessly, barely touching the ground, avoiding each strike at the last possible moment. Activating his magical sight, he immediately saw what was happening. No surprise, the story was continuing to come alive. And since Scratch was the main villain of Return, his strength grew with every passing second. According to the author's intent, he was meant to bring darkness into the world, and as long as the narrative kept manifesting, Scratch would only become stronger. Alex folded the baton and slipped it back into his pocket. He knew that as soon as Kieran activated the floodlights, Scratch would be thrown back toward Cauldron Lake. He wasn't trying to defeat him, only to stall, to buy time. Kieran's voice came from the outdoor speakers. "Agent Voltigode, lure Scratch to the center of the backyard. We've started the generators. Once he's in position, I'll turn on the lights." Alex nodded and, dodging another strike, drove his boot into Scratch's stomach. The creature barely staggered, leaving deep dents in the concrete. Alex clicked his tongue again, stepped forward, grabbed Scratch by the collar, and headbutted him square in the nose. The crunch was audible. Scratch stumbled back a step, but Alex didn't let up. He unleashed a flurry of punches to the face, forcing his opponent to retreat. Finally, when Scratch was standing exactly in the middle of the yard, Kieran powered the system on. Brilliant floodlights flared to life, flooding the space with blinding radiance. Scratch dropped to his knees, writhing in pain. His skin smoked under the beams, his face twisted in rage. "Return," he rasped, barely clinging to consciousness. "You've said that already," Alex replied calmly, flicking his lighter and lighting a cigarette. Right after those words, Scratch let out a deafening, almost bestial scream, and in the next moment, his body dissolved into thick black mist. Instantly, every light in the yard burst into blinding brilliance and then went out, throwing sparks and clouds of smoke into the air. Alex silently stared at the spot where Scratch had just been standing. On the concrete remained a murky, dark puddle, thin steam rising from it. He brought a cigarette to his lips, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. After standing there for a few more seconds, he flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and, without hurrying, headed toward the sheriff's station. Passing through the broken emergency exit doors, Alex returned to the office. The moment he walked in, every gaze turned to him. Faces showed a mix of shock and bewilderment. Only Emmett and Saga remained calm, they already knew what Alex was capable of. Kieran, however, looked at him with newfound understanding, her eyes reflected the realization that she was looking at a man who had just faced the embodiment of darkness and survived. The Kaskila brothers exchanged glances, they were now certain that this man could save Bright Falls. "What's with those faces?" Alex said with a faint smirk, leaning his back against the wall. "Ah, right. I get it. It's not over yet." "Well, nothing we can do about that." "Where did Scratch go?" Saga asked, frowning. "To the place where he's strongest," Alex replied, yawning lazily. "So," Casey spoke up, "having recovered from his injury, what's the plan? What do we do next?" "First, we wait for reinforcements. Then the real fun begins," Alex said, rubbing his chin. "We have to finish before dawn. By sunrise, the story will have fully become reality. And I don't think I need to explain what that means. But to open all the doors at once, the clicker alone won't be enough. We'll also need a work of art," Saga finished for him. "You're not seriously planning to hold a concert by the lake to open all the doors at once, are you?" Emmett asked skeptically, crossing his arms. "That sounds even crazier than the idea of a book turning real." "All complaints go to Wake in the Dark Presence," Alex shrugged. "They came up with the rules." He turned to Kieran. "By the way, all the spotlights burned out. Can someone from your team fix them and get them to the lake?" "Smith, Fernandez, handle it." "I want everything working within an hour," Kieran ordered. "Yes, ma'am," both agents replied and immediately headed for the generators. "Saga," Alex said, glancing at her, "call the old guys. Tell them they've got one last chance to relive their glory days with a final concert." "You sure about this?" she asked doubtfully. "More than sure," Alex nodded. "Emmett, with me. Let's go meet the reinforcements. Everyone else, gear up and arm yourselves. I'm not planning to do all the work alone." Ilmo and Jocko agreed eagerly, this was their town, and they were ready to defend it to the end. If tonight finally ended the nightmare that had lasted 13 years, they would greet the dawn with weapons in hand. Casey, Kieran, and the remaining FBC agent also joined in, heading to the armory. Alex motioned for Emmett to follow, and together they stepped outside. A heavy silence hung over the area in front of the sheriff's station. No wind, no insects, not even stars in the sky. Only darkness and stillness. From the windows of nearby houses, people, residents now trapped within the story, watched their every move. They stood in silence beneath the starless sky, or rather, beneath the absence of light itself, gazing into the endless black. "How's that for an adventure, Emmett?" Alex finally asked, leaning against the wall. "Any regrets about coming with me?" On the contrary, Emmett grinned. "This is probably the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be pretending to be human. But now I can eat real food again, for the first time in centuries. Even got to fight the Taken. When Rosalie and I have kids someday, I'll have quite a story to tell them." Alex raised an eyebrow. "So, Rosie's already mentioned it." "Didn't take a genius to figure it out," Emmett chuckled. "She's dropped a few hints that I should put in a bit more effort. I didn't get it at first, but then it clicked." "And what do you want, a boy or a girl?" Alex asked with a faint smile. That's a tough one," Emmett said thoughtfully. "Rosalie wants a girl. Me. I don't really care either way. As long as it's our child. Though I'm pretty sure if it's a girl, she'll be just as beautiful as Rosie." Alex smirked and nodded. "I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. But I'm curious, how exactly would your kid grow up? Technically speaking, they'd be born a full vampire, right?" "Thought you knew," Emmett shrugged. "I sure don't. Our kind of vampires can't have children, well, not until you got involved. I've heard of another breed that can, but they live like rats, hiding from hunters." "Actually," Alex said, tapping his chin in thought, "in many worlds there are vampire races capable of having offspring. Usually, those children stop aging once they reach maturity, and then age very, very slowly. They can live for thousands of years." Emmett just shrugged again. All that multiverse and race nonsense felt distant and unreal to him. Everything he knew about it came from Alex's stories, and that was the extent of his knowledge. Those watching the broadcast, however, were far more intrigued, especially Rosalie, Jane, and Jasper. They started wondering what their own children might be like if such a thing were possible. Even Bella wasn't indifferent to the idea. As a love-struck teenager, she'd often dreamed of having kids with Edward, imagining what they might look like. Alice, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. She already knew what her children with Alex would be like. In the family chat, the girls were already discussing how a child was born by magic. Once conception happened, magic took care of the rest. The child would be born inheriting traits from both parents. Still, Alice couldn't resist asking in the chat whether their future child would be a vampire, a demon, or a vampire-demon hybrid. That question instantly set off a storm of debate. The girls argued late into the night, but no one reached a clear answer. Meanwhile, Alex and Emmett were still standing in front of the sheriff's office, waiting for the Cosa Nostra group to arrive. They kept talking about children, though Alex only chuckled when Emmett asked him for parenting advice. He had none to give. He explained that Jinx and Nyaruko had appeared in the world already as 7-year-old girls. Hearing that, Emmett grimaced and called Alex a lucky bastard. He'd skipped the sleepless nights, diapers, and tantrums. "You're a vampire, remember?" Alex countered with a smirk. "You don't even sleep. You'd have handled it just fine." Emmett had no comeback for that, and then Alex pulled out his phone, showing him the latest messages from the family chat. Chaos had erupted again, courtesy of his 4 daughters in Horario. Emmett shook his head as he scrolled through the messages. "How hasn't that world burned down yet from the things your 4 daughters do?" he muttered, clearly impressed by the scale of the madness. Alex just smirked. He knew perfectly well that sooner or later, he'd have more little princesses, who, under the influence of their older sisters, would quickly turn into the same little gremlins. It was inevitable. Just then, the distant roar of engines echoed through the quiet night. Both men fell silent and turned toward the sound. A few minutes later, a convoy of military Humvees stopped in front of the sheriff's office. Alex sighed heavily when he noticed the emblem painted on their armor, a black Maltese cross, the mark of the Black Templars. Men in heavy combat armor began stepping out of the vehicles. Alex let out another long sigh as soon as he recognized the design. He was the one who had created it long ago, inspired by the pilots from Titanfall. Only now, it had changed. The bright steel was replaced with deep black, and the symbol of the Templars gleamed crimson on their chests and pauldrons. Once all 30 soldiers had formed ranks, one of them stepped forward and removed his helmet. Alex recognized him instantly, Verrocchio. But this wasn't the same man he'd once known. His eyes were cold, his face calm and stone-like, devoid of emotion. Verrocchio knelt down on one knee, holding his helmet in his hands. The rest followed his lead, lowering themselves in unison. Emmett involuntarily shuddered. Even though their faces were hidden behind helmets, he could feel the sheer fanaticism radiating from them. "We have arrived at your command, my lord," Verrocchio said, bowing his head. "We stand ready to punish whoever you point your hand toward." "Glad to see you," Alex replied evenly. "Have you been briefed on the situation?" Lady Brunhild explained everything during the briefing, Verrocchio answered without rising. "Our task is to contain those possessed by the darkness while you complete your work, my lord." "Excellent. Did you bring what I asked for?" Alex asked. "Yes, my lord," Verrocchio nodded. "Lady Kiriko has provided us with everything you requested. Your equipment is in the vehicle." Verrocchio cast a quick glance toward one of his men and gave a subtle nod. The soldier immediately rose and walked over to one of the Humvees. Moments later, he returned carrying a wooden crate adorned with engraved runes along the sides. Approaching Alex, the men dropped to one knee and offered the box forward. Emmett, standing beside Alex, watched the scene unfold with a blank expression, not fully grasping what was happening. His eyes were drawn to the crate itself, heavy, covered in ancient symbols. Alex lifted the lid and found a neat row of silver stakes inside. He recognized them instantly, the very same ones he had forged long ago while preparing to confront the avatar of Nyan Nyan. Back then, he believed he would face Nyarlathotep himself, but things had turned out to be far more complicated. Life had changed drastically since then. Closing the box, Alex ran his fingers thoughtfully across the lid. Though these stakes had been mere prototypes, they were now perfectly suited for what was to come. At that moment, Saga stepped out of the sheriff's office. She had meant to call for Alex, but froze when she saw the strange scene before her, 30 armored men kneeling before him like knights before their king. "Alex, what the hell is going on here?" she asked, staring at him in bewilderment. "Oh, that." Alex replied calmly, tucking the crate under his arm. "Don't worry about it. This is our backup. They know what they're doing, that's all that matters." "We will not fail you, my lord," Verrocchio declared, still on one knee. "Glad to hear it, Verrocchio. Rise. It's time to finish the final preparations," Alex said with a faint nod and a small smile. At his command, the soldiers rose in perfect unison. Saga watched the display in stunned silence, unsure what to think. Alex simply waved his hand and walked past her without another word, with Emmett following close behind. Verrocchio and his men trailed after him, completely ignoring Saga. When the last of them disappeared through the doorway, Saga sighed and pressed a palm to her forehead. "My life just keeps getting stranger and stranger," she muttered, before heading after them. Everyone gathered in the main hall of the sheriff's station. The arrival of Verrocchio and his men seemed to thicken the air itself, a heavy aura of discipline and power radiated from them. "Now that everyone's here, it's time to put the plan into action," said Alex, setting the wooden box on the table. "Saga, those two old men, Odin and Thor, are they ready?" "Yeah," she replied. "They've already headed to Cauldron Lake. I think they're a lot more inspired than the last time we visited them at the retirement home." "Not surprising," Alex smirked. "All right, let's get to business. Inside this box is the key to our operation." "And what's so special about it?" Kieran asked, frowning. "My own invention." "You didn't think your FBC was the only one capable of isolating anomalies, did you?" Alex grinned. "Inside are special stakes. They need to be placed around the entire lake. That will create an isolation field, none of the Taken will be able to escape." "And after that?" Casey asked, adjusting his vest. "Then comes the concert," said Alex. "We open every door to the dark place at once. I dive to the bottom, grab Alan Wake, and pull him back. Simple, right? You forgot to mention that while you play the hero, we'll be the ones fighting off the monsters crawling out of the lake," Casey said grimly. "Well, you'll have light, weapons, and my men." "You'll manage," Alex replied, thoughtfully scratching his chin. "Though there's one detail, once the isolation field activates, everything around the lake will be pulled into the fold. Including us," Saga finished for him. "Exactly. So, if anyone hasn't written a will yet, now's the time. This night's going to be the darkest of your lives," Alex said calmly, exhaling a puff of cigarette smoke. "Any more instructions?" Kieran asked coldly. "Yeah," Alex raised a finger. "Don't screw up. Just buy me time." He closed the box and tucked it under his arm. "Then we're heading out?" Emmett asked, crossing his arms and raising a brow. Alex smiled faintly. "Heading out." He and Emmett exchanged a quick laugh and a nod. Kieran rolled her eyes, gesturing to her people to move. They had to deliver the floodlights to the lake. Alex turned to Verrocchio and quickly explained how to position the stakes to isolate the area. Verrocchio listened carefully, nodded, then took the wooden box and led his soldiers to carry out the order. Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey headed for the Impala. The engine roared to life, and soon they were speeding down the road toward Cauldron Lake. Saga sat in the back seat, staring out the window, lost in thought about what was to come. Her chest tightened, she wanted to hear the voices of her loved ones one more time before it all began. Alex, give me your phone, she said quietly. I want to talk to my husband and daughter. If I call from mine, I probably won't reach them, he's part of the story now. Alex silently handed her the phone and focused back on the road. In the rearview mirror, he caught Casey's reflection. What's wrong, Casey? Getting scared, he smirked. No, Casey replied with a strained smile. Just trying to figure out where exactly I took the wrong turn in life. Who knows, Emmett cut in, grinning. At least you're here now. And hey, you've gone further than your book counterpart ever did. In the novels, Alex Casey just solved cases, you're an FBI agent fighting the literal darkness. Not everyone gets that kind of upgrade. Though, granted, a lot more crap comes with it. Don't you ever get tired of that? Casey snorted. Still mad I didn't sign your wife's book. Bingo, Emmett chuckled. Rosalie said if I didn't get your autograph, I'd be sleeping on the couch for a month. So now I'm just making up for the emotional damage by teasing you. Screw you, Cullen, Casey muttered, punching the back of his seat. We survive this night, you'll get your damn autograph, with all my best wishes. Now that's the spirit, Emmett laughed, imitating a mock-heroic tone. You and your, I'm not Alex Casey, I am Alex Casey. You book guys are all the same. Alex couldn't hold back anymore, he burst out laughing, nearly losing grip on the steering wheel. Even Saga, still talking to her husband on the phone, broke into laughter mid-sentence. Casey smiled too, shaking his head. Light laughter filled the car, and the tension that had weighed on them all day finally began to lift. For a brief moment, none of them thought about what awaited ahead. They just drove, together, ready to do what had to be done. To be continued. I actually thought this chapter would be the end of it all, with Alex diving to the bottom of the maelstrom. But I thought about it, and then thought about it again, and wrote down what the voices in my head told me. Basically, the next chapter is a concert, maybe. Then Scratch getting hit in the face with a stick and Alan Wake being saved, maybe too. Chapter 502, the concert on the shore of the dark lake. The road to Cauldron Lake went surprisingly smoothly, even cheerfully. As usual, Emmett kept throwing jabs at Casey, who was getting sick of being constantly compared to the fictional detective Alex Casey. Even Saga, who was talking on the phone with her husband and daughter, couldn't help but laugh when Casey snapped again and Emmett calmly asked him for an autograph. On the other end of the line, Saga's husband, David, didn't understand at first what had made her laugh so hard. When he heard that bright, genuine laugh, he relaxed noticeably, because when she had first called, there had been something in her voice, something heavy, as if Saga were calling to say goodbye. Now, though, his heart eased a little. He exhaled softly and simply asked his wife to be careful. I promise, Saga said with a gentle smile. I'll have a lot to tell when I get back. After talking a bit more with her husband and daughter, she said goodbye and handed the phone back to Alex. The black Impala smoothly turned toward Cauldron Lake and stopped in an old parking lot. Alex killed the engine and, glancing at his companions, silently asked if they were ready. Emmett, Saga, and Casey nodded without a word and started getting out of the car. And here we are again, muttered Casey, adjusting the strap of his shotgun. Things usually end where they began, replied Alex, taking off his coat and tossing it onto the driver's seat. Makes sense, Emmett nodded. Rosalie was reading a novel recently where the main character went full circle and came back to where it all started. Turns out, the killer had been right beside him the whole time. And is that normal in those kinds of books? Returning to the beginning. Saga asked with genuine curiosity. Not always, Alex shrugged. All right, let's move. Kieran and her people should be arriving at the shore any minute now. With that, he looked up at the sky. Above the dark forest, a Bureau helicopter roared past. Knowing they were running out of time, the group headed down the old trail leading to the lake. The forest wasn't what it used to be. Ever since the story of Return had nearly merged with reality, everything around them had changed. It felt like the darkness itself didn't want them to reach the shores of Cauldron Lake. A fallen tree blocked their path at the fence, crushing the gate and part of the barrier. No turning back now, said Alex, climbing up the trunk. He was the first to make it over and scan the area, activating his danger sense. No taken, no movement. All clear, he called. Climb over. Careful though, it's slippery. Emmett went up first to help Saga and Casey. He reached down, easily pulling Saga up beside him, then lent a hand to Casey, who gritted his teeth, hiding the pain from his wounded arm. On the other side, Alex caught Saga when she slipped slightly. Thanks, she breathed, steadying herself. Alex just gave a brief smile in response and helped Casey down. Emmett landed last, light and easy, as if it were nothing at all. Looking around, Saga took out a flare and lit it. The bright red glow tore through the thick darkness. She knew too well, when it was too quiet and too dark, you didn't take chances. The flare illuminated their way as Alex, Emmett, and Casey followed behind, scanning the forest. The Taken could emerge from the shadows at any moment. The path was wet and slippery. Alex took up the rear, using his magical sight to assess the surroundings. What he saw made him frown. He had thought the story of return had merged with reality, becoming part of it, but in truth, it was the opposite. The dark place hadn't blended with the world. It was consuming it. Reality around the lake was being pulled inward, like a massive whirlpool sucking the dimension itself into its depths, reshaping it into a piece of itself. Turning off his magical sight, Alex rubbed his eyes. The experience in Bright Falls had taught him a lot. Now he understood better how to act when facing enemies capable of bending reality itself. Pushing away his uneasy thoughts, he quickened his pace, catching up with Saga, whose face was softly lit by the crimson flare. Their path to the lake was only just beginning. Reaching the end of the trail, Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey stepped out onto an open clearing overlooking the gloomy mirror of Cauldron Lake. One brief glance, and they headed toward the old wooden stairs leading down. Descending, they stepped onto the cracked asphalt when, all of a sudden, 5 Taken emerged from behind the trees, holding rusted weapons in their hands. Their silhouettes shimmered within the swirling darkness, and it was clear they were about to attack. But before anyone could raise a weapon, the air was torn apart by a deafening honk. All 4, Alex, Saga, Emmett, and Casey, turned to see an old retirement home bus speeding down the road at full throttle. Behind the wheel, a bottle of liquor in one hand and a wide, almost insane grin on his face, sat Odin. "Holy shit," Casey managed to mutter. The bus's headlights slashed through the darkness, freezing the Taken for just a moment, and then came the impact. The bus screeched, plowing straight into them, sending their bodies flying like bowling pins. "Oh, ho, ho, ho." Emmett gasped, bending over in laughter. "Did you see that, Alex? He actually hit them while drinking from the bottle." Alex just nodded, unable to suppress a grin as the bus roared past them, tires screeching, and drifted around the bend like an old rally racer before vanishing into the distance. Saga's phone suddenly rang. She sighed heavily and turned on the speaker. "Kiddo, did you see that?" "Ha ha ha. That's how you deal with the servants of darkness," came Thor's drunken voice. "Ha ha. I could run over those bastards with my eyes closed." Odin roared in the background. "Did you set everything up?" Saga asked, struggling to hide her irritation. "Of course. We're about to put on a show like the good old days." "Brother, tree." "Tree," said Thor, and then started yelling. "What damn tree? There are no trees in our songs." Who's the idiot who left a tree in the middle of the road?" Odin shouted, followed by a loud crash, the snap of branches, and the crunch of metal. "Because we're not on the road." Thor yelled, and again came the sound of breaking branches and another heavy thud. Saga closed her eyes and covered her face with one hand. "Grandpas, watch the road. And please, be careful. Don't worry, kiddo. Everything's under control. See you on the beach. Love you." Odin said just before the call ended with yet another muffled crash. For a few seconds, silence hung in the air. Then Alex and Emmett burst into wild laughter, doubling over. Even Casey, though still looking dazed, couldn't help but smile. Even the Valkyries watching the broadcast were silent in complete shock. One of them muttered, "If we had an Odin like that, Ragnarok would have never happened." Meanwhile, still laughing, Alex wiped tears from his eyes and exhaled, "Glad I left them that bottle of wine from Valhalla. Looks like it was enough to remind them of their youth." "Oh, definitely," Emmett said, trying to catch his breath. "Who would have thought, Saga, your grandpas are absolute legends." "Irresponsible drivers," she replied dryly, slipping her phone back into her pocket. "The important thing is they've got spirit. When you put on a concert, it's all about that burning spirit inside you," Alex said, raising his hand to the sky. "They've ignited the fire of their youth one last time. And tonight, it'll burn brighter than the sun." Saga looked at him and couldn't help but smile, seeing that same fire in his eyes. Even Casey smirked, and Emmett nodded. He understood that Alex wasn't just speaking for the sake of words. After catching their breath, they continued down the road. But a few minutes later, their path was blocked by fallen trees, a massive pile that was impossible to climb over. Saga pulled a map from her pocket and lit it with her flashlight. Alex, Emmett, and Casey leaned in to look. "Here," she said, pointing. "There's a detour along the riverbank. It leads straight to Cauldron Lake." They followed the stream, listening to the distant voices. Thor and Odin were already setting up their concert equipment, accompanied by raspy laughter and the clinking of bottles. Judging by the sound, they're still drinking, Casey remarked. I already like them. That's the power of creation, Saga said softly, and a faint smile crossed her face. Alex and Emmett followed behind Saga with smirks on their faces, moving along the dark forest trail. The closer they got to the shore, the louder Odin's and Thor's voices became. The two old rockers were fiercely arguing about how exactly to tune their equipment. For a brief moment, Alex even felt sorry for Kieran, who was witnessing this chaos from the front lines. He could easily imagine her expression described in a single word: realization of the end, especially when salvation arrived in the form of two drunk musicians. After climbing over the last obstacle, a fallen tree surrounded by thickening darkness, they finally reached the beach. From above, a bright spotlight blinded them. A helicopter hovered over the shore. Alex was the first to step down onto the ledge and quickly scanned the area. On the sand stood crates brought by Kieran and 3 FBC agents. Nearby was the old bus that Thor and Odin had arrived in. But what surprised Alex the most was seeing Adi among them, calmly tuning a guitar while Thor and Odin kept arguing. Jumping down, Alex realized that Verrocchio and his men still hadn't returned. Apparently, they were installing the last isolation stakes around Cauldron Lake. Saga went straight toward Thor and Odin, trying to calm them down at least a little, while Casey and Emmett headed to Kieran, who was busy with the final preparations. Alex, meanwhile, took another glance around the beach and noticed Ilmo and Jocko sitting on a raised area, holding hunting rifles, ready for the signal to begin. Verrocchio, report in. The beach is ready, Alex said, contacting his team. My king, we're setting up the last stake. We'll be with you in a minute, Verrocchio replied. Satisfied that everything was going according to plan, Alex walked over to Kieran. She was checking the generators, making sure they wouldn't fail at a critical moment. Beside her, on top of a crate, lay a strangely shaped silver blade. Alex recognized it immediately, an angelic weapon. Leaning against the crate, he smirked. I see the FBC hasn't lost its touch, still collecting angel blades, huh? Something like that, Kieran replied without looking up from the wires. When all the angels fell, we had to clean up piles of corpses. The humans who couldn't handle being vessels, and the angels themselves, killed in their own civil war. You deal with beings like that often. Demons, angels, all that nasty stuff. Alex asked, raising a brow. Too often. We barely have time to handle one anomaly before something new pops up: the apocalypse, hellgates, fallen angels, leviathans, and now, the darkness. Sometimes it feels like the whole world's turned into one endless horror movie. What about you? What VE you been up to lately? Kieran asked, still not turning her head. Alex pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled lazily. Broke a Wendigo curse on Blackwood Mountain. Visited a couple of haunted spots, like Blair Forest. Oh, and I've got a crossroads demon locked in my basement right now, squeezing information out of him. You know, the usual. Kieran glanced up for a moment. Blair Forest, huh? The Bureau stopped sending agents there after 3 teams vanished without a trace. And honestly, I didn't think the men of letters interrogated their enemies. You usually just kill and move on. I make exceptions when it helps me track down the embodiment of darkness, Alex replied calmly. And no, I'm not telling you where it is, not until your Jessie shows up herself. Kieran narrowed her eyes. And why would she come to see you? Alex smirked, meeting her gaze. Don't play naive, Kieran. I know you're already putting together a dossier on me. Once this is all over, you'll have to file a report, and my name will definitely be in it. Besides. He tilted his head slightly, your janitor is already here. Right on cue, Adi strummed his guitar, producing a melodic chord that echoed softly into the night air. So, you and Adi know each other, Kieran said evenly. Looks like you really came prepared for your meeting with our bureau. My job is to know everything, Alex replied with a faint smile, flicking ash from his cigarette. Kieran's gaze lingered on his multicolored irises. Yes, he was definitely not human. In her mind, she placed him in the same category as director Jesse Faden, and even Adi, living anomalies that stood beyond human understanding. Alex, without reading her thoughts, still perfectly understood what was going through her mind. That was exactly what he wanted. If he showed just enough, Jesse would inevitably take interest. Which meant that sooner or later, the director of the FBC would come knocking on his door, not as an enemy, but as a potential ally. While they exchanged calm remarks, Kieran subtly gathered information about him, and in the meantime, Verrocchio and his men returned to the beach. Alex noticed that everyone had taken their positions. Tossing aside his spent cigarette, he walked toward the bus, where Thor, Odin, and Adi were already standing on the roof, fully prepared for the concert to begin. Climbing the steps calmly, Alex met their eyes. All 3 smiled. Odin stepped back from the microphone and gave him a nod. The old man understood perfectly, this was not their time to shine, but Alex's. They would simply accompany his performance. Alex approached the microphone, gripping it with one hand. For a moment, he glanced back at Emmett, Saga, Casey, Kieran, and Verrocchio's men. All of them were waiting for his signal. Alex gave a small nod, then turned his gaze to Odin, Thor, and Adi. Odin adjusted the strings on his guitar and gave a short nod. Adi replied with a soft smile. Thor, sitting behind the drums, raised a thumbs up. So, ready to light it up? Alex asked with a smirk. Go on, King, Odin laughed. Show us how the youth rocks these days. Tonight's your stage. Consider it payment for that wine you gave us. Better yet, bring another bottle after the concert, Thor added. We'll drink together. Ahaha. Another fond memory for the collection, Adi said, lazily strumming a few notes. Alex chuckled and shook his head. He turned to face Cauldron Lake, took a deep breath, and raised his hand. A snap of his fingers echoed across the water. In that instant, the silver stakes driven along the lake's perimeter flared with blinding light. Reality itself seemed to ripple, the darkness that had cloaked the sky retreated, revealing a bright moon and a scatter of stars. Moonlight poured down, bathing the bus, and the four figures standing atop it, in silver radiance. Yet the lake remained impenetrably dark, as if it rejected the light itself. When the spatial isolation was complete, Alex swept his gaze across the team, wordlessly signaling that it was time. At once, Verrocchio barked an order, and his men activated their energy blades. Arcs of crackling electricity burst from the swords. Kieran switched on the spotlights, flooding the shore with blinding white light. Emmett cracked his knuckles and grinned wide. Casey readied his weapon. The Casquila brothers, stationed higher up, aimed their shotguns toward the dark shoreline, prepared to meet the first wave of the Taken. Alex stepped closer to the microphone and raised his hand. The lights flickered, as though the lake itself had blinked in response. And that marked the beginning. A warning to the people. The good and the evil. This is war, Alex sang, his voice low and resonant. His voice carried over the water, and ripples spread across the surface of the lake, not from the wind, but as if the water itself had answered his call. Odin and Adi joined in, weaving their chords into the rhythm of Alex's voice. The air trembled, it felt as though the song itself pierced the fabric of reality, rewriting it. The water stirred again, not in waves, but in fractures. From the depths rose a thick, cold fog, dead and heavy, like the breath of another world. To the soldier, the civilian. The martyr, the victim. This is war, Alex continued, his gaze locked on the darkness at the lake center. Thor struck the drums, the ground beneath the bus trembled. At that very moment, a sound like shattering glass cut through the air. Everyone standing on the shore looked up, the moon had cracked, and through the fracture appeared a second one, a blood-red moon. A crimson beam of moonlight descended straight into the center of Cauldron Lake. Where it touched the water, the silhouette of a woman with long black hair and a scarlet dress appeared. It was Zhanya, his wife, who had chosen to help her husband in his mad plan to absorb the dark place. Her blood-colored dress swayed as if alive, her hair shimmered under the red moonlight, and her bare feet barely touched the surface of the water. Seeing her, Alex smiled, softly, warmly, like a man who had just seen his purpose. It's the moment of truth and the moment to lie. The moment to live and the moment to die. The moment to fight, the moment to fight. To fight, to fight, to fight, he continued, quickening the tempo, and the music around him flared with new power. With every line of the song, the surface of the dark lake began to change. The light of the blood-red moon acted as a spotlight, illuminating the scene as if everything happening now belonged only to Zhanya, and no one else. She stepped forward, her movement smooth and graceful, as if the water itself obeyed the rhythm of her dance. Wherever her bare feet touched, crimson ice appeared, cracking and melting into the waves with every step. She spun to the music, elegant, poised, and in every motion there was unity with Alex, as if they were one being, voice and dance, rhythm and breath. The wind suddenly rose, growing stronger and stronger, a herald of the Taken, released by the darkness to ruin the concert. One after another, the Taken emerged from the lake, their formless shadows flooding the shore. To the right, to the left. We will fight to the death. To the edge of the earth. It's a brave new world. From the last to the first. Alex's voice thundered, as if the very air vibrated with the force of his words. At that moment, Verrocchio and his men were the first to charge into battle, meeting the Taken with flashing power blades. Alex didn't stop. He knew, this was his stage, and his task wasn't just to sing, but to finish the song, to give his wife the chance to shine in her full glory. Thor, Odin, and Adi played with fury, as if they had returned to their own youth. The guitar chords and drum beats intertwined with Alex's voice, merging into a living storm. Meanwhile, something grand unfolded on the lake. The crack in the sky grew wider, and all of Cauldron Lake was flooded with red light. Zhanya twirled, taking light, almost weightless steps, spinning to the rhythm of the music like a ballerina dancing on the edge of the living and the dead. Each step left behind a trail of crimson ice that melted and merged with the water's surface, turning it from black to blood red. Song and dance fused together. Zhangya was absorbing the dark place, taking it piece by piece from the dark entity. And it felt it, its power slipping away, its control over the shadows weakening. The lake, once lifeless and black, now pulsed with red light, as if it were coming alive to their music. Meanwhile, the battle on the shore raged fiercely. Hordes of Taken kept emerging from the water, but they met resistance: Verrocchio's swords, the Kaskila brothers' bullets, Kiran's floodlights and lamps. Every strike, every shot moved in rhythm with the music, forming a symphony of light and darkness. Across the world, viewers held their breath. The girls watching the broadcast put everything aside, they didn't want to miss a second of the concert. In Alex's family mansion, Freya, Hephaestus, Hestia, Loki, Gloria, Nami, Kiriko and Alcina sat in the spacious living room in front of the large screen. Wine, cigarettes, quiet laughter, and eyes fixed on the screen. "I didn't expect Zhangya to dance so beautifully," Freya said, holding a glass. "She's usually quiet, always in Alex's shadow, but now her soul is shining." "I think Alex arranged all of this for her," Loki smirked, opening a can of beer. "Not that I'll argue, Zhangya is simply stunning right now. And I never thought another of my stubborn husband's projects would end with a concert," Alcina remarked, taking a drag from a long-stemmed cigarette holder. "I like this song," Gloria added, resting her hand on her cheek. "If Alex had decided to become a singer back when we lived in Night City, he would have conquered the whole world by now." "Maybe," Hephaestus snorted. "But knowing Alex, he'd lose it at some point and cause an absolute riot." "Can't argue with that," they all agreed in unison. A similar atmosphere reigned at the guild. In Brunhild's large office, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya gathered in front of the screen to watch the performance. Other Valkyries, not wanting to watch on tiny phones, joined in, and Alvir decided to be creative, broadcasting Alex's drone feed on every screen in the guild. Those who were about to leave froze when the camera showed Alex standing on the roof of the bus with a microphone in his hand. At first, no one understood what was happening. But when his voice rang out and Zhangya began to twirl on the water beside him, everyone went silent. No one expected that the Demon King, a hunter and scientist capable of toppling mountains and bargaining with gods, could sing so purely, powerfully, and beautifully. And Zhangya's dance turned the battle into art. A few minutes before Alex began to sing, his workshop was already in chaos. 4 gremlins, Nyaruko, Jinx, Tina, and Anya, had taken over the workspace, deciding that Dad's absence was the perfect chance for scientific experiments. "While Dad's away, we can use his workshop," Nyaruko said with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. At one of the many tables stood Nyaruko, Jinx and Tina, arms folded and frowning as they examined their latest invention. Anya, as usual, sat slightly apart, swinging her legs and glued to her phone screen. Inspired by a cartoon about a mad scientist's machine that creates food, the girls decided to build their own version, FLDSMDFR. But something clearly went wrong. On the workbench sat a trembling, pulsating contraption shimmering in all the colors of the rainbow, the result of each of them adding their favorite hues. The device buzzed loudly, crackled, and seemed ready to explode at any second. Then, on a white plate under the device, a purple slime appeared. It emitted strange squeaky noises and wriggled. "Looks like it failed again. Why is it so hard to turn water into food?" Jinx muttered, ruffling her hair. "I said we should have stolen the original FLDSMDFR, Tina said cheerfully, poking the squealing slime. "We need it more than that scientist. I wonder if that slime is edible?" Nyaruko asked, stretching out a finger as well. "I don't think it's worth testing," Jinx noted. "Last time we fed similar slime to a minotaur, Mommy Hephaestus was furious for a week." "What if no one finds out?" Tina asked slyly. "Mommy Freya will find out anyway," Nyaruko said confidently, nodding like a wise sage. The 3 gremlins sighed heavily. They loved their moms and didn't want to anger them, but curiosity burned stronger. Then a light bulb literally went off over Nyaruko's head. "I've got an idea," she whispered and whistled. From the corner of the room, a thick gray mist began to rise, slowly revealing the distorted face of a creature known as the Hound of Tindallos. Without hesitation, Nyaruko fed the purple slime to the beast. It swallowed its prey and vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Anya, however, paid no attention to what was happening around her. She kept her eyes fixed on the phone screen, waiting for her daddy to start singing. "Anya, aren't you going to join us? You were the one who wanted to build this thing." Jinx called out. "Not now. Daddy's going to sing soon." "I want to listen," Anya replied calmly without looking away from the screen. Hearing that, the 3 gremlins exchanged glances and, forgetting all about the FLDSMDFR, rushed toward Anya. Instead of grabbing more chairs, all 4 tried to squeeze onto one. "Ow. You hit me." Jinx protested, pushing Nyaruko aside. "Don't pull my hair," Nyaruko shouted, shoving Tina. "Ah. You stepped on my hand." Anya yelped, trying to push both of them off. For a few seconds, a quiet war for space unfolded until a familiar voice came from the phone speakers. Alex had begun to sing. In that instant, all four froze. On the screen appeared their daddy, and beside him, their mommy, Zhangya, dancing beneath the crimson moonlight. The four gremlins stared at the screen in awe, forgetting everything else. They even began to hum softly along with the song, as if performing it with their father. Their eyes shone as Zhangya twirled in the red lunar glow. Meanwhile, on the shores of Cauldron Lake, everything was changing rapidly. The dark surface of the water had almost completely turned crimson. Zhangya, gradually taking control of the dark place, seemed to open one door after another, releasing the Taken into the world. Gunfire never ceased for a moment. Bullets ripped through the air, echoing over the lake. On the shore, battle raged, dozens of Taken fell every second, yet new ones emerged from the depths, an unending tide surging toward the light. Alex didn't stop. His voice rang out, strong, clear, resonating through the chaos, as if harmonizing with the world itself. Beside him, Zhangya danced, her movements reflecting the rhythm of his singing, creating a mesmerizing duet of light and shadow. Thor and Odin, as if young again, played with the fury of their youth. Adi, a grin on his face, pulled every note from his guitar, and after the next chorus, delivered a soaring solo that made even the Taken seem to freeze for a heartbeat. The climax was approaching. Thor hammered a thunderous rhythm on the drums, Odin and Adi slowed the tempo slightly, preparing the stage for the final verse. Alex, sweaty but radiant, smiled. He had never felt anything like this, and damn it, he loved it. Running a hand across his face and brushing his hair back, he stepped toward the mic and sang. I do believe in the light. Raise your hands into the sky. The fight is done, the war is won. Lift your hands toward the sun. Toward the sun. The war is won. Alex's voice softened, almost tender, filled with fatigue and faith all at once. But as the final line faded, the music surged again. The air trembled, the waves rose, and with every note, the red light grew brighter. Zhangya spun once more, her dance quickening, as though the moon itself guided her movements. As the song neared its end, the number of Taken began to dwindle. Their screams faded, and at Alex's final words, the remaining shadows dissolved into the crimson glow. The war is won. A brave new world. With the last guitar chord and drumbeat came a final gunshot, and silence fell over Cauldron Lake. Zhangya stood still in the center of the lake, her dress, woven from blood and light, softly swaying in the wind. Gracefully, she took the edges of her hem and, with a gentle bow toward Alex, finished her dance, a tribute to her husband, who had sung for her. Alex gazed at her with love. When their eyes met, a fleeting, almost imperceptible smile crossed Zhangya's cold face. In the next moment, her silhouette dissolved into the crimson glow, merging with the lake. Alex lifted his eyes to the blood-red moon and let out a heavy sigh. He hadn't expected that performing before both darkness and light at once would be so difficult, and so beautiful. He turned his gaze toward Thor, Odin, and Adi. The trio stood drenched in sweat, yet smiling with genuine satisfaction. We've played many concerts in our youth, Odin said, catching his breath. But this one. This was the best of them all. I agree, brother, said Thor, leaning on his drums. Even without an audience. That girl dancing under the moonlight, she was the best crowd we've ever had. Alex smiled. I'm glad you liked my wife's dance. Adi patted him on the shoulder, his eyes glinting with amusement. We'll have to do it again, King. Definitely, Alex replied with a wide, genuine smile. Alex, Odin, Thor, and Adi burst out laughing. Even for Alex, who was used to chaos, this was something special. Performing side by side with these old warriors had been both fun and mesmerizing. When the laughter finally faded, Alex shook off the last traces of adrenaline and decided to check on the others. He jumped down from the roof of the bus and first looked toward Verrocchio and his squad of Black Templars. Their armor was soaked in the blood of the Taken, yet they stood unfazed, no wounds, no exhaustion. Alex nodded approvingly, then shifted his gaze to Ilmo and Jocko. The two sat on a rise, breathing heavily but grinning in satisfaction, slapping their palms together. Emmett stood a bit apart, covered in blood from head to toe. His clothes were torn, but judging by his expression, he was very much alive. Saga, Casey, and Kieran looked tired but uninjured. I see everyone's fine, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Seems like it, Saga replied, pointing toward the lake. But that concert of yours was incredible. Though, what happened to the water? And where did that crimson moon come from? And who was the girl dancing in the middle of the lake? I'd like to know that too, said Kieran, wiping blood off her angelic blade. But one thing's clear, because of her, the lake turned red as blood. Alex smirked, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. Then let me ask you a question, Kieran. What happens when two spaces similar to the dark place collide? Kieran frowned, thinking for a moment, and then her eyes widened as realization struck. The stronger one consumes the weaker. You mean to say? Exactly, Alex nodded. Almost all of the dark place has been absorbed. There's only one part left. Well, to be precise, 99% of it is already gone. He raised a finger, as if placing a period on the conversation. So you're planning to go down there for Alan Wake? And that'll be the end of it all? Casey asked, leaning on a crate. That's right, Alex replied, folding his hands behind his head. I would have gone sooner, but I wanted to make sure you were all safe first. Now, it's time to see the ending of this book. No one said another word. They all just nodded silently, giving Alex their unspoken blessing. He smiled, took off his cloak, and calmly walked toward the Crimson Lake. The water hissed as it touched his feet, but Alex didn't stop. He kept walking, deeper and deeper, until the scarlet waves closed over his head. When he disappeared beneath the surface, the others settled down wherever they stood, some sitting, some lying back, waiting for Alex and the rescued Alan Wake to return. Meanwhile, Kieran activated her comm console and added a note: Alex's access level increased by 1 rank. She had been watching him, and that girl in the center of the lake, the whole time. And now she knew, once he returned, she'd have to file a very detailed report for the council. To be continued. Wow, who knew it would be so hard to write a chapter like this? It seems like it's been a while since I read fanfiction where the main character sang and held concerts. But writing this one turned out to be not as easy as I thought. Anyway, I tried my best. Honestly. Anyway, what follows is a dark place, or maybe the Red World, who knows. Basically, beating up Scratch, then saving Alan, and talking to Amara. Chapter 503, Chapter 503, Everyone leaves the dark place. When Alex fully submerged into the crimson waters of Cauldron Lake, he was engulfed by a familiar yet still unsettling sensation, as if he were diving underwater, even though the water around him was no longer there. In the moment the whirlpool began pulling him in, Alex caught himself wondering, how would the Red City change once it absorbed the dark place? Would it grow larger, stronger? Or simply gain new residents in the form of the Taken, now under Zhanya's command? After all, she hadn't just conquered the dark place, she had wrested control away from the dark presence itself, leaving it with only a tiny scrap, one final fold. And she had done it deliberately. Zhanya had left a small island of darkness so that the dark presence wouldn't vanish completely. When the feeling of descent disappeared, Alex blinked, and found himself in a long, endless red corridor. Beneath his feet stretched a luxurious crimson carpet that ran far into the distance. The walls were decorated with red wallpaper adorned with elegant patterns, illuminated by the soft glow of lamps. On either side stood rows of identical red doors stretching beyond the horizon. Alex wasn't surprised. Everything looked exactly as he expected, the dark place had now taken shape and order, becoming the Red City. He glanced back, behind him stretched the same endless corridor. Where am I now? He muttered. In the middle. As usual. He scratched the back of his head and sighed. Zhanya had created all this splendor, but she hadn't bothered to leave any signs for her husband. And she knew perfectly well that he could get lost even in a straight hallway. After a moment's thought, Alex smirked and decided to follow his mad logic: if the path ahead is long, go back. But the moment he took a step, a strand of long black hair slid from the shadows behind him. It wrapped softly yet insistently around his head, turning it back, toward the direction he had been looking before. All right, I get it, darling, said Alex, feeling his neck crack ominously. No need to try twisting my head off. You could have at least put up some arrows, it's your domain now, after all. Zhanya's hair stirred irritably, wrapping around his face as if expressing displeasure. Despite that, Alex calmly started walking forward, in the direction she indicated. As he passed by the red doors, he occasionally heard muffled voices, whispers, and faint echoes of other people's stories. Curiosity gnawed at him, but whenever he slowed down or reached for a handle, Zhanya's hair began pushing or even dragging him forward by the shoulders. Like the other women in Alex's family, Zhanya understood perfectly well that if her husband took an interest in something, anything, he could completely forget why he came there in the first place. That's why she wasn't going to let him waste time peeking behind random doors. But, as one purple potato once said, reality is often disappointing. Soon, the quiet corridor was filled with a loud yell. Alex, now turned into a 10-year-old boy, was clinging desperately to a door handle, shouting. Let me go, Zhanya. I'll just take a quick look. Come on. Alan Wake, Scratch, and that old hag aren't going anywhere. Zhanya still didn't listen to a word he said, continuing to drag him away by his legs. And even though, in the form of a 10-year-old, he looked adorably cute and she wanted to hug him, she wasn't about to let him open any red doors. Having lived in Alex's shadow 25/8, Zhanya knew him just as well as Brunhild did, maybe even better. She knew that if he opened one door, there would be another, and another. And it would go on until he either opened them all or came up with yet another insane plan. The girls watching the broadcast were laughing so hard they fell off their seats, while others cheered Zhang Ye on, telling her not to let Alex open the doors. If Alex had known at that moment that all the women in his family had collectively turned against him and didn't believe a single word he said, he probably would have felt an offense of cosmic proportions. But Alex didn't know that. At that moment, his desire to open the red door he was clinging to only grew stronger. The more he was forbidden, the more he wanted it. Seeing that simple methods weren't working, Zhang Ye's hair began to stir, coming alive and crawling over Alex's body, wrapping around him and forming a cocoon of hair. Her black strands coiled tighter and tighter, weaving around him until the little boy was completely encased in a cocoon of dark threads. "Hey! That's not fair," he protested in a childish voice. Though he didn't resist, he didn't want to hurt his beloved. At last, Zhang Ye lifted the cocoon containing Alex, gently set it down on the floor, and released him. The hair slid smoothly back into her shadow. Alex stood beside her, frowning as he glared at the door he had been so desperate to open. His eyes burned with curiosity and stubbornness. Zhang Ye sighed and took his small hand, as if afraid he might bolt off again. "All right," Alex said, sulking. "You win. This time." Zhang Ye only gave a faint smile, and her hair brushed softly over his shoulder, a gentle reminder of who was in charge here. She looked at Alex calmly, her crimson eyes reflecting mild indifference, as if she didn't take his words seriously. Alex was still in the form of a 10-year-old boy. His small hand, held in Zhang Ye's, looked fragile but clung stubbornly to her fingers as she led him through the long, crimson-painted corridor. He walked beside her, seemingly calm, almost obedient. But Zhang Ye knew her husband far too well. She kept glancing at him from time to time, making sure he wasn't planning another attempt to slip away and open one of the many doors lining the hallway. If the circumstances were different, she might have let him. But as a responsible and, admittedly, rather traditional wife, Zhang Ye believed her husband should finish his work before indulging in any of his little adventures. Meanwhile, Alex was quietly scheming, giving nothing away. In the body of a 10-year-old, he looked impossibly cute and harmless, which only made it easier for him to hide his true intentions. He walked calmly, until, all of a sudden, he slipped out of her hand. With a wide grin, he dashed to the nearest door, grabbed the handle, and turned back to shout cheerfully. "Ha ha ha. I win this time, darling. Let's see what's hiding behind this door." Zhang Ye didn't have time to react before Alex swung the red door open. Behind it was, at first glance, an ordinary Japanese-style bathroom. Everything looked calm, except for the strange green creature standing by the tub. It was short and stocky, with muscular arms and legs. Its skin was smooth and bluish-green, mottled with darker spots like a frog's. On top of its head was a shallow depression filled with water. Its face resembled a human's, but where its nose and mouth should have been was a beak. From its yellow, reptilian eyes with vertical pupils shone an unsettling gleam. On its back glimmered a hard turtle-like shell. Alex immediately understood who stood before him. "Kappa," he muttered, raising an eyebrow. The creature didn't react, continuing to keep its hand in the water. But when Zhang Ye stepped closer, the Kappa flinched, hastily pulled his arm out, and from the tub burst a man, gasping desperately for air. His face was pale, his eyes wide with terror. Alex blinked, staring at the bizarre scene. I don't know what you're doing here, buddy," he said calmly, "but keep up the good work. I'll call you Kappa Pete. Good luck." He gave the creature a thumbs up, and at once, the Kappa's eyes blazed with fanatical light. He took it as a divine blessing. To him, the king and queen had approved his act. And before the unfortunate man could even catch his breath, Kappa Pete zealously pushed him back under the water. Alex exhaled heavily. "Great," he muttered. "I think I just created another fanatic." But when Alex noticed who exactly Kappa Pete was drowning, his expression darkened. It was one of the Hyperion employees from the orbital station Helios. Alex had been certain all of them died during the massacre, when Zhang Ye unleashed the beings from the Red City. But apparently, some of them had simply been dragged in here. As he pondered where the line between the living and the saved truly lay, childish laughter and soft applause echoed nearby. Alex turned his head and saw two little girls, about 5 or 6 years old. They looked like porcelain dolls, delicate faces, large eyes sparkling with mischief, and innocent smiles. One had white hair and wore a black kimono, the other had black hair and wore white. Alex instantly understood who they were. Zashiki Warashi, household spirits that bring fortune to the homes they inhabit. Adorable, but sometimes very curious. The girls smiled and waved at Alex. He couldn't help but smile back. Returning to his adult form, he gently patted their heads. The Zashiki Warashi squinted happily, clearly enjoying the attention. "You two are adorable," he said with a warm smile. From his inner pocket, Alex pulled out 2 small packs of candy and handed one to each girl. Their eyes lit up instantly, like real children who had just been given sweets. They thanked him cheerfully and immediately began eating. Alex chuckled softly, shaking his head. All right, little rascals. We've got work to do. He waved goodbye, closed the red door, and, taking Zhangya's hand, continued down the long corridor. But the moment they left, the door creaked open just a bit. Two curious little heads peeked out, exchanged mischievous glances, and giggled as they quietly slipped out, shutting the door behind them. A few steps later, Alex heard soft, almost inaudible footsteps behind him. He turned slightly and saw the two Zashikiwarashi frozen in place, as if hoping that by not moving, they'd be invisible. All right, you two, Alex said with a smile, beckoning them forward. Since you've decided to follow us, stop hiding. The girls' faces immediately brightened with joy. They giggled and ran toward Alex on their tiny legs, stopping right at his feet. Unable to resist smiling, Alex bent down and easily lifted both of them, setting them on his shoulders. The Zashikiwarashi laughed gleefully, settling comfortably and placing their small hands on his head to keep their balance. He knew the nature of these spirits, they weren't malicious beings, merely curious children who sought attention and play. Well then, Alex said with a gentle smile, taking Zhangya's hand once more, let's keep moving. He walked forward through the endless crimson corridor, now accompanied by two new little companions who chatted and giggled with each other while riding on his shoulders. Do you have names? Alex asked as he continued walking without turning around. Both Zashikiwarashi shook their heads in unison. Alex nodded knowingly. He understood that not all yokai possessed names. Sometimes a name was born naturally, through legends and stories people told about them. Other times, it was given by someone who could see not just a spirit, but a true person within. These two, it seemed, were quite young, nameless still. Alex stroked his chin thoughtfully, and noticing this, both Zashikiwarashi immediately mimicked the gesture, not understanding why but doing it anyway. How about I give you names, then? Alex asked with a soft smile, amused by their synchrony. The girls eagerly nodded, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's start with you, Alex said, pointing to the one on his right, the black-haired girl. You look a little older. Your name will be Ichiko. Then he turned to the white-haired one. And you'll be Nico. For a moment, both Zashikiwarashi froze, and then their faces lit up with pure delight. They began to hum a cheerful tune, spinning around and clapping their hands as if celebrating their own birth. Alex simply smiled, watching their joy. Even Zhangya's face softened with a faint, warm smile. Meanwhile, the girls watching the live feed tried to guess who those children were, since Alex hadn't given a single hint. Fortunately, among them were a few who had once lived in Japan, and they immediately recognized the nature of these little spirits. Saya immediately began typing in the family chat, explaining that Ichiko and Nico were Zashikiwarashi, benevolent spirits that bring good fortune to the household they live in. While the chat buzzed with discussion, Alex, Zhangya, and their new companions reached the end of the red corridor. Throughout the walk, Alex occasionally handed Ichiko and Nico candies, feeding them like a loving father. The girls didn't mind. On the contrary, each new sweet made their smiles even brighter. At the corridor's end stood a single door, black, with dark mist swirling around it. So, you sealed the last fold? Alex asked, turning to Zhangya. She gave a faint nod. He understood, if Zhangya absorbed the final fragment of the dark place, both the darkness itself and Alan Wake, the writer, would vanish along with Scratch, who now shared one body with Alan Wake, the character from his own book. Alex exhaled quietly, shrugged, and grabbed the cold handle of the black door. With a light push, he swung it open, and before them appeared a grim vision of New York City. It was the same city Alan Wake had run through over and over again, trying to escape from Scratch and reach the hotel. Alex stepped forward, finding himself before a broken fountain. The air was heavy and damp, the sky gray and ashen. Not a sound. No Taken, no Scratch, not even a whisper of the darkness. Empty. He muttered, lighting a cigarette. He took a few steps forward, his heel tapping softly against the wet asphalt, eyes thoughtful, when suddenly he heard a faint melody in the distance. A voice, familiar, painfully so. Alex frowned, then, realizing, smacked himself lightly on the forehead. Ah, right, how could I forget about him, he said with a crooked grin. Well, if no one finds out, nothing bad will happen, right? Zhangya looked at Alex with an expressionless gaze, pretending not to understand what he was talking about. Ichiko and Nico, tilting their heads curiously, clearly didn't get it either. Alex, however, seemed genuinely regretful. Over the past 2 days in Bright Falls, he had completely forgotten about Sheriff Breaker, the man Mr. Dorr had once sent into the dark place. Sighing to himself, Alex followed the sound of the melody echoing through the desolate New York square. Reaching the far end, he descended a short flight of steps and glanced around. Not far away, Sheriff Breaker sat slumped on a bench, head hanging low. Nearby, an old street lamp flickered dimly, casting only a frail light. The sheriff looked like a man who had long since given up, resigned to being trapped here forever. Alex walked closer and stopped right in front of him. Breaker didn't even notice at first, he just kept staring at the ground, quietly humming that same tune. "Yo, Sheriff Breaker. Looks like you've been stuck here a while," Alex said with a faint smile, sitting down beside him. Hearing that familiar voice, Breaker slowly turned his head and froze. Of course he recognized Alex. That face was impossible to forget, especially those eyes shimmering with every color of the rainbow. The sheriff barely paid any attention to the two little girls sitting on Alex's shoulders, each holding a bag of candy, or to the woman standing nearby with long, flowing black hair. For the first time in ages, he was simply glad a living person stood before him. "Agent Voldegode, is that really you? Forgive me, it's hard to tell what's real and what's an illusion here. I've lost count of how many Agent Casey's and Alan Wakes I've met in this place," the sheriff said with a weary, skeptical tone. "Who else would it be?" Alex replied, lighting another cigarette. "Looks like Mr. Dorr really screwed you over, dumped you in here and never pulled you out. Rough deal, huh?" "You're probably right," Breaker nodded. "I was sent here, or rather, taken from the morgue. I tried to figure out why I was brought here, what all of this even is. But I've lost track of time. It feels like forever." Alex listened in silence. He felt genuine sympathy for the men. In this place, time flowed strangely, it erased even the sense of its passing. One could spend an hour here, or an eternity, and never notice the difference. It was a miracle Breaker still retained his sanity, though his eyes made it clear, he had long accepted his fate. But Alex had no intention of leaving him here. Soon, the dark place would be consumed by the Red City, and letting Breaker turn into one of its inhabitants would be far too cruel an end. "You know, Tim, the exit was always nearby. You just didn't see it," Alex said, placing a hand on the sheriff's shoulder. "The door's been open all this time, you were just too focused on chasing Mr. Dorr to notice." "What are you talking about, Agent Voldegode?" Breaker asked, lifting his gaze. "I've gone through hundreds of doors. Every single one led me right back here." "Up until now, yes," Alex replied calmly, pointing ahead. "But look there. That's the one. The door leading to the real world." Tim Breaker frowned and followed the direction of Alex's finger. His eyes fell upon the red door standing in the middle of the deserted street. A simple, wooden door, yet its vivid crimson color was almost blinding, and its very presence in this lifeless New York looked surreal. Tim stared at it, unable to look away. With each passing second, he felt the door calling to him. A strange stirring grew inside his chest, an inner voice whispering that this was it. The way out. The true one. Drawn by that call, Breaker rose from the bench and slowly walked toward the door. His fingers touched the cold handle, and in that instant, an icy wave swept through his body, as if the door itself was testing his resolve. He was about to turn it when he suddenly froze and looked back. Alex was still sitting on the bench, calmly smoking a cigarette. A warm, almost fatherly smile played across his face. The two little girls still sat on his shoulders, munching on their sweets, while Zhanya stood behind him, her long hair swaying softly in the misty air. "Won't you come with me, Agent Voldegode?" Tim asked, stepping aside. "You said this was the exit." "No, Sheriff Breaker," Alex shook his head. "That door is only for you. Once you walk through it, your nightmare will end. You'll wake up on the shore of Cauldron Lake, and everything tied to this place will fade from your memory." Alex's words made Tim frown. His gaze grew wary, almost suspicious. "Who are you really, Agent Voldegode?" he asked after a brief pause. Alex smirked and exhaled a thin trail of smoke. "They call me many things, Sheriff. But to keep it simple, I'm an enforcer. Your job is to protect Bright Falls. Mine is to protect people from places like this." Tim nodded slowly. He didn't ask anything else. He simply turned the handle and stepped into the darkness beyond. The door closed with a deep thud, then began to fade, like a mirage, until it vanished completely. Alex took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Only then did it hit him, he'd forgotten to ask where to go next. Suddenly, applause echoed nearby. Alex, Zhanya, Ichiko, and Nico all turned their heads at once. A short distance away stood a man in a dark blue suit. His face was framed by neat black-rimmed glasses, and his smile looked friendly, yet carried an unfathomable depth. He was clapping slowly, approvingly. Alex squinted and smiled back. Recognition was instant, standing before him was Mr. Warland Dorr. "Mr. Dorr," Alex said, rising from the bench, "care to tell me where I should go next?" "You already know the answer," Mr. Dorr replied softly, his smile never fading. "You said it yourself, the door is always near. And the path is always beneath your feet." Alex raised an eyebrow, glanced down, and saw a brochure lying beneath his boot. On its cover was an image of the Parliament Tower, located in the main square. He smirked and picked it up. I hope we'll meet again, enforcer. I still owe you for helping my daughter, said Mr. Door, taking a step back. Behind him, a new door appeared silently, black as pure darkness itself. Until next time, Mr. Door. And, try to cross dimensions more carefully. You do know who lives between them, Alex replied, watching as Mr. Door stepped through the door. A faint smile touched Warland Door's lips. He paused for a moment, as if pondering Alex's words, then gave a soft laugh and nodded approvingly. Without another word, he stepped into the dark doorway behind him, which closed gently and dissolved into the air, as though it had never existed. Alex watched him go, then calmly exhaled and decided to finish his cigarette before moving on. He wasn't in a hurry, even if Zhang Yi could absorb the final fold at any moment, time was still on his side. The dark presence and Scratch could wait. He sat on an old bench bathed in the gray light of the desolate New York. The air was still and cold, disturbed only by a faint breeze that stirred the ash on his cigarette. Ichiko and Nico, sitting on his lap, were completely absorbed in their sweets, seemingly untouched by the surrounding gloom. Zhang Yi sat quietly beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. The world around them felt drained, lifeless, as if reality itself had grown tired of existing. Not the most romantic place to spend time with his wife, but Alex smiled anyway, feeling an odd sense of calm. When he finished smoking, he flicked away the ash, tossed the cigarette butt aside, and exhaled deeply. Well, since everyone's gone, it's our turn. Let's finish this and go home, said Alex, lifting Ichiko and Nico into his arms. Not a bad adventure, though. Zhang Yi rose with him and took his arm, while the two Zashikiwarashi deftly climbed onto his shoulders again. Alex returned to the central square, where, on the far side, he spotted a simple door with a flickering light above it. Without hesitation, he headed for it and opened it. Behind the door stretched a staircase leading downward. Every step echoed off the walls, as if the darkness itself was watching. At the bottom awaited another door, and beyond it, a subway station. The dim light of the lamps and the faint glow of the train cars created an illusion of life, yet the silence was absolute. The only way forward was toward the exit sign flickering in the distance. Alex passed through the slightly open emergency doors and followed the glowing sign. As they ascended the stairs, the air grew thicker, heavier. When they finally reached the surface, a faint hum of wind greeted them. Ichiko and Nico gasped in amazement. Directly across the square loomed a massive building. Its top disappeared into the swirling black mist. First time seeing something like that? Alex asked, lifting the brochure and comparing the image on it to the real thing. On the cover, Parliament Tower looked majestic and radiant. In reality, it was dark, oppressive, as if torn straight from a nightmare. Well, close enough. Alex muttered, squinting. Just missing a bit of light in the windows. If you close one eye, perfect. Like a hotel ad, luxury suites in the photo, but in reality, they stick you in the basement. Zhang Yi gave him a blank look, no longer surprised by his ability to turn even grim moments into jokes. Alex, unfazed, rolled up the brochure and tossed it aside. He was about to cross the square toward the tower's entrance when the air before him began to shimmer. Hundreds of dark silhouettes materialized out of nowhere, translucent, ethereal, whispering fragmented words, like echoes of forgotten memories. Zhang Yi was ready to annihilate them, but Alex stopped her with a calm gesture and activated his magic sight. As he focused, his expression softened into a knowing smile. These shadows were not enemies. They were echoes of the many Alan Wakes, those who failed to escape from Scratch and the dark presence. Each shadow was a character trapped in an endless loop of despair. Alex raised his hand, about to snap his fingers and cleanse them of darkness, when suddenly, an old payphone nearby began to ring. He squinted, stubbed out his cigarette, and let out a quiet chuckle. Of course. Alex muttered. Turning toward the shadows, he smirked. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Alex walked over to the ringing phone, but before he could pick up the receiver, Nico's tiny hands reached out, carefully lifting it from the hook and holding it up to his ear. The gesture looked so serious and adorable that Alex couldn't help but smile. Her small face showed deep concentration, as if the fate of the world depended on this call. Hello. Alex said, answering the phone. This isn't right. Came a trembling female voice from the speaker. Let me guess. Alice Wake, Alex said calmly. You expected Saga Anderson to answer, just like it was written in the book Return. But there's been a slight deviation. Saga didn't follow the path Alan set for her. Too much has changed. Who are you? Alice whispered, her voice filled with confusion and disbelief. That's not important, Mrs. Wake, Alex replied, gently rocking on his heels, a faint smile on his lips. What matters is that I'm going to save your husband. He's been trapped here far too long. And no, I'm not going to kill him to free him. I want both of you to live long and happily. You're not lying? Alice asked softly. Yep. Straight truth, he said with a light chuckle. But right now, I've got something else to take care of, like giving Scratch a proper lesson before I pull your husband out. He'll call you soon. Your number. I'm sure the FBC has it. After all, they were the ones you used to fake your death. So just wait for the call. How much do you know? Her voice trembled. Even without seeing her face, Alex could easily imagine Alice frowning in shock at his words. Enough, he said shortly. See you soon. Nico gently placed the receiver back on the hook, ending the call. After finishing the conversation with Alice Wake, and unintentionally promising to return her husband, Alex walked back to the main square. As before, hundreds of transparent, wavering shadows blocked his path. He was about to cleanse them when Ichiko and Nico suddenly jumped off his shoulders and landed beside him. Both Sashiki Warashi turned toward him and held out their favorite snacks, as if inviting him to join a ritual. Alex smiled softly, accepting them, curious to see what they would do next. The girls started bustling about, rummaging through the sleeves of their kimonos, and pulled out some strange objects. Ichiko took out a miniature altar and incense sticks, while Nico produced an elegant folding fan. Now Alex was watching them with full seriousness. Ichiko blew softly on the incense sticks, they immediately began to smoke with thin white wisps, and she placed them in the altar. Meanwhile, Nico began to move gracefully, waving her fan. Each motion directed the smoke toward the shadows, and wherever the smoke touched, the darkness dissolved, evaporating into light. Even Alex was impressed by what he saw, not to mention those watching the live stream. The girls on the other side of the screen froze in astonishment, until Saya quickly typed an explanation in the family chat. Zashiki Warashi are household spirits. They protect homes from evil. Those shadows are manifestations of evil, that's why they're disappearing. A vibration came from Alex's pocket. He took out his phone, read the message, and nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. He murmured with a smile. Didn't know that. At that moment, Ichiko and Nico finished their purification ritual and carefully tucked their belongings back into the sleeves of their kimonos. Alex couldn't resist praising them, the girls had done a perfect job. He patted their heads and lifted them up again. Sitting happily on his shoulders, Ichiko and Nico swung their legs and hummed a cheerful tune. The path was clear, they could move on. Crossing the square, Alex, Zhanya, Ichiko, and Nico found themselves standing before the entrance to Parliament Tower. A thick, dark fog swirled around the doors, blocking the way. Alex yawned lazily and snapped his fingers, the fog dissipated instantly. Behind the doors, the silhouette of Scratch emerged. Alex set the girls down and handed them over to Zhanya. Not tired of this yet, Scratch, he muttered, taking a drag from his cigarette. We've met 3 times already. What makes you think you'll get lucky this time? The ending is inevitable. Everything will return to the way it was, Scratch's voice echoed from beyond the doors of Parliament Tower. Yeah, that's where you're wrong, Alex smirked. The spiral is almost broken. The only thing holding it together is a tiny scrap of a fold. You survived only because I needed you. But now it's time to end this thriller. Alex stepped forward and struck the door. With a thunderous crash, the facade of Parliament Tower cracked, part of the entrance and lobby collapsed. Scratch was thrown backward, slamming into the elevator doors. Even now, Alex had to hold back his strength so he wouldn't accidentally destroy everything around him. Scratch recovered quickly and lifted his gaze, only to see Alex already standing over him. Before he could react, Alex's boot smashed into his jaw. His head snapped back, and a second flurry of blows slammed him against the steel doors. The elevator doors gave way and fell into the shaft, leaving Scratch hanging upside down as Alex's foot pressed against his chest. I don't know what your motives are, Scratch, and I don't care why you became the Dark Presence's lapdog, Alex said, pressing harder with his boot. But you and the Dark Presence overlooked one thing, there's someone who won't let 2 pretenders ruin his masterpiece. You were just part of the scenery. Now you're going back where you belong, into Alan Wake's body. For you, this story ends here. I suggest you don't resist. Otherwise, I'll erase your very identity, and believe me, that's easy for me to do. Scratch only growled, straining to break free. Alex shook his head and snapped his fingers, black chains flared to life, wrapping around Scratch's body and sealing his mouth shut. Grabbing him by the collar, Alex dragged him toward the elevator. Zhanya approached, still holding Ichiko and Nico. The girls jumped down and curiously poked at the glowing chains binding their defeated foe. When the elevator doors opened, Alex hauled Scratch inside. Zhanya, Ichiko, and Nico followed. Inside, there was only one button, leading to the very top, where the real Alan Wake was imprisoned by the dark presence that whispered new words into his ear. Alex took a deep breath and pressed the button. To be continued. Yes, I understand, I promised you salvation in this chapter. But as I already said, the voices in my head are preventing me from doing what I wanted to do. Oh well. It's not my fault. Chapter 504, The Writer's Freedom and the Meeting with Amara. When Alex pressed the only button in the elevator, it gave off a soft chime, and the doors slowly began to close. Inside the cabin, a calm, soothing melody began to play. The atmosphere could have felt peaceful, if not for Scratch, bound by black chains and making muffled, irritating noises as he desperately tried to break free. The two Zashiki Warashi, Ichiko and Nico, watched him with childlike curiosity. As house guardian spirits, they could clearly sense the malice and darkness radiating from Scratch. That's why they kept as far from him as the tight space of the elevator would allow. Zhang didn't even glance at the prisoner, as if he didn't exist at all. Alex, however, was starting to lose patience. Scratch wouldn't stop twitching, the chains clanked constantly, and it was all getting on his nerves. "Listen, can you calm down already?" Alex said coldly, exhaling in irritation. "No matter how hard you try, you're not getting out. Even beings dozens of times stronger than you couldn't do it. So just shut up and lie still. It'll all be over soon. I'll merge the three of you into one body, and my job will be done." He lazily kicked Scratch in the face. The prisoner's head hit the metal floor with a dull thud, and he finally went silent. The elevator fell quiet again, broken only by the faint notes of the music. Alex closed his eyes and felt the dark presence trying with all its might to slow the elevator's ascent, but it was useless. The final fold had almost been completely absorbed by Zhang, and the only remaining fragment was the place where Alan Wake was imprisoned. Tired of this, Alex muttered, tapping his finger against the elevator wall. A sharp crack echoed, the cabin walls were covered in a web of fractures and shattered like thin glass. In the next moment, Alex, Zhang, Ichiko, and Nico stood on an island. Before them rose a simple two-story wooden house. This was the place, hidden deep at the bottom of the whirlpool, that Alan Wake had built with his own hands, his last refuge, created to resist the dark presence whispering in his ear how to write his story. Looking back, Alex saw only water stretching to the horizon. No shores, no hope of escape, just this island and silence. "All right, time to finish this," he said, turning to grab Scratch by the leg. But the sight before him made him pause. Ichiko and Nico, with comically serious yet adorably determined faces, were both holding onto Scratch's legs with their tiny hands. The sight was so ridiculous that Alex couldn't help but smile. "You sure you want to drag that thing?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Both Zashiki Warashi nodded eagerly, showing they could handle it. Alex chuckled, nodded, and let them help since they insisted. He and Zhang walked toward the house, with Ichiko and Nico dragging the prisoner behind them. Scratch no longer resisted. After Alex's kick in the elevator, he was completely subdued. The wooden door opened with a creak under a light push. A chill and darkness wafted out from inside. As soon as they stepped in, thick black mist slithered down from the second floor, blocking their path. Alex merely raised an eyebrow and took a step forward. The mist instantly dispersed, as if yielding to him. As he climbed the creaking stairs, Alex heard dull thuds behind him. Glancing back, he saw Ichiko and Nico, puffing and pouting, dragging Scratch up the steps. With each tug, his head smacked painfully against the stairs, but the girls stubbornly kept going. Alex barely held back a laugh. He waited patiently for them to finish their heroic climb. While they struggled, he opened the nearest door. The room was empty, no furniture, no windows, just bare walls. The next room, however, was filled with books. Curiosity got the better of him, and Alex pulled one from the shelf. It was Return, Alan Wake's book. Raising an eyebrow, he opened the last page and smirked. It described the scene where Saga kills Alan, firing a bullet of light into his head to end the nightmare. But the nightmare didn't end. It started again and again. Perhaps Alan himself kept resetting the spiral, searching for a better ending. Or maybe the dark presence simply refused to let him go. Either way, the spiral will soon be broken, Alex said quietly and closed the book. He slipped it into his inventory, a fine souvenir, worthy of remembering this journey. When Alex returned to the hallway, he saw that Ichiko and Nico had already dragged Scratch up to the second floor. Both were breathing heavily, their cheeks flushed with exhaustion. "Good job," Alex said warmly, patting them both on the head. "You did great." The girls immediately lit up with joy, proudly puffing out their chests as if to say, "Of course we did." Alex couldn't help but smile and shake his head, looking at their satisfied faces. Then his gaze shifted to Zhang. With just a look, he silently asked her whether she would stay to see how it all ended. Zhang gently shook her head and, with a faint smile, touched his cheek with her palm. The next moment, her silhouette shimmered and vanished, dissolving into his shadow. Once she was gone, Alex looked at Ichiko and Nico. At that instant, both girls transformed into tiny dolls and flew up to land on his head, showing they'd stay close, but wouldn't get in the way. A smile touched Alex's lips. He tightened his grip on Scratch's leg and headed toward the door behind which Alan Wake and the dark presence awaited. "I'll knock in my own way," he said, lifting his leg. A powerful kick, and the door, wrapped in darkness, tore off its hinges and flew into the room with a thunderous crash. Barbara Jagger, the embodiment of the dark presence, didn't even have time to turn before the shattered door slammed into her, pinning her to the wall. Alex stepped inside. His eyes shifted to Alan Wake. The writer sat hunched over his typewriter, clutching his head in his hands. His empty, burnt-out gaze was fixed on the keys. Then Alex turned to the dark presence, still struggling to free itself from the door. The corners of his mouth curved upward. Behind him, a portal opened. From within the darkness, the tip of a black spear emerged. With a sharp whistle, the spear shot forward, piercing the dark presence through the chest and driving it deeper into the wall. It was one of the weapons Alex had created long ago out of boredom, a special spear designed to bind beings without physical form. It anchored them in space, stripping them of the ability to vanish or dissipate. That was exactly what was happening now. The dark presence writhed, but couldn't break free. "We'll talk later," Alex said calmly. "For now, silence." He snapped his fingers, and a silent spell settled around the entity. Ignoring it, Alex turned back to Alan Wake. Still holding Scratch by the leg, he approached the desk. His gaze grew cold and focused. Activating his magical sight, Alex saw the very essence of Alan Wake's existence, fractured, split into 3 parts. Just as he had suspected, Alan's soul was divided. It wasn't surprising. Alan had written himself into his own story as the main character, but unable to leave the dark place, he had shattered. One part became the writer, another, the protagonist, and the third, the antagonist. All 3 were him, the man who had created his own eternal nightmare, with no escape and no end. Alex leaned closer. Alan's lips moved, but the sounds that came out were incoherent mumbling. Focusing deeper, Alex looked into the core of his being. Inside, he saw only a half-empty shell. Endlessly creating new heroes, Alan had torn away fragments of himself each time, giving his memories to fictional characters. Now it all made sense. The Alan Alex once saved from the dark place suffered from memory loss for that very reason. And the shadows Ichiko and Nico had purified, each of them carried shards of the real Alan Wake's memories. Alex circled the desk and placed a hand on the writer's shoulder. "Hey, Alan," he said quietly but firmly. "Can you hear me? Are you still in there?" He gave him a slight shake, hoping for some kind of reaction. But Alan Wake didn't respond. He kept clutching his head, muttering nonsense under his breath. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex noticed the dark presence smirking, even in pain, with the black spear pinning it to the wall. And then Alex understood. That was exactly what she had been after. By subjugating Scratch, she had made him kill the story's heroes over and over again, forcing Alan to rewrite the plot endlessly. Little by little, she was turning him into an empty shell without memories, so that, in the end, Scratch could seize control not only over the protagonist of the story but over the writer himself. Then, the dark presence would be able to dictate exactly what should be written. Alex smirked to himself. He had to admit, it was a brilliantly calculated move. Manipulating someone who no longer remembers who they are is far easier than manipulating someone self-aware. He placed his hand on Alan Wake's head. "Evie," he said, activating the spell. It was a special spell he had created to restore lost memories, as long as they hadn't been completely erased. And since Ichiko and Nico had purified all of Alan Wake's shadows, the fragmented shards of his soul had already begun returning to their source. Alan simply couldn't recognize them, and this spell would help him remember. A magic circle flared around Alex's hand, gently merging with the writer's head. In that instant, Alan's body trembled violently. He clutched his head as an overwhelming torrent of memories flooded his mind. Images, emotions, screams, words, pages, names, everything came rushing back. He was reliving thousands of lives all at once, both his own and those of his written reflections. A few seconds later, Alan stopped shaking. His breathing grew ragged and heavy, like a man surfacing from the depths after being underwater too long. Finally, the memories fell into place. Alex watched and smiled in quiet satisfaction. Now, Alan only lacked 2 final fragments of his essence to become whole again. The dark presence felt it, and thrashed violently, trying to break free. The black spear sank deeper into its chest, yet it kept writhing, as if realizing everything was collapsing around it. Alex looked at it mockingly, then turned his gaze back to Alan. I remember everything," Alan whispered, staring at his trembling hands. "The dark place. Alice. Bright Falls. I created this nightmare. It's all my fault. Because of me, people suffered again and again," it kept repeating. Alex sighed softly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't blame yourself, Alan," he said calmly. "You didn't know. When you tried to save yourself and your wife, you created a nightmare, not just for you, but for many others. In the past, the present, and the future." He patted the writer's shoulder lightly and smirked. "But I'll admit, for an ordinary human, you did pretty well. Maybe." Alan froze when he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him and felt a light touch on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw a man with extraordinary eyes, impossibly deep and incomprehensible, as though stars and darkness reflected within them at once. Alan's eyes widened in shock when he realized he was no longer alone. His astonishment deepened when his gaze fell on Scratch, lying in the center of the room, bound in black chains, struggling in vain to break free. Before Alan could even panic, the stranger patted his shoulder again and pointed in another direction. Following the gesture, Alan turned his head and froze. There, pinned to the wall by a black spear, was the dark presence in the form of Barbara Jagger. For a moment, the writer was so shocked he nearly fainted. Seeing Alan pale and sway unsteadily, Alex silently cast a calming spell on his mind. Instantly, the writer's thoughts cleared, his breathing steadied, and his heartbeat slowed. Unhurriedly, Alex conjured a chair, sat down across from him, and lit a cigarette. "Now we can talk," he said quietly, exhaling a thin trail of smoke. He began to tell everything, from the very beginning. About what Alan had created with his books, what it led to, and how it all could have ended. His voice was steady, without accusation, as if he were simply reading a chronicle of someone else's mistakes. Alan listened attentively, without interrupting. In the depths of his eyes flickered disbelief, fear, and a growing sense of guilt. He asked simple questions, trying to make sense of what he was hearing. The only thing keeping him from a complete breakdown was the calming spell still affecting him. Alex answered every question honestly, without hiding anything. Alan had the right to know what he had done. When the story came to an end, Alex exhaled smoke and said, "Yes, your wife is alive. Alice only faked her death so the dark presence wouldn't get to her." Alan slowly lowered his head, staring at the floor. Everything he had done came crashing down on him with unbearable weight. His pursuit of freedom, his desperate attempts to save everyone, it had all turned into an endless loop of suffering. He remembered how, again and again, he rewrote the pages, searching for a better ending, but each time Scratch interfered, and the nightmare began anew. "And now what?" he asked quietly, clasping his hands on his knees. "To end this nightmare, I have to die, don't I? I've already become part of this place. You said it yourself." Alex chuckled softly and shook his head. "Oh, why would I kill you? If I wanted to end things with such a boring finale, I would have done it on the first day." He put out his cigarette and raised a finger. "I followed the story of Return to catch your literary double in Scratch. All for one purpose." "And what purpose is that?" Alan raised his eyes. "To make you whole again," Alex replied calmly. "You see, besides the soul, every being has something called the core of existence, an energy sphere, so to speak. Yours was shattered into 3 parts, one stayed with you, another with your book's protagonist, and the third with Scratch. Light, darkness, and the writer. When all of that reunites, everything will end the way you dreamed, with a happy ending." Alex lit another cigarette, his gaze thoughtful. "And how will that happen?" Alan asked, frowning. "You'll see soon enough," Alex replied, lowering his hand and speaking the spell, Agronympt. The Agronympt spell was usually used for resurrection or the restoration of a core of existence, the essence at the very heart of any soul. However, it required one condition to activate, the influence of the one who had damaged or shattered the core. In Alan Wake's case, the condition fit perfectly. Unintentionally, the writer had split his core of existence into countless fragments, 3 of which became key, the writer, the darkness, and the light. It had all happened because of the power of words and his ability to make thoughts real. That was the connection Alex chose to use. A bright magic circle flared under Alan's and Alex's feet, expanding wider and wider until it reached Scratch, lying in the center of the room. When the spell activated, Alan's and Scratch's bodies began to glow. First, Scratch and the book's protagonist, the other Alan, separated from each other, becoming 2 distinct beings. Then, the 3 forms merged into one, sinking into a blinding stream of light. The magic circle flared one last time and dissolved. When the radiance faded, only one man stood in the middle of the room, Alan Wake. He slowly opened his eyes, blinked, as if seeing the world anew, and looked at his hands. Everything inside him felt whole, complete, as though the fragments of his soul, torn apart for centuries, had finally found their place. If someone had asked him to describe the feeling, he would have probably said, "I finally feel like myself again." Alex, watching him, used magical sight. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Alan's core of existence was indeed restored. And yet, despite that, the writer remained an anomaly. Even if he left the dark place, the power of the word, interwoven with his very soul, would remain within him. It could no longer distort reality as freely as before, but its influence would persist, albeit to a lesser degree. Alex thoughtfully rubbed his chin, wondering whether he should take that power from him. But the decision, he knew, had to belong to Alan himself. "So, how do you feel, Alan?" he asked with a faint smile. "What's it like, to be whole again?" I don't even know how to describe it, Alan replied, still examining his palms. It feels like everything's gone back to the beginning. I remember everything. Absolutely everything. How I created this place, how it changed. The dark presence couldn't create, it could only twist. But it needed someone like me, someone who could write, who could create. Even the rules of this world. I made them all. He spoke with bitterness, as if each word cut him from the inside. I know exactly how you feel, Alex nodded. But unfortunately, you're still an anomaly. If you keep writing, your books will affect reality. Everything you bring to life through words will partially manifest in our world. Alan frowned. So. I still have this power. Correct, Alex confirmed, raising 3 fingers. But you have a choice. 3 options. And what are they? Alan turned his head toward him. The first one's the simplest, Alex began. We do nothing. You live carefully, learn to control your power, and don't let it leak out. He folded 1 finger. Second, I seal your power until you learn how to control it. I'll help you with that. He folded the second. And the third? Alan raised an eyebrow. Alex smirked and stroked his chin. The third option, I simply take it from you. Not as hard as it sounds, but there's a catch. I could die, right? Alan said calmly. Because that power is already part of me. You can't just tear it away without destroying who I am. Not exactly, Alex shook his head. But you're close. This power you call the word has become part of your core of existence. Taking it away would mean rewriting the very reason you were born, changing your entire life's path. Essentially, I'd have to rewrite your past. He waved his hand dismissively and smirked. And honestly, I'm too lazy for that. Besides, I'd rather not have some stray mutt jump out again, yelling at me for meddling with time. So, that leaves you with the first and second options, Alex said, showing 2 fingers. Alan nodded and fell silent for a few seconds, lost in thought about Alex's offer. On one hand, he wanted to rid himself of this power forever, it had brought so much suffering that the idea of peace without it felt almost like a blessing. But Alex's words about the possible consequences made him hesitate. Was it truly worth it? He didn't know who the stray mutt Alex mentioned was, but from his tone, Alan guessed it referred to some being connected with time. And as for Alex himself, Alan had long stopped seeing him as an ordinary man. There was far too much about him that defied anything human. The third option, completely giving up the power, seemed the most radical and dangerous. That left only 2 paths, to seal the power or to learn to control it. Both led to the same outcome, keeping the power within. The only difference was who controlled whom. Alan paced across the room, his hands clasped thoughtfully behind his back. His thoughts swirled like a vortex, learn to control the power and use it for good, or lock it away forever and live as an ordinary man. He knew all too well where mistakes led. But would running away really solve everything? May I ask how exactly you plan to teach me to use this power? He finally asked, stopping in front of Alex. Alex smiled faintly and tapped his finger on the table. In many worlds. He began. Yes, in many. You already understand, Alan, that there are countless worlds. And among them, there are those where the magic of the word exists. It's an ancient concept, that words themselves hold the power to change reality, people, and fate. Not just eloquent speech, but the literal ability to create or destroy with a single written or spoken word. Alex paused and took a deep drag from his cigarette. You've already experienced it yourself, Alan, though unconsciously. But if you learn to use that power consciously, you'll be able to perform miracles. Of course, you won't be able to rewrite reality like before, but bringing fictional characters to life. That's entirely possible. Alan gave a short chuckle, raising a brow. So, you're planning to turn me into some kind of wizard? Or did I miss something? Close enough, Alex smirked. And by the way, if you're worried about your wife, don't be. I'll move you both somewhere safe. A place where no one will try to exploit your power. Exploit? Alan frowned. Why would anyone want my power? Or is there something I don't know about this world? Alex exhaled wearily and flicked the ash from his cigarette. How should I put it? The moment you leave this place, the greedy eyes of angels and demons will turn toward you. And don't think angels are sweet, harp-playing beings sitting on clouds. No. Those bastards are worse than demons sometimes. As for demons, well, you'll end up as a dog serving the self-proclaimed king of hell named Crowley. And trust me, both sides know how to make people work. As long as you have something to lose, they'll use it against you. Alan's frown deepened. He had no doubt Alex was telling the truth. There was no reason for him to lie. And something in his intuition told him this man, whatever he was, didn't need anyone else's power. Alex stayed silent, patiently giving Alan time to think. He knew exactly what was going through the writer's head. And even if Alan refused to leave, Alex already had a plan. In the worst case, he'd send Alan and Alice under the supervision of the FBC, an organization capable of containing even beings like him. Jesse Faden, the current director, would never let Wake fall into the wrong hands. And where exactly do you plan to take us? Alan finally asked, still processing everything. To another world, Alex replied calmly. A safe one. But if you'd rather stay here, you can trust the FBC. You'll learn who they are once we get out of here. And don't rush your decision. I'm not leaving just yet. Thank you for everything, Alan said quietly, nodding. Alex smirked, flicking away the last bit of ash. Oh, come on, Alan. Your books are pretty good, you know. Actually quite entertaining. So if you really want to thank me, just give one guy an autograph when we're out. He rose from his chair and clapped his hands once. Now, let's get to the important part. Whatever happens next stays within this room. Don't ask, don't speak, just stay silent. Got it. Alan nodded silently, feeling something unfathomable begin to gather in the air around them. Making sure Alan understood, Alex approached Barbara Jagger, the very woman who had long lost herself, becoming the dark presence. He tapped his finger against his chin, thinking about how to contact Amara, and soon the right idea flashed through his mind. The solution was simple, though risky, to use the dark presence as a conduit, a means of communication with the darkness itself. Having made up his mind, Alex struck the entity square in the chest without hesitation. His hand passed through the matter as if through viscous shadow and grasped the very core of its existence. In that moment, Alex felt a thin thread leading directly to Amara. He knew that Amara's physical form was still regaining its strength, but her true, spiritual form could manifest here. After sending her the message, Alex clenched his hand, crushing the entity's core. The dark shell slowly crumbled to dust, vanishing without a trace. Now, all that remained was to wait. Alex knew she would come. In his message, he had left a clear hint, he knew where her so-called brother was. Returning to the table, Alex gave Alan a silent look, gesturing for him to step back. Alan didn't fully understand what was happening, but obeyed and moved to the far corner. With a wave of his hand, Alex replaced the old writing desk with a round table, setting in the center a teapot of hot tea and a plate of cookies. Several tense minutes of silence passed. Then the air began to tremble. The walls vibrated, and thick black mist started to seep in from under the door. A thunderous crash followed, and the door flew open. A woman stood on the threshold. Long, wavy chestnut hair fell over her shoulders, her pale skin seemed to reflect light from nowhere, and her black dress blended seamlessly with the darkness behind her. Alex couldn't help but note how truly beautiful Amara was. Yet at the same time, he sensed that the thread connecting her to Dean Winchester had not been severed. Amara stared intently at Alex. She didn't know who he was, but she could feel that he was the one who had summoned her. This place was foreign to her, and yet the air was charged with energy akin to her own. Her lips tightened when she realized the space had been forged by a power similar to her darkness, and she didn't like that. She decided her brother must have once again used her power without permission. Take a seat, Amara. We need to talk, Alex said calmly, gesturing to the chair across from him. Who are you? And why did you dare summon me? Amara's voice was cold, the darkness around her thickening. I'll explain everything, Alex replied evenly. But first, sit down. It's rude for one to sit while the other stands. He smiled faintly as he poured tea into the cups. And let me be clear, I'm not on your brother's side. And I call him that deliberately. You'll understand soon enough. Believe me, you won't like the truth. Amara frowned. What unsettled her was that no aura emanated from Alex, no light, no darkness, no life energy. He simply wasn't there. Every being she had ever encountered carried a mark of some kind. In angels and demons, she could always sense a trace of her brother. But Alex was empty. Reluctantly, yet with curiosity, she sat down at the table, completely ignoring Alan Wake, who stood in the corner trying to make himself invisible. Even from there, her presence made it hard for him to breathe. Alex slid a cup of tea toward her. Try it, he said calmly. This tea is from another universe. It's quite good. My family loves it. He took his own cup, sipped, and continued. I suppose it's time I introduced myself. I am Alexander Voldigode, the first demon created by the Creator. And no, not by your brother. Amara raised an eyebrow. What did you just say? She asked, irritation seeping into her tone. Your brother, or as he now calls himself, Chuck, isn't the god you think he is, Alex said evenly. Well, technically, he is a god, just not the one you know. He's merely an avatar, a vessel created by the mother of my daughter. What do you mean? Amara frowned. How can my brother not be my brother? It's simple, Alex replied, resting his elbow on the table. When you were still young, Chuck invaded this universe. You were meant to be its goddess, the keeper of balance. Everything he supposedly created would have come into existence without him anyway. Except for hell, heaven, angels, demons, and all those creatures humans call monsters. He smirked slightly and pointed a finger at her. He took the light half of your essence and claimed it as his own, leaving you only with the darkness. Hearing Alex's words, Amara frowned slightly and placed a hand over her chest. Memories from the distant childhood suddenly surged, those first moments when the universe was only taking shape, when she first became aware of herself and there was only one other being beside her who said they were brother and sister, light and darkness, creation and destruction. No matter how she tried to push those images away, Amara felt no trace of falsehood in the words of the men sitting opposite. She had wanted to kill Chuck before for what he had done to her, but the realization that she had been deceived her whole life sent her powers out of control. Dark energy stirred around her, the room itself seemed to shudder. Alex snapped his fingers and reinforced the room's boundaries, making sure to shield Alan Wake from the outpouring of darkness. His voice was calm and even. Let's assume that's true. Why did he do it? Amara asked abruptly, frowning more and more. Why invade the universe? Create something of his own. Make me the villain. Play family while mocking me. None of what you describe sounds like Chuck's motives, Alex replied. He wants souls, their energy, their emotions. He's the kind of being who likes to play with worlds like ant farms, watch them collapse at his whim. Chuck is crafting his masterpiece of horror. Souls that should be reborn get stuck in his heaven and hell, and he robs them of their further path, breaking the balance. When his creation is complete and he is satisfied, he will destroy everything and take the second half of your power. If he had killed you outright, the universe would have collapsed, and then there would be nothing left to play with. Alex offered her his hand. If you don't believe me, touch. Amara hesitated, then extended her palm and touched his hand. In that instant Alex transmitted a set of memories to her, about avatars, about Chuck and their origins. A torrent of images poured into Amara's mind, and as she swallowed fragment after fragment of truth, the picture of what had happened began to form. Everything became clearer. Her brother was not a savior but a usurper, the one who had stolen her light half. When the flow of memory subsided, Amara withdrew her hand and a thin, resolute smile appeared on her face. She looked at Alex differently now, not as an outsider, but as a possible ally. Alex also shared the plan, pretend the game still played by Chuck's rules so he suspects nothing and continues to believe he's in control. So I play Chuck's game until he himself becomes part of his own show? Amara asked, stirring her tea. Exactly, Alex confirmed. While you feign hatred for your brother and the readiness to tear him apart, I'll remove all his pawns from the board. And in the finale, unfortunately, we'll have to use your Dean Winchester. The mention of Dean caused a slight crease on Amara's brow, but her voice was calm. I'd be lying if I said I'm indifferent to you wanting to use Dean. But he won't be harmed. We are still linked, even if the seal is gone. Thanks to that bond one understand people better, and him. I've taken a liking to Dean, even if right now he dances to my brother's tune. Alex smirked and shrugged. It's not every day you hear an original goddess admit she's attached to a mortal. Who am I to judge? Love is universal. No wonder it's one of the 7 basic emotions of the multiverse. Amara smiled quietly in response. She wouldn't call what she felt for Dean love yet, for now it was just an interest, a warm feeling she enjoyed having. Time would tell if it grew into something more. For now, she sat facing a being stronger and craftier than Chuck, and at the same time a man who understood and valued ordinary mortals. That gave hope that together they could reclaim what was lost. To be continued. Yes, that's the end of the events in Bright Falls. Everyone who could be saved has already been saved. Alex has spoken with Amara, which means we can return to Forks and continue some of the plots I had planned. So, in the next chapter, we'll return to Forks and continue the main plot. Chapter 505, Chapter 505, Time to Return to Forks. Alan Wake, a famous writer of detective thrillers, had seen many oddities and shadows of the human soul throughout his career. However, as with any creator, there came a time when inspiration left him. Words no longer flowed into sentences, his creativity dried up, and his unfinished novel hung over him like a heavy weight. His wife, Alice Wake, saw how her husband was slowly fading, growing irritable over small things, snapping at people, and sometimes seeking comfort in a bottle. She offered a simple yet sincere solution, to travel somewhere quiet and picturesque to rest and clear his mind. Alan agreed, not out of desire, but out of sheer exhaustion. Thus began their journey to the small town of Bright Falls, hidden among the forests of the Olympic Nature Reserve. He couldn't have imagined that this trip would become the turning point of his life. From the moment they stepped off the ferry, Alan's life began to change. That very evening, when the couple arrived in Bright Falls, a nightmare woven from words, fear, and darkness began. The world born of the writer's imagination came alive, and turned against its creator. The story Alan had written, taken over by the dark presence, twisted the flow of time itself. Its tendrils reached into the past, present, and future. All this became possible only because Alan, in his desperate attempt to save himself, Alice, and everyone touched by the darkness, had poured a fragment of his own existence into his story. Trapped in the dark place, he created the only refuge he could, a small attic in an old wooden house standing in the middle of Cauldron Lake, at the very heart of the whirlpool. Yet even there, the presence found him, whispering in his ear and driving him mad. And still, Alan didn't give up. He wrote himself into his own book, and thus the literary hero Alan Wake was born, the one who would defeat the darkness and bring back the light. Perhaps it was only another illusion of salvation, but it was from that moment that his first battle with the darkness began. He won, or at least, that's how it seemed. Because to defeat the darkness, Alan had to imprison himself in that world, rewriting its rules, story, and the very structure of reality over and over again. Each attempt cost him a piece of his own essence. And when he, exhausted, kept writing, hoping for a happy ending, the dark presence seized him completely for a brief moment. That was when his dark twin was born, Mr. Scratch, the sinister reflection of the writer's soul. Remembering all this, Alan couldn't understand, where had he gone wrong? What mistake had he made? He was still in his refuge, the attic of that same house that had shielded him from the darkness. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange, almost surreal image that unfolded before his eyes. In front of him, at a small round table, sat a man and a woman. The man, dressed in a black suit, white shirt, and a neat tie, held a mug of tea in his hands, a calm, gentle smile playing on his lips. Across from him sat a woman with long, wavy chestnut hair, wearing a black dress that seemed to absorb all the light around her. Alan recognized the man. It was Alex, the one who had recently saved him and restored the shattered foundation of his existence. But as for the mysterious woman, he had no idea who she was. From the moment she appeared, Alan hadn't heard a word of their conversation. He only saw how the woman first flared with anger at Alex's words, but soon calmed down. A few minutes later, they were chatting like old friends. The woman smiled as she sipped her tea, and in her gaze shone a quiet, barely noticeable warmth. Alan didn't know how much time had passed. He was tired of standing in the corner, feeling like a misbehaving child eavesdropping on adults. The moment he thought about sitting down, a soft chair with a backrest appeared under his feet. Nearby, a small tea table with brewed tea, a mug, a bowl of cookies, and even a book. He blinked, realizing it had all manifested by itself. Pretending it was perfectly normal, Alan sat down and poured himself some tea. He didn't know how long this strange conversation would last, so he decided to simply enjoy the silence, the taste of the tea, and the rare sense of calm he hadn't felt in a long time. Having created everything Alan might need so he wouldn't be bored while Alex spoke with Amara, Alex finally turned his gaze to the goddess. Amara, feeling his attention, in that moment looked at the writer herself. In his essence she sensed an echo of her own power, a tiny spark she recognized painfully well. Curiosity quickly replaced mild surprise. What was this place, why did it exist, and how did a part of her power end up within its foundation? Catching her interest, Alex decided to explain everything in detail. He began from afar, from the moment Chuck ripped out the roots of other world trees and wove them into the fabric of this universe, tying them to its own. Thus timelines from different worlds began to intertwine, creating a strange web where the boundaries between realities blurred. At first Amara did not immediately grasp where he was going, but then the meaning became clear. Alex mentioned that Chuck is interested in souls, not to save them, but to feed on their emotions while he creates his greatest work, a world of horrors. He explained that this place didn't originate from this universe at all, but because her power was present here, it became stronger, more stable, almost invulnerable. Amara listened calmly, nodding and sipping tea slowly. Despite being a primeval goddess, much remained unknown to her. So the conversation with Alex was informative, a rare chance to view the world from a different angle. Gradually the talk softened and moved to more down-to-earth topics, life among humans, their weaknesses, and strange habits. From the memories Alex had shared, Amara learned that souls were not created by Chuck. So she felt no hatred toward mortals, rather, pity. Pity for beings turned into pawns in the endless game of the one who had lied to her for centuries and then imprisoned her, turning her into an enemy. When Alex spoke about human life, he did not skimp on details. At the same time he gently tried to convey a simple idea: not all people are the same, not all are good, and not all are evil. Everything depends on how she herself chooses to see them. Amara quickly caught the subtext. It became clear to her, Alex wanted her to see the world with her own eyes, not through the distortions Chuck had created. And in that moment she decided, when her physical form fully matures, she will go out into the world. To understand people. To understand why they are the way they are. I think it's time for me to return, Amara finally said, finishing her tea. I learned more than I expected. It was enlightening. Though it left an unpleasant aftertaste, as mortals say. Oh, and she hesitated and then added with a slight smile, my whole life I've been deceived. Am I right? You are right, Alex nodded. But don't be upset. Revenge is far sweeter when you have an ally. Believe me, Chuck won't finish this with a smile. Tears, snot, and begging for mercy await him, he added with a broad, almost devilish grin. I can't wait for the bastard to get what's coming to him, Amara replied quietly, almost tenderly. Yet her eyes revealed a cruel, icy rage she kept carefully masked behind calm. We'll have to wait, said Alex, leaning back slightly in his chair. But it'll be worth it. He reached out and placed a transparent crystal that shimmered with inner light before her. Take it. What is it? Amara asked, taking the crystal into her palm. It's a protection. So your physical shell won't absorb any more souls. That could cause problems. But demons, you can spare no mercy for them. Let him keep devouring them, Alex said, tapping the table with a finger. This crystal contains enough energy for your shell to mature completely and without distortion. Amara studied the crystal carefully, as if trying to understand how to use it. Alex, noticing her thoughtful expression, cleared his throat slightly to draw her attention and placed his hand on his chest. Amara understood immediately. She mirrored his gesture, and the crystal softly glowed before dissolving into her body, filling it with a warm, pleasant light. She felt the energy begin to flow toward her physical form, which was still in the abandoned psychiatric hospital that served as Crowley's base. Remembering the demon who insisted on calling himself Uncle Crowley, Amara barely restrained a laugh. His attempts to use her power against Chuck and the Winchesters now seemed like a child's game. Having received everything she wanted, knowledge, an ally, and aid, Amara stood and walked toward the door. Au revoir, Amara, said Alex with a slight bow and a wide smile. At that moment, Amara felt something strange while looking at his smile. For a brief instant, it seemed as if he had become something far more sinister than even Chuck himself. But she already knew what he was, a monster who hunted other monsters. Smiling faintly, Amara nodded in farewell and left. When her footsteps faded, Alex couldn't help but chuckle quietly. The conversation with her had been fascinating, a rare mix of curiosity, tension, and genuine interest. Once again, he was reminded that a woman's wrath was a force one should never trifle with. When the laughter faded, Alex shook his head with a grin, feeling almost sorry for Chuck, now merely a part of his own stage play without realizing it. He thought that before killing Chuck, he'd let Amara settle the score herself. Lighting a cigarette, Alex took a deep drag and realized his business in Bright Falls was finally done. It was time to go home. He turned his gaze to Alan and remembered one last thing: he still had to deal with the remnants of this place. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the clicker, planning to use it as a conduit to absorb Alan's refuge. Alex didn't want this place to become part of the Red City, it held too many dark memories. Better to turn it into a harmless souvenir. All right, Alan. You ready to leave? He asked, looking at the writer, who was still reading his book. You done talking with that woman, or whatever she was? By the way, who is she, anyway? Alan asked, closing the book. You don't need to know. And remember, everything that happened here stays here. Not a word, Alex said with a gentle, almost friendly smile. Yeah, I know. I've had enough insanity already. While you were talking to her, I had time to think over everything I've done. Now I just want to go back to my wife and try to live like a normal person, if that's even possible. I've been gone for 13 years. Or maybe more. I'm not even sure how much time really passed here, but it sure didn't feel like 13 years, Alan said with a sad smile. Time's a tricky thing, Alex replied with a shrug. But if you think about it, you've got a happy ending, you're going back to your wife, everyone's alive, and your power's still with you. I got what I wanted, so everyone wins. Hard to argue with that, Alan smirked. But how do we get to the surface? I still don't understand what you did to this place. From what I can tell, the entire dark place was consumed, except for this attic. Don't worry, Alex said calmly, glancing at the only door. If there's a door, there's a way out. Alan sighed and just shook his head. After everything he'd been through, life in the dark place no longer seemed so strange. Even the presence of the darkness itself wasn't as unfathomable as the presence of Alex. He simply decided not to ask any more questions. Alex walked to the door, pulled the clicker from his pocket, the very one Alan's mother had once given him, saying it would help chase away the darkness. He grabbed the handle, clicked the clicker, and everything around them flared with bright light. Alan squeezed his eyes shut, and a moment later felt cool water surround his body. Opening his eyes, he realized he was at the bottom of Cauldron Lake. His heart raced and panic gripped him until he felt himself being pulled upward. He looked up, Alex was hauling him toward the surface. Within seconds they burst out of the water. Alan gulped fresh air. The first rays of the rising sun gently touched his face, warm, alive, real. He climbed out. Tears involuntarily rose to his eyes. This was the end of the nightmare he himself had created. The end of a long darkness. Well, how's the fresh air? Cold water. Do you feel like everything that was before is finally over? Alex asked, floating on his back with his hands behind his head. I'd say, it's like waking from a nightmarish dream and seeing the sun already risen. That feeling that it's all behind you, Alan replied, paddling to stay afloat. Good. Now let's swim to the shore. They're waiting for us. And no, I won't carry you, you're a grown man, you'll manage yourself, Alex said with a lazy smile and floated ahead at an easy pace on his back. Hearing Alex's carefree words, Alan couldn't help but laugh genuinely, then slowly followed. Alex calmly floated on his back, warming in the sunrise and enjoying a rare sense of calm. For him it was simply another job done, albeit an unusual one. He held the clicker up to the sun and twirled it in his hand, watching the rays of light glint off its surface. Alex smiled inwardly. This tiny thing had become a real artifact capable of dispersing darkness and driving off its spawn. A fine reward for the work done, he thought, slipping the clicker back into his pocket and then into his inventory to add to the collection. In the back of his mind he was already planning to test the artifact against creatures of darkness in the future. Alex and Alan reached the shore peacefully, where everyone was waiting. By then Verrocchio and his men had already left, and on the beach remained Emmett, Saga, Casey, Thor, Odin, Ilmo, Jocko, Sheriff Breaker, Kieran and 3 surviving agents of the Bureau. Adi, as usual, had already disappeared. Cleanup was sacred duty for him, and he wasn't about to delay his favorite work. Seeing the real Alan wake, Kieran immediately pulled out a scanner and checked him. The data showed he remained an anomaly, but no longer a threat. Driven by curiosity, she aimed the scanner at Alex, but the screen read, "Object not found." Kieran frowned at the message and looked up at Alex. He watched her with a mocking smile. Getting the hint, Kieran put the scanner away, trying not to show embarrassment. But everyone remained interested in what had happened in the dark place. "So that's it?" Emmett asked, patting Alex on the shoulder. "Seems like it. But, you know, I wouldn't say no to a bite to eat. I think Alan's starving too. And for me, it's a good time to close the chapter on a story that's been going on for 30 years, Alex replied with a smile. "Then it's on us," said Ilmo. "We should show hospitality to those who saved our town. Even if because of one of them we got dragged into all this madness," he added with a sarcastic grin at Alan. Alan only sighed, well aware why Ilmo said that. But Jocko gently nudged her brother with an elbow, time to leave the past alone. Nobody objected to going to the Oh Dear diner for a proper meal. While everyone gathered, Alex glanced at Tim Breaker. He remembered nothing. The last thing in his memory was the morgue, then he woke up on the lake shore. Alex motioned to Kieran to explain the situation and to arrange that Alan be temporarily taken to the Bureau headquarters, the oldest house in New York. Kieran had no objections. "But if your scientists decide to experiment with his abilities," Alex said quietly, lowering his voice, "I won't mind causing a scene there." "I think I was clear, Kieran." "Crystal clear," she replied with a crooked smile. "I don't particularly want our headquarters wrecked by another anomaly. Once was more than enough." Alex chuckled and gave her a friendly pat on the shoulder. He knew just how far scientists could go in their search for answers, and he wasn't about to let them turn Alan into a test subject. Thor and Odin Anderson offered everyone a ride back on the retirement home bus, but Alex's Impala was still waiting for him in the parking lot. Once everyone else climbed aboard, Odin laughed heartily, started the engine, and the bus skidded through the sand before speeding off. Left behind on the beach were only Alex and Saga. She had decided to keep him company. They walked slowly through the forest, simply enjoying the quiet. The woods around Cauldron Lake now felt alive, as if all the horrors that had once taken place there had never happened at all. Reaching the parking lot, Alex opened the Impala's door, slid behind the wheel, and Saga took the passenger seat. He started the engine, and the car gently rolled down the road back toward Bright Falls. Soft music played from the radio, and Alex quietly hummed along. After a moment of thought, Alex decided to give Saga one last gift. He knew that because of her abilities, she would inevitably encounter the supernatural again. It was unavoidable. So he decided to give a gift meant for her daughter, Logan, to ease Saga's future worries about her child's safety. Reaching into the inner pocket of his coat, Alex pulled out a small pendant, a teardrop-shaped blue stone. "Here," he said, holding it out to her. "A gift for your daughter." "What is it? And why would Logan need a pendant like this?" Saga asked, taking the charm. "It's a protective talisman," Alex replied, his eyes still on the road. "Given your line of work, you'll run into something otherworldly again sooner or later. This pendant will protect your daughter. You already know the world isn't as safe as it seems. And I'm not talking about criminals. You know what the Bureau deals with, these things happen all over the world." Alex's voice was calm, but carried the certainty of someone who had seen too much to believe in a simple life. Saga looked at Alex, then at the pendant in her hand. She knew he wasn't the kind of man to lie about such things. She'd already seen what he was capable of, and if he said this pendant could protect her daughter Logan, then it would. Accepting the precious gift, Saga tucked the pendant into the inner pocket of her coat. While Alex had been in the dark place rescuing Alan Wake, she had managed to talk openly with her grandfathers for the first time. She had tried to understand the nature of her gift and what was truly happening in the world. She hadn't found many answers, but one thing became clear: the world was far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. Lifting her gaze again, Saga looked at Alex, and her eyes fell on the two dolls resting on his shoulders. "I've been meaning to ask, what are those dolls? They weren't there before you left. Or are they some sort of souvenir from the dark place?" she asked, pointing at Ichiko and Nico in their doll forms. "Oh, those." Alex smirked. "They're house guardian spirits. In Japan, they're better known than here in America. But if you're curious, when you get home, look up Sashiki Warashi. Sometimes, legends hold answers you can't find through ordinary means." "House guardian spirits, huh?" Saga murmured thoughtfully. "Still, who are you really, Alex? You know too much, and what you can do, it's not something a human could manage. You're definitely not some secret agent. Even my grandfathers call you the king. None of it fits a simple agent's profile." She narrowed her eyes, watching him closely. "Does it really matter, Saga?" Alex replied calmly. "I am who I am. That's enough. Like I said, when you get home, just try to forget everything. And if you can't, join the bureau. With your abilities, they'll take you without hesitation. Then you'll see the world's other side." Still dodging the question, "Huh?" she sighed. "Is your identity really so special it has to stay hidden?" "Yeah," Alex said with a short chuckle. "But think about what I said. You'll face things like this again someday." "I'll think about it," Saga nodded. "For now, I just want to go home, to my husband and daughter. I've missed them. It was especially hard hearing that my daughter had supposedly drowned," she whispered, resting her forehead against the window. Saga gazed thoughtfully out the window, wondering what to do next. Alex's words about the FBC still echoed in her mind, but for now, she wanted only one thing: to go home. The last 3 days in Bright Falls had been more than enough excitement for a lifetime. The black Impala rolled into town, and Saga immediately noticed Bright Falls was alive again. People filled the streets, cars moved along the roads, lights glowed in the windows. Alex explained it simply: the dark place and the dark presence no longer influenced the world, and everything had returned to normal. Even those who had died were alive once more. At first, Saga didn't believe it, until Alex pointed toward Thornton and Mulligan walking down the sidewalk in their police uniforms. She froze in disbelief. It all seemed impossible, and yet, it was exactly the kind of happy ending Alan Wake had written about in his manuscripts. Pulling one of the pages from her inner pocket, Saga noticed it was blank. Understanding what that meant, she smiled faintly and carefully tucked it back away. Alex parked the Impala beside the Oh Dear diner. The retirement home bus was already there, and inside, the familiar bustle of life. They walked in, where everyone had already gathered. Alex smiled and sat down next to Emmett, who had a signed copy of Alan Wake's book and Detective Casey's badge lying before him. "I see you won't be sleeping on the couch after all," Alex said with a smirk. "Oh yeah. Probably the best gift I've given Rosalie in a long time," Emmett replied with a satisfied grin. "You just don't know what to give women, Emmett," Casey interjected, taking a sip of coffee from his mug. "You should talk, Casey," Emmett scoffed. "It wasn't me who got divorced. And it wasn't my house, car, and even dog that got taken away." "Low blow, buddy," Casey chuckled. "If I didn't consider you a friend, I'd have already punched you." Emmett laughed at that. In just 3 eventful days in Bright Falls, the two had bonded surprisingly well. They could genuinely be called friends now. Saga, sitting beside Casey, only shook her head, then turned her gaze toward Thor and Odin, who were being their usual loud selves, arguing animatedly with Alan Wake. Alan himself seemed oddly at ease, chatting with the 2 old men who had once helped him. Meanwhile, Kyron sat at a corner table, typing a report on her tablet, occasionally glancing up, first at Alan, then at Alex. Alex didn't even need to look at the screen to guess what she was writing. He was almost certain Kyron had just listed him under anomalies at large. By now, she had likely figured out that he wasn't a member of the Men of Letters at all. But Alex didn't care. His goal was simple: to meet Jesse Faden and propose an alliance. An hour passed. The diner buzzed with a cozy, familiar warmth, laughter, coffee orders, the clinking of cups. Everything was peaceful, until an armored FBC transport truck pulled up outside the Oh Dear diner. Kyron instantly shut off her tablet and stepped outside. Alex, Emmett, Saga, and Casey turned their heads toward the window. Outside, Kyron was speaking with a woman in a sharp, tailored suit. Her manner was cold, but her eyes spoke volumes. As they talked, the woman's expression shifted: surprise, interest, mild irritation. When Kyron finished, the woman nodded and turned her gaze toward the diner. For a brief moment, their eyes met. She looked straight at Alex, studying him intently. He rolled his eyes in exaggerated annoyance and looked away. Emmett nearly burst out laughing. He knew exactly who that woman was. Her name was Elena Flores, Kyron's direct superior. She had arrived in person to oversee the investigation after Kyron filed her support request. A few minutes later, Kyron returned to the diner. Approaching Alan, she leaned in and whispered something quietly into his ear. Alan stood up, clearly preparing to leave with her. As Kyron passed by, Alex handed her a business card with his number. She gave a short nod, accepted it, and without saying a word, walked out together with Wake. The FBC agents followed, heading back to the armored truck. Within moments, the vehicle disappeared around the corner. I wonder where they're taking Wake, Casey said, taking a sip of his hot coffee. To the oldest house, Alex replied, stretching lazily. He'll be safe there. How do you know that? And what even is that place? Saga asked, crossing her arms and leaning her elbows on the table. How do I know? Alex repeated with a sly smile. Well, while Kyron was writing her report, I might have accidentally hacked her tablet. That gave me access to the FBC's internal systems. The oldest house is their main headquarters in New York. The building itself is one massive anomaly. Even the FBC agents don't know how or when it appeared. Think of it like the dark place, only not as creepy. They store and study the most dangerous objects there. He showed his phone screen as proof. Wait, Casey said in disbelief. You're telling me you hacked into the database of the FBC, a classified government agency, using your phone? Well, sort of, yeah, Alex said casually. And not just the FBC. I've had access to every police department database and even the FBI for a while now. Though technically, it wasn't me, it was my wife, from her tablet. But thanks to that, I've learned a ton of interesting stuff. So yeah, all good. He grinned and gave 2 thumbs up. You do realize we're FBI agents and could theoretically arrest you for that, right? Saga said with a mischievous smile. Well, you could try, Saga. But I run really fast, Alex smirked. Besides, you wouldn't do that. We're best buddies, aren't we? He added with an exaggeratedly innocent smile. Fine, Saga said, turning away as if she hadn't heard a thing. I'll just say I didn't see or hear how you hacked our database. It never happened. Alex chuckled in satisfaction, and Casey muttered quietly, what a guy, though there was a faint smile on his face too. Alex laughed, and soon his contagious laughter spread to Saga, then to Emmett and Casey. For several minutes, the 4 of them just laughed together, letting go of the tension that had built up over the past few days. When the laughter finally subsided, it was time to say goodbye. Before leaving, Saga approached Thor and Odin. I promise I'll bring your great-granddaughter to visit you someday, she said with a warm smile. The 2 old men lit up with pure joy, their eyes sparkling as if new life had been kindled in them. Alex didn't stay out of it either. He approached them, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and pulled a bottle of wine from Valhalla out of his coat. In case you feel like celebrating, he winked, handing it over. Stepping outside the diner, Alex handed Saga a business card with his number, just in case. Saga hugged Emmett and Alex one after the other. Thank you for everything. We couldn't have done it without you, she said sincerely. Casey, in turn, shook their hands and added with a grin. If you're ever near my place, stop by. Beer's on me. Deal, Alex replied with a smirk, and they exchanged short nods. As Saga and Casey headed toward their bureau car, Alex and Emmett climbed back into the Impala. Alex lowered his head onto the steering wheel and let out a heavy sigh. Emmett, arms crossed over his chest, mirrored the gesture. For a few seconds, they just sat there in silence, then both burst out laughing. That was one hell of a ride, awesome, but seriously weird, Emmett said with a grin. You're telling me, Alex replied, starting the engine. Even I've never dealt with something like that before. By the way, did you manage to get in touch with Amara? You know, that goddess you mentioned. Emmett asked, cracking the window open. Yeah, I did. We talked. Let's just say I've got myself an ally now. I just need to have a word with Billy, Alex said, steering onto the road. Billy. Is that a man or a woman? Emmett raised a brow. Hard to explain. Right now, she plays the role of death in this world. She knows who Chuck is, but she can't interfere, rules and all, Alex explained calmly, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Rules. Emmett muttered. Well, good luck with that. You think we'll make it to Forks by noon? Who knows? But I think we will. It's only about an hour and a half away, Alex said, lighting a cigarette with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. Emmett nodded. He was already imagining coming home to Rosalie, and how she'd react to the souvenirs from their little trip. As the Impala left the Bright Falls area, a clone of Alex suddenly materialized in the back seat. The clone yawned lazily before dissolving into white smoke, leaving behind a dozen angelic blades. Alex blinked. He'd completely forgotten that he'd sent his clone to keep angels and demons away from Cauldron Lake. Emmett curiously picked up one of the blades, examining it in the sunlight. "I've seen a blade just like this with Chiron when we were fighting the Taken," he said, turning it in his hand. Alex turned on the radio, and an old rock song filled the car. The road stretched endlessly ahead, clouds drifted slowly across the sky, and the Impala's engine purred with steady confidence. The journey home had begun. To be continued. "Well, I tried to bring everything to a normal ending because I couldn't just write, Alan is saved and everyone went home. That would be boring. And the get-together in the cafe, I think that's a normal ending for a story like this. Anyway, back to Forks, and the rest of the events." Chapter 506, Time becomes a regular teen again. The trip back to Forks was rather boring and monotonous. To entertain himself somehow, Emmett pulled out a handheld game console and started playing, which annoyed Alex quite a bit. After all, he couldn't join the game because he was driving. Emmett didn't miss a chance to tease his brother about it, and a couple of times Alex seriously thought about tossing him out of the Impala at full speed so he'd finally understand that annoying the driver was a bad idea. The Impala sped down the long highway, and Alex occasionally glanced at his phone, checking if they would make it in time for lunch at school. His thoughts gradually drifted home. He wondered what Lucina, Alice, and Samantha were up to. Surely Alice and Lucina were already in class, and Samantha was probably buried in books again, studying everything related to the world of the supernatural. Now it was part of her life, and she had to understand it better. Shifting his gaze to the back seat, Alex noticed a dozen angelic blades lying there and paused for a second, wondering what to do with them now and how they could be used. Meanwhile, at Forks High School, during physics class, Lucina, Alice, and Bella sat at the same desk. Lucina, as usual, wasn't paying attention to the teacher. Buried in her tablet, she was reading materials on yet another case of mysterious teenage disappearances in the woods. Alice, influenced by Alex and Lucina, had also stopped paying attention to the lesson. Now she was drawing on her graphics tablet, which Alex had recently given her. Bella, on the other hand, tried to be a model student. She took notes, but her thoughts kept drifting back to Bright Falls. Images of recent events flashed in her mind, frightening yet captivating. Despite the fear, Bella felt drawn to that world, a strange attraction to the supernatural. Sometimes she would just freeze, forgetting to write. The physics teacher had long stopped paying attention to Alice and Lucina. They weren't troublesome students, on the contrary, both were far smarter than most of the staff. There were even debates in the teacher's lounge. Why should such gifted teens like Alex and Lucina attend a regular school? When the teachers raised this issue with the principal, he just shrugged and gave no explanation. Since then, rumors circulated that the principal had simply been paid to remain silent. The bell interrupted the lesson. Alice turned off her tablet, Lucina reluctantly set hers aside, and they waited for Bella, who was putting away her notebooks. Stepping into the hallway, the girls headed to Rosalie's locker. Alice, always full of energy, barely noticing Rosalie, immediately ran up and hugged her tightly, as if they hadn't seen each other for years, forgetting that they had just watched the broadcast from the shores of Cauldron Lake together last night. Rosalie smiled and returned the hug. Lucina and Bella joined them. Bella, as usual, began scanning the crowd for Edward. Over the past few days, their relationship had grown even stronger, and now she tried to spend every free minute with him. Seeing this, Rosalie just shook her head. Edward also looked lost whenever Bella wasn't nearby. After lingering at the locker for a moment, the girls headed to the cafeteria, where Edward, Jane, and Jasper were already supposed to be waiting. On the way, they chatted animatedly, mostly, of course, Alice. Once again, she kept recalling how amazing Alex looked when he sang on stage. Lucina and Rosalie just exchanged glances. Alice had repeated this so many times since last night that they had long lost count. Rosalie, however, mentally admitted to herself how hot Emmett looked during the fight with the Taken, especially at the moment when his shirt tore, revealing a perfect body. Lucina, lazily smiling, had already downloaded a recording of Alex's performance. Now she could watch it every day if she wanted. Bella, on the other hand, was more concerned with something else, how everything had ended in Bright Falls. She hadn't finished watching the broadcast, it had gotten too late, and her eyes had closed on their own. "I wonder when they'll come back," Bella murmured, walking down the school hallway. "Soon, I think," Lucina replied, glancing at her watch. Alex just had to wrap up his last matters in Bright Falls. Judging by the time, they're probably already on their way home. And what else did he have to do there? Rosalie asked. The broadcast ended when he went into the lake. Watching everyone just sitting on the beach waiting didn't appeal to me. We left for home. What did we miss? He needed to take care of your favorite writer, Alice said with a smile. But knowing Alex, he probably already handed Alan Wake over to the FBC. So don't be surprised if we get some visitors soon. She bounced along the hallway, and the others couldn't help but smile. Lucina nodded in agreement, fully trusting Alice's words. She knew Alex too well to doubt him. All his plans, no matter how crazy they seemed, always worked. And the fact that he decided to place Wake under FBC supervision was surely part of his design as well. Arriving at the cafeteria, Alice went in first, followed by the others. Bella immediately headed to her school friends, deciding to play the role of the social student, or at least that's how she felt. Alice, Lucina, and Rosalie approached the table where Edward, Jane, and Jasper were already calmly eating. A moment later, Bella joined them and sat next to Edward. Being as caring as always, Edward immediately placed a plate of breakfast in front of Bella, specially prepared by Esme. Bella, embarrassed, thanked him and lowered her head, beginning to eat. The Cullen family chatted animatedly about various topics, until suddenly everyone turned their heads toward the entrance. Alice jumped to her feet instantly, and everyone knew who had appeared. At the cafeteria doorway stood Alex and Emmett, dressed in sharp black suits and long coats. Alex's new look hit like a bombshell. Teenage girls literally held their breath. They were used to seeing him in more casual and relaxed outfits, but now, slick back hair, cold gleam in his eyes, a black suit emphasizing his figure. This was a completely different Alex, and young hearts raced faster. Some were even afraid to blink, trying to memorize every detail. Alex himself paid no attention to the admiring gazes and walked toward Alice and Lucina with a light, confident smile. That smile alone was enough to draw a collective sigh from half the cafeteria. Walking past the tables under dozens of curious eyes, Alex and Emmett reached their friends. Emmett immediately sat next to Rosalie, hugged her, and whispered softly that he had brought something worthwhile for her. Alex took a seat between Alice and Lucina. Alice immediately wrapped her arm around him and pressed her cheek to his shoulder, while Lucina simply leaned closer, restrained but cozy. Yo. How's it going? Still going to school, and by the way, we saved an entire town. Where's our party? Alex asked cheerfully. Yeah, exactly. We saved everyone, by the way, Emmett confirmed seriously, nodding. The most you're going to get right now is a few hugs and maybe a kiss on the cheek. It all depends on the souvenirs you brought, Rosalie said lazily, giving him an assessing look. Then look closely, Rosie. First, this is a book signed by Alan Wake himself. And that's not all, my dear. I also have Detective Casey's badge, which he personally signed for me, Emmett said with a grin, placing the book and badge on the table. I've already seen the badge. You bragged you wouldn't give it to me. But now that you have Alan Wake's autograph, I guess the month on the couch is cancelled, Rosalie said calmly, opening the first page of the book. Hey, wait, Rosie. There's a signature on the badge too, from Alex Casey himself. I had to persuade him, but I managed it, Emmett said, showing the signature on the badge. Rosalie raised her eyebrows in surprise, took the badge, and upon seeing the signature, smiled. Unable to resist, she quickly kissed Emmett on the lips and stashed the souvenirs in her bag. Emmett grinned, realizing that the couch was no longer a threat. All eyes immediately turned to Alex. Strangely, he was busy stealing food from Alice and Lucina's lunch boxes. Only when he noticed everyone staring at him did he blink in surprise. What? He asked, finishing a piece of meat. What did you bring from Bright Falls? Lucina asked with a slight smirk, wiping sauce from his lips. I know your hands, they grab anything that's poorly placed. Ah, that, 1 second, I'll be quick. The bag's still in the car, Alex said, getting up from the table. He left the cafeteria under the watchful eyes of his friends. Everyone knew perfectly well that there was no bag in the car, he just intended to get the needed items from his inventory. A few minutes later, he returned carrying a sports bag and sat back at the table. Spreading aside the food containers, Alex placed the bag on the table. Everyone leaned forward, eager to see what he had brought from Bright Falls. When the zipper clicked open, the first thing everyone saw was an old desk lamp clicker. Nobody understood why Alex had even brought such a thing. Lucina looked deeper, noticed a silver gleam, and slightly moving other items, saw the blade, the very angelic one she recognized immediately. To start with, Alex said, taking 2 books out of the bag, these are Departure and Return. The only copies of their kind. No others exist. After the dark place disappeared and Alan freed himself from its influence, all found manuscript pages turned into blank sheets of paper. Are these the books everything started from? Lucina asked, curiously opening the first one while Alice flipped through the second. Basically, yes. Alan wrote much more, but these 2 are the most significant, Alex shrugged. I'm not taking out the angelic blade, it is, after all, school, and as you understand, weapons and school are incompatible things. Wait, angels exist. Bella asked in surprise, her eyes wide. Yeah, Alex replied dryly. Just don't think they're cute. They're bastards. They were planning a biblical apocalypse just because it's written that way. Apocalypse. Bella paled, clutching the edge of the table. Yeah. Happened. Someone already cancelled it, Alice waved her hand nonchalantly. Just don't think about it, Bella, Lucina said softly, closing departure. So much has happened over the past few years that you could really start having nightmares. Just live on and don't stress your mind. Bella froze, like a statue, unable to process what she had just heard. Edward shot Alex and Alice a deadly glare, for dumping such information on Bella without any warning. Alex merely shrugged indifferently and began pulling souvenirs out of his bag, while Alice completely ignored the annoyed look and, engrossed, opened departure and delved into reading. Alex leaned toward Lucina and whispered, I didn't just get external access to the FBC databases, I also got into their internal system. Her eyes immediately lit up. Alex knew how much she loved tinkering with things like this, even back in Night City. And he wasn't wrong. Lucina grabbed him by the cheeks, kissed him firmly, then deftly pulled his phone from his pocket and connected it to her tablet. Now she would definitely have something to do in the evening. Reading police and FBI reports had already bored her, they were all the same, mysterious deaths, animal attacks in the city center, disappearances of groups of people. But the internal FBC database, that was a whole new level of entertainment. Meanwhile, Alice kept her eyes on the clicker lying on the table. And why did you even bring this trinket, she asked, reaching for it. Before she could press anything, Alex deftly snatched the clicker from her hands. Did you decide to incinerate your family, he asked dryly. It's just a trinket. Alice pouted. It only worked in Wake Story and nowhere else. Not anymore, Alex replied, poking her in the nose. Now this clicker has become a real artifact. It can dispel darkness. And how exactly did it become an artifact? Jasper asked, nodding toward the clicker. When I saved Alan, Alex explained calmly, I didn't want his last bastion of light to be consumed by the Red City. So I absorbed the remainder of his hope into this clicker. That's how it became an artifact, or, as the FBC would call it, an anomaly. And how powerful is it now? Jane asked, tilting her head slightly. It was said that this clicker could help Scratch bring the book into reality before. No idea, Alex admitted. Although, we could send GIR, Mimi, and Stitch to Italy. Let them pay the Volturi a visit and test just how powerful the clicker really is. Just don't forget to record it, Rosalie said with a grin. I want to see those bastards turn to ash. Alex just shook his head. He had no reason to go to the Volturi or send GIR, Mimi, and Stitch there, yet. When the bell rang, Alex and Emmett exchanged glances and decided that since they had skipped school for several days in a row, they could skip this one too. They just wanted to hang out with the others. But Rosalie clearly had a different opinion. Without a word, she grabbed Emmett by the ear and dragged him to class. Alice and Lucina exchanged a glance, then grabbed Alex under the arms and, despite his lazy resistance, led him to the classroom, deciding that today he would sit through the rest of the lessons. Alex and Emmett exchanged tired looks, thinking the same thing. Next time, they'd come to school only after the last bell. Once dragged into the classroom, Alex took a seat at the very back and immediately dropped his head onto the desk. He hadn't slept a minute over the past 3 days in Bright Falls. And although he didn't really need sleep, he still liked it. The history lesson dragged on painfully. The teacher's voice was so monotone it worked better than any sleeping pill. Alice sat nearby, drawing something on her graphics tablet, completely absorbed in the process, while Lucina read files from the FBC database, engrossed in studying descriptions of anomalous objects. Alex fell asleep instantly, as if someone had switched off the light. He only woke when Alice persistently rubbed his cheek, trying to wake him. All done, he asked, yawning and stretching. Not yet. That was just the history lesson, Lucina replied, putting her tablet back in her backpack. Ah, I see, too bad, he muttered, rubbing his eyes. Maybe we should go outside. Alice and Lucina didn't object, a bit of fresh air before the next lesson wouldn't hurt. In the hallway, they met the rest of the Cullens and Bella, and Alex suggested the whole group go outside together. That's how they all ended up on the school stadium. While the others chatted about various trivial things, Alex sat with his head down, fighting sleep, lazily smoking. Alice, sitting next to him, occasionally stroked his head, which only made him more drowsy. She watched with a smile as Alex nodded off, struggling not to fall asleep completely. The conversation gradually shifted to the topic of the school dance. Alex initially wanted to ignore it, but if Alice decided to go, he would be there by her side. As for Alice herself, she hadn't yet decided whether it was more interesting to dress up and attend the dance or to have a little adventure somewhere outside of Forks. This didn't stop the girls from animatedly discussing which dresses they would wear. Alex, tired and sleepy, nodded along without really paying attention. The girls naturally took this as agreement. To his surprise, he realized that after school they would all be going dress shopping. Finally, the last class of the day arrived, art. Alex sat watching Alice draw him, sitting on a dark New York street under the dim light of a street lamp, a cigarette in his fingers. The teacher, long accustomed to Alice only drawing Alex, simply sighed tiredly and went on to check the work of other students. I haven't painted in these tones for a long time, Alice said, adding the finishing touches. Usually my paintings are bright, but here almost everything is gray. I wonder, Alex said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin, what would have happened if you had painted something on the shore of Cauldron Lake, before I sorted everything out there? Because on the lake's shore, creativity came to life. I'm curious too, Alice smiled. Alan Wake managed to insert himself into his own story and become a character in his book. Even his fictional detective, Alex Casey, ended up in the dark place. And since all my paintings feature you, that means there would have been total chaos in the dark place even before I arrived, Alex smirked. Poor dark entity. I know myself, my clones would have caused complete madness there. Like in Valhalla, remember? When they were catching monsters in the middle of the city and dragging them to the arena. Alice laughed, recalling that episode. Yeah, I saw it in my visions. It was really funny. Alex chuckled, remembering the chaos his clones had caused in Valhalla. They didn't just catch monsters, they even pulled out several creatures locked in cages as especially dangerous. A real circus of madness. The conversation with Alice continued in the same vein. They discussed how Alice's paintings could affect the dark place, coming up with increasingly absurd and amusing theories, just to pass the time until the end of class. When the bell rang, Alice carefully took her painting. She had no intention of leaving it at school, such things belonged at home, in her personal collection. In the hallway, they ran into Lucina and Bella. Alice immediately started talking about her discussion with Alex during art class. Lucina, hearing the topic, perked up, she too became curious about how Alice's paintings might interact with the dark place. Bella, of course, didn't have much experience with the mystical, but she found it interesting to listen. Perhaps, Lucina suggested, Alice's paintings could become one of the folds. Or, for example, the characters from the paintings could come to life and become part of the dark place. Alice nodded thoughtfully, imagining her living paintings wandering the gloomy streets she had painted herself. As they stepped outside, the conversation continued, with Lucina and Alice not forgetting to accuse Alex of ruining the dark place by not letting them test their theories. Alex only responded with a blank stare and a yawn. The others were already waiting in the parking lot. Alex suggested that they first stop by home, to change clothes and pick up Samantha so they could all spend some time together. Emmett didn't mind either, both of them were still wearing their agent outfits. After saying goodbye to their friends, Alex, Alice, and Lucina got into the Impala and headed home. Once they arrived, Alex parked the car and immediately let two Zashikiwarashi, Ichiko and Nico, out of the trunk. Let them guard the house now. Opening the door, Alex froze on the threshold at the amusing sight inside. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were literally clinging to Samantha, one sitting on her lap, another beside her, the third on the back of the couch. All three were eagerly playing a video game, while Samantha read a book, turning pages intently. But the real highlight of the scene was Claptrap. He put a bow tie on his body, held a tray of coffee above his head, and was acting as both a waiter and a little table at the same time. Alex laughed. Alice and Lucina, peeking inside, couldn't help but smile as well. Approaching closer, Alex bent down and kissed Samantha on the top of her head. Then, snapping his fingers, he magically changed his clothes. Alice and Lucina chuckled as they went upstairs to change themselves. Alex sat down next to Samantha and gently moved Gir aside to make room. The little robot immediately protested, swatting Alex on the knee with its paws. There you are back, Samantha said softly, leaning against his shoulder. Meanwhile, Ichiko and Nico were happily flying around the house, inspecting their new security post. Their appearance instantly caught the attention of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, and the trio squealed as they chased the flying dolls. The dolls laughed, weaving between the furniture, while the noisy trio bumped into walls and couches trying to catch them. Alex and Samantha watched the chaos, barely holding back their laughter. I think you should change, Sammy, Alex said, wrapping his arms around her waist. Why? Are we going somewhere? She asked, turning to him. Something like that. We're going to hang out in Port Angeles. Like normal teenagers, he replied with a slight smile. Samantha raised an eyebrow skeptically but nodded and went upstairs. Alex stayed alone in the living room, watching Gir, Mimi, and Stitch chase Ichiko and Nico around the house. He just sighed, silently hoping that when they returned, at least the walls of the house would still be standing. On the bright side, he thought, cleaning up wouldn't be his problem anymore. If Ichiko and Nico kept an eye on order, maybe there wouldn't be a pile of empty pizza boxes and milkshake cups on the floor anymore. After a while, the girls came downstairs, already changed into their everyday clothes. They nearly collided with Mimi, and Stitch, who were screaming and chasing the laughing dolls. Lucina barely dodged and gave Alex a look that clearly said, "What is even happening here?" Alex smirked and calmly explained who the flying dolls were and why they were there. Lucina just nodded, smiling in satisfaction. At least cleaning the house would no longer be her problem. Once the girls were ready, Alex got up from the couch, stretched, and headed for the exit, casting a quick glance at the house, quietly hoping it would still be standing when they returned. Alex, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha stepped outside just as Edward arrived to pick up Bella. Almost immediately after, Rosalie's car pulled up, the others peeking out. Samantha waved happily to everyone, her smile genuine and warm. Once in the Impala, Alex started the engine, and the car rumbled onto the road, heading toward Port Angeles. Alice settled in the front passenger seat, while Lucina and Samantha took their places in the back. The road stretched between the pine trees, and the sunlight, filtering through the leaves, softly glided across the windshield. Samantha was the first to break the silence. "Why did everyone decide to go to Port Angeles?" Alice turned to her with a smile. "Simple. We're going to try on dresses for the school dance." Understanding this, Samantha nodded and, after a moment, began talking about her own prom, which she had missed because of the whole situation with Hannah and Beth. While the girls chatted, Alex put on a soft, warm melody, perfect for a drive along the highway. "Sammy, do you want to go to the school dance?" Alice asked, glancing back over her shoulder. "I don't know," Samantha replied, gazing thoughtfully out the window. "On one hand, it could be fun, on the other, I'd probably rather spend time somewhere else." "For example?" Lucina asked with a sly smile. "Just remember, our guy can send us anywhere. To the edge of the galaxy, or even for a walk on the sun, if we ask." She playfully poked Alex in the shoulder. "I'd rather go," Alex began calmly, but didn't get to finish. "No," Lucina immediately cut him off. "Hey, I wasn't even done." Alex protested, looking at her through the rearview mirror. "No need," Lucina snorted. "I already know what you'd say. Another cursed place, hunting monsters, ghosts, or some other freak, anything just to avoid the school dance." She tugged lightly at the hair on the back of his head, and Alex just smirked. "Lucina, you forgot to add that he'll disappear again for a couple of days, then show up with a smile and say," Alice chimed in, theatrically mimicking Alex's tone, "Oh, what an unexpected adventure. Who would have thought? And he'll definitely add, I couldn't leave them. I'm just such a sweet little guy," Samantha added, resting her hands on her cheeks and giving him a mock-innocent look. Alex rolled his eyes and, holding back a smile, muttered, "You three just enjoy mocking me, don't you?" Of course, the girls chorused, laughter in their voices. Alex was momentarily speechless, listening to them, and couldn't help but wonder, am I really that predictable when I go somewhere? As if to confirm his thoughts, the phone on the dashboard suddenly lit up, filling the car with the sounds of dozens of notifications. Swiping across the screen, Alex saw countless messages from other girls, and each one had a single word, yes. His eye twitched. At that moment, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha burst into laughter. Listening to their cheerful voices, Alex just shook his head and smiled. All he could promise himself was that in the coming days, he definitely wouldn't go anywhere, unless something so unusual happened that resisting would be impossible. Arriving in Port Angeles, Alex found an empty spot, carefully parked the Impala, and got out with the girls to wait for the others. Soon Rosalie's car arrived, with Emmett, Jasper, and Jane. Edward and Bella were last to arrive. Before heading to try on dresses, the group decided, as tradition dictated, to stop by their favorite pizzeria, where they went almost every time they visited Port Angeles. After a hearty lunch, they headed to the dress store. Following their long-established ritual, Alex and Emmett pulled out their portable gaming consoles, Jasper opened a book, and Edward stayed behind with empty hands. "Want to join us?" Alex offered, pulling another console from the inside pocket of his jacket and handing it to Edward. "Don't mind if I do." "What's the game?" Edward asked, taking the device. "No idea. You just have to kill zombies, that's about it," Emmett said with a shrug. "Alex, you were in a world where a zombie virus outbreak happened, right?" Jasper asked, lowering his book. "Is there a big difference between game zombies and real ones?" "Hard to say," Alex replied, thoughtfully scratching his chin. "For example, in the game, a zombie can't start mutating on the fly. That's hard to replicate." "And how exactly do they mutate?" Edward asked, turning on the game. "Well, first you have to remember that there are different types of zombies. The simplest ones are created by the virus. But viruses themselves differ. Over time, any virus begins to mutate, adapting to its environment." Alex leaned forward slightly, getting into it. "A simple example, a zombie can suddenly turn into a berserker. It develops a bone-like armor, its muscles become denser, movements faster. Killing such a creature is almost impossible for a normal human. In terms of strength, they're somewhere close to you, vampires. Creepy, Emmett remarked without taking his eyes off the screen. And our kind, could we even turn into zombies? Hard to say without practical data, Alex said, thoughtfully tapping the screen of the console. Your blood doesn't flow, you're technically dead but still alive. To test it, you'd need to catch a couple of vampires like you and run a series of experiments. The virus would have to reach the bloodstream, get to the brain, lots of factors. Only a parasite might be able to turn you, not a virus. Only a parasite? Edward repeated, giving him a blank look. Don't tell me you actually have one of those. Alex chuckled softly. Kind of. If I remember correctly, there's one recorded somewhere. But Rekka, White, and Red handle all of that, they run the guild's research department. So I have no idea what they're doing right now. As expected, the guys quickly got absorbed in their zombie discussion. Alex did most of the talking, describing the creatures he'd encountered and sharing stories from various worlds. Emmett and Jasper listened with interest, while Edward occasionally asked clarifying questions. Meanwhile, the girls continued browsing dresses, fitting room doors opened and closed one after another. After choosing several especially beautiful options, they decided to show them to the guys for their opinion. But when they stepped out, they were met with a rather strange scene. Alex and Emmett were arguing loudly about what would happen if a zombie bit a vampire. Would the vampire turn into a zombie, or the zombie into a vampire? The debate seemed endless. Soon Jasper and Edward joined in, each proposing their theories with the air of a scientist uncovering the laws of the universe. The girls just exchanged glances and, not wanting to interfere in this battle of minds, quietly continued trying on dresses. When the debate started going too far, Alex was seriously talking about kidnapping a couple of vampires for experimentation. Lucina emerged from the fitting room. Her appearance instantly cooled the disputants' ardor. One look was enough for Alex to understand: no experiments, no kidnappings, and no new crazy ideas. But even after that, the topic didn't fully die. The guys continued discussing zombies and vampires for the rest of the outing. Their argument finally ended only when they ended up in separate cars, and even then, it took effort from Rosalie and Lucina, who literally had to pull Alex and Emmett apart, as they stubbornly continued debating who was right. And so ended another day, fun, chaotic, and perfectly typical for their group. A few days passed, and Friday finally arrived. True to his word, Alex hadn't gone anywhere all this time, spending his days with the girls, sometimes on walks, sometimes on dates with Lucina, Alice, and Samantha. Mimi, and Stitch quickly found common ground with the two Sashikiwarashi, Ichiko and Nico. Well, friendship was mostly based on the fact that Ichiko and Nico cleaned up all the mess the trio left behind. Friday morning started quite unusually. Alex woke up to a crunching sound next to him. Opening his eyes, he found Nick sitting on the couch, lazily munching on chips, seemingly savoring every moment of his confusion. Seriously? Alex managed to say, looking at her with half-open eyes. Nick silently handed him the bag of chips. Deciding not to ask unnecessary questions, Alex got up, washed up, and went downstairs. Naturally, Nix hadn't gone anywhere. She was still sitting on the couch in her black tracksuit, with the same look of complete zen and a nearly empty bag of chips. Great, the couch is definitely covered in crumbs now, Alex muttered quietly as he headed for breakfast. After a light breakfast prepared by Samantha, Alex, Lucina, and Alice set off for school. Outside, Alex yawned lazily and waved at Bella and Edward with his usual gesture. They were heading the same way. The day passed as usual, boring lessons, routine activities. Alex struggled to stay awake, and by the end of classes, he was openly bored. When the bell rang, he didn't resist as Alice grabbed his hand. He simply let her drag him to the cafeteria, where the whole group had gathered. There's going to be a thunderstorm tomorrow, Emmett said excitedly. Want to throw the ball around? Ball. Alex repeated, lifting his gaze from his tray. You mean throw it into the sky and wait for lightning to strike it? Sounds tempting, but no, Alice laughed, leaning on his shoulder. Yeah, it's been a while since we played, Jasper added, nodding. And what ball are we talking about exactly? Alex frowned. My brain's on vacation today. Baseball, Edward explained calmly. We only play during a storm. Oh, the one where you throw the ball and someone hits it. Lucina clarified, raising an eyebrow. Exactly, Alice smiled. Normally, we can't play properly, well, you know why. Sounds fun, Bella said. I'd like to watch. All right, why not, Alex shrugged. Nothing else to do anyway. Perfect. Then you're on my team, Alice said joyfully, grabbing his hand. Now I'm definitely going to win. Even Alex participating is cheating, Rosalie smirked. You'll do anything to win. Alice just grinned mischievously and stuck her tongue out in response. Alex shook his head, but a sly glint flashed in his eyes. He knew exactly what would happen tomorrow during the game. The thought made the corners of his lips stretch into a predatory smile. After all, the very vampire who had once hunted Alice would appear, and Alex, as the protective husband, was planning to give him an unforgettable introduction. He thought to himself, first, baseball, then, the fun begins. To be continued. At first I thought, hey, it's time to show this baseball game. But then I thought, screw it, and the voices in my head were whispering, I need everyday life, no action, just simple school life. Do it. And I did. Chapter 507, Baseball Game in the Forest. Alex didn't mind playing baseball with the vampire family. But first, he had to survive the rest of Friday's school day and wait for Saturday to arrive. Fortunately, classes ended earlier on Fridays, and throughout the day, Alex only seriously considered skipping class a couple of times. When the day finally came to an end, he headed home with Lucina and Alice. Alice was practically glowing with excitement for the upcoming game. She couldn't wait to hit the field and, of course, win. Lucina, however, didn't share her enthusiasm. The only physical activity she ever did was yoga in the mornings or evenings. Unless, of course, you counted the exercises that happened in the bedroom. When they got home, the group walked in to find Samantha on the phone. Alex came closer, kissed her on the cheek, and accidentally overheard part of the conversation. The voice on the other end was familiar. It was Jessica. Hey, Jess, Alex said lazily before heading to the fridge. Grabbing some ice cream, he settled on the couch next to Samantha. She turned on the speakerphone so Alex could listen too. The conversation quickly shifted to Jessica's recovery. Fortunately, she was getting better and could finally sleep through the night without waking up from nightmares. Alex listened with visible relief, but his eye twitched when Jessica mentioned that Chris had gotten back into supernatural hunting, and worse, joined some kind of amateur ghost hunting group. Wait, Jess. Alex frowned. Are you telling me that idiot actually got himself into the very crap I warned him about 100 times? Even after Sammy told him the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Jessica replied irritably. That stubborn idiot doesn't listen to anyone. We all told him to stay out of it, but no. And to top it off, he even tried to drag Josh into it. And Ashley? Samantha asked, leaning against Alex and stealing a spoonful of his ice cream. She could have stopped him, right? She tried, Jessica sighed. But that idiot dragged her in too. What kind of idiot group is this? Alex raised an eyebrow. Please tell me they're not complete morons. Oh, they're complete morons, Jessica shot back. A bunch of nerds who think they're great ghost hunters. They even have an internet show. What were they called again? Mike, she shouted somewhere away from the phone. Mike, what was that team of idiots called? What idiots? Came Mike's familiar voice from the speaker. Hey, Mike. Samantha said cheerfully. Hey, Sammy. Alex there with you? He asked, his tone clearly amused. Right here, Alex said with a smirk. So what's this great team Chris and Ashley joined? Ghost. Ghost something. Oh yeah. Ghostfacers. Mike said after a brief pause. Chris showed us their online show recently. God, they're such idiots. If those clowns had shown up back on Blackwood Mountain, we'd never have made it till dawn. Exactly. Jessica jumped in. I told him 100 times those dickfacers are total morons. But no, he doesn't listen. Ghostfacers. Alex muttered, rubbing his chin. That sounds suspiciously familiar. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. While Alex was trying to remember where he'd heard it, Samantha kept chatting with Jessica and Mike. Jessica grew more and more frustrated as she went on about how Chris could drag Ashley into trouble since those Ghostfacers idiots didn't seem trustworthy in the slightest. Alex still couldn't recall where he'd heard the name. But after a few minutes of deep thinking, it suddenly hit him. As soon as the memory surfaced, his eye twitched hard enough for Samantha to notice right away. At that moment, Lucina and Alice came down to the first floor. Hearing Jessica's loud voice echoing through the house, they exchanged curious glances. Samantha quickly explained what the conversation was about, and both girls turned to Alex, who looked like he was about to explode. I remember who they are. Oh, for heaven's sake, Chris, why those idiots, Alex groaned, covering his face with his hands. Alex, came Mike's voice from the speaker, I can't even see your face, but I can already tell you know something. Who are they? Simply put, Alex sighed, lowering his hands, they're a group of complete idiots who ruin everything they touch. And what have they managed to ruin? Samantha asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, to start with, the Tulpa incident in Richardson. Then they meddled in the haunted house in Indiana, where one of them died. If they hadn't been helped back then, they would all have been dead. And that's just a couple of cases out of many. In short, these guys seek trouble even when none is nearby. Alex's voice sounded dry and irritated. Wonderful. Jessica said bitterly. So what now? Chris still won't listen, and Ashley could get hurt because of his stupidity. Here's what we'll do, Alex said calmly. Have Ashley install a tracking app on his phone. I'll connect to it. If that idiot ventures into any cursed place with those dick facers, I'll know and get him out. Perfect. Thank you, Alex. Jessica's voice softened noticeably. I'll call Ashley right away and explain everything. She can contact Sam once it's done. The call ended. Alex shook his head and exhaled heavily. He was absolutely sure Chris would still get himself into trouble. Meanwhile, Lucina, Samantha, and Alice, curious about this legendary group, decided to see what the ghost facers were all about. Hearing that they had their own online show, the girls quickly found it. Lucina connected the tablet to the TV, Samantha brought snacks, and they started watching from the first episode. It only took a couple of minutes to realize it was a total circus. The ghost facers turned out to be a bunch of nerds scared half to death, running through abandoned buildings and screaming at every little noise. After a while, Bella joined the group. Hearing the explanations, she raised an eyebrow skeptically and admitted that these ghost hunters didn't inspire any confidence in her. In reality, the show resembled a comedy, where everyone ran around and screamed every time a bucket fell somewhere. And so passed Friday evening, full of laughter, disbelief, and discussions about how these hunters were still alive. Saturday arrived. Alex sat on the living room couch, fully ready for the baseball game. He wore the familiar black and red uniform. Next to him, like loyal partners, sat Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, also in matching uniforms. The trio had staged a real protest the previous night, demanding that Alex take them along. The protest lasted deep into the night until Alex, unable to resist the girls' insistence, gave in and agreed. Now, looking at their satisfied faces, he was already beginning to regret it. Why was Alex still sitting instead of heading out? The reason was simple. Alice was running around with a professional camera, clicking the shutter as if she were shooting a magazine cover. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were not far behind, striking poses, smiling, even trying to wave their hands in sync. Meanwhile, Alex's face remained stone-cold, like a model who had gone through 100 photo shoots in a row. To his great dismay, he had to take the chatty Claptrap along. The robot had thrown a full-blown tantrum when it realized it was being left behind. When Claptrap, in protest, fell onto its side and started spinning across the floor, leaving scratches on the hardwood, Alex's patience finally snapped. While Alice continued her photo shoot, Samantha and Lucina came down the stairs, also wearing matching baseball uniforms. It turned out that all of this was Alice's doing. She had stayed up all night sewing uniforms for everyone. Alice, how much longer do I have to sit here? It's time to go, Alex said, glancing at the clock with the most exhausted expression in the world. Just a little longer. Alice said enthusiastically. Stand up, I want to see how the uniform fits you. I worked hard on it. Alex sighed heavily but got up. Lucina, watching the scene, quietly chuckled, forming her fingers into a heart and clearly not intending to interfere. Samantha, on the other hand, had already taken out her phone and started snapping pictures herself. Realizing he had no allies, Alex resigned himself to his fate. When the photo shoot finally ended, he looked at Claptrap. It was only wearing a baseball cap. Alice had even managed to dress Chico and Nico in miniature sports outfits. When everyone was finally ready, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha picked up Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, while Alex shook his head, looked at Claptrap, and said, "Pretend you're a trash can." Claptrap protested, spinning and squeaking until it got a light kick under its chassis. After that, it obediently fell silent. Alex tucked it under his arm like a regular bucket and headed for the door. Outside, he tossed Claptrap into the trunk of the Impala. The girls settled into their seats, but something nearby caught Alex's attention. By the police pickup stood Charlie and a familiar woman. She wore a brown leather jacket, a plaid shirt, and simple jeans. Alex immediately recognized her, Donna Hanscom, sheriff and longtime acquaintance of the Winchester brothers. After her encounters with vampires, she had taken up hunting them herself. So she's here because of that trio of vampires roaming Forks, Alex guessed and approached to greet them. Good morning, Charlie. And Miss. He said with a slight smile, looking at the woman. Morning, Alex, Charlie replied. Bella already left with Edward. And this is my old friend, Sheriff Donna Hanscom. Just Donna is fine, she smiled warmly. I see you're about to play baseball. Great way to spend the time. Agreed, Alex nodded. What brings you to our neck of the woods, Sheriff Donna? Oh, just passing through, she said cheerfully. I heard about the wild animal attacks, so I decided to check it out. Maybe I could help somehow. So no one's been caught? Alex raised an eyebrow. I thought that case was closed. You went out searching, didn't you, Charlie? Unfortunately, no, Charlie shook her head. Only bodies. Yesterday, they found another one on the lakeshore. Poor guy was just torn apart. Terrible, Alex shook his head. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. After all, neighbors. Donna glanced at the Impala and smiled. Nice car. My friends drive the same model. Ah, yes, Alex smirked. I built this one myself, piece by piece. You could say it's my personal masterpiece. Donna nodded and smiled at his words. Alex chatted a bit more with Charlie and Donna, then said goodbye and got into the Impala. On the way, he explained to the girls who Donna was. Lucina recognized her immediately. Hearing that Donna only hunted vampires, Samantha quickly guessed that this was likely the reason the sheriff had appeared here. Alice nodded thoughtfully. The threat suddenly seemed much more real. Alex confirmed Samantha's suspicion. All the wild animal attacks in the area were somehow linked to the group of vampires heading toward Forks. Alice decided to warn the family. The appearance of a hunter could attract even more people and only complicate the situation. To lighten the mood in the car, Alex turned on a cheerful tune and started singing along, trying to lift the spirits of those whose mood had just been dampened. So she said, "What's the problem, baby? What's the problem?" "I don't know, well, maybe I'm in love, love," he sang brightly. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were the first to join in. They didn't care as long as it was fun. By the chorus, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha were singing along too. Why worry about vampires when you could just enjoy yourself first? Laughter and music filled the car, and the mood genuinely lightened. Alice pointed the way so Alex wouldn't get lost, while Mimi sat comfortably on her lap. The Impala drove onto a forest clearing, and soon ahead appeared the place where the Cullen family had already set everything up for the game. 4 makeshift bases were arranged, and a few people were warming up. Bella stood next to Esme, watching Edward swing a baseball bat as if solving a complicated problem. Alex parked the car near Edward's SUV and got out with the girls. "You made it. Didn't get lost?" Esme asked warmly. "You said that wrong, Esme." "Alex, you're late again," Emmett smirked. "Back off, Emmett. Today you won't see victory," Alex replied with a wide smile, folding his arms across his chest. Smirks flashed between Alex and Emmett. Neither was willing to back down in this game. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch ran around the field with bright, lively eyes, each holding a baseball bat in their paws. "Your pets are playing too?" Rosalie snorted, pointing at the noisy trio. "Something like that. And we even brought the umpire with us," Alex nodded. "Don't tell me it's that robot," Jane said wearily. "We had no choice," Lucina sighed. "It screamed all night. I was ready to throw it out the window." Alex just shrugged and smiled. Let the umpire be there. A little chaos on the field would make it more fun. Esme and Carlisle didn't quite understand what he was talking about, while Edward, Rosalie, Emmett, and Jasper let out tired sighs. They already knew which robot was meant. To confirm it, Alice opened the Impala's trunk and pulled out Claptrap. It immediately started shrieking, shaking, and spinning loudly in circles, hopping on one wheel. Carlisle watched the robot with interest, then glanced at his children, their faces clearly showing they weren't thrilled about its arrival. Bella approached Samantha and Lucina, who had perched themselves on the hood of the Impala. "You're playing too?" Bella asked, leaning on the car. "Where did that idea come from, Bella?" Lucina raised an eyebrow. "Well, the uniforms and all that," Bella explained, embarrassed. "Oh, that," Lucina smiled. "Alice just made us uniforms. They're comfy, and unlike you, we're just the cheer squad. Alice made everyone's outfits in one night." "How did she manage that?" Bella asked, astonished. "Alice is a vampire and a hyperactive workaholic," Lucina smirked. "I'd be more surprised if she didn't manage it." "I woke up in the middle of the night with Alice taking my measurements," Samantha added, smiling. "It was creepy. You open your eyes, and in the dark, yellow eyes are staring at you." While the girls chatted about the nighttime seamstress, the others were already splitting into teams. Emmett ran laughing across the field, chased by Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, all waving baseball bats and shouting threats. On one team were Alex, Alice, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. On the other, the Cullen family, Carlisle, Edward, Jasper, Jane, Emmett, and Rosalie. Esme took on the role of catcher for both teams, alternating turns. The fact that Alex's team was missing one player didn't bother anyone. Sometimes just Alex and Alice were enough for the whole team. Claptrap, by agreement, served as umpire and already looked surprisingly serious. Once the teams were set, Alex's team was up to bat first. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch took their bases, while Alex stood at the edge of the field, ready to catch the ball, which he was sure would fly very far. Rosalie was up first. Alice took her position as pitcher, preparing to throw. The lightning was about to strike. As soon as Alice was ready, Alex exhaled a cloud of white mist, and red streaks crackled around his body like lightning. Alice hurled the ball with such force that it sliced through the air, producing a faint pop, the sound of it striking the molecules of the atmosphere. Rosalie reacted instantly. She swung her bat, and the ball thundered off into the distance. In that instant, Alex vanished, leaving a trail of sparking lightning that led toward the forest. A second later, the ball returned at breakneck speed from the edge of the trees, leaving a streak of light behind it. Rosalie sprinted across the bases, heading for the last one. But Esme was alert. She caught the ball and, as Rosalie slid into the base, tagged her leg, a classic dog tag, signaling an out. "She's out," Claptrap shouted, flailing its arms like a true rock and roller. "I'll get you one day, you damn trash can," Rosalie hissed through clenched teeth, giving the robot an icy glare. "You can't," Claptrap yelled, bouncing. "I've got super cool weapons. But I won't show you." And started dancing again, raising its arms overhead like a showman on an improvised stage. Rosalie ground her teeth, barely holding back a growl, ready to turn the spinning Claptrap into a heap of metal at any second. Carlyle, suppressing a laugh, approached her and gently placed his hands on her shoulders, trying to calm her. But Rosalie's gaze still burned with fury directed at the wildly twirling robot. When the situation finally cooled down a bit, Carlyle stepped up to bat. He raised his baseball bat, preparing for Alice's pitch, and glanced at Alex. "If Alex is that fast, I'll need to hit higher," he thought, gripping the bat tighter. Thunder rumbled, Alice threw the pitch, and Carlyle smashed the ball high into the sky before sprinting forward. Alex just smiled, his body seemed to dissolve into mist, and in the next instant, he appeared in the air, catching the ball mid-flight. In the following moment, he threw it to Stitch, who flawlessly caught it and tagged out Carlyle. "Damn it, Alex!" Emmett shouted from the other side of the field. "What was that? Play fair. What's with the lightning and mist tricks? That's not in the rules." "It's a breathing technique, not a superpower," Alex replied lazily, rolling his eyes. "These methods were used back in the Sengoku era. So stop whining like a child." "Emmett, Alex is right," Alice chimed in. "People really did use these techniques when hunting monsters." "Yeah, screw you guys," Emmett muttered, crossing his arms irritably. Alex just laughed, and Mimi, and Stitch joined in, loudly teasing the clumsy vampire. Bella, watching everything unfold, blinked in surprise, wondering if she could learn it too. "Of course you can," Lucina said, catching her gaze. "You just need to start training." While Bella listened to Lucina attentively, the game continued. Alice pitched ball after ball, Alex caught them with lightning speed and returned them. Soon, the Cullen team was completely struck out, and it was Alex's team's turn to go on the offense. Emmett stepped up to bat, grinning widely. "Now we're really going to get back at them," he thought, stretching his arms. First up was Stitch, carrying a bat nearly as tall as him. "Well, little guy, ready?" Emmett smirked, eyeing the tiny opponent. Alice nodded, the signal to pitch. Emmett swung and threw the ball, which whistled through the air straight into Carlyle's glove. "Strike!" Claptrap shouted after Stitch missed the first swing. Stitch looked at the ball in Carlyle's hands, confused, then slowly turned toward Emmett, whose face gleamed with a victorious smile. "What's the matter, little guy? Need me to get you a chair?" Emmett teased, feigning concern. Stitch grinned widely, baring his sharp teeth. Alex and Lucina exchanged glances, both immediately knew Emmett was in trouble. Stitch pulled a stepladder from his tiny bag. Nobody knew why he even carried it around, but it was Stitch, logic didn't matter. Climbing up, he kept smiling, sending a chill down Emmett's spine. Emmett still threw the ball, and with a devilish laugh, Stitch smashed it with all his strength. The ball whistled loudly and struck Emmett square in the stomach. The vampire doubled over as Stitch, laughing maniacally, sprinted across the bases. Edward rushed to pick up the ball and threw it toward Rosalie, who was waiting for Stitch at second base. But Stitch, without slowing down, scooped up sand with his paws and flung it straight at her face. Rosalie tried to dodge, instinctively shielding herself with her hand, enough to let Stitch reach the base, laughing loudly. "You little brat," Rosalie muttered, grabbing him by the ear. "Messing with my husband again, and now throwing sand at me too." He started it first." Stitch yelled cheerfully, still grinning. Rosalie merely shook her head with a faint smile and let go of Stitch's ear, while the others quietly chuckled at their little exchange. Emmett had already gotten back on his feet, realizing he'd miscalculated once again. Next up to bat was Gir. Businesslike as ever, he dragged over a small stepladder, climbed it nimbly while hauling along a baseball bat nearly his own height. Once he reached the top, Gir gripped the bat tightly in his paws, blue electric arcs instantly danced across the metal. Emmett narrowed his eyes. He knew that the green cyberdog clearly intended to hit the ball straight at him. The vampire tensed, ready not only to pitch but to dodge as well. He threw the ball with force, and as expected, GIR smacked it back with a crash. Emmett barely dodged as the ball whistled just inches from his face, disappearing somewhere into the forest. Right after, a baseball bat flew past, which Emmett narrowly avoided. Edward leapt into action, caught the ball, and threw it back. From the thicket, it flew straight to Jasper, who quickly tossed it to Jane. She caught it with a sly smile and tagged GIR before he could reach the base. "You're out, green one," Jane said, smirking. GIR looked up, frowned, then kicked Jane's leg with a sulky expression and slumped back, while Stitch grinned smugly and teased him. A few seconds later, GIR exploded, yelling furiously. He lunged at Stitch, and the two of them rolled across the ground, squealing and growling, right at Rosalie's feet. "Oh, not again," she muttered, unsure whether to intervene. Alex stood nearby, calmly smoking, watching the scene like some chaotic play. The others laughed as GIR and Stitch staged a mini-brawl until Lucina and Alice intervened to separate them. Even after being pulled apart, they wouldn't quiet down, pointing paws at each other and shouting insults in every possible language, including mechanical squeaks and alien noises. Lucina and Alice barely kept from laughing as they dragged the pair to opposite ends of the field. "They're so funny," Esme said with a kind smile, watching Alex head to the batter's area. "Funny?" Alex snorted, shaking his head. "That's until they start wrecking the house. If I hadn't brought Chico and Nico home, the living room would still be buried under pizza boxes and milkshake cups." Esme just chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, Alex took his position at bat. It felt odd. Usually he used a bat not on sports fields but for much more practical purposes. He turned the bat in his hands a little, as if checking its balance, then rested it on his shoulder and looked calmly at Emmett. "You're not going to hit me, are you?" Emmett asked, squinting suspiciously. "What are you talking about, Emmett?" Alex replied with mock offense, placing a hand over his heart. "We saved Bright Falls together. We're partners. How could you doubt my pure intentions?" He theatrically brushed away an imaginary tear. "That's exactly what I mean," Emmett grumbled, smirking. "With that face of yours you can't be trusted." Alex clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. Emmett still stayed on guard. As thunder rolled, he wound up and threw the ball toward Alex. Alex smiled faintly and hit it straight. The ball whizzed past Emmett's ear and the vampire ground his teeth in irritation. At that moment Alice shuddered and froze, staring at a single point. Everyone turned to her. Her gaze was unfocused. Alex understood without words. Alice had a vision, and he immediately felt the tension in the air. "Edward, get closer to Bella." "Now," Alice snapped when the vision ended. "Alice, what happened?" Carlyle asked, alarmed. "There was a vision. The vampires who came to Forks will soon be here," Alice said, frowning. "Edward, protect Bella." "I don't like that vampires who drink humans have come into our territory," Esme said through gritted teeth. "Is this serious? What should we do?" Bella asked, bewildered, not knowing how to act. "It's okay, Bella," Lucina replied calmly, swinging her legs lazily. "We've got 3 of our little ones and Alex here. You're safe." But Bella still couldn't settle while Edward stood nearby. Lucina and Samantha kept lounging on the Impala's hood as if nothing had happened. They figured GIR, Mimi, and Stitch could handle a couple of vampires. Alex looked toward the forest with a light, almost carefree smile. Ideas flashed through his mind: send those drifters for study, dump them into the Red City, or just finish them. He could list methods for a long time, and the thought only widened his smile. The Cullens exchanged glances, and seemed to calm down. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the forest, 2 men and a woman. The blonde one, James, held the very baseball that Alex had hit. The second was Laurent, a dark-skinned vampire, and the third was Victoria. Alex struggled to recall. James and Victoria seemed to be a couple, while Laurent was just keeping them company. James shot a mocking glance at Alice. Her face flickered with vague, unpleasant memories. Alex narrowed his eyes. His look was anything but friendly. Lucina noticed it and understood without words. This vampire probably wouldn't leave the field alive. GIR, Mimi, and Stitch had already readied their bolters, prepared to fire. "Hey, Mutt, wipe that expression off your face, or I'll crush your head," Alex said coldly. "Oh, don't get so worked up," Laurent said, scanning everyone with a smirk. "We were just passing by and heard some playing. Mind if we join?" James tossed the ball to Alex. He caught it smoothly. "We're just finishing up and about to leave," Carlyle said, smiling good-naturedly. "But you understand, this territory is ours. So it's better if you go." Fate, as it often does, intervened. A gust of wind blew, and the 3 vampires caught the scent of Bella. James couldn't suppress a bestial snarl. Blood glinted in his gaze, and he stared at Bella with hunger. Lucina instinctively reached for her gun. Mimi, and Stitch raised their bolters, ready to fire. Looks like you even brought snacks with you. How cute, James smirked, stepping toward Bella. But a bat immediately appeared in front of his face. I told you, watch yourself, pathetic mutt. Alex blocked his path, smiling pleasantly but staring coldly. James, let's go. Right now. Victoria shouted, her sense of danger sharpened. In a voice as steady as a steel cable, Alex said. Mimi, Stitch, take out the extra one. A volley of shots erupted, loud, sharp bangs. Bella covered her ears and stepped back, while holes the size of fists suddenly appeared in Laurent's body. He collapsed, slumping to the ground. The bullets used by Mimi, and Stitch were specially made, designed to kill anyone, no matter who they were. James and Victoria were ready to flee after Laurent fell, but something pinned them in place. They looked down and saw something black, hair-like, coiling around their legs. Raising their eyes, they noticed Alex's shadow stretching and merging with theirs. Alex calmly handed the bat to Alice and lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, smiling in a way that seemed almost gentle, but the threat in that smile was unmistakable. The rules are simple, he said calmly, pacing around James and Victoria. Because of my immutable nature, I like giving people like you a choice. So I'm giving you one. You have two options. First, one of you sacrifices the other, and I won't pursue the survivor. Second, you run together, but then you'll embark on a long, thrilling adventure straight to the end of your pathetic, insignificant lives. The choice is yours. I'd prefer the second option, especially for you, James. Think I don't know you left a mark on my wife? Think I don't see your tracks? What kind of husband would I be if I just let someone like you go? Everyone stared at Alex, feeling the same chill. The smile on his face promised nothing good. Only Lucina, Alice, and Samantha knew what was coming. The others, including Bella, were frightened. James and Victoria exchanged a glance and, thinking they had a chance, tried to run. They assumed Alex was just a regular vampire with limited power. I see you've chosen the second option. How touching, Alex said, smiling innocently. You could have sacrificed yourself for her, that would have been a good story. But fine. I'll give you a head start. 5 seconds. The black hair holding their legs instantly retracted back into Alex's shadow, and James and Victoria bolted into the forest. Alex watched them with a wide grin, his shadow stretched all the way to the edge of the trees where the fleeing pair ran. Run, my piglets, run, he called after them. Don't think you'll get away for long. Chum, this isn't like you. Did you really let them go? Emmett asked, placing a hand on Alex's shoulder. Buffed, of course not, Alex replied with an innocent smile. But since they ran into the forest, let them run. It would have been a little easier in another direction. What do you mean? Rosalie asked, raising an eyebrow nervously. Alex lowered his gaze to the ground, and everyone else saw what he was showing. The shadow from his feet stretched all the way to the trees. It was clear what this meant. Janya lived in Alex's shadow, and for James and Victoria, the escape would not end so easily. Everyone, except Carlisle, Esme, and Bella, knew who Janya was and what she was capable of. No one felt any pity for the two vampires, even Carlisle and Esme felt none, though they remained silent. Laurent's body had already been taken by Mimi, and Stitch and carefully buried. They had dealt with this kind of thing before. Deep down, Alex wanted to keep James and Victoria alive. They still needed to be handed over to the red and white for future experiments. To be continued. Yeah, since I've never played baseball or even watched a single game, I had to work really hard to learn a few useful words. I'll never do that again. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 508, the vampires caused more trouble than expected. The appearance of 3 uninvited vampires completely ruined everyone's mood. The baseball game was over, and no one felt like continuing anymore. Bella occasionally cast long glances at Alex, as if she wanted to ask something but couldn't bring herself to do it. Esme, as kind and caring as ever, suggested that everyone have dinner together. No one was about to refuse food prepared by Esme, and her offer managed to lift the general mood, at least a little. While everyone was packing up, Alice approached Carlisle and quietly explained that a hunter had already arrived in Forks, tracking James, Victoria, and Laurent, and that more were likely to follow soon. The news didn't please either Carlisle or Esme. After all, they had chosen this quiet town to live peacefully, far away from danger. Carlisle thought for a moment, but soon calmed down. Right now, their family was indistinguishable from humans, so there was no need to panic. All they had to do was be careful for the next couple of weeks and avoid drawing attention to themselves. Still, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking about how much trouble those 3, James, Victoria, and Laurent, had caused just by showing up. The Cullens were the first to leave the clearing, and Bella went with Edward. Only Alex, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha remained. They got into the Impala and headed toward the Cullens house. When Alex started the engine and pulled onto the forest road, his phone chimed softly with a notification. Sitting in the front seat, Alice quickly picked it up, unlocked the screen, and read the message. It was from Red. It said that James and Victoria had already been delivered to the lab. Alex couldn't help but wonder what kind of experiments Red and White were planning, but then he remembered that Tanis was working there now too. That could mean only one thing: one of the two would be dissected. And what's going to happen to those vampires? Samantha asked, leaning forward slightly. Nothing good, that's for sure, Lucina replied, resting her arm on the back of Alex's seat and gently running her fingers through his hair. Care to give a few examples? Not that I'm curious. I just want to understand the scale of the tragedy, Samantha said in a thoughtful tone. The list of experiments could be long, Alex said calmly, keeping his eyes on the road. Testing regeneration, resistance to viruses, parasites, curses, magic, and other joys of scientific curiosity. So they'll even inject them with a zombie virus? Alice asked with interest. What, are you curious too, whether a vampire can become a zombie? Lucina asked with a smile. After Alex and Emmett spent the whole evening arguing about it, Alice admitted with a nod, yeah, I'm curious now too. Alex just smirked, exhaling a thin stream of smoke out the window. Well, we'll find out soon enough. I'm sure Tanis will test that theory. Samantha and Lucina both nodded, they were curious about the outcome as well. Alex merely shook his head. In any case, Red and White would surely compile a detailed report on their experiments. While the Impala carried them toward the Cullens house, James and Victoria were already inside the Guild's research facility. As true vampires, they quickly regained consciousness and realized they were in a completely unfamiliar place. The last thing they remembered was running through the forest, the sudden onset of deep night, and then a blank space in their memory. James tried to move, but his entire body was strapped down, and a metal gag filled his mouth. Despite the darkness, vampires could see fairly well. Around them were only two tables they'd been bound to, and cold white walls. As they struggled to break free, a bright light suddenly flickered on in the room. Victoria's unique gift, the ability to sense danger, activated stronger than ever. The feeling of threat rang loudly in her mind. She and James froze, staring at the only door in the room. A second later, the mechanical panel slid open, and two women in lab coats appeared in the doorway, Red and White. Red held a tablet and wore simple glasses with thin black frames. White's long hair was tied in a high ponytail. She wore silver-framed glasses, and a cart carrying a suspicious-looking solution rolled in front of her. They calmly entered the room and stopped between the tables to which James and Victoria were strapped. Curious specimens our husband delivered this time, Red remarked, scrolling through the data on her tablet. Did he give any special instructions? White asked, preparing her tools. No particular instructions, Red replied, except one question: what happens if a vampire bites a zombie? Interesting question, worth testing before we start the dissection. That will require synthesizing several strains, White said thoughtfully. Where should we start? With the T virus. It's less lethal and easier to control in the early stages of mutation. We'll request the materials from the sisters and prepare the samples, Red decided, opening the Guild app on her tablet. We can use the psychos from Pandora as disposable material, White suggested coldly. And involve some of our scientists from the lab, Red added. Who do you propose we bring onto the team? White asked, adjusting her glasses. I suggest Alex Weskier. She's currently free, living quietly, and out of the public eye. Her knowledge of virology could be useful, Red replied, showing a photo on her tablet of Alex strolling through the streets of Orario. While Red and White held their business conversation, ignoring the pleas and fears of the vampires strapped to the tables, James and Victoria trembled in terror. Both scientists knew perfectly well that their husband didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of such creatures in the name of results, so moral doubts didn't bother them. Their practical, cold approach, that's how they justified their actions. Preventing possible epidemics in unknown worlds was more important than pity for the materials. From the moment James and Victoria arrived in this remote section of the lab, the place became their personal hell. They faced experiments and studies beyond imagination, from exploring the mechanics of vampirism to testing how their nature interacted with viruses capable of altering the very essence of a being. Meanwhile, Alex was at the Cullen house, relaxing at the table with a cup of coffee carefully prepared by Alice. After Esme had arranged a real feast to lift everyone's spirits following the unpleasant encounter with the three vampires, the whole group happily enjoyed the delicious food. Soon, however, Carlyle's phone rang in his office. He went upstairs to answer it, with Esme following him. A few minutes later, they returned downstairs. Carlyle had to go to the hospital immediately. 2 more bodies had been found in the forest. Esme accompanied him, as a city council meeting concerning wild animal attacks was about to take place. Everyone understood that these weren't really animals, but they still had to maintain appearances. Once Carlyle and Esme left, the others returned to their activities. Bella sat next to Edward, listening to him play the piano. Rosalie, seizing the moment, convinced Alex to lend her the departure. Emmett and Jasper played a video game, with Jane occasionally watching and commenting. Lucina browsed through the FBC archives, Alice fussed with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, and Samantha immersed herself in her father's diary again, rereading the pages of his life as a hunter. Alex, don't you need to go to that city council meeting too? Bella asked, turning to him. Maybe I should, but I'm not going, Alex replied lazily, taking a sip of his coffee. What's the point? Listening to people argue about who's to blame and what to do next. I can't exactly say, vampires arrived in the city, but I've already handled it, no thanks necessary. Better give me money, I'll buy some sweets. Bella blinked, confused, unable to find a reply. Edward, playing the piano, missed a note and let out a quiet laugh. The others couldn't help but smile too. Alex just smirked and took another sip of his coffee. He really didn't want to participate in useless arguments. He knew perfectly well how such a meeting would go. People would split into two camps, some would suggest handling the wild animals themselves, while others would push for a curfew and a ban on entering the forest. What unsettled Alex, however, was that in the original timeline, Carlisle and Esme never attended such meetings, even after James, Victoria, and Laurent left a trail of blood all the way to Forks. That meant only one thing: events were beginning to change. Tapping his finger on the table, Alex decided it wasn't worth worrying about what couldn't yet be explained. Want to come check out something? We found a new online show. Pretty funny, he offered, scanning everyone with his gaze. What kind of show? Rosalie asked, looking up from her book. It's a complete nightmare. Alice jumped in with a wide grin. An online show where a group of idiots hunts ghosts. And guess what? Samantha's friends joined them. Alice, you're joking, right? Jane asked skeptically, glancing over her shoulder. Unfortunately, no, Samantha sighed with a tired smile. We watched this nonsense yesterday. Even Bella was with us. I don't even know how to comment, it's just awful. Bella nodded in agreement. So, Emmett drawled, pausing the game, our choices are, keep being bored, or watch a bunch of cowardly hunters creep around abandoned houses looking for ghosts. Did I get that right? Exactly, Alex smirked. Either way, it's more interesting than just sitting around waiting for something to happen. Then what are we waiting for? Emmett laughed. Rosie, grab your jacket. Let's go. Rosalie shook her head wearily and closed her book, but a smile appeared on her face. Alex looked at Jasper and Jane, waiting for their opinion. Jasper shrugged and glanced at Jane, she just nodded, she didn't mind. Bella looked at Edward, and seeing no reason to refuse, he agreed as well. Once ready, the group drove to Alex's house. On the way, they stopped by a store to grab snacks for their evening gathering. After stocking up on a bunch of things, they returned home. Alex parked the Impala, opened the trunk, and started pulling out the bags while the others headed into the living room. Upon entering the house, they were met with an unusual sight. Two unfamiliar twin girls were sitting on the couch, watching TV. The moment Ichiko and Nico noticed the guests, they instantly transformed into dolls and shot up into the air. Everyone froze, especially Bella. She had seen the same dolls yesterday and thought they were just toys. You have ghosts in your house? Bella breathed, stunned. No, they're not ghosts. There's a Shikiwarashi, protective spirits of the house, Lucina replied calmly as she entered the living room. So are they ghosts or not? These flying dolls look kind of creepy, Emmett muttered, flopping into a chair. At that moment, a small object flew into his head. After getting lightly tapped on the back of his head, Emmett turned around. Two dolls were looking at him from the steps of the second floor. Everyone stared back and forth between Emmett and the dolls. Don't hurt them. They're very cute. These are Ichiko and Nico, Alex said, setting the bags of food on the table. After that, no one doubted or speculated. Ichiko and Nico were simply part of the house. Everyone became curious about what else they could do besides tossing small objects. While Alex, Samantha, and Lucina were arranging snacks on plates, Alice took on the role of storyteller. She explained that Shikiwarashi protected the house and even helped with cleaning. Everyone agreed, spirits like these were a real find. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, meanwhile, paid attention to Claptrap. They dragged him up to the second floor to play video games and took a whole bag of snacks with them, because they could. Once everything was ready and everyone sat down, Alex turned on the first episode of the online show Ghostfacers. 10 minutes into the viewing, no one in the room could stop laughing. The show turned out to be openly ridiculous. 1 minute a hunter would run away screaming, the next the scary object would be nothing more than a fallen plank. The situations got funnier and funnier. I have a question, can ghosts really be driven off with salt and iron? Bella asked thoughtfully after the explanations about ghost hunting. Not defeated, but driven away. To get rid of one for good, you have to burn the remains or the object the spirit is attached to, Samantha answered, looking into her father's journal. Is there no other way? Bella asked hesitantly, taking the journal into her hands. Usually ghosts are people with unfinished business. Over time those attachments turn into malice. There are two ways to deal with it, either reconcile the soul with the past, which is almost impossible, or destroy the object of attachment, Alex said while Lucina fed him chips. So, that means digging bodies up from graves. Bella blushed. Yes. You dig them up, salt and pepper, burn them, and voila, the ghost is gone, Alex said dryly. Hunter work is dirty and thankless. Nobody says, thank you, and sometimes they accuse you of not saving someone. Even in Samantha's father's journal there are lots of entries about people he couldn't save. Learning is one thing, doing it is another. If you're not ready, just learn and don't get into it. Bella lowered her eyes to Samantha's father's journal and came across an entry about a young man he failed to save. Some creature called a striga had grabbed him. The lines chilled Bella to the bone. She realized again that the supernatural world was not benevolent but full of danger and pain. Edward, noticing how pale she'd gone, put his hand on her shoulder, quietly letting her know he was there and wouldn't leave her alone in that world of nightmares. Alex only shook his head quietly. He had warned many times, hunting creatures and ghosts is deadly dangerous and far from predictable. He understood Samantha's desire to become stronger and to learn how to defend herself and supported her. She clearly understood the price to be paid. But Bella had no experience, no weapons, not even the slightest protection in case some monster took an interest in her. All right, enough gloomy stuff, Emmett broke the silence. I've got a question, what if there's no body? Or the object the ghost is attached to is gone? How do you put it to rest then? Excellent question, my dear pupil Emmett, Alex smirked, placing a candy in his hand. For cleverness. Emmett smiled appreciatively, and the others looked at Alex, waiting for him to continue. Well, Rosalie drawled, stretching slightly, this is actually interesting. I, for one, have never encountered ghosts. As Alex said, Lucina spoke, running her fingers through his hair, most of the time burning the body or object works. But sometimes a spirit isn't tied to anything material. Then it gets much harder, those spirits are usually bound to the place itself. So does the house have to be burned? Or just demolished? Edward raised an eyebrow. First of all, that rarely helps, Alice said, tapping Alex's knee with a finger. And secondly, if a spirit is tied to a place, it means something truly terrible happened there. For example? Bella asked, tilting her head. In short, mass slaughter, Alex answered, standing up and scanning the room. Many victims, one culprit. We actually had documents on a similar case. Where did I put them? I saw them upstairs, in our room, Samantha said, getting up. I'll bring them. Samantha went up to the second floor, entered the room, and approached the cabinet where neatly stacked printed documents were kept. Finding the right folder, she quickly came back down and handed it to Alex. He opened the folder and spread the papers out on the table. Inside were personal files of doctors, patients, and staff from the psychiatric hospital, including a separate, particularly large dossier on the head doctor, Arthur Fritkin. This hospital was located not far from here, Emmett remarked, flipping through one of the documents. That's right, Alex nodded. Very few people know what really happened at the Collingwood Hospital. The head doctor, Arthur Fritkin, completely lost his mind. He was obsessed with the supernatural and conducted monstrous experiments on the patients. He paused briefly and tapped a finger on a photograph showing a balding man in a white coat with a vacant stare. At one point, the patients rebelled. They killed almost all the staff along with Fritkin. After that, terrible things started happening in the hospital, windows opening on their own, screams echoing through the corridors, people disappearing. In 1950, it was shut down. Since then, no one has gone near it, and believe me, for good reason. Alex pulled out another stack of documents and tossed it onto the table. Since the closure, over 100 people have disappeared, and that's only the ones we know about. How many actually vanished is unknown. And they all became ghosts, right? Bella asked quietly, flipping through the files with photos of the missing. To put it mildly, it ended very badly for them, Alex replied. The main ghost there is Arthur Fritkin himself. He keeps the other spirits trapped inside the hospital, continuing his experiments even after death. This place is cursed, it's better not to go near it. So, to free the others, you have to defeat him. Like in video games? Emmett asked, raising an eyebrow. Alex smirked. Ah, if only it were that simple. Lucina, my love, please open the files from the FBC database that you were reading yesterday. There were a couple of reports on this hospital. Lucina nodded and connected her tablet to the TV, displaying a massive document on the screen. The top line of the report read, Collingwood Psychiatric Hospital, Classification, Spatial Anomaly. Everyone except Emmett exchanged glances, not fully understanding what it meant. Only Emmett frowned as he read the line. He immediately realized how serious it was. If even the FBC database classified the site as a spatial anomaly, solving the problem would be far more complicated than it seemed. Spatial anomaly. Jasper muttered, that's like a place where the laws of physics don't apply, right? Almost, Alex replied, standing and leaning on the back of the couch. It's distorted space. These zones can stretch distances, alter the flow of time, and warp perception of reality itself. Sometimes, they can even pull you in, like a trap. In the case of Collingwood, if you stay there overnight, you wake up somewhere else entirely, with no way out. After his explanation, the living room fell silent. The expressions on everyone's faces were tense and worried. Alex didn't rush to make any decisions. No one had entered the hospital for a long time, and there was no pressing reason to intervene yet. But he knew that if the anomaly was starting to manifest again, it was only a matter of time before someone wandered in by accident. While Alex continued explaining the details, the Cullens and Bella were engrossed in flipping through the dossiers and documents, studying the diagrams and photographs. Suddenly, a phone rang. Bella got up, grabbed her phone, and stepped aside. A few minutes later, she returned to the couch, pale, with a bewildered expression. What happened? Edward asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. It was Charlie, Bella said quietly. He asked where I was, and said that 2 of our classmates had gone missing in the forest. Missing? You mean they just got lost? Rosalie frowned. Bella shook her head. No. The search party found their things, a wallet soaked in blood and signs of a struggle. Do you think it's that trio of vampires? Samantha asked, her voice hardening. Maybe, Bella whispered, squeezing Edward's hand tighter. The main thing is whether they found the bodies, Jane interjected coldly. If not, it could be much worse. Worse. Bella frowned. Worse than death. That they didn't die, Rosalie said grimly. If those 3 turned them, we now have newborn vampires in the area. And those are the most dangerous. They can't control their thirst. If there are newborns roaming the forest right now, it could turn into a disaster, especially with search teams out there. Alex stood up from the couch. Then we need to act. Find the bodies, or whatever remains of them. If they really are newborns, we have to catch them before they kill anyone. Everyone agreed. No one wanted new hunters showing up in Forks because of newborn vampires. They decided to split into 3 groups. Lucina, Samantha, and Bella stayed at home, while the others headed into the forest. Alex and I, together, Emmett said, clenching his fist. We'll work like last time. Alice, Rosalie, and Jane, 2nd group, Alex added. Jasper and Edward, 3rd. After splitting up, they disappeared among the trees. Alex and Emmett moved quickly, leaping across branches, careful not to be seen by the search teams. Alex, do you feel that? Emmett whispered, stopping on a branch. Alex inhaled deeply. Smells like blood. Over there. He pointed in the direction. They jumped down and raced toward the source of the scent. After a few minutes, they reached a small clearing. The air reeked of iron, and the grass was darkened with dried blood. Emmett spotted a body under an upturned tree root. Alex. Over here. They approached. Alex pushed aside the obstructing root. Beneath it lay a man with a pale face and a throat torn down to the bone. Newborns, Emmett said grimly. Only they could rip a victim like this. Alex crouched, examining the ground. Bloody tracks led deeper into the forest. See, he said, pointing. The trail goes that way. That direction's Quillet territory, Emmett noted. Think he went that way? I don't know, Alex replied, standing. But if wolves tore up a newborn, that's one less problem for us. He straightened, casting a final glance at the body. At least, that's something to hope for. After finishing with the body, Alex and Emmett dashed further along the trail left by the newborn. Halfway through, they heard a prolonged howl and quickened their pace. The closer they got, the clearer the sounds of a furious struggle became, thudding blows, rasps, growls, and the crack of breaking branches. Reaching the clearing, Alex and Emmett saw several massive wolves surrounding 2 newborn vampires. The air was thick with the scent of blood and animal rage. Some of the wolves were wounded, but they held their ground, unsurprising, given that they were fighting creatures whose strength and speed exceeded human limits. Emmett clicked his tongue and smirked, watching the spectacle. It wasn't every day you saw wolves going toe-to-toe with vampires. While Alex and Emmett stayed hidden in the shadows, the largest wolf, clearly the pack leader, growled low and lunged forward. The newborn didn't react in time. The wolf sank its teeth into his throat, pinning him to the ground. The second newborn rushed to help, but the other wolves immediately surrounded him and tore him apart. Within moments, the first newborn was dead, and the massive wolf stood over him, breathing heavily. Alex whistled, impressed by their efficiency. However, his whistle instantly drew the wolves' attention. They turned, growling and baring their teeth, and when they saw Emmett nearby, the rage in their eyes intensified. Emmett smirked confidently and cracked his knuckles, showing he wasn't opposed to a little action. "Hey, enough growling, or I might just swing this stick," Alex said lazily, pulling out a cigarette. "Who's in charge here? We need to talk." The wolves glanced at each other, then all eyes turned to the largest, Alpha. He stared at Alex briefly, then silently disappeared into the bushes. A minute later, a tall guy with tan skin and short black hair stepped out from behind the trees. He was wearing nothing but shorts. Alex squinted, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "I wonder how much they spend on clothes if they always end up naked after transforming." "So, you're the boss, huh?" "Alpha, if I'm not mistaken." "What's your name?" Awkward to just say, "Hey, wolf," Alex exhaled a stream of smoke. "Sam," he replied shortly, frowning. "And vampires don't belong here. Leave." "For starters, I'm not a vampire," Alex said calmly. "And we're here on business. These two," he nodded toward the torn bodies of the newborns, "killed several people in the forest." "Who turned them?" Sam demanded sharply, glancing at Emmett. "Not the Cullens," Alex said firmly. 3 vampires showed up in town. That's their doing. I've already handled them, so you don't need to worry." "Then why are they here?" Sam pressed. "Just passing through," Alex shrugged. "Left a trail of corpses behind. You can check with Billy Black, he knows. Still friends with Charlie Swan, after all." He took another drag and added, "And before we leave, consider this a warning. Hunters might come to town. One is already here, and he has plenty of reason to poke around. To them, you're monsters just like vampires. They won't care why you transform, they'll just shoot. So for the next couple of weeks, lay low, and don't mark trees or someone else's lawns." Emmett snorted quietly, turning away to hide his laughter. "We'll keep that in mind," Sam grumbled, struggling to stay calm, though it was clear Alex's joke had hit a nerve. Alex just smirked and waved his hand. "All right then. Good luck, Alpha." He and Emmett headed off, and once they were clear of the Quileute territory, Emmett couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. "Did you see his face?" he laughed. "His eye was twitching when you mentioned the lawns." "Yeah," Alex smirked, pulling out his phone. "All right, time to tell Alice the newborns are taken care of." He called, and, unfortunately, heard that Alice, Rosalie, and Jane had also found a couple of bodies. When Alex and Emmett returned home, the others were already gathered in the living room. Emmett, unable to contain himself, recounted everything that had happened, including Sam's reaction to Alex's joke. The Cullens laughed together, while Bella shook her head, unsure whether to laugh or be embarrassed for her friends. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, new bodies had been found. The number of victims had risen again. Realizing this, Charlie immediately ordered the search to be called off and the bodies brought to the hospital. An hour later, as night had blanketed Forks in a thick fog, Donna stepped out of the sheriff's office building. Her face was furrowed, fatigue and irritation mixed into an expression she knew all too well. She had been tracking these vampires since Stillwater, yet had never seen them in person. Only their bodies. Corpses. Over and over. But with each new murder, her doubts grew. Something didn't add up. The bodies weren't just drained of blood, they had been mangled, as if torn apart by wild beasts. Vampires didn't work like that. Donna slid into her pickup, pulled her phone from the glove compartment, and dialed a familiar number. After a couple of rings, a sleepy but recognizable voice answered. "Hello. Donna. What's going on? Why are you calling so late?" Dean asked, and somewhere in the background, a beer bottle cap clicked. "Hi, Dean," Donna said, smiling though her voice betrayed her exhaustion. "Are you and Sam free? I could use some help." "We just got back, well, almost uneventfully," Dean replied with a slight smirk in his voice. "So what's going on? And where are you now?" "Forks, Washington. A small town, but it seems there's plenty of trouble. I've been tracking vampires all the way from Stillwater, but the more I see, the more I think they might not be vampires at all," Donna said, her voice tinged with fatigue. "Why do you think that?" "Hold on a sec," Dean said, and a click sounded as the speakerphone was activated. "Okay, Sam's on now too." "Hi, Donna," Sam's calm voice came through. "What have you found out?" "All the bodies were drained and torn apart," she began, glancing into the rearview mirror as if expecting to see something behind her. "But a couple of hours ago, new victims were found. They have bite marks on their necks, but not normal ones. It's like someone tried to bite a chunk out of the throat, not just drink the blood." Sam murmured. "Sounds like ghouls. But they rarely migrate." Usually, they stay in one place, feed on corpses, and leave the living alone, unless hunger drives them. That's what I thought too, Donna agreed. All right, Dean said after a short pause. We're on our way. Driving from Kansas isn't exactly quick, but we'll try to get there as soon as possible. If anything happens, call immediately, got it? Understood. I'll stay in touch, she replied, exhaling with relief, and ended the call. Putting the phone down, Donna started the engine and headed toward the motel where she had booked a room. Tomorrow would be a long day, and she knew she would likely get little to no sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, Dean stared at his half-finished beer and let out a heavy sigh. Great, I was just about to relax, he muttered. I managed to sit for 5 whole minutes, and I didn't even finish my beer. Sam smirked, setting his bag in the Impala's trunk. You didn't think they'd leave us alone for long, did you? I was hoping, Dean replied, slamming the trunk shut. But I guess hope isn't our strong suit, and I just wanted to eat some pie and drink my beer. They climbed into the car, the engine roared, and the black Impala tore off, disappearing into the darkness of the night highway. Little did they know, in Forks they wouldn't be facing just monsters, but someone who would turn their lives upside down. Or, make them even crazier. To be continued. To hell with this day. I didn't get anything done today. Not only did I oversleep, but I was completely swamped not only at work but also with household chores. Anyway, Dean and Sam will be here soon. Yeah, we waited. I'm not sure how it will be yet. But it will be soon. Chapter 509, Life in Forks is getting more interesting. Sunday morning in Alex's house began just like any other weekend morning. Alex and the girls lazed on the couch until 10 o'clock before finally getting up to wash and have breakfast. Samantha, half asleep, stood in front of the mirror brushing her teeth, lazily leaning her shoulder against Alex, who was washing up beside her. Alice flat out refused to get up from the couch, sprawled out with her arms and legs in every direction. She just lay there with her eyes closed, pretending not to hear anyone calling her. Lucina had washed up first, but now, while getting dressed, was battling sleepiness. Her eyelids kept drooping, and she was one step away from dozing off while standing. This Sunday promised to be the laziest day yet in Alex's house. Even Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were unusually quiet, peacefully napping in their corners. Fighting off laziness with great effort, Alex and the girls finally made it downstairs for breakfast, or, more accurately, to at least try to eat something, since no one really felt like doing anything at all. After breakfast, life seemed to slowly return to the house, but only just enough to beat drowsiness, not boredom. Alex settled onto the couch with a cup of coffee and turned on the TV to a random channel, just to have something playing in the background. A few hours passed. Alex still hadn't decided what to do, so he just scrolled through his phone, replying to messages. Lucina, tired from reading through police, FBI, and FBC archives, sprawled across the couch with her legs on Alex's lap, lazily scrolling through her tablet. Samantha decided to redo her manicure, and of course Alice immediately wanted the same color. The two sat by the small table near the couch, surrounded by an entire set of colorful nail polishes. Meanwhile, Alex was messaging Saga to see how she was doing. He was glad she had taken a short vacation from her FBI work and gone with her husband and daughter to visit Tor and Odin Anderson in Bright Falls. Saga had even sent him a picture of Tor and Odin playing with their great-granddaughter. Alex, of course, couldn't help but wonder if those two old men had already gotten drunk or were managing to stay sober for the kids' sake. The answer came quickly. Saga's next photo showed empty bottles on the table. Alex just smirked. That explained everything. Alex, give me your hand, said Alice with a mischievous smile when she noticed he was distracted by his messages. Alex absent-mindedly held out his hand while continuing to type. He was asking Saga not only about how she was feeling after the events in Bright Falls, but also about Casey. According to Saga, he had also taken a break and gone fishing, though in Casey's case, that word always sounded suspicious. Saga also mentioned that she had received a job offer from the FBC but hadn't decided whether to accept it yet. Alex, knowing her well, was sure she'd make the right choice. Still, he wrote that working for the Bureau was more dangerous than the FBI, but at least her family would be under his protection. Saga understood that, which was exactly why she was still hesitating. Now the other hand, said Alice, smiling as Alex stayed completely absorbed in the conversation. Alex only grunted vaguely, switched his phone to the other hand, and obediently offered the second one, just as Alice asked. He kept texting Saga, completely unaware of why Alice and Samantha were quietly giggling. Lucina, who had been reading on her tablet, glanced at the girls and couldn't help but smile too. She was amused by how focused Alex looked, typing away, utterly oblivious to what was happening right under his nose. She was actually curious to see his reaction once he finally realized what Alice had done. Meanwhile, Alex texted Saga again, asking how her husband and daughter reacted to the news that they suddenly had two grandfathers. Saga replied almost instantly, David had insisted they all go to Bright Falls to visit the old men. While Logan was thrilled, she was finally going to meet her great-grandfathers. Alex sighed, imagining the kind of things those two perpetually drunk old men might have told their great-granddaughter. Continuing the conversation, he asked if Logan had inherited the same gift that ran in the Anderson family. But even Saga didn't know the answer. The girl was still too young to tell. After a while, Saga texted that the whole family was planning to drop by the Coffee World, just for a little adventure. Of course, Alex didn't forget to remind her how her previous little adventure at that very Coffee World had ended. In response, Saga sent him a middle finger emoji. Alex chuckled and put his phone down on the table. Only then did he notice what Samantha and Alice were up to. The girls were calmly painting his nails black and drawing some sort of patterns on them. Alex turned his other hand and saw the result. His nails were neatly coated in black, with a red pentagram painted on top. "Looks like you two are having fun while I'm busy," Alex said, glancing at the girls with a faint smile. "Well, you were so focused," Alice replied with a bright grin. "So I thought you could use a manicure too. And admit it, it looks awesome." "I wouldn't say it's bad," Alex mused, studying his hand. "Actually, it's quite nice. If you look closely, you even painted tiny details of a demon trap." "That was all, Alice," Samantha said proudly. "My hands would have fallen off trying to draw something that precise. Though honestly, I kinda want one like that next time. But for today, I'll keep it simple." Alex wasn't surprised that Alice could draw such tiny, intricate details. She really did have a talent for art. He took Samantha's hand and examined her manicure with interest. Even without being an expert, Alex could tell it was beautiful, dark trees against the backdrop of an evening sky. A landscape," he said quietly. "Definitely Alice's work." Samantha just smirked. Meanwhile, Alice showed off her own nails, a deep blue background with shimmering stars, like a fragment of the night sky. When Alice finished decorating Alex's hands, he turned them thoughtfully in front of him. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. What if those demon traps actually worked if he grabbed someone by the collar? Lucina, who had been watching the whole scene from the couch, couldn't resist anymore. She wanted a manicure too. Sliding off the couch, she sat next to Alice on the floor, and the latter instantly perked up, grabbing her palette of nail polishes. The girls started discussing what pattern to choose, while Samantha, giving up her spot to Lucina, moved to the couch beside Alex. She put her legs across his lap, wrapped an arm around his waist, and rested her cheek on his shoulder. "Why didn't you use that thing that Prince designs on nails?" Alex asked, watching the process. "What thing?" Samantha asked lazily, not lifting her head from his shoulder. "I don't remember what it's called," Alex replied thoughtfully. "I saw it back in Night City. You just stick your finger in the device, and a few seconds later, you've got whatever design you want." "Sounds convenient," Alice said without looking up. "You'll show us later." "I want to see that wonder gadget." Alex nodded and reached into his inventory. A few seconds later, he pulled out a small device and set it on the table in front of the girls. Lucina recognized it immediately. She'd used one many times back when she lived in Night City. Gloria, Kiwi, and Becca had them too, as did half the women in the megacity. Samantha wanted to try it out right away, but after glancing at the neat design Alice had painted on her nails, she changed her mind. It would have been a shame to ruin such beauty. Lucina, however, decided to demonstrate how it worked. Connecting to the device via her phone, she inserted her finger into the small slot. After a few seconds, the device quietly hummed, and Lucina's nail turned a deep purple that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow at different angles. Samantha and Alice watched with genuine interest. "My designs are still better," Alice said with a satisfied smile, deliberately showing off her manicure. "No one's arguing with you, my love," Alex replied softly, stroking her hair. "But don't forget, this is from Lucina's world. Many things there weren't made for utility, but to show off or stand out. Especially among the wealthy. Some types of chrome were created purely to flaunt how rich someone is." "And how much did those implants cost?" Samantha asked, looking at Lucina with keen interest. "I only know about your world from the memories Alex shared with me. But all of this sounds insane." "Oh, the prices vary," Lucina began, while Alice continued giving her a manicure. "For example, Sandy, a time accelerator used by Maine, cost about €250,000 on the black market. And that was a military prototype. Custom versions for corporates could start at $300,000 and go up to $1 million. That's a lot." Samantha asked thoughtfully. "I don't really understand how expensive that is." "Very," Alex said. "Even just wearing those implants was dangerous. I remember one job, I had to deliver a couple of implants to a corporate client. They were custom praying mantis arms made of gold. And they cost, damn it, $1.3 million. Praying mantis arms. Made of gold." Alice blinked in shock. Why would anyone even want to look like an insect? Not literally, Alex laughed. Their blades hidden in the forearms. When extended, they resemble mantis blades, hence the name. But yes, if I had stolen that implant and sold it to the right people, I could have made 1.5 million. I remember that case, Lucina added with a light smile. After that, Pilar whined for a whole week that he wanted golden arms too. Pilar, that's Becca's brother, right? Alice asked. Tall, with a mohawk and a permanent smirk. That's him, Lucina nodded. Once we were coming back from work, just wanted to have a drink, walking through an alley. And there was some idiot sitting on a container, pissing into a barrel. And that's normal. Samantha raised an eyebrow. For Night City, absolutely, Alex smirked. All right, I'll continue while Lucina's busy. We walked by, and the sound of his piss hitting metal pissed Pilar off. He, as usual, couldn't hold back and went up to the guy with complaints. Turns out, the guy was a cyberpsycho. And this cyberpsycho almost killed Pilar, only shot off his ear. Oh my god. Samantha exhaled. And you know what he said afterward? Alex chuckled, shaking his head. Well, now I can attach golden ears. Oh, typical Pilar, Lucina laughed, shaking her head. Samantha and Alice exchanged glances, then stared at Alex and Lucina, their expressions silently asking, are they serious right now? Alex just chuckled and pulled out his phone, showing pictures of Pilar, before and after his upgraded ear. Samantha and Alice leaned in to examine the photos. In the first, Pilar had a normal ear, in the second, it was golden, gleaming in the sunlight. The girl's reaction made Alex chuckle softly. Pilar's a strange guy, of course, he said, smiling, but smart. He even did some side work for companies that made implants to earn money for upgrades. And what's he up to now? Alice asked, finishing the pattern on Lucina's nails. He lives in Orario, right, like the rest of you. Alex helped him open a prosthetics shop, Lucina said, admiring her fresh manicure. And it became incredibly popular. Orario has plenty of adventurers who've lost limbs in the dungeon. Pilar doesn't just make prosthetics, he customizes them for clients. You could say he's literally swimming in money. Even aristocrats come from other cities to buy his prosthetics. Aristocrats? Aren't they supposed to be arrogant? Samantha asked, snuggling closer to Alex. In Orario, status hardly matters, Lucina smirked. Unless you're a strong adventurer, or Alex. He has more influence there than any noble. Our family owns part of the city, and Alex once single-handedly killed a world-threatening disaster. And that's not even mentioning Freya and Hephaestus' influence. Lucina poked Alex's knee with her finger. Alex just smirked. He never really cared how the people of Orario felt about him. But Lucina, of course, couldn't resist the chance to talk about how people reacted whenever he returned. Every time Alex appeared in the city, some grand change inevitably followed. Alex just shrugged. In the end, everyone was happy, the residents, and the gods too, who found new ways to entertain themselves so they wouldn't go mad from boredom or start another chaos. The conversation gradually shifted to simple, everyday topics. After a while, Bella came by. She hadn't forgotten that she wanted to learn more about fighting supernatural beings. But the moment she stepped through the doorway, Alice immediately grabbed her hand and dragged her to the low table. Bella just blinked, and suddenly she was sitting on the floor while Alice skillfully worked on her manicure. As a teenage girl, Bella couldn't help but notice how beautiful Lucina's and Samantha's nails looked. But when her gaze fell on Alex's hands, she became a little flustered. Nice manicure, she said shyly. Yeah, thanks, Alex replied with the calmest expression. Well, while you're having your little girl's day, I'll run to the store. Want me to pick anything up? I left a list on the fridge, Lucina said, nodding toward the kitchen. It has everything we're missing. And get some apples, added Alice without looking up from her work. I want to bake an apple pie. But we already have apples, Alex noted calmly. Those ones? No way. They're sour. Only you and your brother can eat them. I won't touch them, Alice snorted, sticking her tongue out at him. Lucina and Samantha immediately understood which apples she meant and exchanged a glance. Better not touch them. Bella, meanwhile, just blinked in confusion, not understanding the fuss. Alex smirked, shrugged, and walked over to the fridge. Scanning the shopping list, he nodded. At that moment, Stitch came down from the second floor, grinning widely and tapping along the steps. His goal was simple, to get his favorite milkshake from the fridge. He was almost there when, suddenly, he was lifted into the air and a second later, sat in the front seat of the Impala, milkshake in paw, secured by the seatbelt. Stitch blinked, staring at Alex in shock. You're coming with me, Alex said calmly, enough sitting in your room playing video games. No, Stitch grumbled, reaching to unbuckle the belt. Then no pie. But if you come with me, you get the biggest slice, Alex replied evenly, turning the key in the ignition. Stitch's paw froze midair at Alex's words. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, he looked up. Not a single muscle in Alex's face twitched, he was completely serious. Stitch quickly ran the situation through his head, weighing the pros and cons, and of course reached the obvious conclusion: he wasn't giving up the apple pie. Especially not the biggest slice. Just the thought made his mouth water. He imagined sitting at the table with tiny pieces for Gir and Mimi, while he had a huge slab of fragrant pie. Deciding that the benefits far outweighed the downsides, Stitch lowered his paw and sat upright, hugging his milkshake. Noticing this, Alex grinned, turned the key, and the Impala's engine purred softly. The drive to the store was calm, except for the fact that Stitch turned on music and started dancing in the passenger seat, waving his paws to the beat. When they arrived, Alex parked the car and, without wasting a moment, pulled a leash from his inventory. He put it on Stitch and wasn't even surprised by the annoyed look the little rebel shot him. "You're serious right now," the look said without words. Alex just rolled his eyes, opened the door, and lifted Stitch into his arms. Closing the Impala, he attached the leash to his belt, just in case the little troublemaker decided to cause chaos in the middle of the supermarket. After waiting for the cars to pass, Alex crossed the street and entered the store. Stitch immediately tried to pull him toward the snack aisle, but Alex, armed with the shopping list, had no intention of giving in. He rolled the cart with one hand while holding the list in the other, completely ignoring Stitch's protests. At one point, Stitch simply plopped down on the floor, crossed his paws over his chest, and dramatically refused to move any further without his treats. Alex wasn't impressed. He continued walking, dragging Stitch along the floor as if the little alien experiment were nothing more than a stubborn puppy. After gathering everything they needed, including the apples for the promised pie, Alex finally turned toward the snack aisle, deciding to give Stitch a chance to pick out a couple of packs. Of course, Stitch interpreted this in his own way. The moment they entered, he started filling the cart with everything in sight: chips, cookies, sweets, and even dog treats, simply because the packaging looked tasty. Alex had to exert quite a bit of effort to stop the energetic little creature, who seemed determined to buy out the entire aisle. After managing to calm him down and removing half of the mountain of snacks, Alex rolled the cart to the checkout. Standing in line, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure ahead of him. "Oh, Sheriff Donna." "Good morning," he said cheerfully. Donna, lost in her thoughts, turned at the familiar voice. Seeing Alex, she immediately smiled. Forgetting him was impossible. This guy always radiated calm and friendliness, as if just being near him made the world feel safer. "Good morning, Alex. I see you're shopping too." "And who's this little cutie?" she asked, noticing Stitch at his feet. "This is Stitch, my pet," Alex replied with a smile. "Looks like he decided to help pick out groceries today. And I see you've decided to treat yourself to some sweets too," he added, glancing at Donna's basket. "Sometimes you have to," she admitted with a slight blush. "Being a sheriff isn't easy. Stress makes you crave something sweet, and yes," she smirked, "it's showing a bit on me. By the way, nice manicure you've got there." Alex smirked. "That is a recent result of spending time with the girls," he said. "And what about the stress? Did something happen? Is it about the bodies found in the forest yesterday? Or the 2 missing school kids?" Donna tensed. "How do you know about that? No one's even talked about it publicly yet." "Sheriff Donna, don't forget, I'm friends with your colleague's daughter," Alex replied calmly. "We were at my place yesterday when Charlie called and reported the missing people. And Bella said this morning that they found more bodies." "Oh, right." Donna sighed. "They found 5 more bodies last night. Poor things, just unlucky to run into wild animals." "Have they found the kids?" Alex asked, though he already knew the answer. "Unfortunately, no," Donna shook her head. "When they found the new bodies, Sheriff Swan ordered everyone pulled back. Just in case." "I see." Alex scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Were you able to figure out what kind of creature is attacking? Wolves, maybe. Or a rabid bear. Although." He smirked, "Maybe some forest monster got bored of being alone." "Why did you mention a monster?" Donna asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. "I just like reading old legends," Alex said, pretending it was a simple joke. "In small towns, you stumble across them everywhere. I thought, maybe something really did awaken in the forest. Although," he smirked again, "monsters don't really exist. It's all just stories." He said it with a light smile, but for a brief instant, a shadow flickered in his eyes, so fast that Donna might have thought it was just a trick of the light. Donna continued to smile but listened carefully to Alex's words. Deep down, she decided she would tell Dean and Sam about this when they arrived in town. Alex, meanwhile, calmly stood with her in line, chatting about various trivial things and dropping subtle hints. He knew perfectly well that Donna was connected to the Winchester brothers and was confident, if she couldn't find the answers herself, she would call them. What Alex didn't know was that Donna already had. She had called Dean and Sam, asking for their help. When they left the store, Alex said goodbye to Donna and, carrying the shopping bags, headed toward the Impala. Donna watched him go. For a moment, she felt that he might somehow be connected to what was happening. After all, he had only moved to town a month and a half ago, a very suspicious coincidence. Besides, his words about a monster in the forest didn't sound like a joke, they sounded like a hint. Donna had been sheriff for several years and could easily read intonations. Alex got behind the wheel, started the engine, and, passing Donna's pickup, waved to her. She nodded in response, and he turned on the music and drove home, wondering whether she had picked up on his hints or not. At home, Alex unloaded the groceries from the trunk and went inside. In the living room, the girls were already settled in front of the TV, watching another episode of Ghostfacers with keen interest. Passing through the kitchen, Alex began putting the groceries away and, in the process, explained why he had been delayed. When the girls learned he had been talking to Sheriff Donna, they just nodded knowingly. Bella added a few details she had heard from her father. Everyone already knew that the string of murders was the work of James, Victoria, and Laurent, but the rest of the townspeople, including Bella's father, could never have imagined that the killers were vampires. Evening came unnoticed. Bella left with Edward for a date, leaving the house quiet and cozy. As promised, Alice baked an apple pie, and Stitch, fairly, got the largest slice. Of course, within a minute he was already bragging about it to Gir and Mimi, which, naturally, ended in another scuffle. Alex and the girls just watched with smiles as the trio fought again over trivial things, like whose piece was bigger or who ate the last snack. After dinner, Alex suggested going to the beach, just for a walk and some fresh air. The girls happily agreed. Returning from a short walk along the rocky shore, everyone settled comfortably in the bedroom and started a movie. After a while, one by one, they fell asleep. A new day arrived, which meant another school week had begun. This time, Alex woke up on his own, without any help. He felt that this Monday was going to be special, and his intuition rarely failed him. After a quick wash, he went down to the living room and kissed Lucina, Alice, Samantha, and Mari, who had just arrived to make breakfast. While Alex ate, the girls exchanged suspicious glances. Usually on Mondays, he looked like he was ready to kill someone just to avoid going to school. But today, he was smiling, and even his eyes held a spark of anticipation. "Why are you so cheerful first thing on a Monday?" Lucina asked, sipping her coffee. "Just have a feeling it's going to be an interesting day," Alex replied, finishing his breakfast. "Interesting, huh?" Mari smirked, resting her cheek on her hand. "What could possibly make a Monday interesting? Or are you planning to send a teacher on a journey of self-discovery again? Who's the victim this time?" Alex's eye twitched at her comment, and Lucina, Alice, and Samantha quietly snickered. "I'm not sending anyone anywhere," he muttered, rolling his eyes. "I just think the day will be interesting." "Suit yourself, dear," Mari smirked. "I have to go to the clinic. Without me, Shizuka definitely won't open." After kissing Alex, Mari got up from the table, and a portal immediately opened behind her. "Don't get bored at school, dear," she said with a slight smile and, waving goodbye, stepped into the glowing rift, which closed immediately behind her. Lucina, Alice, and Samantha still looked skeptical about Alex's words regarding a wonderful Monday. Their suspicions only grew. Everyone knew, if Alex said the day would be interesting, something was bound to explode, burn, or disappear somewhere. Alex, however, ignored the suspicious looks. After finishing breakfast quickly, he changed his clothes using magic. Alice and Lucina, already ready, stood by the door. Before leaving, Alex kissed Samantha, wished her a good day, and stepped out of the house. Following his morning routine, he waved to Bella and Edward as he arrived to pick her up. Then he got into the Impala with the girls and drove to school. When they arrived, even the Collins exchanged glances. In their opinion, Alex had clearly lost it if he thought a Monday morning could be interesting. Alex just waved it off, repeating with a grin that his instincts never failed him. And, as it turned out, he was right. Another black Impala was rolling into Fork. Old rock music blared from the speakers, and behind the wheel sat Dean Winchester. In the passenger seat was his younger brother, Sam. "Dean, are you sure it was worth driving halfway across the country instead of looking for Crowley or Amara?" Sam asked, turning toward his brother. "Sammy," Dean drawled with a lazy smile, "we've already spent tons of time searching. And what did we find? Nothing. Crowley, as always, knows how to hide. So a little distraction won't hurt. What could go wrong here? Maybe a couple of stray vampires, maybe some ghouls. Nothing new, at least we'll have some fun." Sam shook his head and sighed. "Fine. Which motel is Donna staying at? We should stop by her place first before doing anything." Far West Motel, Dean replied, tapping the rhythm on the steering wheel. We'll grab a room, drop our stuff, then get to work. Classic, find, kill, drink, and go home. Sam just rolled his eyes, staring out the window. A few minutes later, the black Impala pulled up to the Far West Motel. The brothers got out and headed to the front desk. After getting their keys and leaving their things in the room, Sam reached for his phone to call Donna. But there was no need to call. Her pickup drove onto the motel grounds just then. Donna had returned from the station and immediately noticed the brothers standing by the car. A bright, joyful smile spread across her face. She parked, jumped out, and promptly hugged both of them in turn. Great to see you guys. How have you been? Donna asked, beaming with pleasure. Same as always, Donna, Dean replied with a smirk. Did you manage to find anything out? Alas, nothing so far, she sighed. No leads, no traces. Looks like we'll have to examine the bodies ourselves, Sam said, nodding. That can be arranged, Donna replied. I know the local sheriff. The bodies have already been examined by Dr. Colin, a local celebrity. Colin? Dean asked, raising an eyebrow. And what makes him so famous? Donna grinned. Well, besides being handsome, charming, and gentle, the dream of every unmarried woman, she giggled. He's also one hell of a doctor. Dean smirked. Not a doctor, a walking romantic hero. So what now? Sam asked, turning to his brother. First, we head to the sheriff's office, then the morgue, Dean said, slamming the Impala's door decisively. Let's see what wandered into this town. Sam nodded and went to change into his FBI suit. A few minutes later, the brothers were ready. Sam straightened his tie, and Dean, as usual, rolled his eyes and muttered. Hate suits. Feel like an accountant. At least for 5 minutes, you can look like a grown-up, Sam smirked. Dean just snorted and headed to the car. Following Donna's pickup, they soon arrived at the sheriff's office. Inside, at a desk, sat Charlie Swan, intently reviewing papers related to the bodies found in the woods. Donna knocked on the doorframe, drawing his attention. The sheriff looked up and saw Donna, and next to her, 2 men in sharp suits with unreadable faces. Donna. Charlie raised an eyebrow in surprise. You left just a couple of hours ago. And who's with you? FBI agents, she replied, stepping aside. They came about the killings. Agents Ford and Hamill, Dean introduced himself, showing his badge. Sam did the same. Charlie frowned, glanced quickly at their credentials. FBI. And why, pray tell, would FBI agents be dealing with wild animal attacks? We already established this is most likely just a bear. Sheriff Swan, Sam said calmly, we go where the Bureau sends us. If it's only wild animals, great. We'll just confirm it ourselves. Charlie looked at them skeptically, then shrugged. All right, your call. But I'm warning you, you're wasting your time. Where are the bodies now? Dean cut in. We'd like to take a look. At the morgue. The coroner's assistant is on duty right now, I'll let them know you're coming, Charlie said, picking up his phone. Thanks for the help, Sheriff, Sam nodded. A few minutes later Dean, Sam, and Donna pulled up at the local morgue. The coroner's assistant met them at the entrance, nodded briefly, and, without asking questions, led them into the refrigerated room, then disappeared behind the door. 3 steel tables. White sheets. The smell of disinfectant. Sam and Dean approached silently. When they pulled the covers back, deep, ragged wounds showed on the bodies, as if some immense force had tried to rip throats out. 2 were literally torn in half. Well, definitely not vampires, Dean said quietly, studying the wounds. Too chaotic. Werewolves don't do that either, the hearts are intact. Sam frowned as he removed his gloves. Nor ghouls. Too clean for them. What about the missing students? Have they been found? Dean turned to Donna. No, she sighed. They're combing the woods, but there are no traces. Maybe it's a Wendigo, Dean suggested. Looks similar, animalistic behavior, brutality. But a Wendigo would usually drag bodies back to its lair, not rip them apart on the spot. And where did the 2 students go? Sam shook his head. I don't think so. Donna said the trail leads from Stillwater itself. A Wendigo wouldn't wander that far. Donna frowned thoughtfully. One guy told me that the monster might have awoken after a long sleep. What guy? Sam asked, interested. Who? Alex, Donna replied. A New Forks resident. Weird but smart. He also has an Impala. Lives near the sheriff. Goes to the same school as his daughter. School, you say? Dean raised an eyebrow and smirked. Perfect. Time to play our favorite game, FBI drops by the high school to question students. Maybe we'll hear what the locals are whispering about, Sam added, nodding. Donna smiled. Knowing you two, you'll find trouble anyway. Part of the job, Sheriff, Dean said, slamming the Impala door. So, Sammy, shall we go to class? Sam sighed as he climbed in beside him. Try calling me biology teacher, and I'll kill you. To be continued. So, here they are, Dean and Sam, arriving in Forks. I'm debating whether to dedicate a whole chapter to this, or just let things unfold. Personally, I think most of the episode is them talking about family, and then, with a miracle of luck, they find the right trail. Okay, screw it, I don't know, I'm hungry right now. I'll go get something to eat. Have a nice day. Chapter 510, while some hunt, others relax. After visiting the morgue, Sam and Dean headed to Forks High School to question the local students and find a guy named Alex, whom Donna had mentioned. The brothers didn't fully understand what she meant when she said Alex was hard to confuse with anyone else, his appearance was unforgettable. But now they were about to see for themselves. When they arrived at the school, Dean turned the wheel and pulled into the parking lot. Fate, as if mocking him, had left the only free spot right next to another black Impala. Sam couldn't resist and gently nudged his brother with his elbow. Dean looked at him questioningly, and Sam just nodded toward the car. Do you see that? Sam said with a slight smirk. At least this guy has good taste, Dean smirked as he parked next to it. Both got out of the car, continuing to study the other Impala. It was obvious, this was Alex's car, the one Donna had mentioned. Hope he's not a fan of that silly book, Sam remarked dryly. Want me to remind you how that ended last time? Don't, Dean muttered. Watching a bunch of teenagers act us out on stage, that's trauma enough. Especially their musical number. Exactly, Sam nodded. So let's focus on the task. First, we'll see the principal, find out what he knows about the missing students, then talk to the others. Perfect. Maybe we'll even see what they feed them here, Dean said with a grin. You just want to eat, Sam sighed, giving his brother a blank look. So what? We drove for 2 days straight from Kansas. I deserve a burger. Even if it's from the school cafeteria. Sam just rolled his eyes and walked toward the entrance. The school halls were almost empty, class was in session. The brothers looked around, then asked a teacher for directions and headed to the principal's office. The principal was a middle-aged man with a tired but attentive gaze. Sam and Dean introduced themselves and began asking standard questions about the two missing students, carefully slipping in leading questions. Had anyone noticed strange behavior from the kids, who they hung out with, where they might have gone? The principal just shrugged helplessly. Normal kids. Studied, chatted with friends, hung out after school. Nothing strange, I swear. The conversation lasted until the bell rang, signaling the end of class. When the brothers stepped into the hallway, they were immediately met with curious stares. Two men in sharp suits drew too much attention for such a quiet town as Forks. So what now, smart guy? Dean asked, lazily scanning the crowd. Question the missing kids' friends or start with the teachers? I'll handle the teachers, Sam said, pulling out his notebook. Maybe one of them saw something. Then I'll talk to the students. It's lunch now, so half of them will be in the cafeteria, Dean said with his signature grin. Are you going to question students or eat? Sam asked, throwing him a tired look. Doesn't have to be one or the other, Dean replied and confidently headed toward the cafeteria. Sam shook his head and stayed in the hallway, studying the class schedules of the two missing students. Everything looked strange. Why were some found dead while these two simply disappeared? In Sam's mind, a theory was forming, maybe something ancient had awakened in the forest, a spirit, a deity, or a creature protecting its territory. Perhaps it considered the dead ones intruders and decided to sacrifice the two students. But none of this matched what Donna had said, the trail stretched all the way from Stillwater to Forks. Too far for a local deity. Sam didn't have answers yet. Meanwhile, Dean was already striding into the school cafeteria with the expression of a man ready to conduct an interrogation and order a burger at the same time. At the same time, Alex was sitting in the school cafeteria. On either side of him were Lucina and Alice. Emmett couldn't stop laughing at Alex, just because he had painted nails. Alex just rolled his eyes and, lazily stretching, replied that Emmett was simply jealous. Rosalie, on the other hand, was intrigued and immediately declared that she wanted Alice to give her a similar manicure, the same as Alice's, Lucina's, and Bella's. Even Edward, trying not to show it, admitted that Bella's nails looked beautiful. Bella literally blossomed at his praise, even though Edward had said it in his usual awkward way. Meanwhile, Alex felt that this day wasn't over yet, and would most likely bring something interesting. And within a few seconds, his premonition proved true. A man in a black suit appeared in the cafeteria doorway. Alex looked up, and his eyes widened for a moment. A slow, wide, satisfied smile spread across his face. Even Lucina, sitting next to him, froze in surprise. Now that's a twist, Alex smirked, keeping his eyes on the men who had entered. I told you this day would be interesting. And it looks like it's just getting started. Now I understand what you meant, Lucina replied, slightly squinting. The others at the table exchanged glances, not understanding what they were talking about. Following their gaze, everyone saw the men standing in line at the food counter, tall, stern, constantly scanning the room out of habit. Alex was genuinely impressed. Seeing Dean Winchester in person was not the same as watching him on a screen. He already knew the Winchester brothers existed in this world, but still, seeing one of them with his own eyes was something special. Alex smiled, tapping his finger on the table, thinking about how long it would take Dean and Sam to figure out what was happening and find the killers. For a moment, a wild thought crossed his mind, to release one of the monsters from Red City to give the hunters a false lead. But before doing anything, he wanted to discuss it with Lucina, Alice, and Samantha, whether to set up a hunt or let events unfold on their own. Who's that man? An agent. Bella whispered, keeping her eyes on Dean. No, Bella, Alex replied calmly. That man is a hunter. And a pretty well-known one at that. Like his brother. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, Rosalie said, trying to remember. You saw him on our investigation board, Alice interjected. That's Dean Winchester. He has a brother, Sam. There are massive files on both of them, in the police, the FBI, even the FBC. They're like Samantha, heirs of the men of letters. Exactly. Rosalie nodded. Now I remember. Although, he doesn't really look like a hunter. Yeah, especially now, Emmett smirked, watching Dean sit at a table and eat greedily as if he hadn't seen food in a week. Experienced hunter, you say? Alex just smirked and glanced at him. Look at me, Emmett. Do I look like the kind of guy who took down a dozen turned at the Bright Falls Sheriff's Station with just a fire axe? All eyes turned to Alex, who was lazily eating his school lunch. The girls and boys just shook their heads in unison. He looked like a typical lazy student, the kind who either slept through class or was always looking for a reason to skip. His habit of going out for a smoke during breaks made him seem like a school delinquent, and some of his antics within the school walls had already earned him a reputation as the weird guy. Yet, despite all this, Alex somehow remained popular with the girls. Understanding where he was heading again, his friends could only agree, if they didn't actually know who he really was. While Alex was carrying on a casual conversation, Sam Winchester entered the cafeteria. Spotting Dean already engrossed in his meal, Sam exhaled in irritation and made his way to the table. Find anything out? Dean asked, still chewing. First, chew your food, then ask questions, Sam grumbled, clearly annoyed. As you wish, Mama's boy, Dean smirked. So. Teachers know anything. Or dead end. No strange behavior. Normal students, friends, school, home. I'm starting to think this case isn't the same as what Donna was dealing with. Maybe there really is a ghost in the school, Sam replied, shaking his head. What makes you say that? Dean raised an eyebrow. Look for yourself, only students disappear, while adults turn up dead. Either it's some wandering spirit killing along the way until it found what it was looking for, or... Sam frowned, choosing his words carefully. Or what? Dean asked, raising his fork to his mouth. Or the vampires Donna was tracking accidentally awakened something local by killing someone in the woods. That creature could have wiped them out too. It's not the first time monsters kill each other, Sam said, still thinking. So the words of that guy Donna mentioned might actually be true. Dean asked, pushing his empty tray aside. Quite possible. By the way, did you see him? Sam nodded toward the cafeteria. Yeah. There he is. Hard to miss him, Dean replied, nodding over Sam's shoulder toward Alex. Sam turned and immediately understood why Donna said this guy stood out. Alex was sitting back in his chair, his black tousled hair falling slightly over his eyes. His long blue coat, sleeves rolled up, added to the casual, careless look. Dark jeans and black boots completed the image. Feeling the intense gaze, Alex turned his head with a faint, almost lazy smile. His eyes, shimmering in all the colors of the rainbow, met the brothers' stares. Pretending not to understand, he tilted his head slightly, as if silently asking, "What do you want?" Dean and Sam squinted, exchanging glances. Alex calmly stood, hands in his coat pockets, and strolled past them at a leisurely pace, as if nothing had happened. Now I get what Donna meant. This guy really is strange, Dean remarked, nodding toward the door. Didn't you notice his eyes? Sam frowned. No, wasn't paying attention. What about them? Dean asked, turning toward Sam. They're rainbow-colored, Sam said. That shouldn't even be possible. Dean chuckled. Maybe some kind of contact lenses. Still, odd. Especially since he moved here just a month and a half ago, and right after that, the deaths and disappearances started. Then we talked to him, Sam said, getting up from the table. Let's see what he has to say. Dean was the first to rise, and Sam nodded, following him. Both quickly left the cafeteria, trailing Alex, who walked down the school hallway at a slow, almost lazy pace. He didn't even need to look back to know the Winchesters were following him. For a moment, Alex considered playing a little trick on them, pretending to behave suspiciously. So, as he exited the school, he deliberately looked around, making sure Sam and Dean noticed, then calmly headed behind the building. Of course, the Winchesters saw this and followed him. Alex took his usual spot behind the school, where he normally smoked during breaks. He sat on the concrete ledge, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Within a minute, Sam and Dean appeared from around the corner. Smoking on school grounds is actually prohibited, Dean said, trying to sound stern. Oh no, what will I do now? Caught red-handed, how will I ever live? Alex replied in a monotone voice, keeping his expression unchanged. Let's skip that part, Sam interjected, stepping closer. We're here on another matter. Mind answering a few questions? Depends on what questions, and who you are, Alex replied calmly, trying not to smile. Agents Ford and Hamill, Sam said, showing his badge. Dean followed suit. Were you acquainted with the two missing students? FBI, huh? Alex nodded lazily. No, not personally. We crossed paths in a few classes, but I don't really talk to anyone outside my small group. So, no. Maybe you noticed anything suspicious lately? Smell of sulfur, temperature changes, strange people. Dean asked calmly. Alex paused for a moment, studying them seriously, and then nodded. Yeah. I smelled sulfur. And the temperature fluctuated. Really? And where was this? Sam raised an eyebrow. When I was chasing a demon, Alex answered nonchalantly. And the temperature shift happened while I was hunting a ghost with an iron rod. Sam froze, unsure how to react, while Dean quietly chuckled and turned away to hide his smile. Alex couldn't help but smirk slightly, enjoying their reactions. Meanwhile, the girls, watching from a distance, observed with interest as Alex interacted with the Winchesters, the two brothers they had heard so much about. But seeing him act just as calm and teasing as always, they only shook their heads. He never changes. You're joking, right? Sam finally asked, not believing his ears. Agent, monsters don't exist, Alex said calmly. And you know it. All these demons, ghosts, and other horrors are just myths and legends. I don't know why my classmates disappeared. But if a monster did grab them, do you really think your guns can do anything? Legends say nothing about killing such a creature with an ordinary bullet. And even if I did see something, who in their right mind would believe it? He stubbed out his cigarette without breaking eye contact with the Winchesters. Trust us, kid, Dean said, placing a hand on his shoulder. We've seen things no one would believe. So if you noticed anything unexplainable, you can tell us. We'll believe you. Alex fought hard to keep a serious expression, like someone who had seen something they shouldn't have. But he struggled not to burst out laughing, careful not to reveal his true thoughts. He felt like he had stepped right into a TV show, becoming part of Sam and Dean's story during one of their monster hunts. Suppressing his laughter, Alex took a deep breath, which the Winchesters interpreted as him gathering his thoughts before speaking. I don't know how to explain it. But last week, I saw strange people, Alex said, looking up at Sam and Dean. They were wandering through the forest, like they were searching for something. How strange? Sam asked, frowning slightly. Did they have sharp teeth, like vampires? Or did they vanish before your eyes? Maybe act unnatural. How should I put it? Alex thoughtfully rubbed his chin. They muttered incomprehensible things, and a thick black fog swirled around them. I heard them talking about darkness and about drowning. That's all I could make out before I decided to run. Alex's words made the brothers exchange glances. In their eyes flashed the same word, darkness. Alex could barely hold back his laughter and covered his face with his hands, pretending to be shocked by the memories. In reality, he was just trying not to burst out laughing. After all, he had already solved this problem long ago, both with the vampires and those possessed by darkness. He found it amusing to watch Sam and Dean running around chasing false leads, hunting for something that no longer existed. Sam glanced at his brother, and Dean nodded in return. They both reached the same conclusion. They had found Amara's trail. You only saw them once? Dean asked, looking Alex over intently. Yeah, just once. After that, nothing. You think they're responsible for the murders? Alex asked, shaking his head. We don't know yet, Sam said, placing a hand on his shoulder. But thanks for the help. We'll try to figure this out as soon as possible. I hope so. I've got class, Alex said with a slight smile. See you, agents. He nodded and walked away, trying not to give himself away. But as soon as he turned the corner, he couldn't contain himself. He laughed loudly, almost to the point of tears, striding toward the school with a cheerful gait. Alex could hardly contain his anticipation. He couldn't wait to tell the others what he had just pulled off. Watching the Winchesters chase a false trail seemed like a wonderful form of entertainment. Meanwhile, Dean and Sam stood in place, watching the boy walk away. Their faces remained wary. Years of hunting had taught them to sense lies, and something about Alex's words didn't add up. Think this is the work of darkness? Dean muttered, frowning. Maybe its power affected the locals somehow. I don't know, Sam replied. But I have a feeling this guy's holding something back. Maybe. But he might not be lying about the people surrounded by darkness. For now, that's our only lead, Dean shrugged. Then let's check the place where the bodies were found, Sam said, turning to his brother. Then we can grab a bite, Dean smirked. Donna said there's a diner around here with great burgers. You just ate? Sam exclaimed, catching up to him. I wasn't full, Dean replied calmly. And we're going to be wandering through the forest. Need to refuel. Sam just shook his head wearily at Dean's words. The brothers returned to the Impala and headed toward the forest where the bodies had been found. Meanwhile, Alex was already sitting in class, telling Lucina how his conversation with the Winchesters had gone. When he finished, Lucina stared at her husband blankly. She immediately understood that Alex was just having fun, sending Dean and Sam down a false trail to watch them endlessly circle around afterward. Gradually, the school day came to an end. Alex, with the others, left the school and, standing in the parking lot, couldn't stop laughing. The day had truly been unusually entertaining. I'll bet 100 they finally figure out what's going on in Forks by the end of the week, he said with a smug grin. Fine, I'll play along, Emmett replied, crossing his arms. I don't know what those two are capable of, but I'll bet 100 that by the end of the week, they'll show up at your house to kill you. Why would they try to kill Alex? Bella asked, stunned, gripping Edward's hand. Just look at him. He's pure suspicion incarnate, Emmett smirked, pointing at Alex. That's hurtful, Alex said, putting on the most innocent smile he could. I'm such a harmless cutie. How can you say that about me? Tell that to the people you've killed, cutie, Rosalie rolled her eyes. Everyone laughed, and for a brief moment, Alex's eye twitched, especially when he noticed Lucina and Alice laughing as well. Still, he didn't deny Emmett's words. It really wasn't impossible that Dean and Sam might show up to try to kill him. That was exactly what he was counting on. He was curious to see how long it would take them to realize they were being led around by the nose. After saying goodbye to everyone, Alex headed home with Lucina and Alice. On the way, they stopped at a store to pick up some sweets, and later, back at home, Alex told Samantha what had happened at school. He didn't know whether she had been watching the live feed or continuing her training in dealing with various creatures. When Samantha heard the Winchester name, familiar from her father's journal and mentioned repeatedly in this house, her eyes widened in surprise. Alice recounted how Alex had played a prank on the hunters, and now everyone, including Samantha, was certain that the Winchester brothers would eventually show up at their doorstep. Alex, once again, felt that familiar sting of betrayal. Everyone had turned against him once more. Meanwhile, Sam and Dean wandered through the forest, inspecting the sites where the bodies had been found. Yet none of the locations provided any clue as to how the people had died. Finding nothing useful, the brothers decided to head back to the car. Once in the Impala, they drove to the local diner Donna had mentioned. Taking a booth by the window, Sam pulled out his laptop and began searching for any possible information, while Dean was already placing a massive order, claiming he needed to refuel. Sam, however, was focused not on the food but on Alex, who was raising more and more suspicions. Dean occasionally glanced at his brother, who hadn't even touched his coffee. The burgers here are amazing. Donna wasn't kidding, Dean said, taking a greedy bite. Wipe your mouth, you're covered in sauce, Sam remarked without looking up. I eat how I want. And remind me to order a pie, Dean said, rolling his eyes. Remind yourself. I'm busy, Sam waved him off, continuing to type. Find anything? Dean asked, noticing Sam frown. That's the thing, no. This guy is like a ghost. Absolutely clean. Sam turned the laptop toward his brother. Well, clean is fine. No need to dig further, Dean shrugged carelessly, not even glancing at the screen. I mean too clean. There's literally no data on him, no record of where he studied or where he was born. Only his name and surname. Same goes for his fiancée, Sam said irritably. Wait, he has a fiancée. Who even is she? And how does a high school kid already have a fiancée? Dean raised his eyebrows in surprise. If you ate less and listened more, you'd already know. While I was talking to the teachers, I managed to find out something. Her name is Lucina Kushinada, Sam said, showing the empty dossier. Half Japanese? Dean asked, glancing at the screen. Half Japanese, half Polish. They transferred to the school about a month and a half ago. The teachers call them geniuses. And, by the way, this guy somehow sent one of the teachers looking for himself. Sam explained what he had found out. Wait, you mean he beat him up? Dean smirked. No, he just talked to him. After that, the teacher started questioning his life choices, quit, and left to find himself. Since then, teachers try not to ask Alex any questions. In class, he either sleeps or plays on his phone, and his fiancée, she's always reading something on her tablet, Sam said, turning the laptop screen back toward himself. If I had a friend like that in school, I'd be thrilled, Dean snorted, clearly amused. If it were you, maybe. You've had all kinds of friends. But recently, he's been traveling a lot for family reasons, and just last week, right when he said he saw people shrouded in black mist, guess what he did? Sam asked, taking a sip of his coffee. Don't tell me, let me guess. He went away again for family reasons. Dean said with a smirk. Exactly. That was last week, Sam nodded. Everything is way too suspicious. So, we have one suspect. Maybe he's that spirit the vampires Donna was hunting accidentally woke up. Even if the timing doesn't match exactly, anything's possible, Dean said, finishing his burger. We'll need to keep an eye on this guy. He's way too suspicious, Sam agreed. After they finished eating, the brothers returned to the motel to prepare for the next day. Meanwhile, Alex was engaged in a far more serious battle with Mimi, and Stitch over the last piece of apple pie that Alice had baked. He had no idea he had already become a target of the Winchester brothers. And even if he had known, he probably wouldn't have cared. He was too busy fending off 3 pairs of greedy paws reaching for his dessert. Lucina, Alice, and Samantha just laughed, watching the chaos unfold. No one was going to help Alex, since he had brought it on himself by teasing the eternally hungry trio. I told you, it's my pie. Alex protested, shoving Stitch, who was climbing onto his shoulder. No. Mimi, and Stitch shouted in unison, clutching at his clothes. Alex's eye began to twitch noticeably. Alice had baked 4 pies, and 3 had already disappeared into the bottomless maws of these perpetually hungry creatures. Now the whole trio was trying to snatch the last piece from him. Desperately fighting Mimi, and Stitch, Alex didn't notice his hand slip, and the plate with the coveted slice of pie fell to the floor. The sound of shattered dishes rang out, and the room went silent. Everyone froze, staring at the piece of apple pie lying on the floor. Mimi, and Stitch slowly slid off Alex, glanced at each other, and nodded simultaneously. The next second, without hesitation, the trio bolted upstairs. Moments later, a crash echoed, doors to their room slammed shut as if a demon itself had been chasing them. Alex glanced up at the ceiling with irritation, let out a heavy sigh, then lowered his gaze to the unfortunate pie. Not one to be squeamish, he simply brushed off the shards and calmly popped the piece into his mouth. You actually ate that? Samantha asked in surprise. What's the big deal? Alex replied, chewing. There were shards of the plate in it, Samantha grimaced. Minor details of life. I can eat anything, I won't be harmed. And don't forget, my love, I eat not because I'm hungry, but because I enjoy the taste of food. I don't feel hunger or fatigue, I just have the habit, Alex said, settling between Lucina and Alice. Oh right, how could I forget my boyfriend is the great demon king, Samantha snorted, lightly kicking him on the knee. But tell me, was it really worth sending the Winchester brothers on a wild goose chase? It was just out of curiosity. Let them come to me themselves, it's easier. I don't want to talk to them outside, Alex said, shaking his head. Because the all-seeing eye is watching them? Lucina asked, lazily tracing a finger along his leg. Exactly. Chuck won't see a thing in our house, and it won't raise any suspicions. We need to naturally fit into his story, without prompting extra questions. If I showed up at the bunker immediately, there'd be problems. This way, when Sam and Dean come on their own, we can talk to them as the heirs of the men of letters. Then my hands will be free, Alex explained calmly. So we're moving soon? Alice asked with a mischievous smile. Then get ready, your week's about to get interesting. Did you see something? Lucina asked warily, catching a playful tone in her friend's voice. Spoilers, Alice cut in. I'm not saying a word. Just know, it'll be fun. Alex, Lucina, and Samantha exchanged suspicious glances at Alice, but she just smiled innocently and, seemingly to tease him, blew Alex an air kiss. He just shook his head. If Alice says, it'll be fun, then it will be. Deciding the evening deserved a calm outing, Alex suggested a trip to Los Angeles. The girls didn't even ask why they were going so far when they could just teleport. After changing into street clothes, they loaded into the Impala and left the city. Once outside Forks, Alex cast a teleportation spell, and the car instantly appeared in Los Angeles, in an empty alley. Within a minute, the Impala smoothly merged onto a bustling street. At a traffic light, Alex pulled out his phone and, using one of humanity's greatest inventions, the internet, scrolled through a list of landmarks. Where should we start? Where do you want to go first? He asked, not taking his eyes off the screen. I've always dreamed of seeing the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Alice said enthusiastically. At this time, it's packed with people, Lucina immediately objected, shaking her head. I don't want to jostle through a crowd. Alice gave Lucina a pointed look, clearly signaling that she really wanted to visit the Walk of Fame. Lucina, however, crossed her arms and shook her head, going somewhere crowded didn't appeal to her at all. Samantha, on the other hand, dreamed of visiting Santa Monica Beach, especially beautiful in the evenings. While the girls argued over the route, Alex decided to take matters into his own hands and drive somewhere nearby, at least briefly, to distract them from their quarrel. 10 minutes later, the Impala stopped at a parking lot near the Grand Central Market. The girls immediately stopped arguing and stared at Alex, who had already turned off the engine. And where exactly have you brought us? Lucina asked, peering out the window. We're at Grand Central Market, Alex replied with a slight smile. They say the food here is amazing. So, while you're arguing, we can grab a bite to eat. The girls exchanged glances and, without much hesitation, agreed. After all, it's never too late to try something delicious. Stepping out of the Impala, they looked around with interest. It was their first time in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Alex scrolled through his phone, checking reviews of different eateries. When he showed the screen to the girls, they quickly scanned the list, picked a few options, and cheerfully headed inside together. Grand Central Market was noisy, bustling, and filled with the aroma of delicious food. Their first stop was a taco stand. After placing their orders, Alex and the girls took a free table, chatting as they sampled their food. Samantha couldn't resist taking a few selfies to share with her friends. No sooner had she posted the photos than Jessica called, her voice sounded shocked. Despite the noise, Alex, Lucina, and Alice could clearly hear Jessica demanding an explanation about what the heck Samantha was doing in Los Angeles. After eating, the group wandered a bit more around the market, then returned to the Impala and drove to Santa Monica Beach. The walk along the boardwalk was pleasant, the evening air was cool, waves lapped steadily against the shore, and street musicians played guitars. They peeked into souvenir shops, laughed, argued over what to buy, and took photos with the sunset as a backdrop. After an hour of strolling, the girls decided to rest a bit. Alex suggested grabbing ice cream and drinks. Fortunately, a nearby stand was just a few meters away. When he returned, he handed out their orders and sat down next to them. You didn't just randomly decide to come to Los Angeles, Lucina said, sipping her lemonade. You could say that, Alex smirked, not denying the obvious. And what exactly do you need here? Samantha asked, scooping a spoonful of ice cream. There's a demon in this city. He makes deals with minor performers, Alex explained. So I thought, since we're coming anyway, why not combine business with pleasure? A little relaxation first, then work. What kind of demon? Alice asked, swinging her legs. His name is Cruise Diver. He even has his own label, the 101 Dealmaker. His motto goes, cross the line, sign the vine, 5 years to shine, then you're mine. Only 5 years? Samantha asked, surprised. Don't crossroads demons usually give 10? Usually, Alex nodded. But this is LA, everything burns out faster here. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We'll walk a bit more, and then I'll deal with the demon. And yes, Sammy, after that, you'll have your first practical lesson. Do I have to kill him or banish him? Samantha asked calmly, though with a hint of tension. The choice is yours, Alex said gently, running a hand through her hair. Samantha nodded, accepting the decision. After a short rest, they went back out for a walk. The girls persuaded Alex to ride the Ferris wheel and then play some carnival games. They laughed, argued over who threw the rings best, and took home a few plush prizes as souvenirs. The day turned out surprisingly warm and lively, a mix of relaxation, laughter, and the anticipation of the hunt to come. To be continued. So, I still haven't decided whether to describe Sam and Dean's entire work process or just move on. I'm still thinking about it, and I'm starting to get a headache from all the thinking. Anyway, I'll come up with something, as usual. Chapter 511, Evening in the City of Sin. Visiting the pier at Santa Monica turned out to be surprisingly fun, especially for Alex, in whom a gremlin spirit suddenly awoke, determined to win every toy at the carnival booths. However, the girls quickly stopped him before he ruined the poor ride operators, who were already having to hustle to make a little money. Alex understood that he wouldn't be allowed to win absolutely everything, but he had no intention of giving up the grand prizes. When the girls noticed his gambling streak, they stopped trying to intervene. They knew it was useless. And, as it turned out, for good reason. At one of the booths there was a small incident. The clerk refused to give Alex the main prize, despite the fact that he had honestly won it. The quarrel quickly turned into a spectacle. A crowd gathered to see how it would end. Alex was on the verge of losing his temper, and the girls had to step in before he completely snapped. But before they could drag him away, he nevertheless struck the cheater in the crotch and, with the most innocent look, took his deserved trophy, a huge plush pink rabbit. The clerk doubled over in pain and dropped to his knees, and the crowd around applauded Alex. Someone even whistled in encouragement. The girls pulled Alex away while he proudly carried his giant rabbit. Those watching the live stream weren't surprised by what happened. If anything, they were astonished that Alex limited himself to a single blow rather than burning down the prize tent, as he easily could have. A little later, Alex, Lucina, Alice and Samantha left the pier and decided to just sit on the beach to watch the sunset. Unnoticed by the others, Alex took a large blanket out of his inventory and spread it on the sand. They sat down, Alex between Lucina and Samantha, and Alice comfortably curled up in the arms of the huge plush rabbit, almost as tall as she was. Lucina rested her head on Alex's shoulder, and together they watched the sun slowly sink below the horizon. Santa Monica Beach remained lively even at sunset. Laughter, music, the smell of the sea, twinkling lights, typical Los Angeles, which never sleeps. Was it really necessary to hit that poor guy in the balls? Lucina suddenly asked, lifting her head from his shoulder. He started it, Alex answered calmly. If he'd handed over the prize honestly, nothing would have happened. It's all karma. And if I hadn't done it, someone else would have. Hope you didn't actually break anything, Samantha said with a smile. Although honestly, I don't feel too bad for him. No, Alex waved it off. He'll walk like a shrimp for a couple of days, then he'll be fine. At least he'll learn not to scam people. You mean not to scam the king of demons, Alice teased, still hugging the pink rabbit. Caught me, Alex smirked. He should be glad I didn't torch the tent. Last time someone tried to scam me, things ended much worse. And what happened then? Samantha asked, curious. That was back in Night City, Lucina began, lighting a cigarette and propping her feet on Alex's knees. Because of our line of work we had to buy stuff through shady sources. You can't get half of it on the legal market. There was this seller on the black market, what was his name? Rick. Rich. Chick? I don't remember. I went with Alex to pick up an order, and this guy decided to jack up the price and spun some pathetic story about delivery costs and so on, she continued, exhaling smoke. And how did it end? Alice asked, eyes shining. Alex unleashed GIR on him, Lucina said with a slight smile. I won't go into details, but after that we got a lifetime 99% discount. Alice and Samantha exchanged looks, then glanced at Alex, who was sitting with a stone face. He'd done a lot back in Night City, but the main lesson he'd learned was simple. If someone tries to step on your head, you drop the bastard on the ground and beat him until he understands not to try it again. They sat a little longer until the sun completely disappeared below the horizon and Santa Monica Beach was bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. As the evening bustle shifted into nighttime life, Alex and the girls decided to head back to the Impala. The city seemed to come alive anew, lights, laughter, music, the hum of conversations. Los Angeles was beginning to show its true face. On the way, Alex wanted to put the huge plush rabbit into his inventory, but Alice stubbornly clutched the toy and refused to let go. Alex just smirked and didn't insist. Continuing their walk along the boardwalk, they noticed a few vampires, werewolves, and even a couple of shapeshifters gathering near one of the nightclubs. I didn't think there would be so many monsters in Los Angeles, Samantha said, eyeing the passing creatures. Even if it's called the City of Angels, Lucina replied, squeezing Alex's hand, for the most part, it's the city of sin. That's true, Alex agreed. But why are they all gathering at that club? Alice asked, pointing the plush rabbit's paw toward the venue where the creatures were gathering. Most likely, it's neutral territory, Alex said, narrowing his eyes slightly. A place where monsters can relax, hang out, or try something not served in regular restaurants. And what do they eat there? Samantha asked quietly, though she already suspected the answer. Human meat, Alex answered calmly, lighting a cigarette. Werewolves prefer hearts, vampires pick blood by type, like gourmets choosing a wine. You could think of it as a restaurant serving endangered animals. Pretty much the same idea. You're not planning to interfere, are you? Alice asked, knowing perfectly well that Alex rarely passed such places by. Not right now, he said with a bloodthirsty smile, baring his sharp teeth. One thing at a time. But no one said I can't come back later. The girls exchanged glances and just sighed. Sometimes Alex really did look scarier than any monster. Alex mentally noted that he would definitely check it out later. How could he pass by a place where such creatures gathered? But for now, he had other plans, like watching the Winchester brothers run in circles, unsuccessfully hunting monsters he had already killed. When they reached the Impala, Alex, Lucina, and Samantha stopped to watch Alice struggle to fit the enormous pink rabbit into the trunk. "Alice, need a hand?" Alex asked, trying to stifle his laughter. "I can do it myself." "Watch and learn," she said proudly. But the process was clearly not going smoothly. Sometimes a paw stuck out of the trunk, sometimes an ear, sometimes a leg. Alex, Samantha, and Lucina watched with interest, guessing how long it would take before Alice lost her patience and threw the toy to hell. But, to their surprise, she didn't give up. After about 5 minutes of struggle, she managed to stuff the giant plush into the trunk. Panting heavily, Alice lay on the closed lid with a triumphant expression. Alex, Lucina, and Samantha couldn't resist, they applauded. Alice perked up, sat up, and began bowing, accepting the praise. "My love," Alex finally said, stopping his clapping, "I don't want to upset you, but your ring has an inventory you constantly use. Why didn't you put the rabbit there and instead tried to cram it into my car's trunk?" "You don't understand," Alice replied, sticking out her tongue. "It's completely different. We're on a date, and on a date, there's no magic, only tradition. Don't ruin my moment. So, teleporting across half the country is fine, hunting demons during a date is fine, but using the inventory is wrong." Samantha asked with a light laugh. "Exactly," Alice nodded seriously, like a sage proclaiming the truth. "I've wanted a date like this for a long time, and everything has to follow the rules." Alex, Samantha, and Lucina just laughed at Alice's words and got into the car. The girls took the back seats, turning Alex into the driver. He didn't mind, on the contrary, he was more than happy to drive them around the city at night. They were headed to the intersection of Sunset and Vine, where the Crossroads demon named Cruz Diver had his office. Starting the engine, Alex pulled onto the busy road. After sunset, Los Angeles came alive in a completely different way, neon-lit, loud, full of sin and temptation. Driving through streets bathed in the glow of advertisements and shop windows, Alex watched the passers-by out of the corner of his eye. At a traffic light, he stuck his hand out the window, holding a cigarette between his fingers. In the back seat, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha looked through the photos they had taken during their little date. As he took a drag from his cigarette, Alex noticed a strange creature in the crowd. He immediately recognized a djinn, one of those who could inject a poison that plunged the victim into an illusion, either the fulfillment of a cherished dream or the greatest fear. The effect depended entirely on the djinn's mood. While the poison worked, it slowly drained the victim's blood, leaving them in a coma, unaware that they were dying. Tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, Alex watched as the djinn crossed the street. The thought of how useful its poison could be lingered in his mind. Such a toxin could be used not only for torture or interrogation but also as a tool for magical influence. Deciding not to miss the opportunity, Alex created a clone. From a cloud of white smoke on the passenger seat, his copy emerged, lazy but grinning, as if everything happening was a burden. The girls simultaneously looked at the newcomer and then shifted their gaze to the original. "Follow that djinn. If it has a nest, take everyone. Usually, they're solitary, but sometimes they gather in 2s or 3s, Alex said calmly, still tapping the steering wheel. "No problem, Your Majesty. I'll do it perfectly," the clone drawled, lazily giving a thumbs up. "And don't forget to clean up after yourself," Alex added without even turning his head. Yeah, the clone waved off in the same lethargic tone, opening the door. He stepped out right in the middle of the road, ignoring honking drivers, and, not bothering to go around their cars, simply walked across the hoods as if it were a flat road. Alex watched him and couldn't help but wonder why all his clones behaved differently. Each time, it was like a new personality was born. Lucina, Alice, and Samantha stared at him in astonishment, then turned to Alex with silent questions. "Why did you even make a clone?" Lucina asked, lightly poking him in the shoulder. "I saw the djinn. Decided it was worth catching," Alex replied, pressing the gas as the light turned green. "A djinn?" Samantha said thoughtfully. "I read about them in Dad's journal. They inject poison, plunge victims into a coma where they see a perfect life. You can kill them with silver mixed with lamb's blood, if I remember correctly. Aren't djinn supposed to grant wishes and live in lamps?" Alice asked, blinking in surprise. "Those don't exist. At least, not in this world. Would you want a djinn in a lamp?" Alex asked, turning his head slightly toward her. "Nah," Alice replied with a sly smile. "I already have my own djinn who grants all my wishes." She winked and blew Alex a kiss. Alex looked at Alice, made a heart shape with his fingers, and laughed. Sending the clone after the djinn quickly became secondary, the moment was just too enjoyable to think about business. The Impala cruised smoothly through the bustling streets of nighttime Los Angeles. Cheerful music played from the radio, and Alex, unable to resist, quietly sang along while the girls enjoyed the sights of the city bathed in neon lights. Meanwhile, a new idea was forming in Alex's mind. He decided it was time to give Samantha a chance to prove herself. And the demon named Cruise Diver was perfect for that. Arriving at the right street, Alex slowed down and began looking for a parking spot. He stopped the car across from the building with the sign, the 101 Dealmaker Studio, the very place where, according to his information, the Crossroads demon was located. They stepped out of the car and looked around. People were constantly entering and leaving the building. Clearly, it was a popular spot. "So he's here?" Lucina asked, leaning on the roof of the Impala. "Yep," Alex nodded. "Are you coming with me, or waiting here?" "I'm more curious how you're planning to get the demon out of the building with so many people around," Samantha remarked, glancing around. "I have two options," Alice said cheerfully, raising her hand like a schoolgirl in class. "And what are they?" Lucina asked, turning toward her. "The first, exorcise the demon right in his office. The second, drive the car to the back exit and solve everything quickly and cleanly." Alice replied with a wide smile, giving a thumbs up. Alex, Lucina, and Samantha exchanged glances. Surprisingly, Alice's suggestion didn't sound bad. Alex even nodded approvingly. In his plan, it was really necessary for Samantha to get some practice fighting demons. Of course, he could have just used magic, bound the demon, and interrogated it in no time. But where's the fun in that? He preferred doing things the old-fashioned way: break in, beat up the demon, shove it in the trunk, and interrogate it over a cup of tea. Then decide whether to banish it to hell or just kill it. After standing near the Impala for a moment, they divided the roles. Alice and Samantha would go in with Alex, and Lucina would drive the car to the back exit to save time. Taking off his coat and left in a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves, Alex looked at the girls, checking if they were ready. Both nodded. He smiled, put his hands in his pockets, and crossed the street with them. Entering the building, Alex quickly looked around: polished marble floors, glass doors, the smell of coffee and perfume. The demon clearly liked comfort. Cruise Diver's private office was on the third floor. Alex pressed the elevator button, and a minute later the trio stepped inside. As the cabin ascended, Alex quietly whistled a cheerful tune, swaying slightly back and forth. The elevator let out a soft chime as the doors opened, releasing them into a spacious, warmly lit reception area. Behind the desk sat an attractive girl with an indifferent expression, busy painting her nails. Seeing new visitors didn't surprise her. Small stars dreaming of a contract with Mr. Diver constantly dropped by. "Good evening," she said routinely, setting aside her nail file. "Do you have an appointment with Mr. Diver?" "Of course," Alex replied with a light smile, stepping closer. "We do." "Excellent. For how long and under whose name is the appointment?" the girl asked in the same polite, trained tone. "For Alexander," he said, maintaining his calm smile as his gaze swept over the desk, where a sign read, "No soul, no deal." Meanwhile, Alice and Samantha were looking around. Alice was messaging Lucina, asking what to do, while Lucina, having driven the car to the back exit, had already hacked the building's surveillance system, just in case. For Samantha, this was a first experience. She didn't know how to act and kept glancing at the elevator, making sure no one appeared at the wrong moment. Alex watched the receptionist searching for records on her computer. "Excuse me, but you don't have an appointment," the woman said with a professional smile. "I think I do." "Don't you agree, miss?" Alex replied, pointing the barrel of his ebony straight at her face, still smiling. Seeing the gun pointed at her, Kelly's professional smile faltered and gave way to panic. Her hands shook, cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and she swallowed hard. Her eyes darted around, looking for a way to call for help, but the click of the trigger made her freeze. Hey, stop trembling. What's your name?" Alex asked calmly. "Kelly." "My name is Kelly," she stammered, trying not to trip over her words. "Listen carefully, Kelly. I have a gift for you." "Stretch your hands out," Alex said, keeping the same soft smile. Kelly wanted to refuse, but the gun barrel pressed so close made it clear she had no choice. She extended her trembling hands. Alex pulled a small round object from his pocket and placed it into her palms. Samantha watched, puzzled, choosing not to intervene. She knew Alex always had a reason and didn't harm innocent people. "Now squeeze this ball, Kelly. Come on, be brave." "Don't be afraid," he said quietly. "What is this?" Kelly whispered, obeying. "It's a bomb, Kelly. If you release your hands, it will go off. And don't even think about screaming or moving, it'll detonate instantly. In short, you're holding a mine in your hands," Alex said calmly, slipping the gun back into his inventory. "Please, let me go, I don't know anything. I'm just a secretary." Kelly's voice trembled, afraid even to move. "Lies, Kelly. You know perfectly well who your boss is. You know what he does. You know he makes deals with people in exchange for their souls, yet you look the other way as long as you get paid. I don't blame you, you humans have always been greedy and indifferent to each other. And do you know what awaits you after death? Hell. Yes, Kelly, you heard me right, that's where you'll end up. You'll be tortured until your soul blackens. It will be long and painful. So, if you don't want to get there prematurely, stay silent and don't move, Alex said calmly, lazily waving his hand. Kelly's eyes widened, and her face went pale at Alex's words. She had already understood that her boss was a demon, and thus hell existed, but she had never considered that she herself could end up there after death. The realization pierced her like an icy dagger, and fear almost robbed her of consciousness. Alice just shook her head, she had already guessed why Alex acted this way. She knew he viewed humans as Adam's children and often tested them, forcing them to confront their own sins. Samantha, however, looked at Kelly differently, with grim understanding. She realized there would always be those who, for their own gain, would work for demons, helping lure others into traps. Satisfied that Kelly wouldn't move or make a sound, Alex turned his gaze to Alice and Samantha, giving a slight nod. Then he approached the door with the sign "Cruise Diver" and knocked. "Come in," came a calm male voice from the other side. Alex smirked and instantly changed his expression, pretending to be an unsure rookie. His hand seemed to tremble as he turned the handle and pushed the door open. Inside was a spacious office. Golden vinyl records hung on the walls, their artists' names worn away. Shelves held award statuettes without inscriptions, only dates of presentation. Several rare guitars of different shapes and colors decorated the walls. The entire room looked like an altar to vanity, trophies bought not with money, but with souls. Cruise Diver himself sat behind a large wooden desk. A tall, lean man in a worn black leather jacket, ripped jeans, and a long t-shirt featuring an old record on which the barely legible words, Route 666, could be seen. He regarded the newcomer with lazy curiosity, instantly assessing him, trembling hands, nervous eyes. To Cruise, this was a familiar type, another rookie who had failed to break through. "And who might you be, boy? And what brings you here?" he asked, throwing his legs onto the desk and clasping his fingers behind his head. "My name is Alex. My friend Tim said that you might help," Alex replied, trying to look timid and uncertain. Tim. Cruise drawled, pretending to recall. "Ah yes, that Tim. He was trembling the first time he walked in here too. And now, a star. So, Alex, what can you do?" "I can sing, dance, write lyrics. Tim said you give people a chance to show what they've got, so I came," Alex said, stepping closer, trying to look more determined. "Sing and dance, huh?" Cruise squinted, appraising him from head to toe. "Where have you performed before? What are your achievements?" "In clubs and bars," Alex replied, rubbing his sweaty palms. "Sometimes I got good tips, but..." "But you wanted more," Cruise interrupted, a smug grin appearing on his face. "This is Los Angeles, kid. Everyone wants more. More fame, more money, more recognition. You want that too, don't you?" Alex struggled to keep from rolling his eyes at the demon's pretentious attitude, acting almost godlike. Cruise, on the other hand, looked pleased. He enjoyed seeing those who dreamed of greatness but couldn't achieve it without a deal. This crossroads demon was smarter than the others. He gave only 5 years, not 10 like the rest. Even Crowley didn't know about this, he was too busy with his own business. Thanks to this scheme, Cruise had collected countless souls, for Los Angeles had no shortage of desperate performers. But he was careful, making sure not to attract hunters' attention. "Well then, show me what you can do, Alex. Then I'll decide if it's worth investing in you," Cruise said lazily, removing his feet from the desk. "Here. Now?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. You're not at the level yet to sing to a backing track or record in studios," Cruise replied with a smirk, deliberately stinging his pride. Alex exhaled slowly, and the smile faded from his face. "All right," he said in a calm, confident voice. "I'll show you what I can do." Cruise smirked. He was ready to listen first, then belittle, and finally promised that only with his help could the guy in front of him make it. But things didn't go according to plan. Alex kicked the desk Cruise was sitting at. It toppled over, and Cruise fell to the floor, his face stunned. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Alex leapt over the desk and drove his foot into the demon's face. Cruise's head snapped back and hit the floor with a dull thud. Being a demon, Cruise recovered quickly, but still felt a strange dull pain in his face, though that made no sense. The body is just a vessel. Alex was already holding Cruise by the collar and punching him in the face. Cruise tried to fight back, sensing a truly dangerous person before him, and attempted to use his powers, but nothing worked. He tried to leave the vessel, again unsuccessfully. Alex looked at the demon's bewildered face with a dull grin. "What's wrong with you?" he said calmly, holding Cruise by the throat. "You can't fly away and you can't use your powers. Does that upset you? What did you do, you filthy hunter? Cruz roared, trying to break free. Look more closely at my fingers, Alex replied quietly, showing his nails. Cruz squinted and saw, Alex's nails were polished, and on each one, neat demonic sigils, drawn with a thin red line. The demon's eyes widened with surprise and incomprehension. Alex merely entertained himself. Want to know who sold you out? He asked, lifting Cruz by the throat with one hand. And who? The demon sneered. One of my clients. They'll die anyway, the king collects everything. You guessed wrong. It was Albert. He betrayed many of his friends, and you too, Alex replied, smiling broadly. You fucking bastard, Cruz hissed through his teeth, realizing he had been betrayed. Alex laughed, the sound echoed through the office. In the same second he swung hard and slammed Cruz's body into the desk. The demon couldn't understand why he felt pain when struck, the logic of vessels was collapsing here. At the reception desk stood Samantha and Alice. They calmly watched what was happening, glancing from time to time at Kelly, trembling and clutching the bomb in her hands. Hearing the muffled thuds from the office, the girls understood that Alex had begun to deal with things seriously. Kelly listened to the sounds of fighting and breaking, her trembling increased, she knew she was doomed no matter the outcome. The blows reverberated off the walls, cracks, flaking plaster and chunks of paint testified to the force of the clash. After a few minutes everything fell silent. Kelly barely swallowed, now she was truly unlucky. The office door opened, and Alex came out, dragging something bloody by the hair, leaving a trail of blood across the floor. Kelly flinched even more, fear washed over her again. Why do you always leave them in such a state? Alice jabbed a finger at Cruz, who lay barely recognizable. Do we actually need to banish him? Samantha asked anxiously. If you banish him, the body the demon occupied will die from the damage. He took an empty vessel, Alex replied calmly. No need to worry about that. Samantha exhaled in relief, she really did not want to be the cause of someone's death. Alex glanced at Alice, and she gave him a thumbs up, everything's fine. Having made sure everything was under control, Alex hauled Cruz toward the elevator, and Alice and Samantha followed him, careful not to step in the dark splotches of blood trailing across the floor. Kelly, still sitting at the reception desk, still didn't know what to do. She held the bomb in her hands while the one who had given it to her calmly planned to leave. Wait. Don't leave me, please. I don't want to die. Kelly cried, tears in her eyes. Kelly, what you have in your hands is not a bomb but just a little toy ball, Alex answered calmly, turning to her. I want it at an attraction. And a piece of advice, leave town today. Because if your boss's buddies get to you, I think you know how that ends. Bye-bye. He waved nonchalantly and pressed the button for the first floor. When the elevator doors closed, Kelly's hands trembled, she had been holding them outstretched the whole time, afraid to move. She didn't believe Alex for a second, but when the ball slipped from her weakened fingers, it hit the table and popped open, revealing a simple, cheap children's toy worth at most a couple of dollars. Meanwhile, the elevator smoothly descended to the first floor. Before stepping out, Alex cast a "don't notice me" spell on himself and the girls, so as not to scare any passers-by. Under the protection of the spell, they calmly dragged the half-conscious Cruz by the hair toward the back entrance. Magic is just amazing, Samantha whispered, watching with curiosity as people passed by without noticing them at all. Especially when you need to get rid of traces, added Alice with a grin. Stepping outside, they saw Lucina, lazily sitting on the hood of the Impala, taking a drag from her cigarette. Back at it again, she said lazily, nodding toward the badly beaten demon. Can you ever bring someone back in one piece? Or is it a professional habit now, delivering bodies in this state? He started getting on my nerves, Alex replied casually, shrugging. But the manicure worked. That was a nice bonus. You're not joking. It really worked. Alice's eyes lit up with happiness that, even if by accident, her manicure had helped Alex. Absolutely, Alex said with a smug smile. He couldn't turn into smoke or use his powers. That's a huge plus. But of course, you need to be strong enough to hold the demon while beating him. Lucina nodded knowingly, for the girls and their family, it was entirely doable. Still, the principle of the trap working clearly intrigued her. Meanwhile, Alex had dragged Cruz to the trunk and opened it, forgetting that a large pink plush bunny was squashed inside. The moment the trunk opened, the bunny jumped out. Damn it. Alex muttered, looking at the toy. Totally forgot about you. He put the bunny in his inventory despite Alice's protests, slammed the trunk closed with Cruz inside, and calmly sat in the passenger seat. Not even driving? Lucina asked coldly, looking at him. After that, I need a break, Alex replied with a carefree smile. Shaking her head, Lucina started the engine and drove onto the road. Once there were no cars or prying eyes nearby, Alex extended his hand out the window and snapped his fingers. A magical circle appeared under the Impala, and in the next moment, the car was racing along Highway 101, just a few kilometers from Forks. Fresh, cool forest air rushed into the cabin. After Los Angeles, it felt almost like a breath of life. When they reached home, they saw Bella hugging Edward by his car, while Charlie watched like a hawk from the window, holding a mug of coffee. Driving past, Alex lazily waved at Edward and Bella as Lucina turned onto the driveway. Seeing Alex and the girls, Bella raised her eyebrows, curious where they had gone today. She had planned to drop by to continue her studies, but when she arrived, the house was empty, and Gir opened the door, silently spreading his paws before closing again. Alex and the girls had already exited the car. Alex approached the trunk and teleported Cruz straight to the basement, then pulled out a few trinkets from his inventory, prizes he had won at the Los Angeles pier, just for show. "And now," Alice said, "get my bunny." "You're just like a kid," Alex smirked, but of course, he got it. After such a busy day, the girls were hungry, and Alex started preparing dinner. Alice settled on the large plush bunny right at the table, Samantha helped set the table, and Lucina scrolled through her phone, pretending she wasn't hungry. After dinner, everyone settled in the living room, some turned on the TV, others were absorbed in their phones. A cozy, calm evening fell over the house, something they had all been missing. As for Cruz, he was now under the watch of another demon named Albert, who had also become a prisoner in Alex's basement. But his turn would come later. For now, Alex and the girls decided to allow themselves a little rest, no demons, no hunting, no unnecessary thoughts. To be continued. I was thinking about it and came to the conclusion that not all monsters are hiding. I remember there was even a whole episode of Supernatural where monsters even had clans and a whole club for monsters, which was neutral territory. So I thought that a city like LA could have a similar place. I just wanted to show that part of this world, but whether Alex would go there, I don't know. Chapter 512, Realizing You've Entered the Wrong House. The appearance of yet another demon in the basement of Alex's house had long since stopped being anything unusual. So many of them had passed through there that it had practically become part of the family's daily routine. Before going to bed, Alex explained his plan to Samantha, how exactly she would conduct her first training sessions in exorcising demons from human bodies. He had no intention of throwing her straight into a fight against monsters, demons, or, worse, angels. Unlike the other girls in his family, Samantha didn't need to suddenly learn how to fight for survival, she had time. Time to gradually learn how to oppose different beings, including humans. That's why Alex decided to start small, to show Samantha that demons could easily hide among humans and appear in the most unexpected places. His suggestion was very simple. First, she would try performing a basic exorcism ritual. Samantha accepted the idea without objection. She understood perfectly well that, unlike the other girls around Alex, she had no combat experience whatsoever. She had never even fought people, let alone monsters. But she also knew that being next to Alex meant she would eventually learn to defend herself. It annoyed her to be the damsel in distress, even if she did like how Alex protected her. Besides, Samantha knew that Alex trained even the goddesses he was married to, so they could stand up for themselves. So she was mentally prepared for any training. But before the fire of determination could truly ignite, Alex immediately smothered it. He said he wasn't doing anything else today, and the exorcism would have to wait until next time. Samantha's determination vanished as quickly as it had appeared. She rolled her eyes, kicked Alex in the knee for not bothering to explain when exactly she would be training, and flopped back onto the couch. Alex only laughed and lay down again on Lucina's lap as she lazily ran her fingers through his hair. When it was time to sleep, Alice tried to drag the giant pink bunny into their room. But Alex did the only reasonable thing. He simply picked her up and carried her to the room, ignoring her desperate protests that, this bunny is a prize he worked so hard to win. He didn't even respond, just carried her. So ended another day in Alex's house, a day that managed to fit both romance and demon hunting. The next morning, Alex woke up to a very familiar sensation on his face, one he would never mistake for anything else. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw mischievous green eyes and long green hair. Seeing his favorite gremlin first thing in the morning, Alex couldn't help but smile. Becca, happily chewing on his cheek, smiled as well. Smiling, Alex pulled her by the waist and kissed her on the lips. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. Then she settled on his chest, pressing her whole body against him. After lying like that for a bit, Alex tried to get up. He needed to wash up. But the predatory gremlin named Becca had her own plans for the morning. In the end, Alex had to take his shower with Becca, who absolutely refused to let him go for even a minute. Walking down from the second floor, Alex was grinning from ear to ear, while Becca clung to his back, her legs wrapped around his waist. Even though she already had a child with Alex, she was still the same weapons gremlin, shameless, clingy, and endlessly energetic. In the kitchen, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha were eating breakfast. Alex kissed each of the three in turn, and Lucina shot a cold glance at Becca. Becca clearly didn't come here to cook breakfast. Before sitting down, Alex gently pulled Becca off his back and placed her on his lap. Being herself, Becca immediately began eating his breakfast while he drank coffee. Got what you came here for? Lucina asked dryly, watching Becca crunch through Alex's omelette. Yep, Becca replied calmly. Having sex in the shower in the morning is the perfect way to start the day. After Becca's words, Lucina's eye twitched noticeably. Samantha choked on her breakfast and began coughing, and Alice immediately rushed to pat her on the back, trying to help her recover. Alex's face remained completely unreadable, as if he hadn't heard a single word Becca had just said. Meanwhile, Becca sat there with a wide grin, paying no attention whatsoever to the commotion she had caused. In fact, it was precisely because of this personality of hers that she got along so easily with Loki, even though the two of them were sometimes ready to tear each other's throats out, but they still shared the same husband. Loki was also fond of ambushing Alex out of nowhere, especially when he was asleep or taking a shower. Lucina stared at Becca in disbelief, even pregnancy hadn't changed her one bit. You could have at least made breakfast, Lucina remarked lazily, watching Becca devour Alex's food. Do you really want me to do that? Becca raised a brow. My love, I adore you. But don't burden your soul with unnecessary sin. The last time you cooked something, even the appearance was terrifying. I'm almost certain that if you compressed your cooking under pressure, you could make diamonds, Alex said as he wiped Becca's mouth with a napkin. Is it really that bad? Alice asked cautiously, looking at Becca, who puffed out her cheeks in offended protest. From what Becca can cook, it's easy to create chemical weapons. And unfortunately, I'm afraid Jinx inherited that talent, Lucina said dryly, remembering the miracle dish Becca once made. Hey! Don't insult my sweet little potato. She can do everything. And half her talents come from her father, anyway. Becca snapped, pointing her fork at Lucina. But definitely not anything related to food, Lucina replied calmly and took a sip of coffee with a faint smile. The fork in Becca's hand bent instantly as she squeezed it in anger. Alex looked at the twisted piece of metal and wondered if he should make the silverware here the same as the ones at home. But everything back home had been forged by Hephaestus. The goddess had simply gotten tired of watching forks, knives, and spoons break every family dinner, since arguments at the table happened far more often than anyone wished. Lucina calmly took the bent fork and, with a small flash of magic, restored it to its original shape. Samantha once again realized just how convenient magic truly was. She even felt a hint of envy. With magic, she could clean an entire house in a couple of minutes, without choking on dust or breaking mop handles. Becca, however, continued grinding her teeth. Lucina wasn't wrong. Jinx had inherited many wonderful things from her parents, but cooking was not among them. Everything Jinx made either looked like charcoal or like something so suspicious it could cause mass poisoning. That won't last long, Becca declared proudly, folding her arms over her chest. My little potato and her sisters are making something right now that turns water into food. Really? Alice's eyes sparkled. And what kind of thing is it? I don't remember. Some long stupid name. They watched a cartoon and decided to build it themselves. If I were them, I'd just steal it, Becca said lazily. Don't teach our daughters your ridiculous habits. You already made Alex rob weapon warehouses just because you needed a few parts for a new gun, Lucina said and poked Becca in the shoulder. I'm not teaching them anything. Don't exaggerate, Becca waved her off. Alex spent this whole time trying to remember what cartoon the girls had watched. Every time his little gremlin started building something, it ended, in the best case, with an explosion, and in the worst case, with the creation of a weapon of mass destruction. Stroking Becca's hair, he finally remembered. Becca, in that cartoon. Was there, by any chance, food falling from the sky, he asked, lifting a brow. I think so. But I don't remember well. There definitely was a talking monkey that called itself Steve, Becca nodded confidently. She had watched the cartoon with the daughters when she spent time with them after returning from yet another mission in another world. Sounds like you know what this invention is. Samantha asked, intrigued. Yeah. What they're building is called the Diatomic Supermutating Dynamic Food Replicator by Flint Lockwood. Or FLDSMDFR, Alex said in one breath, pronouncing the long, almost inhuman name. Becca nodded at Alex's words but didn't even try to remember that ridiculously long name. She hadn't managed it the first time either. And when the girls started laughing, she seriously considered finding Flint Lockwood and giving him a good beating for coming up with such a pointlessly long piece of gibberish. Lucina, Alice, and Samantha also tried to pronounce the name of the invention but gave up after their first attempt. They watched Alex in silent admiration as he recited it in one breath, not stumbling once. Alex himself tapped his finger on the table, thinking about something else. The FLDSMDFR could really solve a lot of problems if used correctly. But he also vividly remembered how it ended in the cartoon. The food created by the machine mutated and turned into giant monsters due to ultra-powerful microwave pulses that split water molecules into hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon atoms, forming a new structure. And how are our gremlins doing? Alex finally asked. So far, nothing. Everything this thing produces is purple slime that screams and doesn't look very appetizing, Becca said, shuddering just at the memory. Please tell me the girls didn't feed that slime to anyone. Lucina said quietly, and her face clearly showed she had a bad feeling about it. Well, they did feed it to a minotaur. Becca trailed off, trying to change the subject. Alice, barely holding back a smile, asked, and what happened to the poor minotaur? Alex, Lucina, and Samantha all looked at Becca at the same time. She quickly averted her gaze. Alex and Lucina even exchanged a glance. It was clear, nothing good had come of this. Alex was especially worried about the consequences, as every day their family chat exploded with reports of what Nyarko, Jinx, Anya, and Tina had managed to create, and who had become the victim of their experiments. Well, maybe, the Minotaur mutated a little and went berserk. Just a tiny bit, Becca said in a tone as if she were talking about a runaway hamster, not an enraged giant creature. I think the issue is that, in addition to normal elements in the air, Orario is filled with mana and divine energy. That's why the FLDSMDFR isn't working properly, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. Tell the little ones they need to test the invention in a world without mana. Ideally a modern one. You think that's the reason? Lucina asked, ignoring the fact that their daughters had almost caused a disaster. Very possible. And Becca, take Valmont and Jill with you when you go test the FLDSMDFR, Alex said, stroking her hair. Becca smirked and gave a thumbs up, showing that it would be done. Alex was insanely fond of her, but he didn't trust her in matters like this. So he discreetly took out his phone, wrote in the family chat, and asked Valmont and Jill to accompany Becca. Both agreed almost immediately. They were resting anyway, and spending time with the daughters was a pleasure for them. Putting the phone away, Alex glanced at the time. It was already time to get ready for school. Lucina and Alice realized it too and went to change. Becca leaned over, grabbed him by the collar, and quickly kissed him, then jumped off his lap and stepped straight into the portal that had opened in front of her. While Lucina and Alice were changing, Alex explained to Samantha what she needed to learn today to perform her first demon exorcism ritual. It might not be useful in other worlds, but he wanted her to start with the basics before moving on to fighting monsters. Samantha understood and listened carefully. By the time Lucina and Alice came downstairs, Alex was fully ready. They left the house and got into the Impala. Maybe we can stop by a diner on the way. Alex suggested. I don't want to eat the school lunch. I don't mind. What about you, Lucina? Alice asked with a smile. I wouldn't refuse either, Lucina said calmly, nodding. Alex smiled, turned the wheel at the next intersection, and headed toward the nearest diner by the school. He knew they sold incredibly tasty sandwiches there. Parking the car, he noticed another Impala standing not far away. He paused for a second. Did Sam or Dean stop by for morning coffee and food? But he shook his head almost immediately. Dean definitely wouldn't get up this early, which meant it had to be Sam. After asking Lucina and Ellis which sandwiches they wanted, Alex got out of the car. Entering the diner, he immediately spotted Sam, who was already picking up his order. Their eyes met the moment Sam turned toward the exit. Alex gave him a warm nod in greeting and remained in the line. Sam nodded back and walked out of the diner, holding a paper bag with sandwiches, salad, and 2 coffees. Outside, he noticed Alex's Impala parked nearby, with Lucina and Ellis sitting inside. Since yesterday, Sam couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was going on in this town. And the most suspicious person was Alex, no matter how you looked at it. Getting into his car, Sam wondered whether Alex might be one of those whose souls Amara had stolen, but he wasn't entirely sure. Dozens of theories about what was happening in the town swirled in his head. He had even spent last evening asking locals about legends, but only a few of them fit the picture even loosely. Casting one last glance at Alex, Sam started the engine and drove back to the motel. Otherwise he would once again have to listen to Dean complaining that he took his car. When he returned, Sam turned off the engine and walked into their room. There he saw Dean, who was studying something on the laptop. Please don't tell me you're watching porn first thing in the morning on my laptop, Sam said, placing the coffee and the bag of food on the table. No, Dean replied, turning the screen toward his brother. I'm checking the local legends. Yesterday we questioned the residents, but aside from stories about the cold people and wolf descendants, we didn't hear anything. So I figured, maybe the internet has some clues. Maybe some minor god or an alpha werewolf showed up here. You think an alpha lives here and he killed the vampires Donna was chasing? Sam asked, scanning the page. Could be. By the way, where did Donna go? Have you seen her? Dean asked, pulling out a sandwich. She left this morning. She is a sheriff, after all. What about those people wrapped in black mist the guy mentioned? Sam asked, scrolling down. Maybe he's the alpha werewolf, and that's why he wanted us to take care of it. And that's why his file is so clean, changing identities is easier than ever now. Or he's someone like us, Dean said, taking a bite. So he's either a werewolf or from a hunter family and was away on family business. Sam clarified. Yep. If he's a werewolf, we kill him. If he's a hunter, we talk and find out what he saw. I don't really want to off him, the guy seemed like fun, Dean said with a smirk. Or he's like Garth, only eats cow hearts, Sam muttered. Then we'll check out his place. Since he's at school now, we'll see if he's got any cow hearts lying around in the fridge, Dean said. Or human ones, Sam added darkly. Dean just rolled his eyes and continued eating. Once the brothers finished breakfast, they got back into the Impala and headed toward Alex's house. Finding it wasn't difficult. Parking across the street, they watched the house for a few minutes to make sure no one was home. Once sure, Sam and Dean got out of the car, looked around. It was important not to get spotted, especially by Sheriff Charlie Swan, Alex's neighbor. Crossing the street, they approached the door and carefully peered through the windows. Once they were sure the house was empty, Sam pulled out a lock-picking kit while Dean stood guard. Within a second, the lock gave way, and they stepped inside. Meanwhile, upstairs, Samantha was enjoying a hot bath. Since the house was empty, she could relax without worry. Sam and Dean, on the other hand, were inspecting the living room. If he's an alpha werewolf, he sure lives modestly, Sam remarked. Sam, look how huge this is. Dean whispered, shaking a massive pink plush bunny. Dean, we didn't come here to play. We need to focus, Sam said tiredly. Fine, fine. I'll just check the fridge, Dean muttered, letting go of the bunny. Sam just shook his head and continued scanning the living room while Dean headed to the refrigerator. Unfortunately, Samantha hadn't broken her habit of listening to music while taking a hot bath, so she didn't hear the two uninvited guests, Sam and Dean, entering the house. Dean opened the fridge and immediately froze. Sam, making his way around the living room, hadn't noticed anything unusual either, but when he saw his brother stop, he grew cautious. Dean. Did you find something? He called. Other than some incredibly well-presented food, nothing, Dean replied, barely restraining himself from tasting even a piece of Alex's fridge contents. Don't even think about touching anything. I didn't find anything in the living room either. That leaves the basement and the second floor, Sam said, casting a frown at his brother. I wasn't planning on taking anything, though it does all look damn tasty. All right, let's check the basement. They always hide something there, as if Northwest other place exists, Dean grumbled, rolling his eyes and closing the fridge door. Sam just sighed and approached the door leading downstairs. Opening it, they immediately heard a strange, faint voice coming from the darkness. Sam and Dean exchanged a glance, drew their weapons, and cautiously began to descend. Downstairs, they saw two men tied to chairs. One looked relatively intact, though exhausted, with a blank stare and incoherent mumbling. The other looked as if he had first been run through a meat grinder, then strapped to a chair. The brothers instantly sensed something was wrong. Feeling for the light switch, Sam turned on the lights. Dean stepped forward to free the men, but Sam sharply grabbed his arm. Sam. What's wrong? Dean asked in surprise. Watch your step, Sam said calmly, pointing to the floor. Dean looked down. Directly beneath the men, in the center of the basement, was a perfectly laid devil's trap. Sam and Dean exchanged heavy glances. The confirmation was clear, Alex was definitely from a hunter family. He was probably here on business. But why is he keeping demons in his basement? And I've never seen a demon brought to this state, Sam said quietly, watching Albert, who continued mumbling. Look at the second one, Dean muttered darkly, nodding toward Cruz. It's like they smeared him on the asphalt, put him back together, and strapped him to the chair. This guy clearly knows his way around torture. Sam wanted to suggest leaving and talking to Alex later when he was home. Dean seemed to think the same. But just as the thought crossed their minds, the basement door slammed shut with a loud bang. Both brothers spun around instantly, and saw three creatures about a meter tall on the top step, holding clubs in their paws. It was Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who had come downstairs for snacks. And found the basement door open. Convinced that intruders had broken into the house, the trio simultaneously clapped their clubs against their palms and stared down at Sam and Dean like judges delivering a sentence. Sam and Dean had no idea what these creatures were, but their seemingly peaceful appearance didn't match the ominous vibe they were radiating now. Sam. What are these things? Dean croaked, keeping his eyes on Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. No idea. First time I've seen anything like this, Sam whispered. Maybe we can make a deal. We actually came in peace, Dean said, smiling as innocently as he could and raising his hands. Sam, without taking his eyes off the trio, mirrored the gesture. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch tilted their heads in unison, staring at Dean and Sam, then began whispering excitedly among themselves. Sam and Dean almost exhaled in relief, until the trio turned back to them. "Hit the thieves!" Gir, Mimi, and Stitch shouted in unison and, like a tiny special ops team, charged at the brothers. Sam and Dean didn't even have time to realize what was happening before the first blow landed. Then the second. Then the third. The meter-tall creatures struck quickly, precisely, and without a trace of hesitation. Albert and Cruz, tied up, paid no attention to the commotion. They were far too exhausted to react. Upstairs, Samantha, lying in her hot bath, finally heard the noise, even over the music in her headphones. Pulling them out, she frowned. Someone was breaking into the house. Or had Gir, Mimi, and Stitch caught someone again? Knowing the trio could handle themselves but still curious who was foolish enough to confront these small yet utterly insane house defenders, Samantha quickly climbed out of the bath, threw on her underwear, wrapped herself in a robe, and hurried downstairs. On the first floor, she saw the familiar scene. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were dragging two men from the basement with bags over their heads and already seating them on chairs. "Who are they?" Samantha asked, watching as the trio skillfully tied them up with ropes. "Thieves," Stitch said calmly and, for emphasis, tapped Dean's knee with his club. Samantha raised an eyebrow. "Right, thieves." She approached, grabbed one of the bags, and lifted it. A familiar face came into view, Sam Winchester. Without a word, she knew who was under the second bag, but she checked anyway. Yep, Dean Winchester. Samantha sighed heavily. She had hoped they would show up later. Much later. But no, the second day in the city, and here they were, tied up in her living room. She found her phone on the table, pulled it out, snapped a photo of the brothers with the bags over their heads, and sent a message to Alex, fully aware that it was lunchtime at their school. That meant he could return quickly if needed. After sending the photo, she considered what to do when the brothers woke up, but first decided to change. She didn't want to stand in front of hunters wearing only a robe. A few minutes earlier, Alex had been sitting with everyone at the school cafeteria while Alice eagerly recounted the details of their recent date in Los Angeles. She didn't hold back on the details, even the part where Alex had punched a ride operator in the groin for trying not to give up the grand prize. Bella, on the other hand, sat stunned, not because Alex went on a date with 3 girls at once, but because they had somehow managed to cross half the country and return. "But, how? How did you even do this?" Bella asked, trying to process what she had just heard. "You're not surprised I can turn into a demonic cat? Or become a child? Or that angels, demons, and all sorts of other things exist? Or that your boyfriend is a vampire? But the fact that I teleported a car across the entire country, that's what threw you off," Alex said, resting his cheek on his hand. "But," Bella murmured, still trying to comprehend it. "Bella, my advice," Lucina interjected, shaking her head, "just accept it. There's no logic around Alex. And there never will be." Alice began nodding vigorously, fully confirming Lucina's words that looking for logic around Alex was a futile task. He belonged to those beings who simply exist beyond the concept of logic. Alex lazily took a sip of coffee, about to return to Alice's story, when suddenly he heard a notification sound. He pulled his phone from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and squinted slightly. Then rubbed his eyes. Looked again, and once more. Instantly, silence fell over the table. Everyone was staring at Alex, who was staring at his phone with the expression of someone beginning to doubt their own reality. Alex read the message a couple more times, then opened the photo, and after confirming what he saw, he burst into loud, genuine, almost hysterical laughter. The school cafeteria fell silent. Everyone was staring at Alex. And he couldn't stop. Lucina and Alice exchanged glances, then suspiciously looked at the phone. Unable to resist, Lucina took the device from Alex, quickly skimmed Samantha's message and the attached photo, then massaged her bridge of the nose wearily and handed the phone to Alice. Alice saw the same thing, and burst out laughing as well. "Maybe you could explain what's going on?" Rosalie asked, watching Alex and Alice laugh while Lucina looked like she was on the verge of a migraine. "Some geniuses broke into our house, and Gir, Mimi, and Stitch caught them," Alex said, wiping his tears. "My God. Who are these poor souls? Who was unlucky enough to run into that trio?" Emmett said, genuinely sympathizing with the unknown victims. "And here's the funniest part," Alex exhaled. "It's Dean and Sam Winchester. They broke into the house, and now they're tied to chairs." A pause hung over the table. Then Alice showed the photo to the others. Emmett was the first to crack. He laughed loudly, slapping the table with his hand. Rosalie stared at the phone, completely stunned. Could it really be the same brothers who prevented the biblical apocalypse? The others silently tried to process what they saw. Everyone knew how dangerous Sam and Dean were. But now, tied to chairs, under the protection of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. It only evoked pity. Alex was already messaging Samantha, asking her not to touch the brothers. He would return in a few hours to talk to them himself. Until then, they would remain tied under the watchful eyes of the sacred trio of chaos. So, that means I won $100. Pay up, Emmett smirked. All right, here you go, Alex said, placing a bill on the table. But we don't know if they came to kill me or just ended up in the wrong place. That doesn't matter anymore. They broke into your house. And they did it faster than I expected. They only arrived yesterday. I told you, your face is suspicious, Emmett chuckled, tucking the bill into his pocket. If they hadn't come, I'd be disappointed, Alex shrugged. And what are you going to do next? Rosalie asked, shaking her head at the exchange of barbs. I'll talk to them. Then I follow the plan. First, move to the Men of Letters bunker. From there, I'll start working, Alex said, tapping his finger on the table. You're moving soon. What about school? Bella asked quietly, suddenly looking sad. 2 months left until the end of term. I don't need the certificate. And Alice has about 10 of them anyway, Alex said lazily, pointing to Alice. She smiled brightly and nodded. Bella only looked down sadly. She felt sorry. Alex, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha had become her friends. She considered Alex like an older brother. He helped her, gave advice, even if he sometimes acted like a total idiot when teasing her. Noticing her lost puppy expression, Alex reminded her. Bella. I am a mage. I can return to Forks anytime. Bella blushed, once again forgetting the most obvious thing. Alex just shook his head. He was no longer surprised by her forgetfulness. When the bell rang, Alex left for class with Alice, and Bella headed to her classroom with Lucina. Meanwhile, at Alex's house, Sam and Dean began to come to after being beaten and having bags placed over their heads. Dean woke up first. His head was ringing, a dull pain throbbed at the back of his skull, and the thick fabric completely blocked his view. Hey. Sammy, you awake? He mumbled hoarsely, trying to free his hands. Yeah. Looks like we're tied up, Sam replied, also unsuccessfully tugging at his bindings. Thanks, Captain Obvious. We need to get out of here. I don't know what those things were, but they really did a number on us. My skull still feels like it's crunching, Dean said, attempting to slip his wrists out of the ropes. You do realize I can hear you, right? A calm female voice said, and both brothers froze instantly. Sam and Dean exchanged glances, as much as the bags allowed, and realized they were not alone in the room. Samantha, sitting on the couch with her father's journal, was watching them and openly wondering how anyone could be so clueless. Sighing, she set the journal aside, stood, and approached the captives. She ripped the bags off their heads. The light hit their faces, and the brothers squinted. As their eyes adjusted, they saw the living room and, in front of them, a girl of about 20 with light hair, wearing casual clothes and an absolutely calm expression. Who are you? Sam asked. Samantha. And I live here, she replied calmly, returning to the couch. Well, then maybe you could untie us, beautiful. We're kinda on the same side, right? Dean tried to smile with his signature charm. I have a fiancé. And he'll be back soon, she said impassively. So sit quietly. Otherwise, this trio will beat you up and tie you again. She pointed to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who were sitting at the table, devouring food as if they hadn't eaten in a week. Dean and Sam turned their heads as far as the ropes allowed, and saw the very creatures that had given them a proper beating. The trio lifted their heads in unison, looked at them, and grinned boldly and shamelessly. Sam tried to think rationally. Alex is a hunter. We broke into his house. We weren't killed, that's already lucky. Dean, being Dean, immediately began arguing with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. They, not to be outdone, responded energetically, and the room erupted into noise. Samantha, who was trying to learn the words for a demon-banishing spell, didn't tolerate it for long. Her irritation grew, along with the likelihood that she would throw a pillow, or something heavier, at someone. Quiet, she said in a strict voice, even though she adored this trio. I'm trying to study. Or should I take all your food away? The effect was immediate. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch instantly fell silent, sat up straight like 3 exemplary students, and began eating as carefully as possible. Even Dean got scared and shut up. Finally enjoying the quiet, Samantha returned to her journal and continued practicing the words. Sam listened to what she was mumbling and recognized familiar phrases. You're learning the words to banish a demon, he asked, trying to start a dialogue. Yes. I need to practice, she nodded. I understand. We went through the same thing. My name's Sam, and this is my brother Dean. We're hunters. We came at a friend's request, Sam explained calmly. I know. Sam and Dean Winchester, she said, quietly closing her journal. My father was friends with yours. Really? Dean said in surprise. If your father's name is John Winchester, then yes. And he also worked with Bobby Singer, Samantha replied. What's your father's last name? Sam asked. Giddings. Jonathan Giddings, she said. Giddings. Giddings. Dean frowned. Exactly. Dad talked about him. The vampire nest case. He said an old friend, Giddings, helped him. Bobby also mentioned someone with that last name. Said he retired, Sam added. Yes. Retired when he met my mom, she confirmed calmly. The brothers exchanged glances. They definitely hadn't expected this, coming to a small town and meeting the daughter of a hunter who had once worked with their father and the family friend. They began asking Samantha about her family, and she answered, but only about her father. She said nothing about her mother's family, at least until Alex returned from school. To be continued. I can't remember for the life of me whether I was told Samantha's father's name or not. From now on, it'll be Jonathan, and I don't care. Basically, if you eliminated all the hassle of the investigations and Sam and Dean's brotherly conversations, they could pretty easily figure out where to go and what to do. Alex seemed the most suspicious, and the rumors about the legends in Forks were enough to figure out what might be going on there. And the first person Sam and Dean should have checked out was, of course, Alex. So everything went according to plan.